The concept for ePartrade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for ePartrade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and to get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to ePartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePartrade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
is 6:50 here in the morning in California, and we are live from the ePortrait studio in Los Angeles. Welcome to Race Industry Week 2021, presented to you by ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Shop, and sponsored by AEM, ARP, and Motul. I am Francisque Savignan, the founder and CEO of ePortrait, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry. We have people watching us this week from over 110 countries around the world, and this is just a really good indication on how big and how global our industry has become. And we are absolutely delighted by all the support we have received from the racing industry. And at the same time, we are humbled and we are thrilled by the participation and the endorsement we have received. With me this morning are Judy Kinn, the co-founder of ePortrait, Paul Pfanner, founder, president, and CEO of Racer Media and Marketing, and our special guest, Mr. Chris Medland. Judy?
Thank you, Francisque. And we welcome everybody this morning. Thank you for joining us. And again, thank you to all our sponsors that are supporting this week. But I also want to support the entire industry that is actually using this live platform. From the suppliers that are on here showcasing all the elements, like if they were exhibiting at a trade show. From the buyers, I see some buyers on here every single day. Those are the ones that walk up and down the aisles of trade shows and they engage with the suppliers. All we do is make a connection between a buyer and supplier. So every single day we have new content on this platform. So I just want to thank the industry for using this platform. That's what it was designed for. And just thank the industry. So over to you, Paul.
Well, thank you, Judy. And what a fabulous day we had yesterday and today. It's going to be absolutely amazing. We're going to go to the pinnacle of the sport, and Formula One is one of my pure, deep passions. And we have with us today Racers correspondent in Formula One, Mr. Chris Medland, who I'd like to introduce now. Chris, welcome.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. I'm so impressed by how early you guys all have to get up and do this, because I'm lucky I'm based in London, so it's 10 to 3 in the afternoon here, and I've had a nice calm day, nice and easy. So very impressed by how sprightly everyone's looking already, and really pleased to be here.
We haven't been to bed since yesterday, so we
Is that the way it goes all week, is it?
That's it. That's it.
And also, we're rather than a tea-powered economy, we're coffee-powered over here. So and in some cases, Monster and Red Bull powered. But great to see you, Chris. And I think you've got a pretty interesting lineup this morning of topics, I'm sure, to talk to Ross Brawn about.
Yeah, it's going
to be done your homework.
Going to be very exciting. Yeah, it's always nice. Ross has been very good actually in recent years since he's joined Formula One at being very proactive, very engaging, and willing to sort of front up and talk to the media and to everyone really about what he wants to do with Formula One and why certain things are happening. So it's going to be great to speak to him in a bit when he joins us. He's a very busy man. Obviously, we're right at the end of the season as well, so there's a lot going on in the Formula One world. But it's going to be awesome to have Ross join us and to discuss. Basically, we're going to talk to him about all the challenges F1 has faced after the pandemic, but also there's a lot of change in 2022, which in fact should have happened this year, but got delayed by a year because of the pandemic. So it's kind of all of those hurdles he's had to overcome and the sport's had to overcome and the way it's managed to do that, because as a global sport, it's been very, very challenging, I think, for Formula One to have to adapt to the situation around the world.
Indeed, and adapt they have. When I started my journey in this sport, it was literally sneaking into a Formula One exhibition race with a Formula 5000 cars, competing against it with handmade credentials. So I think it's amazing we're sitting here in this moment now, because as of today, thanks to your good work, Chris, Racer.com has passed 10 million users this year so far. And much of that growth has come from the explosion of interest in Formula One in this country. And as of this writing, Formula One has generated more page views than every other category of motorsport other than IndyCar on our platform. And that was a day I didn't think I would see, honestly. What do you put that down to?
I think a lot of it, admittedly, has got to be attributed to Netflix in the sense of, as race fans everywhere will appreciate, that they love Formula One, they have an interest in Formula One, but it's not always easy to explain to everyone why Formula One's so captivating, or why they should be engaged in a race that looks like it's done and dusted. If the racing's not all that close, why is it still fascinating to watch these cars on track? And I think the Netflix documentary and Drive to Survive kind of managed to talk to a lot of people and explain to them, actually, these are the human stories behind this sport, and this is the technology behind it, and this is all of the different facets that just make it incredible, even if the race is actually a really boring race. So obviously we want to see exciting racing, and we've got a lot of that this year too. I think that's built on it. But it's kind of helps just set those foundations. And I think from those foundations, we already had a lot of good outlets and ourselves at Racer to tell the stories then for people who want to know more. So I think it just really piqued a lot of interest in North America that maybe hadn't quite been there before, or at least was finding it hard to engage with the sport. It gave them a much easier way to engage with the Netflix documentary, and we've seen the growth off the back of that.
Yes, this is, I never would have thought I would have been a Gunther Steiner fan, but I am one now. Like, I literally can't wait for him to be on camera. But I think that what's great about this, though, is there's so much more to our sport than what goes on the racetrack. And that's what this week is about. We started the program yesterday, I just said, we're all here. We fight for this industry. And Francisque and Judy do this every day. And this industry's got a lot of stories that we're going to tell this week.
So you quote him when he's on.
So
I think that's everyone getting excited about Ross. I mean, there's a lot to talk about, isn't there, in terms of this industry and the way it's maybe a bit more intertwined as well. That might be something when you ask about why F1 has grown so much. I think maybe the similarities, racing is racing, at the heart. If you're watching cars go wheel to wheel on a track, it's exciting, whatever the category. The amount of times now, we talk about social media as well. If we look at when we can see highlights from like the MX5 Cup where you get an epic finish somewhere, and people will share that 1,000 times over because it's still brilliant racing. It didn't need to be a Formula One car for that to happen. So I think we're kind of just seeing those similarities as well, which have really helped with the growth.
Indeed, and what's interesting too is you look at the social media following that Romain Grosjean has. When he came to the United States, he immediately took off here in terms of his popularity. Not to mention, he is a brilliant racing driver that maybe wasn't as apparent in the Haas F1 car as it is in an Indy car, where they're driving very similar racing cars. So the talent maybe is more apparent. What do you think, before we get into this here, what do you think the big difference, the takeaway? You've been to some American racing here. We're about to introduce someone very prominent in that world to our audience here. What's the big difference here for context?
I think in weird ways, like it's one of the things that, speaking to drivers that have done both as well, is there's a level of kind of technical, that excellence is probably the wrong word, but it's so overly technical in Formula One. And the flip side is then when you get to something like IndyCar and American racing, the core value seems to be the raw passion for racing. Yeah. And it's not the stuff around it as much. And I spoke to Pato O'Ward, actually. I went to the barber test that Nico Hülkenberg did a few weeks ago. And speaking of Pato, he was saying that having seen the US Grand Prix and everything that went around the race that just made it an amazing weekend, regardless of the racing, like that's something that he wanted IndyCar to do. But the flip side was, he said, but IndyCar has got this core passion that we should never lose. So I think that's where the two differences are. And if you could marry the two, I mean, you're going to be golden. So that's probably the golden ticket that everyone's searching for at the moment.
Absolutely. That's well put. I agree with you.
So I'm getting a signal from our producer, and as soon as Ross is on, we're going to bring him on live, and then Chris will let you take over. So we're in correspondence right now with Ross's office. And sorry for the little interruption. I thought I was on mute.
Not at all.
So we should be getting Ross on any second, but please keep going.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I was going to say with Ross, I know he's massively busy in the sense that as well we've got still 2 races to go, double header coming up, brand new circuit this weekend in Saudi Arabia. That's a new challenge for Formula One. For all the teams, for the sport itself. So it's really great that he's actually managed to find time for us. I don't know actually where in the world he is. I don't know if he's here in London or if he's somewhere else around the world. So it's great that he's managed to find a window to come and join us today and talk about some of this stuff, because I imagine he's probably got some slightly different views to me in terms of what Formula One can learn from North American racing and maybe how it's going to crack North America, because that's definitely been a target of the sport. Since Liberty Media took over, that's been one of the key goals, has been, can we grow Formula One even more in North America? Because we can see the passion that's there. We can see kind of the racing footprint that already exists, and Formula One should be a part of it and just helping the whole thing grow. I think it was Sean Bratches that always said about all boats rise on a high tide. And he's like, if we can help increase the popularity of motorsport in general, then that's going to be the best way that we can be part of that kind of scene in North America. So that's definitely been one of Formula One's key aims recently.
Yeah, we see that, and from the evidence we see in the page views being generated by your stories, the social media activity. Formula One is absolutely competitive now at the top level of American motorsport in terms of the audience interest. And we've grown. In 2020, we grew by 2 million users annually. This year so far, we've grown by over 4 million on top of that 2020 number, and a good chunk of that is coming from Formula One. So something is happening, and it's big.
It certainly is. I was just looking at some of the comments actually that are coming in on the chat to us as well about how, the way the Netflix show focuses on different things. And I think, the main point there was for everyone who's already a big racing fan, and certainly very technically minded or engineering minded, it doesn't really tell you anything, but then you didn't need it to. It's for the people that maybe have that mindset but just hadn't found Formula One yet. That's where it's worked really well. And it's the drama it's created, and admittedly, some of it is over dramatized. But I know IndyCar wants to do something similar, and I think it's a good idea because you need people to relate and connect to the humans, even if you have to kind of plump that up a little bit to get it to happen. But once you've got that and you get that interest, then people learn more about the sport, about the cool stuff we want to tell them, about the technical side, about a lot more of the reality. And it's just opening that door is the main thing. It's once you get people through the door, then you work out where you want to send them next. And I think it was maybe proving harder to get people through the door for the first time without them having a real reason to find Formula One. And that's what's maybe changed in recent years.
Yes, and the thing I noticed about true Formula One fans, Formula One belongs to them. They take ownership of it as something it's part of their identity and their passion. IndyCar fans are really many times rooted in Indy 500, which is where I began as a child. But I think that there's a sensibility about Formula One that really comes across in the Netflix show, and it has been amplified in the ESPN broadcasts. And where we see the opportunity for all racing in America is once we bring these stars to the United States and they start racing in various categories of American motorsports, it elevates American motorsports on the global stage because people follow the athletes where they go, and sometimes the teams. So I think we're in this golden age here of cross-pollination, because we can look at our metrics and we can see where people go in the path, and they're not just looking at one thing. They're becoming broad race fans, which I think is something this industry really needs. We need to appreciate and respect all forms of racing.
Yeah, I think one of the people that's speaking this week, I think Zach Brown, we can thank for a bit of that as well, with the way he brought Fernando Alonso over to the Indy 500. I did a recent podcast with him where he said that was probably one of his biggest moments at McLaren, because the whole team kind of then bought into him, all the shareholders, the whole board bought into his ideas, because they realized something that seems so crazy to take your Formula One driver out of the Monaco Grand Prix and get him to try and qualify for the Indy 500 for the first time as a rookie just seemed bonkers. But for them to pull it off, and the success A, he had on track, but B, commercially, and the interest it brought was huge. And I mean, I think it's no surprise we then see McLaren continue and get more and more invested in IndyCar. But having that, like you say, cross-pollination, I think was something that worked really, really well from that point. You suddenly saw the example of how cool it could be, how much it would really interest fans on both sides, because it didn't mean then that an IndyCar fan had to become a Formula One fan or vice versa, but it did mean they'd show a bit more interest in the other or in that driver, as you say. And we see a lot of IndyCar fans now and US-based fans that are really interested in what Fernando does. Even if they're not actually that overly interested or that desperate to know everything about Formula One, they do want to see how Fernando's doing because they feel that link to him now because they've seen him race over on these shores. So it's been very cool.
Absolutely. And I think your guest has appeared, so
Absolutely.
I think we should begin.
Good morning, Ross. Thank you for joining us. So Chris, we'll let you take over.
Thank you, Francisque. Morning, Ross, or afternoon, Ross, as we are, because I'm with you if you're in the UK. Are you in London?
Yeah, close.
There we go. So yeah, we're on the same time zone at least. Everyone else is up at 7 a.m. in California. But thanks so much for joining us. I appreciate how busy you are and how meetings are piling up left, right, and centre. So it's a real pleasure to have you kicking off day 2 with us on Race Industry Week. Got lots of exciting stuff to talk to you about. It really is a hugely exciting time for F1. I mean, we're a little over 2 months away from seeing brand new cars hitting the track for the first time, and yet we still haven't finished this season. So I want to focus initially on this season because what a season it's been. Just how excited are you for the upcoming final 2 races and finding out who's going to be world champion between Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen? Because personally, having worked in it, this has felt like a roller coaster, intense season. Where does it rank kind of on your book?
Well, we're blessed. It's definitely one of the best years since I've been involved in Formula One. I think the great thing is when you've got a championship fight between 2 drivers of different teams, because you've got all the teams fighting each other as well as the drivers fighting each other, and obviously that's Toto and Christian have been great entertainment as well all season. I think when it was Nico and Lewis, it wasn't quite the same. It was almost like kissing your sister. But now we have a full-on battle between every mechanic, every engineer, every team, each team principal, and of course the 2 drivers. So it's a great season. And the wonderful thing is people ask me who's going to win, and I don't know. And that's what makes it a great championship. There's no way of telling, and it's sort of ebbed and flowed and gone through these cycles. And with a sport like Formula One, where the cars are quite influential, you just don't know who's going to pull the rabbit out of the hat in terms of improvements or little tweaks that are so critical at this stage. And I'm off to Saudi in the morning. And that's a fabulous new track which no one's raced on before, so that's gonna be an interesting challenge. We've got the modified Abu Dhabi track, which is really I think a good step forward over what we had before, which is something we've helped advise on. So great end to the season.
Well, having this uncertainty over who's going to win is something that I know fans like to have, that Formula One wants to have too. So in a strange way, when we look to 2022 and it's all going to be changing, it could seem like a bit of a risk. But could you explain maybe, Pat's going to join us on one of the later sessions to maybe explain in detail, but can you explain just the reasons why the 2022 cars are going to be massively different?
Well, of course, it seems a little strange to be changing the cars with such a fantastic season. But what you constantly hear is as soon as a driver gets near another car, then they lose so much performance in the wake, in the aerodynamic wake. These cars rely on the aerodynamic performance enormously, but they've evolved into something hypercritical, and they just simply don't work when they're operating in the wake, in the flow of another car. And so they're almost self-defeating. And those wheel-to-wheel battles are sort of not that common. I mean, we've had a bit of it, but as soon as you get 2 cars of similar performance, the one following simply can't follow. It loses performance, and there's quite a dramatic difference in the aerodynamic performance of a following car for next year. And we just feel it's a much better platform for us to operate on, because the situation we have now was only going to get worse. It's progressively got worse year on year, and there's no reason it won't get even worse in the future. So, it was time for a change. It should have come in this year, as you know, but with the COVID situation, we delayed it for a year. There's quite a lot of other changes with the regulations as well, which I think will be influential. We've got 18-inch wheels, different tires, quite a lot of controlled components on the car. Trying to leave as much scope so that there still is this wonderful technical battle, but it doesn't overwhelm. And but there's a lot of items that we've standardized or controlled because they're simply areas where the fans have no knowledge or the teams don't make them aware of it. And a few years ago we standardized most of the gearbox components, and it didn't make a jot of difference to the fans. It just made it a slightly closer competition, and that's the sort of thing we want. We want to have we want to have competition areas the fans can understand, they can see, the media can discuss, because we think that's a fabulous part of Formula One. We don't want competition in reducing the friction of a gearbox by 0.25% and spending out $500,000 on it. It's not. We're trying to shape it in a different way, and that's all part of what we're doing.
Well, speaking of shaping it, how did it come about? Because like you say, it should have been this year and it's been delayed for a year. But what was the process like to get to this stage? Because it feels like F1 as a company, rather than as a sport, if that makes sense, was far more involved than in the past, when it used to just be the regulator and the teams that would kind of decide which way they wanted to take the rules.
It's a good point. I think when Liberty acquired the commercial rights for Formula One, I'd been retired for 3 years, but it was the one thing that I felt could motivate me and was of interest to me, which was to look at how we shape Formula One for the future and how we create a structure that's constantly looking at the way Formula One's evolving and helping give it some direction. Because until then, the rules had quite frankly been fundamentally decided by the teams, and the competitors deciding the rules is not always the best solution. And the FIA at that point didn't have the resources to look at the problems directly. They had to take the information from the teams. So we set about building a team, and I'm glad you'll be talking to Pat, because he headed that team, to look at the cars we had and try and decide how we could improve the quality of racing, both from the design of the car and the economic environment that the teams operate in, because there was a massive disparity in what a top team could spend compared to even a mid-range team. A year ago, 18 months ago, at this stage of the season, Red Bull or Mercedes could be pouring hundreds of millions into the championship to try and make sure they could win it, and they can't do that now. There's a cost cap, and they're constrained in how much they can spend. And so, we believe it will bring closer racing. It will bring economic stability to Formula One, closer competition throughout. So it's not a revolution; it's an evolution, but things which, for once, there's been some resource put into this objective. And I'd like to say independent resource, because our objective is just to make the racing better. We make the racing better. We make it more engaging. We get more fans. It improves the commercial landscape for everybody, including ourselves. But we have to keep the integrity. We can't distort or falsify the competition. So the first time ever, the commercial rights holder has actually put their money where their mouth is.
Well, it's funny talking money, and you brought up the budget cap. It is something I wanted to focus on for maybe people who weren't aware of F1 budgets before. $145 million was the budget cap for this year. Meant to be a bit of a sliding scale to bring it down even lower in future. And that's a big step, isn't it, for some teams? But why do you think it was so important in the sense of then still allowing some technical freedom? Because there'll be a lot of engineers on this call listening that will be thinking, well, I don't want you to stop teams sort of being creative and innovative.
Yeah, I think you go two routes really. One is you go to standardized car. If you want to control the cost, you go to standardized cars, and that's definitely not what we wanted. Or you try and constrain the resources which teams are allowed to use, but allow them within that constraint to do what they want within the regulations, of course. And we've chosen the latter because it means we'll have different cars on the grid. Cars will still have the identity of the teams. It's $145 million this year, which is still a huge amount of money. On top of that, driver fees, that's not including the driver fees, and that's a debatable topic. That's a discussion we're having with the teams and the FIA at the moment, what may happen with that in the future. But on this, on a like-for-like basis, I would say the top teams are probably getting on for twice that in the past. And it's still a budget which, let's say, a very good midfield team can aspire to. With the prize money they get from Formula One and the sponsorship they can attract, then there's a lot of teams who'll be able to reach that sort of level of expenditure. And therefore, we believe we'll take a year or two to adjust, but we'll have many more frontline competitive teams in Formula One than we've had in the past.
And I think another way you want to do it, from looking at the rule changes, and there's a lot of them for us to talk about here for next year, is the sliding scale of aerodynamic kind of testing time. Was that a US inspired change in many ways? I know it's not quite a draft system, but it is a way of kind of helping provide greater scope for improvement, I guess, for the worst performing teams.
Well, Chase Carey, who's still our non-exec chairman and still very close to Formula One, he was encouraging some form of sort of gentle correction, in the sense that we didn't want to have a handicap system or a penalty system. We didn't feel that's what Formula One should be about. But there is, this is a gentle correction. So if you're at the back of the grid, you have a bit more aerodynamic time, you have a bit more aerodynamic resource than the teams at the front of the grid. So it's a gentle correction. But of course, you have to use that. You have to use it properly and effectively, or else it will make little difference. But it's the first time really Formula One has ever applied that sort of gentle correction. It's quite a mild slope at the moment. It's going to be fascinating to see how it evolves. But nothing major, but I think something which we'll be watching and studying and seeing how impactful it is.
Well, it's all clearly intended to try and improve the sporting spectacle, basically, and reward sporting excellence over financial excellence and the spending power of some teams over others. But the sporting challenge itself looks like it'll be slightly different as well next year. I mean, for anyone who, again, maybe doesn't know an F1 weekend, previously Thursday at each venue was a media day, Friday was a day of practice for 2 sessions, Saturday was when qualifying was held, and Sunday was the race. Netflix made me famous for just explaining that to people before. But can you talk us through what will change next year in the way that a race weekend is going to be structured, and why?
Well, we're fortunate, very fortunate, in that we've got a lot of interest in promoters and countries having a Grand Prix. And we've got some great races coming up. We've got Saudi this year. We had a race in Qatar, and they're now looking at what they do with the circuit for the future. Next year we've got Miami, of course, which we're very much looking forward to. But there's a nice, a very welcome upward pressure to have more and more races. But there is a limit to what we can achieve, what we can have the teams do. What we've found is that we're not getting any saturation from the fans. From the bulk of the fans, we're getting no message that we're having too many. They just want more. So we're trying to find that balance. And one of the things we wanted to do was to take a bit of load off the teams, because with conventional weekend as we have now, they often arrive on a Monday or a Tuesday to start preparing. So if you finish a race, and then you're almost straight into the next race if it's a race consecutive weekends. So we've compressed the we've compressed the weekend so that practice only takes place on a Friday afternoon, scrutineering takes place on a Friday morning, and the teams that are willing to can cut down their program by a day, and therefore and there will be curfews to stop them working excessive hours in the lead up to a race at the track at the lead up to a race. So it's really just try and make the weekend more efficient and compress the weekend a little bit. So we still have action on a Friday, but we have it in a way the teams, if they choose to, can achieve it with 1 day less time taken up. And also, as you know, we've been experimenting with the sprint, which has been quite an exciting innovation, and that will fit into that program as well.
It's almost like you can see my notes. I was going to ask you about the sprint next, because we've had 3 examples of it, kind of trials this year. And it's very easy to just look at some Twitter feedback and say, oh, it's a bit mixed. But you really do delve into what the fans say. And also you have to take into account what commercial partners say and promoters say. So how successful has the sprint been, which for anyone who doesn't know is when there's qualifying on a Friday evening to set the grid for a sprint race on the Saturday afternoon, which we call sprint qualifying. And then the result of that sprint race sets the grid for the Grand Prix. So how successful has that been from your perspective? And why was it so important to kind of look at those sorts of changes?
It's been very successful from our perspective. And it's true, we've, any changes tend to be, avid fans. We have all sorts of fans watch Formula 1. And avid fans are typically the sort who will engage in Twitter and other social media to express their views, and we respect that totally, and it's great we have their feedback and so on. But we also look at the feedback from all sorts of fans, and the response to the sprint has been very strong. We had a good event in Silverstone, not such a good event in Monza. That track didn't work, or the circumstances that weekend didn't work, but then we had a great event in Brazil. And it was heightened by Lewis's penalty starting from the back of the grid. So we had the spectacle of Lewis carving his way through the field in the sprint. It gives us, first of all, it gives us a real event on a Friday, because qualifying now takes place on a Friday. And that's actually where we've seen the massive change. We've seen huge uptake on viewing figures and engagement on a Friday because we have the qualifying. We have something for people to watch Formula 1 for. Then we have the sprint, and in the case of Brazil, we had a very strong race. Monza wasn't so good, but so that is at least equaling what we used to get from qualifying, if not surpassing it. And then, of course, we have the race, which is still hasn't been cannibalized by any of what's gone on. So we have a proper 3-day event with promoters, sponsors, fans, everyone engaging for a full 3 days. And it builds up the weekend. You start to talk about it properly on a Friday. With all due respect, Friday normally is for the real enthusiasts who want to know what tires people have run and how much fuel weight they've got and all the other things they're trying to work out. And it's fascinating, but it appeals to a relatively small group of fans. And now suddenly we have action on a Friday, action on a Saturday, culminating in the race and not cannibalizing the race. So we're really pleased with it, and we want to take it forward to next year to increase the number of events and refine the events of the weekend and rationalize some of the activities over the weekend to make it even better. So it's been a great opportunity to try something different in Formula 1 without, if it hadn't worked, we wouldn't have had too big an impact. But this opportunity to have 3 races has been a great initiative by the teams, the FIA and Formula 1.
I just want to pick up on something you've said there, because it's interesting from your role. You were a hugely successful engineer in Formula 1. You've had massive success, and probably those details. You were an avid fan and you loved that sort of thing. And now you're in a role where you have a huge appreciation for all that, but you're being asked to also expand the fan base and to kind of look beyond that to attracting new people. So how tough is it to balance the two in your position?
It's not very tough at all, to be honest, because what I do know is the engineers will always prevail, whatever we do. That, you know, it's like the new cars. When the new cars came out, they were howling about the fact that, you know, we were constraining them so much all the cars would look the same. And then we launched the car in the middle of the season, and several of them said, well, our car doesn't look like that. So they, you know, however much space you give an engineer in Formula One, he will expand it. And so I have very little concern about dumbing down the sport, because they will find avenues and they will find opportunities to, and that's how it should be. They should be fighting to get a competitive advantage in every area they can. What we want to do is harness that to make it something the fans can really engage in, so that it's things they can see and they can understand, and we can explain and we can show and we can make it a feature of Formula One, because that's one of our greatest assets, this huge technological battle that's going on, that we want the fans to appreciate and be part of.
Strangely though, I want to kind of finish with you in terms of looking back rather than forward, because we've talked about all the changes that are coming next year and what's ahead, but we're coming out of the COVID pandemic where it's had a huge impact, and you had to delay some of these changes because of that. But listening to Michael Andretti speaking in the same slot yesterday morning, he was saying that he felt from his team's perspective, it feels like they're out of the woods. Is the same true of Formula One, or is it taking a lot longer because of the global nature of the championship?
It's better. I think we have confidence now that we can deal with, you know, what we think's ahead. Nobody knew COVID was ahead, so we have to be careful what we say. But I remember the despair after we came back from Australia, having had the race cancelled, and really not knowing what was ahead of us, you know, whether we would even ever race again. Nobody knew. And we got through that. I have to say, motor racing, Formula One and motor racing generally, has the right mindset for dealing with these issues, in that we had to enter an era, and we're still in it, of strict protocols. And we're used to that in Formula One. We operate with strict protocols for the teams to function properly and for the cars to be reliable and safe. And so we're used to having to follow rules and regulations, and you know, even within the way we operated, forget COVID, but with the way we operated in the teams. So when we suddenly had to operate within this strict protocol of bio bubbles and having tests, it kind of felt, yeah, that's what we do normally. You know, we're just extending what we do. And I'm very proud of the way Formula One was able to respond. Initially, we had the ventilator project, which, you know, Formula One all got together and showed its strength in helping develop new ventilators at a time when it was felt they were going to be vital. It proved to be, fortunately, it proved to be a little less critical in the end. But and then everyone worked together to enable us to find a way forward with the challenge of COVID. And so I certainly feel a lot more comfortable now. But you know, we've had a little hiccup with the Omicron variant that's now around, and people are a little bit concerned about that. So you know, it's tightened up a little bit. But we conduct 4,000 or 5,000 tests, COVID tests over a weekend. And if we have, I can't think of many occasions when we've had more than double figures in terms of positives out of all those thousands of tests. And Mexico and Brazil, which were two races which, quite frankly, we were a little nervous of. Mexico, we had a handful, and Brazil, we had nothing. And so I think we have the discipline within the sport to survive. And it's not quite as, we don't have the freedoms we used to have, and we're trying to bring that back so our commercial partners, our sponsors, our promoters can have some more freedoms to do what they need to do. But yeah, we've survived, and we were probably the only international sport we were the first international sport to get going, and travel the world and not leave any trace of where we've been. And that was vital to us. And we can go to a country and show the track record of what Formula One and motorsport is able to do, and give them comfort that we can come into their country and hold a race and not have any unfortunate impact.
Now, I know you've got to shoot off in a sec to a very important meeting, but as that kind of preempts what the final question will be, actually, which is, as you sit here now, is it fair to say that a lot of the hard work's done? Or do you feel like a lot of it's still ahead because you've got the new rules in place for 2022 with the new cars, a new race weekend format, growth in key markets has been great, certainly in North America, as we're talking to a lot of people from North America today. Is it time to sit back and see how it all works out, or is there a lot more to do on your plate?
Well, no, the meeting I'm going to now is part of the initiative for sustainability and how we leverage the intense competition in Formula One and shape it into a direction that can have some relevance for the future. So we all know this massive environmental challenge we're all facing. And, you know, I know from my experience in Formula One, if you set the 10 teams a challenge and make it competitive challenge. So what we're discussing is sustainable fuels. So in 2026 at the latest, and maybe even earlier, you will have to race with a sustainable fuel. In other words, a net carbon zero fuel. So the way that fuel's made, is produced, has to be net carbon zero. And this will be a plug-in fuel that you would be able to put into a road car. So it's another weapon in the fight against the environmental challenge. Electrification has its place. We believe sustainable fuels have their place. There's over 1 billion vehicles, getting on 2 billion vehicles on the road at the present time, and you can't get rid of them. So unless you find something which can be applied to those vehicles, then you're not going to have the impact you want. And we believe that Formula One can set an example of how a sustainable fuel can be created and used. And that's the big thing we're working on now. So sustainability and the assistance and solutions we can find for the environmental challenge is the next phase of Formula One. And that's actually why we're seeing manufacturers take a much stronger interest in the sport, because they can see the value of that involvement. And it's no secret to say Volkswagen with Porsche and Audi are having a very close look at Formula One, and that's one of the reasons why they're interested. And I think there'll be more. So that's our next. So there's no rest for the wicked, I'm afraid.
I was going to say, I should certainly let you go then, but a lot of the comments have said you're the right man in the right seat in this role, and I think that's echoed across the industry. So how much are you enjoying it and loving this role? Because it, like you said, it brought you out of retirement.
Yeah, no, I enjoy it a great deal. I don't think, quite honestly, I could have gone back to the sort of white-hot competitive role I had before. I see Christian and Toto on the pit wall, and I don't envy them at all, because I know what they're going through. So this suits me really well at this stage of my life and my career. So it's very rewarding, very fulfilling, and I get to see cars race pretty often, and I know I see the inside of what's going on. So it's enough fun to make me want to keep doing it.
Well, it's great to have you as part of the sport and to hear your thoughts today, Ross. I really appreciate it. And I've stolen a few minutes of the FIA's time for this, the meeting that you're meant to be in. So apologies to Jean Todt and co for when you head over there. But thank you very much for joining us and for all that great insight.
Yeah, thanks very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Ross.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Ross. And,
yes.
Honor to have you with us. And so we had a call right earlier, Chris, from Ross's office that he had an emergency meeting to go to, and so we couldn't reschedule, but at least we got about 35 minutes from him, and what a delight. So we're bringing Paul Feiner with us right now, and we're going to carry on. The next session will still be talking Formula One, because we're going to bring our good friend Chris Elliott from the MIA, who has assembled a panel of some of the best people in the UK with Pat Simons, who is another incredible engineer, and a terrific racing entrepreneur, Peter Digby. I see Paul is back with us. Paul.
Hey, great. That was fantastic. Wow. Thank you, Chris Medlin, and thank you, Ross Braun. It just, for me, that shows me how far we've come in a year with Online Race Industry Week. This really is a moment where the world comes together in motorsport. And what we were talking about as we closed, we were touching on the relevancy of Formula One going forward. You're literally there in that world. I have to ask you, is that something the entire community of Formula One is concerned about, or is that just the owner of Formula One?
No, that's certainly the whole community. It's one of those funny things that Formula One never stops, and a lot of it goes in cycles. I mean, no racing ever stops, but the way the cycle seems to work, you feel like you write some of the same news stories at the same time each year.
Yes.
And there's certain ones that crop up a lot, and it's around the time of new regulations or the next set of engine rules, which engine rules they're talking about for in 5-6 years time.
Yes.
But trying to make them attractive to new entrants, to big car manufacturers, but to not hurt small independent teams. It's always kind of the same issue, but previously it's been because there's kind of been a free choice. We went hybrid for 2014, and that was a big step, and it felt like a leap into the unknown a little bit at that point, because that was committed to back in 2009, 2010.
Yeah.
So to then go to this stage where the whole world is looking at, okay, how do we focus on climate change? How do we change emissions? There's so many different areas that really need seriously addressing, and governments are taking hugely seriously. As a sport, Formula One can't shy away from that. And it's been a while since I've heard someone like Christian Horner, who would say it quite regularly, let's just bring back screaming V12s and make this entertainment only, because it's clear that just can't happen. The sport, being kind of a bit of a technological leader on a lot of different things, or trying to be, needs to do the same with its engine formula. And that's definitely something that's been a big discussion for quite a while now. And the teams do seem to be working together better on that front, because I think having the direct influence from Liberty Media, from Formula One as a company, has actually helped things, because all the different main stakeholders really are working together to try and see where the future goes. And that's quite exciting. Whereas, dare I say it, under Bernie Ecclestone, as brilliant as it was that he built this huge sport, there was quite often a divide and conquer kind of approach, which meant that kind of these considerations didn't all come together, and everyone didn't always work together in the best way. So that's definitely changed under Liberty Media's ownership. And it's then exciting when you see big changes after that. If we think, Liberty haven't actually owned the sport for all that long, and when we spoke to Ross there, all of those changes that are coming in next year, that it's enormous what they're actually changing in terms of the sport. But everyone's on board with it and excited to see how it works, and ready to admit if certain things don't work and where they'll change again in future. But yeah, we're seeing a real evolution now where the sport looks like it's going to be ensuring it stays relevant, but stays attractive and stays a great racing category. And I think that's quite exciting to be a part of, but it also means, there's huge interest around it from everybody involved.
Agreed. And I again, really at the heart of this is, we're in an era where mobility is changing globally. And having been to the FIA offices, one of my friends and mentors is Nick Craw, who was president of the FIA Senate, and just having some understanding of how the role that the FIA plays globally in mobility. There's no hiding from this. This is a front and center issue for every auto manufacturer, and the FIA, anywhere there are laws involving environmental safety and development and deployment of road cars. So Formula One, do you believe, is well positioned in what they're doing?
Yeah, I do. It's funny you should bring up the FIA, actually. I did an interview recently with Graham Stoker, who's one of the candidates for the presidency after Jean Todt, which will be running on Racer pretty soon. And in that, he was saying about how he wants some continuity, because he feels like the FIA is right now kind of starting to aid these changes. And F1 is a sport's well placed, but that's a flagship sport for the FIA to kind of say, look where this is going. But the influence they have, like you said, over the whole road car world is enormous. So if they can take some of this kind of leadership or attempts to be technological leaders from Formula One and go, okay, but how do we really apply that to the real world? How is this more than just window dressing and showing what we can do, but it's not realistic? We need to make sure it is realistic and transferable. And I think, again, that's another stakeholder that's aligned in that sense. And that means they are in a good place. It doesn't mean it will definitely be successful, because you still need to put in a lot of hard work to make it work. But I do think all the ingredients are there and have been for some time now, actually, to make it successful. And as Ross says, I mean, when you've got big name brands, again, like Porsche and Audi from the Volkswagen Group, looking at Formula One and what it's doing and being interested by it at this stage, at what is a crucial, pivotal stage, probably quite tough for a brand like that to say, at this point, when there's so much uncertainty about the future of mobility, shall we invest a lot of money in Formula One? If you can attract them at this point, that shows how well positioned you are.
I agree with you, and if you have a story to tell and you're on an adventure to the future, I think that makes some sense. I think, one of my favorite kind of maxims that came out of a No Fear clothing ad years ago, a headline I wrote, was "Victory travels at the speed of thought," and that's the essence of Formula One. And the engineering and the mindset of Formula One is managing change faster and better than your opponent. And that is in the moment in a race, and that's between seasons, and that's between races. And now we're in between eras in mobility. And I'm glad to see Formula One's in a place like that. I think culturally, I want to talk a minute while we have you here. Yesterday I watched a fascinating panel at the end of the day with Chris Stewart, founder of Grid Life, which is this hybrid track event, music event, cultural event. And it was interesting to listen to Chris, because one enthralling conversation about managing the energy of the audience and of the experience. Everything I've heard of all my friends, I did not go to COTA this year, but I had so many of my friends, many of them first timers who went to COTA, and they kept talking about the energy. Do you see a change in the kind of emotional, cultural energy at a Formula One race under the era of Liberty Media ownership than what you saw previously? And what's responsible for that, if it's true?
I absolutely do. And it's not just in the US either, but the US was a great example of it. COTA was just such a big event. And that was almost like a bit of a release, because Formula One itself had actually gone a little bit more loose on its restrictions after COVID. Things were just getting a slightly more normal again. And all of that came together perfectly to allow this huge event to happen. That was just a great celebration the whole way through. A lot of people said that were there that it didn't matter actually, that they still got a great race to watch. We had Lewis chasing down Max and it was a thriller, but it kind of didn't matter. By the time the lights went out, they'd had a brilliant weekend, and that's what you want people to do. And to be honest, this year the first place I saw that was at Zandvoort, where they had a full crowd for Max Verstappen, essentially. That's an old school circuit. Sorry, say again.
I love orange, by the way. That showed up there.
I was going to say, you need to be a fan of orange to be at that race as well. I mean, everyone was wearing it. You were handed these orange capes as you walked in. But a lot of that is because there's almost a commercial aspect to that. Someone can create a very cool orange branded top. It turned out they were Soccer World Cup tops from the Dutch national team. But the way that then allowed them to create this amazing atmosphere, and they could fill gaps with music, and they would just focus on giving the fans a good time, comes from a freedom from Liberty Media to say, you're the promoter, you do what fits your market best. Whereas at times under Bernie Ecclestone, different way of working that still worked well for him was to say, no, I need full control. I tell you what you can and can't do, because I'm not going to let something that either devalues something I want to do happen, or maybe treads on the toes of someone else. I'm keeping full control. I'm really limiting what you can do. And there was still enough interest from other places that wanted to host F1. They were like, yep, we'll still sign up to those rules. But a lot more freedom has come since Liberty's taken over. They've seen the value of the event in terms of once you walk in the gate to the second you walk out, it's more than just the 2 hours of racing. There's so much more that goes on that you need to provide to fans. And that's something we've seen a lot of. And it's been very, very cool to be a part of actually and to see. And you find yourself more and more often actually going to a racetrack, walking to Zandvoort, I'll admit, quite often you wanted to turn left and go into a grandstand and join the party rather than go into the media centre, which is very rare for me to say, because I'm in such a privileged position. But it was incredible. And the same with COTA. You just you looked at people that were having a good time and thought, I want to be a part of that still. So I think that to me is the pinnacle of a big event. I was at the Indy 500 this year as well. That was a a great
Thank you.
experience. It was my first race week to be there, and I know it wasn't a full crowd, but just standing on pit road and the noise and watching Elio win and seeing the day that fans had, I was just as jealous of them as they will have been of where I was standing. So I think that is probably, if you can get that balance, that create that kind of environment, then you're onto something good. And I think that's something Liberty Media have started to do as well.
They do, and I think what they do is they bring the place they're at to Formula One at the same time they're bringing Formula One to the place they're at. And there's another belief I have is that the audience owns you, not the other way around when you're in this business. And there seems to be a recognition that this is being created, not just for the competitors, but for the audience that's devoted to it, and the amplification of the audience's presence in this conversation seems to be at the center of what Formula One is doing.
Absolutely. It's something that Ross just said, wasn't it? That the way that engineers will always find a way. They will always expand on things. They will deal with whatever you give them. Previously, Formula One, I think, listened too much to the teams, to those involved, and not enough to those watching that you were kind of doing it for. So having that Liberty influence where they've gone, no, this is our wheelhouse, is to get fans engaged, to make sure they're having the best time that they can have, and hopefully bring more fans in. And we'll give the teams some of what they want, but a lot of the other stuff they don't actually know what they want. Once they see that they're suddenly all huge superstars, that there's more money coming in commercially because the fan base has grown, they're going to be happy with what they're being asked to do. And at the end of the day, they're still creating these amazing racing cars and putting on a great show on track. So yeah, I think that's been a big influence from Liberty's point of view.
Agreed. And one of the other things we see through your good work too, Chris, is that the audience in our platforms is getting younger, and the above 65 proportion is dramatically contracted in the last year and a half, and this 18 to 24 is the fastest growing consistently through pandemic, through the embrace of esports, through I think interest in Formula One. We saw a major surge. I've not seen this before when Paretta Autosport tried to qualify for the Indianapolis 500. Both days of that team trying to qualify for the Indy 500 were equal to or greater than the actual coverage day of the Indianapolis 500 in terms of interest. We saw a spike in female interest. What is Formula One going to do about that? How are they going to capture female audience in proportion to the male audience? Do you have any thoughts on that?
In one sense, they've started to do it, and it came from there was no social media coverage or access in terms of Formula One in the Bernie era. He didn't understand how you can monetize social media, so didn't kind of give any freedom to it, and that's changed over the last few years. And there's been a huge boom. Formula One boasts quite often that it's the fastest growing international sport or major sports league in terms of social media numbers. Now, that's true, but it's also quite easy to achieve from the low bar that it started at. But from doing that, it's just opened up the world to so many more people. And as you say, we then see it with the metrics that we have on the website, or when it's other work that we're doing, that you've got a much better balance. Now, it's also been able then to use those platforms to tell the stories of the inspirational women that do work in F1, and that they're not just in kind of stereotypical roles that maybe have been damaging to think of in the past. It's anything is possible for them. It's been a bit sad recently, actually, that we had two team principals that were female, or in the Claire Williams example, it was deputy team principal. And at this point, it's been a really sad weekend to lose Sir Frank. We had the news that came through on Sunday that he passed away, and it was a shame to see the Williams family step back, but the time for them was right to step back from Formula One. And with that, the last female sort of leader of an F1 team disappeared when we'd had a spell where we had 2 out of the 10 teams were led by females, with Manisha Kaltenborn at Sauber as well. And having those role models, I think, was important and will hopefully be important in future. So they need to do a bit more of that. They need to make sure that that some of these opportunities that had been opening up don't get ignored just because metrics are getting better, if that makes sense. Just because things are improving, you don't stop trying to make them improve. But yeah, I think they've opened the door to a lot more just interest from, like you say, a younger audience. And if you can get younger females interested in the sport, there's more of a chance that they're going to move into it professionally as well in the future.
And we have another, topic that is front and center, because perhaps the greatest racing driver of this era and of all time is a person of color. and we have the Hamilton Commission and the findings of the Hamilton Commission. And as the saying, if you can see it, you can be it. We have the aspirational target at the very top of our sport that speaks to more than one race, one ethnic background, one origin story. What do you think the future of Formula One, with its diverse audiences around the world, diverse social media streams, just who it touches globally, how do you think Formula One's going to evolve in terms of its culture to be more inclusive?
I think it's definitely going to become much more inclusive. I think they've tried to send that messaging out on a very broad basis. We've seen it. We have the We Race as One gesture, an equality gesture before every race, which I know a lot of sports are doing something similar now, but there's actual kind of codes of conduct, and there's full-on documents now that I actually had to approve some the other day that are showing how we're going to try and improve opportunities for minorities. And as you say, I mean, having Lewis as a figurehead for this is brilliant. But sometimes it's asking a bit much of him to do it all himself. And he likes to take on the responsibility, but he needs support from others. And what's been great to see is that buy-in from different stakeholders. And I think that's been crucial. Mercedes are a key one. It's obviously Lewis's team, but changing the livery on the car is one of the most visually striking things you can do. And for anyone who sees that, from one year to the next, they're going to go, well, why did they do that? They're going to get a good bit of knowledge about this story, about what's trying to be told. I think the regions were going to racing as well. Just having a global sport gives you the opportunity to have different nationalities, different people coming in and being involved in the race at different levels. Be it drivers. We've got Guan Yu Zhou coming in as the first Chinese racing driver next year. Yes. For Alfa Romeo.
Very exciting.
Those opportunities are a big thing because you see them at the very top. But further down, there are good examples too. And I think it's just all about inspiring people to say, these avenues are open, but that doesn't always allow them to get to where they want to go, because the background they come from might just not allow them to get to a certain school that then lets them do a certain subject that will lead on to the degree you need to be in Formula One. And now Formula One's putting money in, as Lewis is with the Hamilton Commission, to say, right, we're going to try and open up those avenues. We're going to fund scholarships. We're going to try and give excellence. It's still got to be excellence, but we're going to give excellence a chance that maybe wouldn't have got a chance before. And I think at this stage, it's very key. It is funding that's going to do that. It's all well and good saying what needs to happen, but if you don't facilitate it by taking away the financial barriers, then it's never going to happen. It's just lip service. So I think that financial input, and Chase Carey, I think, put in a big donation himself into this just last year. I think it was $1 million he put into the project. Wow. It's been great to see it. And all of that shows that there's a serious desire to try and improve the situation in that sense.
That's great, and thank you for all that insight. I think that our sport belongs to everyone. And what I love about our sport is that it doesn't care what gender you are, what national. If you can do it, and you can do it to the very highest level of performance, you belong at least participating in the sport. And certainly as a fan, this speaks to the human journey, the human adventure. What racing is it is the two extremes of risk and reward. And it's evident for car companies, for humans, for technology, everything. And where I see where we're at in this, as we are about to embark on this new era of Formula One, is this digital forward stance that Liberty Media has taken has just made the sport broadly accessible. And you're working in a space where much of your work is viewed digitally. What do you think that means? What's the contrast? Because you worked in the pre-digital world of Formula One. What is the difference you feel now?
I did. It was quite funny though. When I first really was getting into Formula One, sort of online media weren't accepted. We weren't allowed to be accredited as websites because again, we're still talking about the Bernie era, but they just weren't. He was worried the way that he couldn't charge a fee to have a website come and cover the sport. The same with print outlets; he couldn't charge them to come and get accreditation. So he was worried about giving up more access to the sport in a strange way because he wanted to control it and monetize it. And once that was freed, I think that's another reason we've had such a boom recently, is because there's so many more ways of people being able to find Formula One. And it will be the same, I'm sure, with other motorsport categories. But if you give more channels, more opportunities for people to find different niches as well. You know, you get some incredible technically savvy people that do a very specific technical website. You might not get a race report on it, but you will get, you know, a detailed drawing of the Red Bull rear wing or the Mercedes rear wing that's causing controversy. And for people that are really interested in that, they've got an outlet. And then similarly, there's some that are more like gossip columns, but again, that's going to hit another audience. And by being able to use the digital space and the fact that there is so much space to then use, it just means you hit a much wider audience, and you can hit them specifically. It's not just throwing out a net and seeing who you catch. It's you can target different areas of that audience, and I think that's been very important, is having that kind of ability to do that as a sport and kind of go, okay, what are we going to tailor to these people? What are we going to tailor to these people? You know, these fans want this, these fans want that. We have the space to do it. Rather than if you say you've got a TV channel and you've got 2 hours and that's it, you know, you've got to pick and choose what goes on there. Or if you've got a newspaper, you've got to pick and choose what goes into it. And we see it with the magazine and the choices we make on different editions and issues. Like, you've got to make editorial calls, and sometimes stuff gets left out because there's not space over something else. The online world and the digital space that we now have is pretty much infinite, cost permitting, and that allows you to do more. So I think it's just expanded the way the sport can, the talk and the messaging it can give out.
Agreed, and I think the most important thing that it's done, this new era here, is it's on all the time, and you don't have to you literally turn on your phone or your computer and it's there. And I'm sometimes astonished when I'm an insomniac, so I'm up in the middle of the night. There'll be certainly several hundred people at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. Sometimes if there's a big story, there'll be 1,000 people in a given second looking at stories. And many times I can look at what the story sources are, and it's Formula One. Many times it's a social media driven Formula One story. And I just realized that being on 24/7, 365 is the biggest change I've seen to Formula One in my lifetime.
Yeah, it's certainly, you know, it's not, you know, the internet's not new, but the way that Formula One's embraced it is actually relatively new. The way it's allowed
it's so
much to happen.
so late.
Yeah, and because it then takes time for certain outlets to be able to grow to a point of being able to provide that content and that coverage. They can't just do it overnight and click their fingers and walk into the paddock. So yeah, I think the sport opening itself to that world fully. And now, I mean, you know, people can watch highlights on the Formula One YouTube channel, and they can watch certain shows on an OTT platform. There's just so much more to consume that I think has been a real positive. That's taken a lot of investment from stakeholders like ourselves, but also from Liberty Media as the sport itself, to really try and make sure that more and more people can access it.
And Formula One's app and app service is just fantastic, and many of my friends are subscribers to it, and it's and for someone who's like me, addicted to the sport, it's the right thing, at the right time, and they've done a very good job of evolving and improving it. And your work for us, Chris, before we move on, is so appreciated by our team. You're our eyes and ears in this world, and your willingness to engage in American motorsport and be part of our team at the Indy 500. The fact you went to the Barber test, it just shows that all of us who love racing are together in building this sport and in love of it, and devoted to it. And thank you so much for being the shining example of what's possible for us.
It's been an absolute pleasure. I mean, I absolutely love doing it. There's a lot of cool things you get to do in this world, and you have to pinch yourself sometimes when you're in certain positions watching some incredible events and races. And yeah, I'm following Ross across to Saudi tomorrow as well, be at the last two for Racer on the ground. But I should have really actually had a go at him for the timing of next year's schedule. That's one thing we didn't cover. But the Indy 500 clashing with Monaco once again, meaning I can't come to the 500 this time around. But I think that makes for a great day of motorsport as well. And that's for fans, every now and then I'll complain as someone who works in it that I can't get to the two events in one day. But for fans, it's an incredible day of racing. And that's when you see Formula One as well is a world that some people think is a bit sheltered or isn't full of people with the same drive and passion. But it 100% is. Every Sunday afternoon, admittedly we're in Monte Carlo, so it's a great place to be, but people are piling in to a bar called Stars and Bars or into team motorhomes to watch the Indy 500. They're kind of stopping working and doing that because they want to watch racing. It's a huge race, and that's what everyone shares. That's a core asset of everyone's passion. So yeah, I'll be doing that next year, and I love doing it.
And
Thank you, Chris. I have to watch the time because it's getting almost 8 o'clock here in California. And again, thank you for bringing Ross. You did a beautiful job in the interview. And then again, I very much enjoyed the conversation after that between you and Paul, and I'm sure everybody did. So now we're going to move into our next session. So Chris, stay with us as we're bringing on our next panelist. We are going to be bringing Pat Simons. We are going to be bringing Peter Digby, as well as Mr. Chris Elliott. And we're going to have a fabulous interaction with them. Chris Elliott is a very dear friend of us here at ePortRate. We have worked with Chris for many, many years. And we spoke earlier this year, and Chris said, I got a great idea. And what if we did a panel on the, basically the British technology and Formula One technologies coming into the US market, and NASCAR, IndyCar, etc. So I see Peter, I see Chris, and I see Pat Simons. So thank you very much for being with us. And we should be bringing our host, Brad Gilly, who should be in any second. I'm just waiting for Brad Gilly to join us. And then we are going to basically let Brad Gilly take over and control of everything. So Brad Gilly, welcome back. Thank you very much. And gentlemen, good afternoon. It's the morning here in California, and we're going to let you take over for the next hour.
All right, that sounds great. Thank you, Francis. Really looking forward to this. And obviously, as our day continues, a big one here with Race Industry Week. So we appreciate everyone who is signed on right now and tuned in. And our next panelist, we're going to talk about the UK and US collaboration Powers Major Series from 2022 with the Motorsport Industry Association. And as you can see, our panelists here, Chris Elliott, the CEO of MIA, Pat Simons, Formula One's Chief Technical Officer, and Peter Digby, the Managing Director of Xtract. So gentlemen, welcome. And Chris, let me just sort of turn it over to you to get things started here. I know we've got a lot that we're going to be covering here in the next hour or so.
Hi, Pat. Well, thank you very much for the handover, but you can stick your nose in and questions in whenever you like, because I know they're coming in thick and fast. I was enjoying watching those lots. I was enjoying Ross Brawn. So thanks for this. And thank you, Pat and Peter, for signing in and linking up with us. I know you've both had a pretty hectic day, and I don't know if either of you got a chance to look at any part of Ross, but I made a few notes and I've dug out some tricky questions for you, Pat.
Thank you very much. Well, Ross and I have actually been in the same meeting for the last few hours. He dropped out to talk to you, and now he's taken over and I've dropped out to talk to you. So we're talking 2026, so we've got a little bit of time to catch up.
Well, listen, guys, both of you have a fabulous track record, if you like, in motorsport. I mean, you, Pat, are 40 plus years in your area, and Peter started at Williams all those years ago. And I think it would be useful for the audience who, if you could just shorten that and just explain your background, your personal background. And of course, in your case, Pat, there is hardly a Formula One champion from Senna to Schumacher that you haven't at some time been the race engineer of. And I think people forget that your beginnings were definitely trackside and very much hands-on. And just touch on that and the role you currently play. Ross was very clear as to the link that you have with the Formula One. And Peter, I know you've come all that way from the Williams team. I think you were general manager of Williams Formula One all those years ago, and you helped set up Xtract, and now it is this multi-million-dollar business, both here in the UK and also in the USA. So guys, just take the floor for a little while and try and let the audience know of your background, please.
Want to go first, Peter?
Yeah, I'll kick off first then. Yeah, in fact, well, it goes back to the late 70s when I started to work for Williams. I trained as an aircraft engineer, but I went to Williams and covered for Ross Brawn. He was a race mechanic, and I joined really to look after gearboxes. But within a month, Ross was leaving the team to look after his wife as she had their first daughter. So I kept one on the team for 3 or 4 races and covered for him. He never went back on the team, and I actually came off it because I wanted to carry on some studies. And as you mentioned, over the period of 6 years, I rose production controller, factory manager and then left to go and join Ross and Adrian Newey in the same team. So that was pretty awesome, where we joined the Team Haas Formula One team for about 18 months with Teddy Mayer and Tyler Alexander, which was a great team. But of course, the sponsors withdrew and everyone went their way. And I went to join Mike Endine at Xtrac, who just set up the company. There were 4 of us when I joined, and I obviously brought along a lot of F1 contacts, and Mike had rallying, etc. So we just decided to get involved in doing very high quality gearboxes in much reduced lead times compared to what was around at that time, and very quickly rose to a position where we were supplying 9 of the current of that batch of Formula One teams, with many championships, and then the business grew from there into sports cars and touring cars, and thanks to Chris, I went to the States probably in about the mid-90s, I think, Chris, wasn't it? Late, about some time around then, and we went to Charlotte, then we went up to Indianapolis, and you showed me what was in America. We'd already supplied the Penske team and Lola and Reynard with lots of their product, but that was more remote. But once after that visit, we then started work in the States, and by 2003 opened our first office or facility in Indianapolis, and that grew. And when we opened that, by then we had already secured a one-make contract to supply IndyCar, with one gearbox supplying the whole grid. And this was one of the sort of first steps of this one-make product, which is now spreading throughout motor racing. And I'd like to have a discussion with Pat about Formula One when we later on in this conversation. But yeah, when we opened in Indianapolis, I think 100% of our business was IndyCar, and today it's probably 20%. So we've grown a lot of our business in the US into other sectors. We opened up in North Carolina in 2010. At that point there was a bit of a shift. Firstly, you had the likes of Penske's and Ganassi starting to get involved in NASCAR. But also there were some other people moving from Indianapolis to North Carolina, and it looked like that was going to become the center of US motorsport. In fact, I think you'd probably say Indianapolis and North Carolina are about equal now. So we've got a facility there. And now today we employ about just under 30 people in those 2 offices. They both just doubled in size. We've got about 12,000 square foot facilities in both places. And they both operate as a stores and engineering support, and particularly for NASCAR, which I'll come on to later in this conversation. But yeah, at Xtrac as a company, we employ 360 people now, turnover about $75 million. We export 70% of what we make from the UK, which we're very, very proud of. And Xtrac for a long time was being at 100% employee owned. All the employees had a share ownership in the company. It's only just recently changed when we've had to substantially expand our investment and double our factory size and get involved in a lot more hybrid and electric vehicle products. But yeah, good fun. I get paid for hobby. I'll do it for nothing, as you would, Chris, I'm sure.
I think nothing is a different value to some folk, but yeah, nothing. Yeah, Pat, I mean, that's a pretty good story from Peter. Now, yours is even more colourful, I think.
I'm not sure about that.
From the early days, it certainly is, and the people that you've touched as in business as you go through. Over to you, Pat.
Yeah, well, I started off actually as I was lucky enough to be an undergraduate apprentice with Ford, and this was in the mid-70s. And anyone who knows the UK motor industry in the mid-70s would probably know that's not a great place to be. So when I graduated from Cranfield University, I decided I'd get involved with motor racing, and it was a 3-year project. It's lasted about 44 years now, but I'm getting the hang of it. And I started off designing cars in sort of lower formulas, Formula Ford, Ford 2000, Formula 3. And in 1981, I joined the Toleman Formula One team, which was just starting up then. In fact, I was employee number 20. We were quite small teams in those days. And I started putting together the wind tunnel programs and things like that, running R&D and race engineering. As I say, we were small. We had to be sort of multidisciplined engineers in those days. And through the years, I've remained in Formula One, working at Toleman, sort of morphed into Benetton, which morphed into Renault. I stayed with the team through those years. Seen the the other end of the field, working for Marussia for a little while, and then went to Williams, where we had a lot of success 2014, 15, 16. And then in 2017, I decided to sort of hop over the fence a little bit and go from being a competitor to getting involved with regulations. And what was behind that was, as many of you will know, Formula One had really been run by Bernie Ecclestone for many, many years. He held the commercial rights, and he worked with the FIA, but really he ran the show. And when he or the venture capital people behind him sold out to Liberty Media, it was decided to set up a technical group within Formula One, because we wanted to really see how we could improve the racing. If we wanted to grow the sport, we wanted to understand what it was that attracted people, what it was that put people off, and really understand things. And the phrase that I continually use is to have evidence-based decision making. And I think for many, many years, there was a lot of shooting from the hip, and let's do this, let's do that, let's try wider cars, bigger cars, faster cars, slower cars, smaller cars, it went on and on and on. So I set up a group of engineers so that we could study mainly the design of the cars, but we do a lot more than that. And just to give you one sort of random example, we actually measure the galvanic skin response of people who are watching races. So it's effectively like wiring up part of our audience to lie detectors. And so as they will go on and they'll sort of rate the race in a normal sort of way with a tablet, every 5 minutes saying this, I'm enjoying this, I'm not enjoying it, etc. But we look behind that to get the real evidence behind it, take some of this sort of cognitive bias out of it and actually see what they are thinking. So very wide ranging what we're doing. We're looking at the cars, we're looking at the fans, and then another string to our bow really is that we also are now quite involved with circuit design. And tomorrow morning I'm off to Jeddah for the first Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, and really excited about that, because with the demise of Vietnam before we actually got racing on it, it's the first circuit that we as Liberty Media, as the commercial rights holder, have been heavily involved in the design of the circuit. And we think that assuming it gets finished tonight, it will be quite spectacular.
Well, thank you, Pat, and thanks, Peter. I was just sitting here. I'm really delighted that Lynn St. James, Peter's congratulated on that growth. So I presume she's talking about your business growth. So, but it's lovely to hear from you, Lynn. And you were always a great host to us all when we were at Indy and elsewhere. So it shows this stretch of this or the reach of this kind of audience. I was pleased the Motorsport Industry Association, MIA, was set up 25 years ago, or over 25 years, and I've been running it pretty much most of those years. And both these young men, Peter and Pat, have known of that organization, and we have many friends over there in the States. And I just encourage you all, please get in touch with the MIA if you want any contacts in the UK with any of these guys, or you want to do any business, buying or selling, it doesn't matter. We're here to just help the industry. I'll just tell you that I raced my first car, a TVR Gran Turismo, when I was 18, and I won an Egg Cup, I seem to remember. And I raced for over 20 years, nearly 25 years. And I ended up running a race series around Europe. And I was then racing my Can-Am McLaren M8, 8.4 litre, which I still dream about. That's just about as good as it gets as far as I'm concerned in racing. A nice, safe, comfortable drive, that was. Anyway, so we're all three of us are mad keen on our racing careers, and mine lasted another 25 years or so because of the marvelous MIA. So I'm going to move on and ask you some questions. Peter, I just want to touch base with you in terms of your USA business. And how do you service the USA customers? Do you service at all the racetracks? Because there's a heck of a lot of series that you're now involved in. And presumably you can't service it all from parts depots. So how do you look after your customers from the UK to the USA and then out of the tracks?
Well, actually, we are pretty hands-on in the US. It is different model to us compared to the UK. I mean, the British touring cars, we support each an individual race, but there's so many races around Europe that we can't really support all of those other than the big ones like Le Mans. But when we get to the States, yeah, we are there in the paddock with a truck full of spares for a lot of the sports car races and a lot of the IndyCar races. And next year, unusually, the NASCAR model that we are introducing includes service. NASCAR is very, very special. There are a lot of cars, 40 cars or so, racing at about 40 tracks or more, or 40 races, I should say. But of course, I'm sure you know that each driver or each number, there are 7 different cars. With all the different circuits from short tracks to long tracks to dirt races even. So it's really challenging. So we have to introduce this year, we're bringing out 3 different specifications of gearboxes. And of course, you've got races all over the world, all over the US. So a few days apart. And so you can't just have one truck driving around. So we've had to take on 10 extra guys to help service that operation. So yeah, we do operate, say we're based in North Carolina, based in Indianapolis. So a lot of people just come to our facilities there and buy spares and take them themselves, and they'll always have a spare gearbox amongst them. But NASCAR is very different, and we've got to supply 300 gearboxes before the first race. And this is, I touched on earlier, this one make concept that's going around. So I think before we came along in NASCAR, there were 7 different gearbox suppliers, all doing tuning their own 4-speed H-pattern gearbox. Obviously, the cars are a lot more advanced now. The Dallara have helped design a car which now, from a gearbox point of view, has a 5-speed and it's a sequential gearbox, but it's a transaxle as well. So it's much more demanding from a manufacturing point of view. But they last. The idea is they last a lot longer, and it's far more versatile as well. So yeah, we can accommodate all these different changes without the vast stock of parts that they used to have. So that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to cut down on the inventory and try and standardize the parts. And the phrase I heard was they want to stop the competitors from competing within the gearbox. So as you heard Ross say, and it was music to my ears, that he doesn't want people spending $500,000 on trying to improve the efficiency of a gearbox by 0.01%. And that is what these standard gearboxes are all about: getting the economies of scale, fixing the regulations so that they are more reliable, so they're not designed to break one lap after the end of the race, and making them a little bit more simple, but really large volumes of a fixed product that the teams cannot develop anymore. When we put a gearbox together, we'll put it into a test cell and sort out the oil levels and make sure that they're all built within very, very tight constraints. Because if you're supplying a whole grid of cars, you can't have some that are more efficient than others. So we have to come up with a very tight criteria for that gearboxes have to pass, so that all of them are exactly the same for each team. But then they fit them and forget them. Gearboxes never win races; they only lose them. That's the old saying. Engines win races, so we're just at the back. You're meant to forget about us. So, and that's the model that we've got in NASCAR. We've got it in Australian supercars. We've got it in IndyCar, and of course, under another word of homologation, we've got it in many, many hundreds of sports cars, which all race in GT3, where you almost have a fixed specification of gearbox and other parts, fixed specification of the car for 5 years or so. And again, it keeps the costs down. And spreads that big engineering cost at the start over a large volume of parts.
Well, thanks, Peter. I have a feeling Pat might join in on that discussion, because one of the subjects that I don't know whether you listened into, Ross, but it leads really well into next year. He said, undoubtedly Pat will mention this, next year's changes that are going to take place anyway around the vehicle. He mentioned aerodynamic changes, 18-inch wheels, new tires, and a growth in controlled items that the fans won't see, but areas of competition has been improved. Can you just touch on that change that we're going to start to see next year in Formula One, Pat? Rather touched on by Peter, saying he agrees with elements of this for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. I mean, of course, the major changes, the work we've done on aerodynamics and tyres, all of which are just about making the racing closer. But it's absolutely right what Ross said, and Peter has reiterated, that there are elements of the car that really they can absorb a vast amount of money. They become minute performance differentiators. They are totally hidden to the public, and I really question why we do that. I think that since I joined Formula One and sort of went over to the other side effectively, I've been pleasantly surprised by the number of our fans who really do have a genuine technical interest, not necessarily with a great deal of technical know-how always. So it's not just the engineers who have this interest. There are a lot of they are pretty avid fans, but they're not necessarily from a technical background, but they still have an interest in things. But nevertheless, there are an awful lot of parts on the car that are effectively hidden because the teams are very, very secretive about them. And the trouble is that these things tend to even out. And as we've been talking about gearboxes, there's a great example there that some years ago, we all almost simultaneously developed seamless shift gearboxes. And at the time we did it, they were worth about 0.3 of a second around a typical lap. And a seamless shift gearbox really, there is effectively no torque interruption as you shift up through the gears. Now, everyone's got them. They definitely cost more than a conventional gearbox. And there is no performance advantage left in them because everyone's got the same. And so, really, I question, why do we do it? And how many people know how they work? How many, if you said to even the relatively technical fans, do you think a twin barrel gearbox is better than a single barrel gearbox? You get a bit of a blank look. And so, yeah, there's a lot of case for standardizing. Of course, we've got a cost cap in Formula One now, which I think is one of the biggest steps forward that we've made in many, many years. But even so, there's no point in wasting money. Yes, you can say, well, the teams should control themselves, but the trouble is that that's great in theory, but it doesn't necessarily lead to good racing. If one team has spent all their money and gone in the wrong direction, spent all their money on a seamless shift gearbox or something that's not really giving them much performance advantage, then all it does is split the field up. And we've been doing everything we can to get the field closer together. So I'm a fan of having more spec parts, but balancing it. And really, those parts that are very obvious, which in our case is largely the aerodynamics and things like that. Yeah, let's have some competition there. But there are other areas where either it's not particularly relevant or it's prohibitively expensive. And I would say an example of that is tires. I have a particular interest in tires. I think they're fascinating things, but much as I enjoyed the days when we were fighting between Michelin and Bridgestone, we had Goodyear in and all these sort of people, the fact is that was an incredibly expensive way to go racing. And it did actually destroy the racing sometimes, because if one of the tyre manufacturers on a particular day had a big advantage, then you had almost a two-part field. So I'm quite happy with even something that is as big a performance contributor as the tyres, with them being a single component, if you like. And yet, I will get technical directors in teams saying, no, we want to do our own gearbox. And I really do question why.
Hey, can I jump in and ask a question here? I'm curious about this because in my world, but I'm in the NASCAR world, that my office is here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. But when you start to talk about adding spec parts and doing this, on one hand, we hear a lot of the ownership saying, this is just costing us too much money. You have to find ways to save us money. Yet those same ownership people are doing things like spending 7 figures developing new pit guns just so they can have faster pit stops. And we go to something, that becomes now a spec pit gun with Paoli. But how do you find that balance? How do you manage hey, we want to let them have their own creativity in finding their speed, but we also really have to save them from themselves because that's what they're asking for, even though they're going to go back to the shop and try and spend as much as they can developing everything they can?
Well, I think first answer to that, Brad, is the budget cap. because the budget cap is a great thing. It allows them a great deal of stupidity. So in other words, they can go off and spend it on the wrong thing. And you mentioned wheel guns. I mean, wow, the money we spend on pit equipment in Formula One would run a Formula 2 team for a year. The trouble is that when you allow that sort of freedom, you will get money spent in the wrong direction, and then you split up the field, and that's a shame. So you have to find this balance. And the real answer to your question is it's quite a difficult balance to find. It is a sport. We're looking for performance differentiation. We certainly don't want to reward incompetence or anything like that. But at the moment, or certainly up until this season, there has been far too much emphasis on performance comes from dollars. And I think that we are leveling that out. So we had this, we set ourselves several objectives in 2017 when Liberty took over. Yes, to get the cars racing closer together, but also we have about a 3% split between the front of the grid and the back of the grid in terms of performance. And we set ourselves a target of trying to halve that. And ways of doing that are to standardize some of the parts, think about what's difficult for the small teams, try and eliminate those. And in our aerodynamic work, we've had that in our minds as well. So it's not just about close following, it's about trying to make things a little bit easier. And believe it or not, the 18-inch wheels, which a lot of people think we've done that to sort of modernize the cars. Yes, it's good in that respect, but it also, because the tire is such a difficult thing to model aerodynamically, by having a stiffer sidewall, we actually make it a little bit easier for everyone. If we make it easier for everyone, that actually gives more of a leg up to the teams at the bottom of the grid than the top of the grid.
I think you're muted, Chris.
Yeah, sorry. I hope that helps, Brad. Peter, I'm going to dive into some of the questions that are coming in, and I'll do the same with you, Pat, because we've got an audience who are asking questions, not just me. So some easy ones, Peter, kind of not one word, but short answers. What will be the challenges to gearboxes and drive chains for electric cars?
As road cars, I guess, or is that motorsport? I guess for road cars, yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, we're only involved in what we'd almost call R&D for the electric and hybrid market. Our speciality has been manufacturers coming to us with a whole number of different schemes and layouts and wanting to know very quickly, or having the parts very quickly, so they can go off and run their different layouts and see which one is best. For us, with an electric car, quite often it's noise. We've got to try and keep those gearboxes as quiet as they can, because that obviously noise is more noticeable when you've got electric, but also strength and inertia. We do a lot in Formula E, and there you're trying to make the gearbox as efficient as you possibly can, because they've obviously got very limited amount of power. And so we've had to come up with some pretty fancy gear teeth and fancy gear designs, but we'll you give us a challenge, we'll come up with the best way of doing it.
Thanks, Peter. Pat, do you at the FIA? You're not the FIA. Do you see need for more crossover of race technology to production cars?
Yeah, I saw that question come up, and perhaps I should explain that I'm Formula One, not the FIA. Now, we work very closely together, but Formula One is the commercial rights holder, FIA is the regulator, and in the past, never the twain shall meet. We're trying to bring it closer together, but you need to be careful. It would be wrong for the commercial rights holder to be doing too much regulation. But do we need to be road relevant, I think, is really what we're talking about. And the answer is, I think we do. I prefer to call it society relevant, because I think that there are so many aspects of what we do in Formula One that have knock-ons way beyond the sort of automotive industry. I mean, I think everyone knows the favourite story of how Williams Formula One team, or the offshoot from Williams Formula One team, developed a new type of shells for supermarket fridges that saved a huge amount of energy by applying the sort of aerodynamic knowledge that they gained in Formula One. So we do need to be society relevant. And of course, I hope at some point we're going to talk about sustainability, Chris, because that's our big push at the moment. It becomes difficult as the sort of light mobility sector moves more and more to electrification. The power densities that they're dealing with are just not suitable for, a big racing car like a Formula One car, an Indy car, or anything like that. But there's still an awful lot that we can contribute. And the electric machines on a Formula One car, the battery technology, the power electronics, they are all absolutely state of the art. We have C ratings on our batteries, which is effectively, if you like, it's a way of thinking how fast you can charge a battery, that are way beyond anything on a road car. And a few years ago, I think we were all questioning how relevant is that. But of course now everyone's saying, well, yes, we are worried about range, but we're actually more worried about charging the batteries quickly. So a lot of the technology we've developed, silicon carbide in the power electronics, some of the battery technologies, certainly the battery management, we're really pushing towards the ability to charge very fast. So lots of things like that are relevant, and they must remain so.
Thanks, Pat. And Peter, an easy one for you. Is a seamless shift, this is Lawrence, is a seamless shift gearbox similar to a dual clutch transmission?
Yes, there is. There are different ways of doing it. As Pat inferred, they use a twin barrel arrangement in Formula One with a single clutch, which is one way of doing it, but needs a very, very high pressure hydraulic system and a computer to run it. Xtrac actually has a patented system where we actually have a single barrel as well for a seamless shift. So there's different ways of doing it, and we use that quite a lot in motorcycling. They're all pretty much the same thing.
Okay. Pat, here's an interesting one that I'm going to pick up just so that you can clarify. It's a very simple question, and think hard, because people want to know clearly. Is Formula One owned by Liberty Media, or are they getting it wrong? Now, what I know is that there is a 100-year license from FIA, as I understand it, but go for it, Pat, and try and explain easily.
Wow, you call that a simple question. I guess it depends what you mean by owned.
Exactly.
Liberty Media own the commercial rights to Formula One. So what does my company do? We put on the show, we negotiate with the promoters, we negotiate with the circuits, we negotiate with the sort of major sponsors, we bring the teams together. We work with the FIA, who are the regulator, to ensure, that we are, the budget cap, for example, originated within our organization. But as I said, we can't write rules. That would be against sort of competition practice. So the FIA regulate things. We pay the FIA to perform that regulatory function, but we actually, I guess, run the show. One hopes makes the profit as well.
That's good. And it is I'm right in saying that the brand or something of Formula One is owned in quite a long contract with the FIA. Is that not right?
The commercial rights are, yes. There was a 100-year agreement signed some years ago.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Well, let's move on, if we may, and touch on. I just noticed something else. I'll just say I've got one of our friends asked that question, Don Taylor, and I just want to point out Don Taylor is the director of the MIA in the States, as is Jeremy Byrne. Both of them will be at the PRI show. On the Xtrac booth. So if you go into PRI and you want to talk international trade or international motorsport business, Peter is hosting the MIA directors, Don and Jeremy Byrne. So I just wanted to spot that and thank Don for one of those many questions. Now let's talk about the future, Pat. I was going to say, where is F1 going? But let's focus on the sustainability question that came up and was handled by Ross and further discussions, because you're right at the heart of this sustainable future for Formula One. And I know you're proud of the progress you're making and excited by certain changes that are bound to come. So over to you, Pat, as a starter, and then we'll have your views, Peter, too.
Yeah, absolutely. It is one of our big things. And as I said earlier, you know, in the middle of another call where we're talking about 2026 engines, and the 2026 engine will run on a fully sustainable fuel. Now, you might say, well, that's a long way away, but the fact is we're doing it properly. And we are not prepared to accept sort of greenwashing. We're not prepared to accept fuels that, you know, on the basis of or on the surface they look as if they're a green fuel, but the reality is they're anything but. So we're putting a lot of effort into it, working with a lot of partners. We're doing a lot of testing, a lot of modeling at the moment, and sustainability is absolutely important to us. And I'm sure Ross probably shared with you our sort of strap line that no one should be ashamed of being a Formula One fan, and that is really, really important to us. And you know, over the next few years, we need to take action to ensure that that remains the case. And you know, I can envisage a time when, for example, you know, we're racing in the middle of somewhere like Singapore, and we're probably the only internal combustion engines that are in that city, because everything else will be electric. So we have to show that we're doing the right things. So we have a sustainable fuel program, a carbon neutral fuel program, and we're promoting the competition there, because I don't want to get into too many technical details, but at the moment, what's very interesting and unusual about a Formula One engine is that we regulate the amount of fuel that goes into it, and then you add as much air as you need to make the thing run, which is totally opposite to the way we've designed racing engines forever and a day, which has always been to get as much air into them as possible and then add the fuel that's required. Now that in that sort of switching things over, we've actually promoted a lot of efficiency, and we're very, very proud of the fact that our Formula One engines are running at 52% thermal efficiency, whereas a regular road car is sort of in the low 30s. So we're very proud of what we've done at the moment, but we also want to now really cut our carbon footprint at the moment, well, entirely. We have a carbon footprint of about 250,000 tons CO2 equivalent right now, and 0.7% of that actually comes from the cars. But nevertheless, if we go to a carbon neutral fuel, while it won't make a huge impact on our footprint, we feel it will demonstrate to the world that, you know, there is a way of running internal combustion engines with much, much lower emissions. And actually, it's not just CO2, because we're synthesizing the fuel, we can take all the bad things out that, you know, happen to be the remains of dinosaurs or whatever, you know, that we have to put up with. So we can make very, very clean fuels. And yeah, I think we're going to get very good results from it. And yes, there will be other formulae who will go to their so-called sustainable fuels before us. And in fact, as Liberty Media, we actually own Formula 2 and Formula 3 as well. And we will be pushing the fuels into Formula 2 and Formula 3 before Formula 1, partly because it's a slightly easier problem, partly because we need less of the fuel. And one of the problems right now is there's just not enough product around. But we're really pushing on that. And then on the electrical side, we're very keen. I'm sure everyone knows that there are some questionable materials in electric vehicles, the cobalts, the nickels, the rare earths, things like that. So we're really investigating that and trying to get a real cradle to grave view of where all these things are, both in their carbon footprint and the sort of moral sustainability, if you like. So we really are trying to look at these, and we want to. I think that the day someone really stands up and criticizes us, or we have, you know, some sort of demonstration on the starting grid from Extinction Rebellion or something like that, the day that happens, it's too late. We've missed the boat. We have to preempt it. We have to make ourselves sustainable. We have to make sure that people know about it and they're proud of what we're doing.
I'll tell you what, before I move to you, Peter, I'm going to ask Brad whether anything that I noticed you nodding enthusiastically at what Pat was saying. Do you think how close are NASCAR to sitting back and looking at what they're doing in Formula One and saying, it's not let's change overnight, but the direction of travel of Formula One, have they got it right, perhaps, Brad?
You know, the interesting thing to me from my seat, and we're actually going to have NASCAR on Friday here at Race Industry Week as well, which would be good, but is, you know, for the longest time, NASCAR resisted a lot of some newer technology things. And in a lot of ways, there's a lot that got developed in the race cars that was very technical and very advanced for what it was. But now we're going to this new car for the first time, independent rear suspension, the gearbox versus transmission, a lot of different things that have never been in a NASCAR stock car before. They've also resisted a lot of electronics, and I know there's a question about that as well. You know, at one point when traction control and some things were starting to come into play in different racing series, they literally took the ignition box and mounted it up on the dash, so it was out of reach from the driver or anybody else. And they've managed things that way. And when you look at how high tech some of the elements are on open wheel cars, Formula One, IndyCar, whatever it might be, all the things that are on the cars as you see them going around the track, NASCAR resisted putting those on the race cars at any time during a race weekend. Now, they were here testing at Charlotte Motor Speedway 2 weeks ago, and you see all kinds of antennas and lights and different things coming off of the cars. They don't do those things on race weekends, but the electronics they have in there now, and they talk about the SMT technology where they can read a lot of the data coming off of the race cars and the telemetry and everything. A lot of that is a pretty closed system as well. And I don't know exactly how they're managing it with the new car and, you know, week in and week out. But for example, a lot of things when they come into play with NASCAR aren't things that the teams are carrying to the racetrack with them. They're things that are being handed out to them on a given race weekend, just to have some of that control of what they're doing. But I do think from a technology standpoint, and especially with this next gen car coming out next year, that absolutely they've looked to a lot of different racing series. I mean, if someone's familiar with an Australian V8 supercar, they're going to look at the next gen car and see a lot of familiarity. But a lot of the things that we're talking about here, you know, gearboxes and all of that, are starting to come into play. So it's really nice to see them embracing the technology, you know, but again, they're pretty strict and cautious, if you will, about anything that might come into play that someone is going to be able to sneak something in there that, you know, is something new to the sport. But I think they do a fairly good job of trying to manage that parity.
Thanks, Brad. Now, Peter, you've sat quietly for a while. You've got various thoughts on, first of all, you've increased your activity with NASCAR substantially. So you could comment on the latest NASCAR car, but then you've overheard what you saw Pat doing with Formula One, and you know that very well. So perhaps you could give a perspective, your own view on what might happen with NASCAR in the years ahead and whether Formula One are on a road to success or ruin.
I think it was a great shame in Formula One that they didn't sing the praises of how efficient the engine was before Liberty came along. There were some massive gains there and hybrid packages, etc. that the spectators didn't really know about. All they could hear was that the things were a lot quieter than they had been before, when they loved all the screaming V8s and V10s. So I think Formula One nowadays is far more attuned to what it's got to be. And I agree with the way it's going. I think the sad thing is that we're probably being pushed too far by our politicians, too fast, I should say, by our politicians to go down the EV route. And I felt personally that there was a bit more time in the hybrid. We just had a big influx of very efficient 3-cylinder internal combustion engines that were hitting road cars, and suddenly they're out of date and they're all having to be replaced by electric vehicles. I think, Chris, you're a great one for saying politicians are voted in for 5 years, so you know they don't have to worry about what's going to be down the line. And when everyone was talking about the EV vehicles being around in 2040, then they were going, no, let's make it 2030, 2035. No, let's make it 2030. And I'm just not sure that the infrastructure, for sure, in the UK especially, is just not up with it. And we are going to see big problems with supplying that amount of power to all these charges, etc. Within motorsport, we are doing quite a lot of hybrid packages. Actually, we've done the British touring car one that races next year, but our biggest program, which we're very proud of, is a collaboration between Xtrac and Bosch and Williams to introduce hybrid packages to the ACO and IMSA, the LMDH series. And I would, there's other series that are looking at similar sorts of packages. I'm a little bit worried that, Pat used the word greenwashing. There might be a little bit of that because it is just a small part of the total power of the car. But I think it's in some cases it's used as a push to pass. It would have been nice to see that pit stops could only take place under electric power. I think a few people have looked at that, but we're not there yet. So I think that program is great, and I would be very surprised if NASCAR are not looking very closely at that for the future, because they really have opened their eyes up to new technology and introducing that to the formula. So I would be we would certainly expect that, and we have designed that gearbox so that at any point in time it could have a hybrid package on it, or something else that people always consider is a paddle shift system, which some are not in favor of. They like to see the drivers fighting a manual gear lever, as they do in Australia with great effect, Australian supercars. We've always, that gearbox that's in NASCAR is incredibly flexible, and whatever we're asked to do, we can do with it. It's I think Pat's got it right, and I'm excited to see how Formula One goes, because it is the flagship for our industry. What goes on in there does trickle down. Paddle shift gearboxes started in Formula One, and now in most other formulas, they're what everybody uses. And so, as there are many other examples as well. So I watch with interest.
Thanks, Peter. In actual fact, that slogan I came up with, remember that the life of a battery is now longer than the life of a politician in our governance. And when I said it a few years ago, I wasn't absolutely sure. Now I'm absolutely certain that it applies, but I don't quite know what we do with that. Pat, I'm just going to throw out some of these questions because I want to. Can you measure emissions on a Formula One car? And if you can, why don't you? They congratulate thermal efficiency. How will the loss of the MGU-H impact the PU efficiency numbers? Nice, easy ones, Pat.
I think that was from Don, wasn't it, about the emissions? Yeah, and you've touched a nerve there, because I really think we should be measuring emissions. Now that's quite a difficult thing to do. And we've actually just done a series of single cylinder tests where we were trying to do it unsuccessfully, but we have got some more tests going. But I think that what we would like to do is we would like to sort of try and push the engine manufacturers into a realm where the emissions are lower. Now, you can imagine with the sort of efficiency we got with our engines, we're very, very clean burning, so there's not much in the way of particulates. We're tackling CO2 with the sustainable fuels, but NOx is a problem, particularly when you run slightly lean like we do. So yeah, it does become a problem, and you need to get even leaner if you really want to get rid of the NOx or get the combustion a bit cooler. So there's still a lot to do. Actually measuring it is difficult. After treating it is difficult. So yeah, we're not there yet, but things we need to do. And I can't remember the last question, Chris, was
how will the loss of the MGU-H impact the PU efficiency?
Yeah, that's a really interesting thing, because when we started looking at the 2026 engine, we had two things in mind. Do we really push the efficiency even further? And I set a target of getting up to 60% thermal efficiency. And the only way, of course, we could do that is if we did co-optimization of the fuel and engine together. So if we're going to synthesize fuels, why do they have to be like gasoline? They don't have to. They could be something much more, I hesitate to use the word exotic, but something, that pushes some of the boundaries of regular gasoline forward. So we could have done that. But in actual fact, as we sort of debated it, we realized that one of the things we needed to do is we needed to bring the cost of these engines down. The cheapest engine out there is way over $1 million. The most expensive is double that. So, they are expensive. We wanted to bring that price down. And the MGU-H has been a great thing for hitting these very high efficiencies. But what's a little bit unusual about the Formula One engine is it's at its most efficient at wide open throttle, full power. And most road engines, of course, that's not the case. they get their best specific fuel consumption at somewhere a little bit below best torque, for example. So the MGUH was certainly helping us to our really good numbers, but wasn't terribly relevant. Now, I did once have this sort of dream about an 18-wheeler truck, I think you'd call it in America, a big semi, with perhaps a 1 litre 4-cylinder engine running flat chat in it, and with very efficient combustion and everything, effectively a little Formula One engine in there. And yeah, that would be great, because you would be running it at really high output all the time. And then something like an MGUH is worthwhile, because you're putting a lot of enthalpy into the exhaust, so you can recover it. But for everyday use, it's actually not that relevant an item. So we decided that what we would do in 26 is we would get a bit more road relevant. So we've taken that off. It will drop our efficiency, as will our fuel, because we're going to bring the fuel much more into what's termed a drop-in fuel. In other words, a fuel that is more suitable for road cars than the fuel we've got at the moment. And we in 2026 we won't be hitting the sort of mid 50% efficiencies, but we will have something that will be very transferable onto light vehicles.
Thanks, Pat. I've got quite a few simple little questions, and these are quick answers to you guys. Otherwise, I'm trying to satisfy as many people as I can. Somebody's asked this, Peter: how did Extract finally succeed in off-road racing after a tough start some years ago? And does Extract make gearboxes or gear sets for USA Saturday night races or drag races? Go for it, Peter.
No, we don't do for the sort of Saturday night racing. We have had to specialize now in these larger contracts. So many of our design, we've got 80 guys in design. And so they take up a lot of time when we have to do a program like NASCAR. So we've tended, sadly, to move away from our roots, which were actually in rallycross. And so we concentrate on these other big programs. Sorry, Chris, what the first question?
Off-road race, as you mentioned, rallycross.
Yeah, we're really proud of that. Yeah, we've just come first and second in Baja. So that was a great result.
Now, wait a minute, Peter. That's not happened straight away. For goodness sake, be honest.
No, we've been there for a long time. I mean, in fact, Extract started in rallying, world rallying, and still have a big presence in that with Toyota and Skoda. But I'm going to be honest and say I think we were probably caught out a little bit about how much demand there was, or how much the stresses and the loads on these things. Well, these cars have got 3 foot of wheel movement, if you're used to designing the sort of stuff that Pat's contemporaries want, which is all a little bit twee and light, maybe we were just a little bit too looking at the numbers without really looking at the reality. And I know when I went to Australia to do the supercar spec for their new gearbox, I went to the Gold Coast and I could not believe how high the cars were taking off and landing over the curbs. And I just came back and said, I don't care what you say in the FEA finite element analysis department, we're going to make bigger gears, because these boys they're throwing it around and bouncing off the tyre walls is all part of their strategy. And so we had a little bit of that in the US, I'm sure. But yeah, we're really proud of where we are now. And I think the SCORE Championship is starting to really stretch my knowledge of stuff over there. But we're doing very well in that as well. So.
I take some pride as being the madman who took them, Brad, out into the desert to try and find the customers. And all I said was, the prices you charge, Peter, just aim for the biggest motorhome, and they'll be able to buy an Extract transmission. Anyway, that's
I love the fact that if you want to set up a booth there, you do it alongside the Scuderian queue. So all the cars at Scuderian, you're there trying to sell to them as they go into Scuderian. It's great.
Pat, here's a question for you. The strictness of FIA tech inspections and parts replacements in Formula One, Hamilton's DRS measurement, Red Bull wings, etc. Is this a sign of a governing body overreach, or is it a necessary evil in a complex sport?
Okay, I'm afraid the answer is both. It is a complex sport, it's a big money sport, and therefore, a limit is a limit. However, I think there's a huge difference between intent and accident, and if something has gone wrong and you're slightly out of the limits. Certainly in the past, in the days of the late Charlie Whiting, there were many, many times when he took me aside and said, look, I don't think this is quite right, just get it fixed for the next race. And that was everyone appreciated that approach, and you respected it, and you damn well did get it right for the next race, because you knew you were in big trouble if you didn't. I would like to see a little bit more of that. It's a personal opinion. It's not the opinion necessarily of the FIA or Formula One, but a limit's a limit. And these guys are so competitive, and I say these guys. I'm not me, of course. But give them an inch and they'll take a mile, to use American.
Here's an interesting question. Pat's always been interested in education of young engineers. How and where will be the best place for them to start? And this particular writer says, I studied at the MIA School of Race Engineering, which is an online program we've been running for many years. A lot of American guys go to that. So it's interesting that online education using the top class race engineers to educate the next session is entertaining. But then finally, I can ask you both this, Peter and Pat, is there still a creative opportunity today for engineers in motorsport with so many design restrictions and the limited adjustment on the next gen NASCAR car? Is there still a challenge there for future engineers? Peter, you have a go, then Brad, then Pat.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We're Extract's really proud of our apprenticeship and graduate engineering programs. And if you look at Formula One, Pat will vouch, there's so many races now, so demanding, that a lot of these engineers, probably following COVID as well, are thinking, do I really want to travel around the world to 23 races at my age or whatever age they're at? And so we need some young engineering blood in there. That's going to be really, really important. I think the problem within Formula One teams, when Pat and I were both involved in them, you did actually learn to design the whole car. And I think that's the challenge nowadays, that it's really, really hard for these engineers to get a handle on the whole car as well. That's why I'm sure the Adrian Newey's of this world are still incredibly busy, because they come from that era. But there's undoubtedly a massive demand for young engineers.
Thanks, Pat. But Brad, I was talking about the creative juices of engineers, and is it being stifled?
In some ways, but I do think that, especially at least the direction NASCAR is going, with so many spec parts and everyone literally having the same race cars, parts and pieces and all of that, you're not finding a half a second or a tenth of a second anymore. You might be finding a hundredth or a thousandth of a second. And I think that's where engineering truly comes into play. Plus, with very limited track time and 15 minutes of practice on a given race weekend, you're going to need to figure out a whole lot more in the computer than you are on the racetrack.
And I think just joining in on that, Chris, in Formula One, we support all the STEM subjects. We sponsor Formula One in schools, which is a worldwide competition. I'm an alumnus of Cranfield University, and I'm a visiting professor there, and I lecture to the motorsport students there, and indeed in other universities. So we certainly support the education side. And in terms of innovation, you just look in different places. Some of the things in the last few years, of my sort of competitive career that we innovated on, they're not public knowledge, but wow, they were innovative. They really were.
Well, thanks, guys. And I'm going to pass back to Francisco in a minute, but I would like you all just to say, are we heading for a positive, innovative future, or have we got a problem ahead of us? Pat?
Positive.
Peter?
Yeah, I'll go positive, absolutely.
And Brad?
I would concur, positive in a big way.
Yeah, well, I must admit,
Chris, if you want an answer, if I may say this, we have been, we are basically humbled and thrilled by all the participation and endorsement we have received this week. And that's a really good indication of a bright future. And when you see the lineup of people we have had in the last 2 days, or yesterday and this morning, and we have another 3.5 days to go with Zach Brown following the next session. That's really an indication how strong our industry is. And And so thank you all very, very much. I am very privileged to have had the opportunity to meet both Pat and Peter many times over the years. And of course, our dear friend, Chris Ellett, who put an awesome panel. So please, Pat, Peter, and Chris, stay with us a few more seconds as we're going to be transitioning to our next session. And we're going to be bringing Zak Brown. We're going to be talking about McLaren in Formula One, in IndyCar, and then many other things. And we're going to bring as well Marshall Pruett. So Brad, stay with us a little bit more. We're going to wait for Marshall to join us. And so we're going to be bringing Marshall. Oh, Brad is gone. So we'll wait a little bit more and we'll bring Marshall Pruett, who is right here with us. Good morning, Marshall. Oh, it's coming on. And next will be...
I'm very excited to have Zak Brown on. And he's just been such a good friend to us, and asked him to be part of Race Industry Week. And within hours, he said yes, and very thankful.
Oh, and
Marshall.
I mean, it's unbelievable what he has done, you know, and that
he is everywhere.
Yeah, and everything he touches becomes gold. I mean, it's just so we should be getting Zak on any second. We were in liaison with his team earlier, and he was on the call. You know, when you deal with people like Zak or Ross, they have a pretty busy schedule, and so we were a little bit late when we got Ross on this morning. But Zak should be with us anytime. So Marshall, Zak is there. Very good, excellent. So we'll wait one more second. Good afternoon, Zak.
Hello.
Hello, Zak.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you very much for being with us. So let's get started. Marshall, people have been waiting for Zak to be with us. So you on the next hour.
Oh, they've been waiting for Zak, I guarantee, not for me. How you doing, brother? You doing all right?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm decidedly well. I've got our cats sleeping next to me. They've yet to make a Zoom appearance, but they usually do. So if you see a tail wandering across this virtual background, don't be surprised. Thanks.
Good.
Thanks for taking some time here, Zak, with the Racer and ePart Trade Race Industry Week 2021. Man, we can talk about a lot of things. I figured let's start like we did yesterday with your friend, Michael Andretti. We're going to talk about F1, IndyCar, all kinds of great things. I want to start with Zak Brown, the driver, though. Our late friend, Robin Miller, tells a story of hearing about the Zak Attack program in and around Indianapolis. And it was some sort of kind of promotional package back when you were a young driver wanting to get to IndyCar, Formula One, for folks who only know you as the Just Marketing executive or the McLaren Racing CEO. Let's tell folks about Zak Brown, aspiring race car driver. I've seen you race. You were good. But where did this career of yours start in open wheel?
Well, it wasn't good enough, unfortunately, but it's worked out okay. I used to go, from Los Angeles. My my first ever race was the Long Beach Grand Prix in 1981, and I was 10 years old. And my family wasn't into racing, and I wouldn't even say they were race fans. It was a bit more of the races in town, and it made a huge impression on me. I remember it like it was yesterday. Alan Jones won. I remember meeting Eddie Cheever. I still have the race program. Wow. And that kind of got me into the whole Hot Wheels, Big Wheels thing. And then my dad would take me and my brother to Riverside, and I'd see the the Warner Hodgdon 400, the Winston something 500. Would go to the IMSA Camel GT races. Yes. That was kind of like 83, 84, 85. And then we'd also go to the drag races. So I'd go to like 3-4 races a year. Tony Nancy, the drag racer, he had his shop was walking distance from my house. So I used to walk to that every day. So that's kind of what made an impression on me. And then when I went to high school, my buddy's family was into racing. We went to the Long Beach Grand Prix in '87, which Mario won. Roberto Guerrero almost got it on pole. I was kind of a Roberto Guerrero fan, and of course, Mario.
That's a deep cut on the Guerrero call.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. And I was sad when he didn't win Indy, when he coulda, shoulda, woulda, when he had his issue in the pits. And I had been on Wheel of Fortune, a strange thing, Teen Week, and won a bunch of his and her watches. And so I went to the Long Beach Grand Prix, met Mario in this group, asked him, how do you get started? He said karts. There was a Jim Hall kart racing ad in the racing program. I went, sold my watches at a pawn shop, went and bought a go-kart, and that's how it all got started.
That is so insane. So before we get into today's racing and what you're doing today, I want to stick with this for one more moment about your past, because it does link to the future. So for those who go up what we would call today the road to Indy, don't necessarily make it to the top, and you also went abroad and raced abroad as well in open wheel, but team owner, team principal, something along those lines, driver coach, driver manager, those are some of the careers that follow for those who don't make it all the way. You obviously understood the art of business, marketing, promotions. Tell us about how the racing side of what you did and having to find those to support you, knowing that your family wasn't just bankrolling this like so many young kids have. Tell us about that education as a driver, because clearly you turned that into something that has propelled you in life very far forward.
It was really because I didn't have family resources. It was something I just needed to do for survival and to go motor racing. So when I get into something, I'm kind of all in or not interested. I mean, I had such a passion and desire to race. It was this sponsorship thing I needed to do. And I learned it by just getting totally immersed in it and figuring out, what do I need to do for a sponsor to write me a check so I could go do what I want to do? So I think I learned early on, you're never going to sell someone something. You're going to create an opportunity where they want to buy something. So TWA, the airline, which I hopefully don't have any responsibility for them going out of business, since half the other business, was my first sponsor. That came from my mom knowing someone, she's in the travel business at TWA in Los Angeles, who started giving me airline tickets, which I would then bundle in sponsor deals. So it was, give me 50 grand, and not only will I put your logo on my car and hospitality, but I'll give you 50 grand in airline tickets. So it was a real tangible kind of return for people. So that's how it all got started. They used to sponsor the Long Beach Grand Prix. So there were times I was a little bit competitive with Long Beach because we were sharing the same sponsor. And then I was able to wrestle one away from Sir Jackie Stewart in England, a company called Spring Ram, who I met at a driving school. I'd actually driven the CEO around, a gentleman named Rob Hassel. And that then kind of woke everyone up of, wait a minute, this guy's coming over and got one from Jackie Stewart. No one grabs a sponsor from Sir Jackie. Yes. And so that's how it all got started. And then I got a deal to race back in the States. And I went to TWA and said, I'm going to move back to the States and race. And they said, it's all working really well. Can't you place your sponsorship with someone in motor racing? You must know all the guys and gals up and down pit lane. And that's how the business got started. I went, yeah, I could do that. And did my first deal with Nigel Mansell's Formula 3000 team, which was a funny story because I think it was about 300 grand. And Nigel had just won the world championship. So I was quite intimidated to meet him. And I needed to get one more personal appearance out of him. And he wouldn't do it. And I said to him, well, what do you charge for an appearance? And he went, 100 grand. I went, geez, you must not get many of those. And he went, I don't need many of those. It was such a great response.
That's a very Nigel. Yeah. You want to talk about, he was member number one of the Nigel Mansell fan club, Nigel Mansell himself.
He was definitely a legend, not only to all of us, but in his own mind. But he earned it. He was spectacular to watch race, and I think he did wonders for IndyCar when he came over.
I love it. Well, let's dive into some of the current stuff, Zach. So I would not term it as a dumpster fire. I'd maybe call it a trash bin blaze. You step in, you are hired to lead McLaren Racing and Formula One program out of some dark times, non-competitive times. I'm not just throwing platitudes at you here, but in a relatively short period of time, McLaren Racing has gone from being a joke in the paddock, an afterthought, to a serious contender, not necessarily world championship status yet, getting back to winning titles, but it wouldn't be out of turn to say it's something you're aspiring towards and inching towards. Tell us about this journey so far, Zach, of getting McLaren out of where it was to where you are now, and where you think you might be able to get 2023, 2024. And we'll talk about the new regulations and whatnot a little bit later, but give us an update on this progress you're making.
Yeah, it was brutal when I started. I definitely, we were improving, not a lot, but as a team, I wasn't expecting, nor was anybody expecting us to go backwards. The first year I joined, and it was shocking that a team that's been so dominant and a legendary team had fallen as hard as it had fallen. I think being such a big team, your fans understandably get pretty angry because your expectations are up here. So it's kind of like any major sport. When the big team doesn't do well, they get more boos than the small team that doesn't do well, because that's kind of maybe what you expect. So that came in. I look at, how did we get there? And I think you can start to trace it back to early last decade, where you're building a road car company. You have a lot of infighting that's been well documented. Ron in, Ron out, Whitmarsh in, Whitmarsh out, Ron in, Capito in. But, it was just any racing team or even just business. If you have a bit of a revolving door and problems at the board level, that trickles down throughout the organization. And that's what had happened. Was it didn't have, singularly, adult supervision, too much stuff going on. Blend that with the, engine program was not competitive when I got started. It's a great engine now. Understandable that it takes time for these things to develop. Combine that with, clearly we didn't have our act together. You put the two of them together, you can see how you slide to ninth in the championship. And so when I started, of my 6 leadership team, 1 was here then, my CFO, Laura, but I'd actually promoted her. And I didn't come in going, right, I'm going to clean house. I kind of came in going, because it was quite intimidating coming into McLaren. There's kind of 900 of them and one of me. And I'd never run a racing team before. And so I gave everyone a chance. So I didn't kind of come in thinking I'm going to change this. It was let me understand. And it became apparent to me pretty quickly that changes needed to be made. And so started going and doing that, pretty aggressively. I didn't change a lot of people, just changed the right people. Tried to change the culture. I kind of use this Star Wars analogy, not necessarily a big Star Wars guy, but kind of makes sense that, you look at our facility and our team, we got kind of that Star Wars feel to us, but we became Darth Vader, and I wanted us to become Luke Skywalker. So I went from, changing the colors from a dark and gray team to, bring back the papaya, to, look, don't touch, to actually, hey, come play with us, and tried to get the culture to open up. I did a lot of what we called Ask Zach sessions, where I sat down for a breakfast with 20 people at a time throughout the entire organization. Said, just talk to me. So I tried to get as much information as possible, and there was a breakdown in trust. Clearly, there was an enormous amount of competence there. Of 900 people, 700 of them have won championships and races. So it was about just providing direction. And so went about doing that, and, started once you kind of turn the boat and got us really focused again. Now it feels like it's gone pretty quick, but the first couple of years were really painful. But I always had total shareholder support. They're racers. They understood the business. So I never felt like I didn't have the runway or the resources or the ability to do what I felt I needed to do to get us back on track.
I always assumed that with your extensive background with Just Marketing and all the sponsorship B2B deals that you created, as an individual, you sat in enough brutal boardroom type situations, whether it was making a pitch or trying to salvage something where a long-term partner wanted to leave, whatever it might be. I always figured you sat in enough brutally crushing, pressure-packed situations to where, although you had no experience running a racing team, too many commonalities with your previous experience so that not be applicable to what you had to do at McLaren. Let's stay here for one more second, Zach. So you have the incomparable Andreas Seidel, who's part of your team. He's anywhere he's gone, success has reigned. You have other fantastic people a part of today's Formula One program. Even though you have great staff and great drivers and great everything, tell folks about how you've made this great leap, as you mentioned, from P9 in the Constructors' Championship to being in regular contention for podiums or similar. But this is actually where things get the hardest. Like where you are right now, you go, great, we're here. The fight to get out of this spot to getting those regular wins, vying for a title, that's actually the toughest thing you have to now achieve.
Yeah, I think, first of all, it's all people. Coming back to my leadership team, and Andreas has done an awesome job. We have a fantastic relationship. I think my job as CEO is to get the right people in the right places, give them the right resources, don't micromanage, and kind of help get everyone rowing the same direction. So it's, I can maybe take a little bit of credit for getting the right people, but they should take all the credit for actually making it happen. They've got the harder part. And, we're having a lot of fun. I think that's something with our drivers, Lando and Daniel, but you're exactly right. I think, here we are sitting fourth in the championship. And I think if we're real with ourselves, it's going to take a small miracle to finish third. There's the cat.
There's Rosie.
There's the cat. But, here we've won our first race in a decade, pole, led a couple races, more podiums, the only 1-2 of the year so far, which is pretty surprising that we're the only team to have done that. But yet we're fourth in the championship. And that almost feels like we've gone backwards, where when we set out all our objectives, we're to get closer to the front of the field. And we've done that. But I think, it shows how competitive the sport is. And I think now is the hard part. And also with the budget cap coming in, while we're looking fully in front of us, there's some tough teams behind us that are not far off. So I think the championship now, with the budget cap and the regulations, I hope and think it will become more like IndyCar results, where, you show up to Long Beach next year, you're going to pick maybe 10 drivers that can win it. None of those 10, you'd be surprised if any one. Right now, it's kind of 2 or 3, maybe 5. So I think it's going to double its competitiveness, which means hopefully the days of, one driver winning 12 races are going to be behind us, and you're going to have 4 or 5 people going for the championship that have all won 2 or 3 or 4 races. And therefore, it's going to be more competitive, because in that scenario, it's like when you look at the IndyCar standings, it's surprising how good some of the drivers are that finished 8th, 9th, 10th in the championship. And that just shows how competitive it is. So I think that's what the future of Formula One has in front of it.
Let's stay with Formula One for a little while, Zach. Do a little bit of a deeper dive. Get some of your thoughts. Let's talk about the current state of Formula One and its health. And let's also talk about its current state of growth. Where is Formula One at? And I know you, despite, let's say, recently joining McLaren, you've been tracking Formula One for most of your life. But where is it today in terms of health and growth? Where are the areas that Zach Brown, if he was asked by F1's leadership, would say these are some fixes or improvements still need to be done?
So I think the sport's never been healthier. If you look at and it's amazing, and a lot of credit, most of the credit to Liberty. So it wasn't long ago that you always had 2 or 3 teams going bust.
Yeah.
And then you could buy a team out of administration. Now you have 10 teams that are all very well financed by very successful groups and or individuals, none of which want to sell. Michael, who, I'm very close to, that was a very real deal.
Michael Andretti.
And Michael Andretti, and real money. And the seller ultimately ended up not wanting to sell. That same team was bought out of bankruptcy, or on the verge of bankruptcy, 2-3 years ago. So I think from a health of the grid, I've never seen, in the 30 years I've been following Formula One, in the kind of 15 I've been in the business of Formula One, I've never seen all 10 teams so strong, which is awesome. And that's going to push up franchise value, and, success breeds success. Then you go to countries that want to host Grand Prix. We kind of have a problem now. We have more people that want to have Grand Prix than I think we can put on. I'd advocate, which I've been vocal about, I'd like to maybe see us go to 20 races, but service 28 markets, and maybe 15 are fixed races, or 16, pick a number, and 10 rotate every other year. And so there's another cat. Cats everywhere. So we've never had more demand for Grand Prix. I think we're going to get to the point where we're going to have to walk from some Grand Prix, not Grand Prix walking from us. Then you look at Austin, that audience was unbelievable. Brazil was a huge race. You're having record attendance. Netflix has been spectacular for the sport. Corporate partnerships, we've been ringing the bell often with great brands. Formula One, if you start looking around the track, they've got more brands. So sponsorship is very healthy. So when you have healthy teams, healthy Grand Prix, great TV ratings, great side programming, digital's through the roof, great sponsors, great racing, I'm extremely bullish. And 3-4 years ago, I couldn't have said, I would have said, oh, there's a couple teams on the verge of going bust. We were in trouble. Having a hard time, getting these Grand Prix to be funded. The racing's not that excited. And that's turned around 180 degrees. And I think we're just getting started.
Let's talk about a very recent item, and that seems to be hyper focused drama, Real Housewives of Formula One almost, in terms of lap 48 in Sao Paulo, and Michael Masi and race directors. Did Max do this? Did Lewis do that? Christian Horner, aka Karen Horner, going up against Toto Wolff, aka Karen Wolff, back and forth nonstop every day. I will admit, I appreciate your style, Brown. You're not getting involved in all this muck and grime, but drama, seemingly a daily thing, spilling into worldwide news with Formula One. Good thing? Bad thing? It's supposed to be the pinnacle, the pure best Formula One in the world, you name it. Man, this feels like some reality TV programming of late. Is that a good thing? Is it a bad thing? What do you think?
That's a good question. I think it depends kind of what lens you're looking through. From the fans and drawing attention and drama, it's probably a good thing because it is drama. Personally, knowing all the characters, I'd be a little embarrassed with some of the behaviors, and I do think some of it is turned on for the cameras. Not how I would do it. I think the sport is exciting enough and theatrical enough, and the personalities are exciting enough that I don't think you need to kind of turn up the volume because the camera is around you. But some of the people in the sport, I think, can't help themselves. So I think it's kind of hard to say whether that's good or bad. I in the pit lane where we all know each other, I'd be a bit embarrassed personally to kind of go to reality TV when this is meant to be racing. But I'm not sure it's not great television from a fan's point of view. I do think we need to get on top of these penalties. I think the teams, quite frankly, are to blame for this, right? The FIA has to execute the rules. The teams are the ones that vote on the rules, push for the rules. So, I feel like the on-track action now is kind of over-regulated, but it's the teams that have created the regulation, and it's inconsistent. At times you have Max, who takes he and Lewis off the track in Brazil, no penalty. Perez tries to go around the outside of Lando on lap 1. So I think there's always been a little bit of a let him race on lap 1. They don't touch. Perez runs off the track. Not only does Lando get a penalty, he gets 2 penalty points.
Ooh.
So, then you get into, I think it was, and I could go on for hours, Russell and Sainz touched in Silverstone, and Russell got a penalty. They actually touched, but got 1 point. And so what I don't like to see are races and hopefully a championship decided on these grounds. And, Niki Lauda was always great. He was, let them race, they'll sort it out themselves. So I think we got to take a step back. Drivers will sort this stuff out themselves on track. I know safety clearly, understandably, is a big concern, but the drivers know where their own limits are. And we didn't have these 5-second penalties and you ran him or her off the road for 65 years and everything seemed to be just fine. So that I think we need to get on top of. And then also how late it becomes where you find out about the penalties. So the last one that we had in Qatar, you find out an hour before the race, but it happened the day before. It certainly seems like that should be a 15, 20-minute discussion. So it's a tricky one, but it feels to me like it needs to be fixed because it's too much now. There's too many penalties too often.
Total agreement there. I'd say that's one great evolution if we're looking into moving into the off season or what Formula One might consider, whether it's watching the NBA or NFL here. One of the things that I hate most is watching the players constantly scream at the refs to call a foul. He touched me, he held me, he did this, he did that. And it's this almost permanent politicking. Whether an actual foul occurred or not, they know that the door is open if the referees allow it to be open, and then you get nonstop complaints. That's the one thing that I've seen happen with Formula One, as you rightly mentioned, Zach, where you go, we love this, we want to enjoy this, but good Lord, let's not turn every single action into stop, review. We're assembling a 20-person panel to find out if on this lap, this corner, this thing happened. You go, look, we're here to watch racing. Let it play out.
I'd like to see the, even though it's good to hear the comms, I'd like to see the comms to Mossy removed, because there's definitely some stuff going on there for television. And I think it's not a great place to put Mossy in when you have some of the team principals that are kind of diving in for TV. So I think as exciting as it is to hear that comms, I think it's altered how you communicate with him, so it's made for TV. And I'd maybe like to see that go away.
Can we suggest here? Can you pitch this this weekend, Zach? Some form of automated comms. Hi, you've reached Michael Massey. I'm currently conducting a Formula One race. Leave me the heck alone. Let's move on to.
And I called the 24-hour hotline, and literally the voice was, "This 24-hour hotline. Please leave a message." I was like, what?
I mean, I'm thinking, look, attach a number to this. Like, you have to swipe your credit card if you want to send an SMS or leave a message. Like, look, if it means that much to you, 250 grand. Funnily enough, Michael's no longer being bothered by everyone on pit lane. Let's talk about Formula One expansion in the United States. You already touched on this a bit. The incredible reception at Circuit of the Americas. We've read 1 million words written over the last couple of weeks or months about Drive to Survive and its impact globally, but obviously here at home in the US. Share with us what you've seen, Zach, how you've seen this open doors that were never opened before through a streaming platform of all things for this series that launched formally in 1950. It feels like it was massive in previous eras that you and I watched, whether it's Senna and Prost, etc. Couldn't be any bigger. Absolutely wrong. Tell us what you've seen from the inside about how Drive to Survive has changed your universe.
It's been unbelievable. I mean, we did a show with Amazon called Grand Prix Driver before Drive to Survive that it was good, but it definitely wasn't what Netflix has become. I think content was more diverse and more exciting than kind of our sorry story for the year, even though it was gave people good insight actually to kind of what was going on. It has created more new race fans than anything I've ever seen. But the amazing thing it's done is I can't tell you how many times I've heard, I never watched Formula One, to I never miss Formula One. So this kind of journey of, awareness, like all the way to, it's taken people from, I don't know anything about Formula One, just my favorite sport. And that is awesome. It's had a huge impact in North America. I think Formula One is finally caught on in North America, and I think Miami's going to turbocharge that. It's brought a lot of awareness. I've had two funny stories. I've got, two that are humorous. So I'm at the hotel in New York, and I see these two big tour buses. And these people lined up at the outside of the hotel. So it's clearly there's either a sports team or the Rolling Stones inside. And I go upstairs. I'm going to go to dinner with my son, get in the elevator, two guys, 10'10". And so I make a joke to them, hey, you must be here for tennis. It's pretty clear they're basketball. And they have a good laugh thinking, should we just kind of beat this guy up now? And but they're very nice. So we come out of the elevator. Now I can see the team. And all these fans are coming up to them, asking for autographs. And they're going to go to the bus. Turns out it's the LA Lakers. And as I can start seeing by all the fan jerseys, and they won't sign because they got to get to the bus, but they're being very polite. Just, sorry, I'm getting to the bus. So I'm walking out with these two guys, no idea who they are. I'm not a basketball guy. And
it's your hometown team, Brown. You're killing me here. It's your hometown Lakers.
A baseball guy. And so we walk out, and the doors open, and out pop these three people from this group of fans. Can we get your autograph? And both players immediately go, sorry, we're not signing. No, Mr. Brown, we love Formula One. And these two guys looked at me like, who the hell is this guy? And then, so I then go into dinner, and this other guy comes over to me. It looks more like a football player. I don't follow football much either, and says, "Hey, you Zach from McLaren?" I said, "Yes, I'm a huge fan." Takes down his mask and goes, "Hey, nice to meet you." Gives me a fist bump and goes, "Michael Strahan." And that's what Netflix, that's what Drive to Survive, New York didn't know Formula One. And now you got, the Michael Strahans of the world. And it's been awesome. And people love the sport. I think the sport, to your point, has always been great, but we've never let people in. And now Netflix has let people in so they can see how great this sport is.
Stay with this for one more moment, and this is just purely for my own entertainment, Zach. I have all the respect for Christian Horner in the world, followed him from when he was a young junior open wheel driver all the way up through F3000. He sure loves sitting in that Netflix chair. He sure loves sitting in for those feature interviews and maybe either sticking body parts in his mouth or stepping on body parts, you name it. Toto, a little bit more calculated and reserved with his time sitting in the chair. You don't see an awful lot of Zach Brown in terms of the sit-down feature. All right, Zach, spill all the tea. Here's your knife. Carve up everybody in the paddock. You're a man who knows your calendar. You're a man who's possessed of himself. You own your own time. I would assume you choose to not be that guy. I know you got opinions. You and I have plenty of conversations where I know exactly what you think. But tell us about the decision to not be the chatty guy sitting in that chair, being a mouthpiece or saying whatever divisive or critical or saucy things, because I know that comes from intent.
Yeah, I think I'd rather be in a place where I'll say something when I have something to say and hope that means it'll be more impactful than just noise. I'm there to race. I want to share McLaren and Formula One with our fans. On the big issues, whether it was Racing Point and the brake ducts or the cost cap, things of that nature. Those are the real issues. Getting on TV and watching myself just kind of talk trash and at times have it go a bit Jerry Springer. That's not my style. I'll leave that. There's other people that like to do that, so we'll let them do it.
I think Toto in some form of WWE cage match. That's a guy I would fear. But we'll
He's a big guy.
He is. He's look. If Schwarzenegger ever needs like a young version of himself cast in a movie back in the day, I think we know who we're going to here. We got a lot of stuff in IndyCar I want to get to. We got about 15 minutes left or so. So let me ask one more item about Formula One, Zach. Cost cap coming up, some vehicular regulatory changes and whatnot. Tell us about finishing this season, moving into the future. What can Formula One fans look for? What should they expect? What's going to be different about Formula One when we're trying to contain costs? An abstract thing with Formula One. Changes to the cars and such. What should fans look for that's going to be different that might be interesting to follow they don't know about?
Well, I think the competition is going to be closer. I think anytime you have a regulation change, there's going to be someone who gets it right that you maybe weren't expecting to, and someone that gets it wrong that you weren't expecting to. I think the racing will be very competitive. It should be closer the way they've designed the cars. They'll probably be a couple seconds slower, but if I didn't say that and you weren't looking at a stopwatch, you wouldn't know. So I'm excited. I would have liked to have seen the regulations opened up. I think now that you have a cost cap, I don't think we needed to be as prescriptive with the new technical regulations. If everything's capped, kind of do what you want. You want 6 wheels, have 6 wheels. You want a big engine cover, different wings, so everything kind of has to fit into a square box now. And
did we just break news about a McLaren 6-wheeler that's coming? I'm going to start writing that right now, Brown.
It'll be like the Williams. There'll be many people don't know there was a Williams 6-wheeler with the 4-wheel at the back, but never raced. So I think because Formula One in particular is about, design and creativity and ingenuity. Why then, if you've got kind of a financial govern on the sport, then kind of let them loose and let people try different things. So that's the one thing I'd like to see us do maybe differently the next time around on regulations is open up the regulations, because you're going to be governed by how much money you can spend anyways.
Shift to IndyCar, and again, I got 50 more questions about F1 to ask, but we'll save that for next year's ePar Trade Racer Race Industry Week video series. Let's talk about IndyCar.
Say that 3 times quick.
Barely saying what I'm saying right now. You know that, Zach. So we spoke about Formula One's health and growth. Tell us your thoughts about IndyCar's health and growth. Also, if Zach's speaking to RP, Roger Penske, which I know you do, what are the things you're telling RP, hey, we've made headway in these areas, but boy, my life as a team principal, now McLaren's taken 75% ownership in Arrow McLaren SP. These are the next stage items that would really help me to move my team forward. But health and growth, and then what do we improve next?
So let me start with, Roger Penske is my business hero. So talk about the right guy at the right time, and his organization coming into buy IndyCar and IMS is awesome. I don't think we've yet, because he's been living, as we all are, under COVID since he's acquired it. I don't think we've seen the best yet. I think he's, not been able to get out of third gear yet. Great TV contract, great racing. Pleasantly surprised, if not shocked, the size of the grid, given what's going on around the world, that the grid just keeps growing. The
We're thinking 27-ish cars next season. Could be even 28 if other things happen. It's a big number.
I was sitting in one of the team meetings late last year, and they were talking about issues of maybe not being able to accommodate all the cars at some of these smaller tracks. I mean, that's impressive. I think you've got multiple teams that can win the championship and drivers. So I think the on-track product is great. I'd like to see some new cars come out here shortly. I know we're going to get some new, power units in hybrid, but I think maybe the chassis is getting a little bit long in the tooth. I know there's an economic consequence to that. So, I don't think that's critical, but when I was growing up watching IndyCar, especially because there was a little bit of diversity, it kind of wasn't Formula One, but there was the March, there was the Lola, there was the True Sports, there was the Galmer. I realized that's probably not economically feasible to do that anymore, but I'd like to actually see that vetted out. And is it possible? Can we get back there where there's a little bit of diversity on the grid?
As an avid vintage racer, and avid folks know you and I both love vintage racing, I always trot this stat out. The DW12, the current IndyCar chassis, was introduced in 2012. 10 years is the minimum time window for most vintage racing series. Your car must be at minimum 10 years since its last competitive debut, or at least be 10 years old. The current IndyCar, Zach, is now eligible as we move into the new year. Will be eligible, if not eligible right now, for vintage racing. Like, it truly, today's IndyCars, they go vintage racing.
I don't want to quote a racer saying Zach says we're racing vintage Indy cars.
Let me type that right now. Let me type that right now.
No, I mean, the good news is they've updated the body kit. I think with IndyCar, it's doing so much right. Now it's about fine tuning, not wholesale changes. I think going to Detroit downtown is going to be awesome. I think the Nashville race was awesome. Yes, it needs the track, modified, too many red flags, things of that nature. But, that's first year kinks, the concept of the Nashville race, the iconic bridge, you knew the race was in town. It had a real feel to it. So I think the calendar's great. I think the on-track competition's great. The budget is awesome. I think the sport can afford a little bit of more spend to maybe get some of that technology a little bit more current. I know we all want to be cost conscious. I very much want to be cost conscious, but I think the spend to sponsor value is the right balance. And it's damn tough racing. So I like the direction it's going. I think we just need to let Roger kind of spread his wings a little bit and kind of get on the backside of COVID and be able to work his magic. He's open to every idea. He ran some past me the other day that he said he didn't want to read about, so I'll keep those to myself. But he's not standing still. He's constantly, what can he do to improve the sport?
This is not meant to be a criticism of Penske Entertainment, RP, or anyone. This is just trying to recognize what I have seen and have this conversation with many, and I'd love to get your thoughts on this. Roger, successful businessman, incredible success. You and I growing up in America, though, how many Penske, you name it, commercials did we see, though? How much true hardcore marketing was a part of building the Penske empire? Probably have to say not a lot. Not saying that marketing is magically what has made Formula One as popular as ever, but there has been a huge investment on that side, mostly on the digital side, social media side. Netflix, as we said, Drive to Survive has been a game changer for F1. If there's a bit of a hole to fill or an expansion to be made staff-wise, I'd love to get your thoughts, Zach, as someone who's done just marketing for so many years. Is this maybe the one last area you would look at and say, boy, if IndyCar is able to double or triple its staff, hire an outside firm, whatever it is, we've seen F1 set the blueprint for marketing and engaging the world. It's one area where I think we're safe in saying that IndyCar definitely has some yardage to gain. What recommendations do you make there? Because we all want to see IndyCar as popular as it can be. It's still a little bit too much like that favorite, band you see at the small dive instead of the full-size stadium. How do we bring it forward through marketing and engagement?
I think you're right. I think it's through social and digital applications. I think some of the older events can maybe use a little bit of a refresh to the atmosphere. Long Beach is an iconic, historic race, but I think that could use some investment to get kind of the after hours activities, going. I think exposing the drivers more, because it's a great group of drivers, and that's what's made Drive to Survive so great, is the personalities. It's actually less about the racing. So IndyCar's got a great racing product and great personalities that I think need to be shown outside of the race broadcast, right? That's what Formula One has done. And to do that more through their partners. But again, I think these things are coming. I spent a lot of time with Greg Penske. Roger's got a great organization around him, and he, has done an unbelievable job building the Penske empire by using his racing team and building his racing team with the Penske empire. So he knows what he's doing here. But yeah, I also think it would be good to set aside some marketing budget, and then also some more street races. The Denvers of the world, some of these markets that create that kind of downtown buzz. That's one of the reasons why I think Nashville was so successful.
One or two more questions before we say farewell, Zach. Spoke yesterday with your friend and business partner, Michael Andretti, on the topic of IndyCar teams and valuation. So having tried to acquire a Formula One team, we know that any Formula One team is a very valuable asset. You're discussing IndyCar. One of the desires I've heard from a growing number of team owners is, I've built this thing, I've got this big building and cars and transporters and people. What is it worth? I don't know. I'd like it to be worth something. I'd like to be a commodity folks sought after, or even new owners knew, hey, maybe you buy into a franchise or something. We both know that CART once had a franchise system. Michael liked the idea of something like that. Do you have any ideas there? Because now with majority ownership in Air McLaren SP, I'm sure you would love to be able to say, hi, anyone, you want to be part of this? This is what it might cost. Or at least we could say this is what it would cost to get in. You see value there? What would you recommend?
Yeah, I do. I mean, Formula One has a bit of a franchise system, no more than 12 teams. There's 10 there, and now there's a big price tag. If you want to join the series, it's going to cost you a couple $100 million before you've even printed a business card. So that has automatically made an existing team 200 plus. I think you kind of have that a little bit with the Leaders Circle money, with kind of locking in, that kind of $1 million per car. But that's not a significant amount of money. I think if you reduce the grid, do we really need 28 cars? What you really need is 22. I think it's kind of the magic number. Great cars. So if you kind of maybe limited it to 22, then you've got those 6 that are, outside looking in. They're going to either have to kind of write a check, and that starts to drive up franchise value, or, spend more to kick someone else out. It's no different than in the Premier League. You've got the 2 different leagues. And if you're a Premier League or you get demoted, is a substantial value difference. I wouldn't mind the teams having a piece of the league. I'm sure Roger would have something to say about that, but I'm not suggesting that the team should get that for free of charge. But if there was a way for the teams to have a piece, whatever that may look like, the Liberty once offered all the teams stock when they came in. I don't think a single team took them up on it, and we all would have tripled our money. So shame on us. So, always having skin in the game then gets you as a team to maybe think not just about yourself, but what's good for the league, because what's good for the league is therefore then good for your racing team. So I've also, one of the things I've suggested to Formula One, I'd love to see the teams own an event together. And with that, so maybe we waive our rights fee. We co-promote an event. We all get a corner for branding for our sponsors. And then would that get us to change our behaviors? Maybe have open up the garage, maybe get our drivers, out a little early. If we actually had skin in the game for the race itself, would we act differently in a more positive, open manner? So I think anytime you can get alignment between, leagues, tracks, broadcasters, race teams, you end up working more together and growing the pie.
If we're going to renovate your house, how much time and effort are we going to put in compared to if you let us own one of the rooms or one of the floors of the house? All of a sudden, we're actually renovating something that definitely has our own interest in place. Let's close on this, look into the future a little bit, Zach. So in 2012, we had a brand new IndyCar formula, new chassis we discussed, 3 engine partners, Chevy, Honda, and Lotus. While Lotus didn't exactly work out. Very interesting in those early years in terms of power and acquisition and alignment. Chip Ganassi Racing starting out with Honda, then left for Chevy. Michael Andretti, Andretti Autosport, a Chevy team, then went to Honda. We've had folks move all around to both Chevy and Honda. Teams have been prized assets to help try and win championships. We're hoping we're going to have a third manufacturer coming in here, not for 2023 necessarily with the new engine formula, but maybe 24, 25. Been a while, Zach, since there's kind of been who's the most attractive, who might leave, who could go to that third. Tell me about your views on that. And I'm not saying McLaren or McLaren SP would leave Chevy, but just saying that dynamic is likely coming to the paddock. How do you manage that now before we even have a confirmed manufacturer? Do you think managers, owners, and whatnot are jockeying to try and at least get a feel for where the market might lie, where their interest might be? Interesting times ahead.
Yeah, I think it would be great to see another manufacturer come in. I generally think, as long as they're quality, which of course Toyota is, more the merrier. And I think it will create, it'll bring marketing. The OEMs will bring a lot of resource, promote the sport, sponsor events, things of that nature. I think it creates more competitive tension. I think it builds value for the racing teams. So I see it only as upside, having more competition in the sport. And whether I'm just romantic about things in the past, but if you kind of take a snapshot of where IndyCar was in 93, 94 before the split, huge grids, great drivers, 2-3-4 chassis, 2-3 engine manufacturers, kind of the same amount of races and the same blend of races as you have today. So it worked really well then. And I think sometimes looking back in history is a great way to learn about what you should do in the future. And then, of course, modernize it. So I think more competition. I know Ferrari looked at it very closely during the budget cap discussions. They, of course, kind of built an IndyCar. It was before my time. I think it was in the 80s where there were.
Yep.
86. I've actually I've seen the car, and also what I didn't know until I visited Lotus, and I'm sure you'll know this, but I didn't know this. Lotus built a Formula One car in, I also think,
IndyCar.
Yeah. So, see more chassis manufacturers, see a Ferrari, a Toyota, you name them, looking at the sport. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, we've certainly been hoping for Toyota. Wrote about that not so long ago, that they're known to be looking in. Granted, probably lost track, Zach, of how many looking in stories I've written on this subject that doesn't have the "and" they sign. So we hope Toyota coming in would be amazing, but they are not the only ones that are talking to IndyCar. But nonetheless, we have positive things to talk about, brother. And I love the fact that growth, dynamic series, whether it's Formula One or IndyCar, we didn't even get to Extreme E, sports cars, all the various other things that you on an individual level with United Autosports and McLaren involved in. But do appreciate you taking some time here with the Racer and E-Part Trade Race Industry Week 2021. And no, I can't say that 3 times in a row.
Yeah, impressed. You did it twice.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
Well, thank you so much, Zach. What a great session. Do you have another hours you can stay with us?
I love talking motor racing. As Marshall said, we didn't even get to how cool WEC and IMSA are going to be and Extreme E. So there's lots to look forward to. I know you said in your previous session, what's the future of motorsports look like? And while, all businesses and sports have their challenges, I'm very bullish across the platform of different racing activities that, motor racing and people in motor racing have a great way of tackling challenges. It's kind of what motivates us. So I'm very bullish for our future.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we're a huge fan of you, Zach. We met over 10 or 15 years ago, the PRI days. And thank you. Everything you do, you do it so magnificently. So thank you very, very much for being with us and sharing your passion with us this morning. Stay with us a few more seconds, Zach, as we're going to be transitioning to our next session and wishing you the absolute very best for the end of the season. And
thank you very much.
Marshall, again, great job today. You were terrific, and we're going to have you back in a couple of days with Mike Shank, correct?
Oh, not only are we going to be back on Friday with Shank, 10 a.m. his time in Ohio, 7 a.m. my time. I got an idea for Shank and I for that interview, and if he agrees to it, it's going to be a proper one. I cannot wait. But Zach, again, thank you, brother. It's just always fun speaking with friends. Zach might have an important job. If you strip away the job titles, he's a racer. He's no different than any of us. And I think that's the thing that links all of us together during our second annual visit here with the E-Part Trade and Racer video series. But you catch up with Zach in the paddock, and You're just talking to a fan who's also pretty darn good at his job. That's why he gets hired to do such things. But he's one of us, no different at all.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And his collection of race cards, unbelievable, unbelievable. You know, and so great. Thank you so much. And we have Brad Gilly with us. Brad, welcome back. Marshall, stay with us a few more seconds. Oh, Marshall is gone. So, Brad, thank you for coming back with us. We are going to be talking simulation and computational fluid dynamic with a brilliant engineer. So we had two engineers this morning, pretty big name, Ross Brown, Pat Simon, and now it's Mr. Ray Leto. And I had the privilege of meeting Ray, again, maybe 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And Ray has this incredible talent, I've said that before, to explain the most complicated things in such a simple way. We had Chassis Sim yesterday evening, Danny Nolan, who did also a brilliant job. So it is 9:59, and I think Ray is prepared to share with us some really cool things about CFD. So Brad Gilly, we're going to let you take over, and we're going to be on for something really cool for the next 25 minutes.
Thank you, Francis. Thank you very much, Judy. And I'm pretty excited about this because I truly enjoyed it the last time we got to do this, Ray. To be honest with you, for someone who really has pretty much zero understanding of what you do, it does sound pretty cool to say computational fluid dynamics. So the good thing is we have you actually on here to describe for us. The title of this is Mapping Aerodynamic Performance Data Using a Streamlined Computational Fluid Dynamics Workflow. So
That's
with that, it is a mouthful, but again, it'll make you sound really smart at parties, that's for sure. Even smarter when you can explain it like you can. But give us an overview of what we're talking about here today. And I know you come fully prepared for these, so I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks, Brad. And yeah, of course, it's good to see Francis and Judy again, and obviously watching Marshall and Zach for the last bit. It's been fun. So I'm a little distracted thinking like a race fan and enjoying that conversation. But I'm kind of, the idea today is kind of circle back on the chat that we had last year and the talk that we did about kind of what you can do or why you would even do CFD or aerodynamic study on a racing vehicle and what you can get out of that. So we're just going to kind of build on that this year and talk about, maybe dive down into how we've created a bit of a streamlined application or a method for getting repeatable results in CFD. So on the computer, just like you were going to the wind tunnel and doing repeated tests, or going to the racetrack and doing repeated tests. It's the same motorsports mindset of being disciplined about things and making a quick process to be able to study the car and do development. So that's what we're going to dive into today, and just show you a brief overview of how we go about doing that here at TotalSim.
This is fantastic, and it's really amazing the industries within which you guys work and everything that you do for the racing industry as well, and what you have to offer. So when it comes to exactly what you talked about, being able to do this inside the computer, getting repeatable results and all of that, where do we start with this here?
Well, let's see. I don't know. Maybe the best thing to do is I'll share my screen. I got a bit of a slide deck to run through, and maybe a couple. I've kind of captured a couple videos of us working through the application, and then I can show you some results and go from there. How's that, Brad?
Oh, perfect.
Okay. All right. There's my calendar. You guys don't need to see that. We'll go to the PowerPoint, and hopefully you can see my screen now.
Yeah, we can.
All right, great. So just we'll start with a little recap of kind of who we are as TotalSim and our racing background. TotalSim actually started as Advantage CFD fundamentally back at Reynard in '98, where Rob Lewis and Adrian Reynard decided to kind of create a separate entity within Reynard that was going to do CFD. And this was pretty forward thinking at the time. There weren't not even every F1 team had a CFD department at the time. And in fact, that the kind of the history of Reynard is where Total Sim evolved. Advantage CFD stayed with the F1 team, BAR, and then Honda F1. And in 2007, basically the outside consulting part of the business, which was always part of it, like doing outside work that didn't focus on the F1 team, was spun out to be Total Sim. Rob Lewis and a bunch of the guys that were at Honda Advantage CFD moved outside. At the same time, we've kind of started talking about doing that here. My business partner, Nathan Eagles, and I, Nathan was at Advantage CFD back in the beginning at Reynard, worked on all the wind tunnels for them at the time and did some car work. He started the CFD department at Williams F1 in around 2000. So he was the first CFD engineer there, grew that up to a team of probably 30 or 40 guys before he left, and we started this together. So we're based in Columbus, Ohio, and Pasadena, California. We've got about 12 engineers. Most everybody's an aerospace engineer. We do a lot of compute. We're kind of a DIY shop. We build our own computers, do a lot of our own software. We're fortunate to be in Central Ohio, where we get to have a fiber connection to a supercomputer center that we also use. Still do a lot of wind tunnel testing and other things related to race cars. But some of the other things we do, we've kind of diversified and taken that motorsports mentality of quick product development and applied it to different industries, which is pretty neat. I mean, a lot of the guys that are on this week, are focusing on motorsports business, but they have other businesses, whether it's defense or they have other lines that they work in, because for some reason, the way, that motorsports work ethic or mentality, it really works well in other areas, that kind of hard-pressed time frame thought process. So we're in oil, we've done oil and gas work, medical devices, a lot of aircraft. These days, aircraft are UAVs and urban air mobility. So we're doing a lot of that. Sports, our UK office does a lot of cycling and sliding sports work. So it's pretty interesting. Anything that has airflow, fluids, gas, water, oil, we love to work on it. So as I said, Brad, kind of going back and talking about what we did last year, we tried to show like what can AeroData tell you? What can you do? So it helps, as we said, it helps you understand your car better. So I'm sure as if you guys watched Danny yesterday, when you're doing simulation stuff and you're thinking about engineering a car, you have to consider all the things that go into it. It's the tires, the dampers, the springs, the kinematics, the suspension. And a big player these days is obviously aerodynamics. So we need to be able to capture that, understand it, and then possibly even model it in these lap simulation programs, or model it in another way to help us make decisions, both in design and on the race weekend for setup work. Mostly the biggest benefit we see is that, understanding your car and then also being able to optimize what you have. It's not always a development task. A lot of times it's just optimizing what you're given. I mean, we know these days racing is a lot of, spec series or light cars out there, even at the top level, IndyCar, NASCAR, the cars are essentially the same. And then it's about optimizing what you're given. So understanding these things are really important. So we want to understand the trade-offs between lift and drag, looking at, optimizing that around laps and trying to figure out where we want to be. So we do that by creating a map of this, what we call mapping of the aerodynamics. And we showed this last year as well, where we're looking at plotting with this particular small formula car, like an F3 car, we're looking at different ride heights, so front and rear ride height changes, and has the, shows how the forces, both the lift and the drag, would change with those ride heights. So we can say around the lap, now we can understand what's going on and possibly change that or optimize it, make sure that in a mid-quarter situation when we need the downforce, we're in the best attitude that we can be. We could do that through springs or whatever it is, but at least we have the data to understand what we're doing. So how do we go about doing that? What we've done here at Total Sim is we have a manual method, but we've also scripted that up so that our engineers and other people that use our tools have a repeatable way of doing it. It used to be in the beginning with CFD, it was kind of handcrafted. and some people still do it this way, where you start with some geometry, you have to build a mesh, you have to understand all the boundary conditions. You're basically building a virtual model of a wind tunnel every single time you do that. So we've automated a lot of that. And we have one example of this app is a TS Auto is what we have. And it's basically a complete workflow for repeatable process for doing vehicle aerodynamics. And it could be race cars, could be road cars, could be a bicycle, but something that runs on the ground, that we have that type of wind tunnel virtualized so that we can do that. Now, in order to do this, we have to, obviously we have to get this, this object, this physical object into the virtual world to do that. So typically the way to do that is if you're a designer or a manufacturer, you're going to have CAD or computer-aided drawings, 3D drawings of your vehicle or your object that you want to study. And that's typically the way that it's done. So all this stuff is drawn in a CAD software. That 3D geometry is then uploaded into the CFD workflow. We do a lot of naming so that we can treat things differently, like the wheels are rotating and the body's stationary, the wings are set at their certain point. We can do the kinematics of suspension. All that geometry has to be taken care of. And I don't want to minimize the difficulty in doing this. It's a non-trivial exercise, and I think like many processes, that upfront work pays benefits in the end. So if you have that information, it really comes through in the end. Now, there are instances where people don't have geometry, so we deal with that through reverse engineering, things like that, which we can talk about. But once the geometry is uploaded, and then we set up essentially what we want to test. So how fast do we want to go? Therefore, how fast the wheels are spinning, the road is moving, the air is blowing. What angle do we have the car at? What ground clearances do we have it set at? What wing angles? All those things are set up in there. And then we'll run and process that data through CFD simulation, which for most cars like this can be kind of accomplished in an overnight fashion, like 8 to 12 hours. And we're talking about running on a supercomputer on maybe a couple hundred cores simultaneously, and we'll get an answer back overnight. And then we want to post-process the data. We want to get all that tabular information, the forces, summary. We want to look at some images. That's the best thing about CFD, is we can actually see what's going on with the airflow, maybe try and help understand what attitudes or what things would be better. And then we can take some of that data and process it and use it to do that race engineering component. So again, back on the geometry is the first thing we have to focus on. How do we get that? And if we had CAD, if you're in control of CAD, and it's becoming more common, programs like SolidWorks are out there where people are doing their own CAD. We've worked with companies like some hot rod shops and land speed guys that are doing their own CAD. So it's not like CAD is reserved for high-end engineering and large companies. There's a lot of people doing it, and it really, once you kind of get over that hump, it makes it a lot easier to get into doing things like CFD. But if you don't, 3D scanning is also becoming more prevalent. We've done many projects. We've got 3 examples here of a land speed car, a cafe racer, and a road racing Porsche. That all were, there's no CAD that exists for these things. They're either completely unique vehicles. Mostly in these 3 cases, they were completely unique vehicles that were handcrafted. So we go and with a laser scanner, handheld scanner, basically reverse engineer that car, capture that 3D data that can then be used for both CFD and other things. Then you can use that to modify the body. You could use it to make molds. You could do it to make anything. So quite useful just beyond what we're talking about here. So then the next step is this geometry input into the CFD workflow. And for this, I'm gonna cheat a little bit, and I've got a bit of a demo video. And this work for us is probably, if you have everything organized, it's a half hour or an hour's work to input everything and double check it. But I've made it look like it's 3 minutes by speeding this up. just so I can talk over it, because I know we're going to limit an amount of time today. But as you can see, we have a web interface. We can upload all the parts of the car, the body, the wheels, everything that we need to put that car together. Then we upload those to our to the supercomputer. We can see a status of how these things are uploading. And then once we've uploaded them, we have to do a few things. We have to take from the CAD or the known data that we've got from scanning and tell the computer where things are located. The radiators, for instance, we have to describe the characteristics of the radiators. We have to describe where the wheels are and where their rotation center is. All the typical engineering things that you would have to do, like even in a lap sim, like Danny was showing yesterday, that you have to have all those points and understand them and input that. So that's what we're doing here. We're checking everything, understanding like where the front wing is, where the pivot points on the wings are, so we can make adjustments later down the road. And then we're loading all that geometry in to describe this assembly of parts that we want to take to the wind tunnel and test. And once we're done with all that, kind of move forward, and we can pick an assembly, essentially build an assembly of all those parts, and call that our new baseline. And then we can create a run. And from this, we want to set a speed, a yaw angle, all these things that we're talking about that describe the attitude of the vehicle, what ground clearances we have. And for race cars, typically with a formula car, even sports cars, this ground clearance and where we're holding the attitude of the car is critically important to the aerodynamics. So that's why typically when we talk about mapping, we're talking about what it's like in relation to the ground or the air. And especially with a formula car like we have demoed here, that ground clearance is critical and changes the aerodynamic performance hugely. So we have to be very conscious of it. And we're talking down to the millimeter type accuracy here. So once we've got that loaded up, we can obviously we have a viewer here. We can see the geometry, make sure it all makes sense, that we've got all the parts we need to put it together. Understand where all the, we've got radiator cores, we've got the suspension and everything loaded up correctly. And then we can make some, once we've got that baseline run, we can then duplicate the run and just simply change certain things like the ride height, the ground clearance, the wing angles, the speed that we're running at. Any of those things, any of these variables can then be edited. I create a new run, save that, and then move on to another run, duplicate it, continue to create this map of runs that we want. And once we're done with all that, then we've saved the last run, and then we can actually submit that run to the computer. So the next thing that happens in the process is the actual solving of the case. And just to remind everyone what's going on, what we're talking about here is CFD. So it's essentially a virtual wind tunnel. So we've taken that 3D model and then we've told it all the things that we need to do as far as the wheels spinning, the road moving, the air blowing, what's going on there. And then from that, we have to solve it. So part of that solve process is we create we virtualize the air by breaking it into tiny little blocks. And at the top here, you can kind of see a slice through the mesh. So we build this mesh of tiny little cubes that are all in the air, and then we're solving math in each one of those cubes. And for instance, with this F3 car, it's probably about 80 million little cubes that we're solving math in as the air flows through. So the air comes in at a speed and a pressure, and then something happens to it, the body deflects it, and then we calculate the vector, and that goes on and on and on. And that's what the computational part of computational fluid dynamics is. So that's what we call the solve. So then once we've solved that, then we have all that information captured for all those 80 million cells. Now we can post-process it. So we can look at what is the velocity, what is the pressure, what is the resultant forces on the car itself. And that's what we call post-processing. So post-processing. So when we post-process, we are collecting that data, we're summing those forces, and we're also making images and movies, streamlines, pictures of the surface pressures. We have all that information, so we need to render that. And that's a fairly time-consuming process. And what we've done is kind of automate that so that every single time you get the same numbers out, well, not the same numbers, but the same, you're filling in the same columns, the same parameters. We're pulling that data out for each run, and we're getting the same images for each one. So we can then do comparisons. So that's really what's happening in that kind of black boxed CFD thing that we're calling the virtual wind tunnel. We're going to send it off, do that run, and then we're going to get the data back. But there's a lot going on there for the 12 hours while we're doing it. So the next thing we want to do, the fun part, is then get into the data. So I will flip back over. Let's flip back over to the actual. So then when we've run those runs, we'll come back in the results interface. We'll gather all the data, it'll come in, and we've got a table of data that we can look at. This gives us all our forces, all of our moments, everything that we need to understand what's happened with the vehicle from a force standpoint. But at the same time, we can also kind of look at the run itself, like to the individual run. What were the forces we got? Are we monitoring things like the flow through the radiator? We can also break down the forces because we have all the information. We can say, what was the drag on the body? What was the drag on the floor? What was the drag on the wheels? And then as we make changes, we can understand where we're affecting that. We can also look at things like what actually happened during the CFD run. Did things, what we call as convergence, did they kind of find a nice level and everything looks like it's solved correctly? So there's a lot of things. Then we get images back out after we're done. So we can look at all kinds of things like surface pressure plots. We can look at different ways of understanding how the drag is generated on the vehicle. And as I said, we've automated this to the point where we get the same runs or the same images and same data every single run we do. So then that allows us to go in and do something like compare runs. So if we have a run here that we've got a front view of the car here, we can actually go up and look at different changes, and you might be able to see it's fairly subtle in this one, but we're actually flicking between different runs, and we're looking at quick comparisons of what's happened to the pressure on the car. So this allows us to be an analyst and look at the aerodynamics and understand what may be happening on the vehicle itself. So another thing that we can end up doing is doing some plots. So if we wanted to create some plots and try and understand what's happening with, let's say, lift and drag in this case, we can do a comparison. We know we've done a ride height sweep here, and we can see that at a certain ride height, or we've got a Pareto front here of possibly getting more downforce for a given drag. So just starting to analyze the data, starting to look at things like that. So going back to further post-processing, we do have the kind of result side of things as well, not just for car stuff, but we've also got a method that if we're not using the application itself to create the CFD, we can actually ingest data from other places. So another CFD solver or wind tunnel data, and we can use all that data in one area and start comparing those things. Then once we've got this data, again, what do we do with it? When we, if we kind of go back and remember some of these plots from earlier, where we want to create these maps of the car and then actually go use that. An example that I can bring up quickly is we can build a spreadsheet. So we can take all that data that we had that shows those plots. We can create some curve fits. We've got these data tables. So for every ride height, we've created a lift, drag, balance. We can take that and input it into lap simulation like Danny was talking about yesterday. It can be used on a driver in the loop simulator, or it can just be used like in this case, this is an old setup tool that I had where we're comparing one setup to another. And we want to say we want to come in between sessions, change the ride height, and we want to know how much front wing we have to change to rebalance the car, keep the balance the same in the middle of the corner, even though we've changed the pitch attitude of the car. We can adjust the wings to make sure that we have exactly the same aerodynamic balance in the middle of the car. We can use, once we've mapped out this whole parameter space, we can create tools like this that allow the race engineer to then go in and try different things, experiment, or make a change with confidence and say, oh yeah, it looks like we've got the data off the car. And this is what happens at the top end of motorsports all the time. You're watching the telemetry, you're seeing that the aero balance is a little bit off. Okay, we need a half a turn of front wing. How do they know that? That's because they mapped this out and they understand that to do X% of aero balance, it's this much front wing to do that. They're not guessing. This stuff happens because we've got this data. So then one other great thing that you can do, if you've gone and run all these tests, whether it's in the wind tunnel or CFD, you can go back and kind of like build a model and then develop like a scatter plot, basically, of saying, this is every permutation and combination of ride height or part that we have on the car. And then what ones are actually useful to us? Well, in this case, since we've got downforce on the vertical axis and drag on the horizontal axis, we would want, as an engineer, to say, I want, for a given drag, I want the most downforce, or for a given downforce, I want the least amount of drag. So you can find what we would call, in engineering or math terms, a Pareto front here. So it's that edge that you want to be on all the time. I don't want, if I need 2,000 pounds of downforce, I don't want to be over here with 860 pounds of drag if I can be 840 pounds of drag for the same downforce. I'm going to go several miles an hour quicker for that, right? This being a speedway car or something like that. So this is what, in the end, the purpose of doing all this is to gather all that data, understand all these permutations and combinations, and then do some studies both offline and at the track and understand where those points are. So that's really where I wanted to get today, Brad, to kind of add a little bit more detail into what we ended up doing here to try and streamline that. Be able to have more people go into this, be able to gather data that they need, and not just the top level guys. So
this is incredible. A quick question: looking at the TSA or the TS Auto, say on the Total Sim website, it says using Total Sim's TS Auto app is an intuitive experience and requires little to no training with a user-friendly interface. Who can use this? I mean, do I have to have
as the marketing people that put that out there? No, it's true. I think we've designed it for people that have that knowledge, have some ability to control their 3D data and understand it, and then want to manipulate that. So we've done it a couple ways. If someone has all the CAD they need, we have several customers, even some guys that do streamliners for Bonneville or whatever, that they've drawn their whole car. They can upload it and they can do some studies. They're controlling the shape. They want to study it, right? We have other people that don't have the ability to do that. So we've gone and scanned the car, built the model. We can set up the baseline, and then maybe they can iterate, right? Then it's there for somebody to say, oh, I'd like to study this or study that. So that's kind of where it's set at, and there's some training involved in that, but it's less training than starting CFD from scratch, at a command line or whatever. So tried to strike a balance between ease of use and the there's still some difficulty in there, but it's reduced to a certain point, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, it simply looks like here's a great entry into, we've already done a lot of the work for you, now it just becomes your specific thing. It's not like people have to,
Right.
figure out something from scratch. It's incredible. And even just watching your presentation, but also having gone through the website, how useful a tool this can be for a lot of different industries, but more importantly, what we're talking about here, the racing industry. It's incredible.
Yeah, and I don't want to, I don't want to downplay the geometry creation side of it. It's still a barrier to entry, but what we've seen, from when we started this company 12 years ago and what we were doing 20 years ago, when I was at Ray Hall or Nathan was at Williams, that CAD creation is so much easier these days, but it is still a thing that you have to invest in, and it's an upfront cost to get in there. But once you're in there, then, these things are going quicker. And as we've seen with a lot of technologies, this stuff is just getting easier and easier by the year. And I'm seeing more and more people, and I don't want to, say it's like, but it's like it's going down market, right? This is not just reserved for the top level anymore. It's moved down to the serious amateur or the next level professional. So that's what we're seeing happening. And I think that's happening with a lot of technologies across the sport, whether it's driver in the loop sims or other things.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is you're showing us this is accessible to people. It takes something, but it's accessible, which is great.
Right. Yeah, and we're here to hold hands and help people do it. Show them the way.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you so much. What a great presentation. Always a pleasure to see you. We'll see you
likewise, Francis,
as well too. And thank you, for being with us. What a great week. And, you follow some pretty heavy hitters, and
you put me in a good time slot.
I think so. I think
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I don't know if I can live up to Zach or not, but try and do my best.
You absolutely did. So thank you very much. Stay with us a few more seconds, Ray, while we are transitioning to our next session. So Brad, you are going to be moderating our next session, and we are going to bring the gentleman from Acorite, as well as it's also called Heidenheim, machinery company that I have the pleasure to work with for many years. And I think that John is coming on. So Brad, we are going to let you take over. We're on for another 25 minutes of tech presentation. So we're going to ask John to start his camera, and then we'll let you take over. So, John, can you hear us?
I can hear you fine. Thank you.
We just can't see you, but we're going to fix that, and we'll get you started. So
okay, perfect.
For John, Brad, great session with Total Sim earlier on, and looks like John is having a little difficulties with his camera, but there we are. So let's make sure we can see you, John, before we start the presentation, and so while we wait for John, Brad, any thoughts on what we have seen so far from Race Industry Week and what's coming up?
What's great is if you look through the chat and you see a lot of the great compliments and comments from people about the lineup that we've had so far this morning. I mean, hearing Zach Brown with Marshall Pruett was incredible. And, watching Ross Braun earlier, with Paul and you, that was just, it's been a lot of fun. And even the Total Sim, I mean, I actually think the way that today is sort of laying out, it's almost like the one that's on now was complemented by the one before it. And we're talking a lot of the same language with a lot of things and to a lot of the same people. So it's really incredible to see some of the innovation in our sport, how accessible a lot of that is. And I'm sure for a lot of racers, things that maybe they didn't quite know about and know was even available to them, especially at, in a lot of cases, a fairly affordable cost, especially when it comes to the money that people will spend trying to find that speed. There's a lot of better ways to do it. And I think we're doing a great job of showcasing that here.
Absolutely. John, we hear you, we see you, but we can't see.
Can you actually see the presentation then?
Okay, yes. So why don't you start sharing your screen, and we'll let Brad take over. So go ahead.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you, Francisca. We appreciate that. This session is with Accurite, and the title is Beyond Standard Digital Readout Technology. And John Parker is the MT Business Development and Product Manager for Accurite. So, John, first of all, welcome. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll let you get started, but just give us an overview of what we're going to be talking about here.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. Shifting gears just a little bit from some of the awesome presentations earlier today, and what I'm going to talk a little bit about today here is what Accurite does in the machine tool industry. So, of course, in the racing industry, a lot of parts are made, and we have products or accessory items that can be fitted to machine tools that produce these parts. And so I just like to take the opportunity, and thanks again for having us, and show you a little bit about what Accurate's about, at least. Let me just get going here.
Yeah, we see your title card right now. Earlier, we saw you start to share your screen. Yep. So
yeah, there you go. You should be able to see my screen fine. So on the Accurate side, we have
for what it's worth, John. All we do see is your name right now up there. I'm not sure if you're sharing something that's not showing up. Let
me try again here.
Okay. There we go. Now it's we're starting to see a screen share. There we go.
Okay, perfect.
Oh,
perfect.
We got it now. Thank you.
Yeah, just what I was saying is, as far as Accurate goes, we have accessory items that we fit to manual machine tools, whether it's digital readouts for milling machines, turning, grinding machines, boring, EDM type machine applications. Along with the digital readouts, we provide precision linear encoders for position feedback on those machine tool applications. We have some entry-level control products for those types of machine tools as well. One that we call Mill Power, and another that's just been introduced most recently that we call Turn Power for lathe applications. You might ask, or some of you may know Accurate brand from the racing industry. Been around for a long time. Goes back to the old Bosch and Lomb days. But we're owned by a company called Heidenhain. And where that positions us in the brand of Heidenhain products is early on in 1985, Heidenhain purchased the Accurate brand along with other brands that they sell and offer. But Heidenhain is well known for motion control enabling technology. And I have just a short little video that I'd like to share with you first that kind of shows you the connection between Accurate brand and Heidenhain brand. So I'm going to let the guys take over and share that video.
At the height of the second industrial revolution, a precision mechanic had an idea. He wanted to build a business obsessed with technical innovation that could still help its partners get their jobs done every day. That mechanic's name was Wilhelm Heidenhain, and he was onto something. Something that's helped make the once inconceivable commonplace. Moving our most powerful technology. Unraveling our mysteries, big and small. Powering our planet. Unlocking repeatable, incomprehensible speed and precision. Accelerating our ingenuity. The Heidenhain family of brands is helping today's technological heroes make the world better. Garrett is teaching the next generation of metalworkers. Dr. Tullis is working to recreate earthquake conditions in the lab. Ian and Ben are looking at stars light years away. And to think, this all started with one man's idea in a Berlin etching factory in 1889. What's your big idea? Let's all work together and change the world.
So hopefully, Brad, that gives you a little bit better idea how Accurate and Heidenhain work together. Heidenhain's been around for a long time, and Accurate is a brand of that company. I'm just going to go back to sharing my screen again here. Give me just a second. And I'll talk a little bit more in detail about the products and how the products associate to machine tool applications and some of the things that you can do with the products themselves. So, Brad, can you see my screen again?
We can now, yeah. The Heidenhain graphic of companies is up.
Yeah, perfect. So when we talk about readouts and what it does and how it works, the device gets mounted to what we call an e-mill or a lathe, but it's usually mounted to the readout and is expressed in terms of left and right axis, back and forth movement or up and down movement. But we're displaying the distance in terms of accuracy that this machine tool is moving. So when you're prototyping parts or repairing parts or modifying parts, this accessory item that we offer helps reduce the time in doing those types of operations. And we have digital for all types of machine applications, typical knee mill applications, lathes that you might see in the industries, vertical torque lathes, horizontal boring mills, optical comparators, grinders, EDM machines, and all of these types of machine tools are being used for all types of industry. Racing industry is a good example, making small run production parts, making modifications to existing parts, etc. So what comes in a DRO? We provide everything as a total package solution that can be fitted to just about any type of manual machine tool. We're supplying the readout display itself, the linear feedback or the positioning devices, and then all of the mounting brackets that it takes to put this particular DRO on a specific machine tool itself. And then just to talk a little bit about the different models of readouts that we offer. We offer a very basic entry level DRO. And in this particular readout system here, you can do a zero reset. So you move to a position and you can zero out the axis. You can do radius diameter conversions. You can put in error compensation if there's machine tool error that needs to be compensated for. There's some diagnostics in the readout, etc. And this readout is applicable to mills, lathes, and grinders for the industry. Our most common readout is what we call the DRO203. It's the mid-range product. It comes standard as a 3-axis DRO display. In an email, you'd have the table X and Y axis, and then your quill being the Z axis for depths, drilling holes, or positioning the Z axis to mill a pocket out, as an example. We have some really cool features on the readouts. So it's a color display, of course. We implemented a feature called dynamic zoom. And for us old guys like myself, where my vision isn't so good anymore, when you're moving the axis, it actually enlarges itself. So you really draw focus to that particular that's moved. And we just call that feature dynamic zoom. We have very basic functions within and standard functions within the readout, like hole pattern. So if you're doing a specific hole pattern, either a full or a segmented hole pattern, you can program those directly into the readout, and then it'll tell you where to move to location to drill these holes out, as an example. On turning specific applications for a lathe within this particular readout, we have the taper calculations, radius diameter feature. We have a freeze tool position for setting up or establishing tool length offsets for turning applications, vectoring, and then summing of displays are all standard features within this particular readout. And then our high-end readout gives you all of those same capabilities that the entry-level and the mid-range product does, along with some programming capabilities. Thread assist, you can actually cut threads with this turning DRO 300 readout that we have. You can set up multiple DRO display views. You can interface your spindle with the readout. So if you want to display spindle speed, if you're monitoring spindle speed on a knee mill or on a lathe, all of that type of information can be interfaced into the readout itself. Retain some of those same features in the DRO 300, the dynamic zoom, the axis highlight functionality. There's a day-night mode on it. Depending on the lighting in the shop, you can change the color or invert the colors within the readout. There's calculation for linear hole patterns within this particular readout. We also have functions like probing that you can add to this readout as an accessory item, where you can calculate the center of a circle, or you can calculate the center line of some part that you might have fixtured up on the machine tool. And then also we have these leak lines, circular arcs, and linear hole patterns, all as standard features within the readout itself. On the entry-level control side, for machine tool applications, we have what we call this mill power control product that can be retrofitted to an existing knee mill or bed mill. And then we also have the turning control product as well. And I'll go through the controls a little bit now. On control products with the mill power, it's just a real easy, simple conversational control. You can import DXF files and G-code programs directly into the control and run part programs that way. Or you can use the conjugate cycles, which are these yellow hard keys up here, and create your own geometry or customize or modify parts on this knee mill application that you have. It's a retrofit package that can be fitted to an existing machine tool or purchased with a new machine tool, as I said, and we're providing all the components to do that. It's the control console, it's a mounting arm for that, it's ball screws that we put into the machine tool, it's the linear feedback that we put on all 3 axes, it's the motors, the axis castings, motor castings to hold the motors themselves. All while retrofitting this manual machine tool, we don't take away from the manual capabilities. So we provide new hand wheels. You can still move the machine tool around manually if you want to, or use it in full automated CNC mode by running that conversational program that you've created, or running a DXF file or your G-code program that you've input into the control itself. I would just say that we have complete retrofit packages for all types of knee mills. Showing here as an example of Bridgeport Series 1 type knee mill, and you can see the components installed on this particular machine. We just make this machine more productive, more accurate. We're providing linear feedback for all 3 axes, so you get the linear feedback for positioning. So if you have questions, or if you do have a knee mill or a bed mill application, a particular make and model, reach out to us, let us know what that is, and chances are we're going to have a kit or a solution that will bolt right up that machine tool, taking it from a machine tool to a very simple CNC machine. On the advanced products, we also offer what we call this bed mill solution, and you can see the machine type's just a little bit different, where the whole head is moving up and down on this machine tool. But we're still controlling all 3 axes. So we have a motor mounted up here on the Z axis, one over here on the left-hand side, which is the table, the X axis, and then there's a motor mounted inside this casting, which is the Y axis. And all of those are control axes through the control itself. This particular kind of machine gives you a little bit bigger work envelope. So if you have bigger parts that you're doing or modifications that you're doing, this control package with this type of machine would work better for you. Type of applications. But again, we're providing the whole package solution for these types of machine tools. Just wanted to give you samples of some of the things that are being done. So you can see some cut parts that are being done on these types of machine tools here, this knee mill. As I mentioned, we don't take away from manual use of the machine tool. You can pop the hand wheel out and still hand crank away and manually move the machine tool. On the Z axis, if we're doing a full 3-axis control package, you could disconnect this knob here from the Z axis. It disengages the ball screw, and then you can still manually adjust the quill or the Z axis in these types of applications. And then on the turning side, we have power. It's control is the control that we've had for years, but it's coming to turn to the entry level turning easy to say 2-axis plus spindle. The machine layer made again focus our product is set time efficient.
Hey, John, if I could for a minute.
You don't the full CNC tool. You want to on a tree.
Hey, John, if I could for a minute, I'm not sure if you can hear me or not. As soon as you started talking about this last piece, you started breaking up on us just a little bit here. I don't know if it was a connection issue or what it was, but I just want to make sure we have you, because I don't think we could fully understand what you were saying with the beginning of this.
Yeah, I could hear you fine.
Okay.
Basically, what I was saying is this turn power is a entry-level turning control that complements our milling product. Again, it's just a easy to use conversational control, 2-axis plus controlled spindle. You can still use these types of machines. This is a lathe, either manually or automated with this entry-level control product on it, all in the efforts to reduce setup time, increase efficiency, productivity, profitability. And the idea, the key behind these milling and turning controls that we have is you don't always need a full-blown 5-axis CNC machine to make a modification to a part or make an adjustment to a part or a program. You could do these on these entry-level type machine tools. And a lot of the race shops and support shops to the racing industry have these type of machine tools out there. And this is a great product to help improve the efficiencies and the productivity of those types of machines. Just to give you some examples of the turning control itself, we have, there's some simple turning parts here. This happens to be a chest set, but here you can see that there's automated threading going on here with some recess cycles, some turning cycles that are all included in here. Gives you a good round overview of the turning control product that we along with the entry products from Accurate that we have both on the milling and the turning side. From there, it's a nice transition into a Heidenhain control, which is available on higher end VMC applications. So here you're talking about 3, 4, or 5-axis type machines. And there's just a smooth transition from the Accurate product into the Heidenhain controls themselves. So a lot of the advertising and marketing stuff that we do and we talk about is just, what's in your shop. And we think that, people should be looking at a product that's still made in the USA. All Accurate digital readouts and control products are manufactured in our manufacturing facility in Schaumburg, Illinois. And if you have, additional questions or things that you would like to research a little bit more, just reach out to us. Go visit the Accurate website. All of our digital readouts are out there and listed on the Accurate website. There's technical specifications on each one of the products that I showed and talked about for readouts and for our entry-level control products. And for that, I'll just say, for the participation, for your business, if you're putting us now, and for being our customer. And Brad, I'll head it back over to you.
Oh, that sounds great. This is what an incredible presentation as well. And, in looking at the products, and again, I have a lot of fun learning about some of the new products that we're talking about here, or at least ones that I'm not familiar with. Just going over the website and checking out everything that you guys have. When it comes to the digital readout system or the control system, what is typically included in that, John?
Yeah, so with the readout systems, we're a manufacturer that includes, I would say, specific bracket kits for specific makes and models of machine tools. So if you have for example, a knee mill that's a brand Bridgeport or a brand Kent or a brand Sharp or Clausing, and they have different makes and models of these particular brands, we have a very specific bracket kit that's included with our system to mount the readout to that particular machine tool. And that's what's unique about the Accurate brand. Makes it a lot easier for installation in terms of timing, and you don't have to make a lot of modifications to brackets and parts to put the readout system onto the machine tool that you have.
That's interesting. As far as buying one make of DRO over another, what's the criteria there?
It depends on the application, of course, and what the customer is really looking for. But for example, I had mentioned the DRO 203, which is our mid-range product. That's well suited and rounded for a lot of milling and turning applications. But if the customer wants a more advanced readout that has functions like thread assist capabilities, or perhaps being able to save programming or programs that they create, then I would recommend, our higher end product line that we have, which is the DRO 300 series.
I think what's fascinating about this, John, is just the efficiency. I mean, it looks like this is just improving accuracy and efficiency, making things easier and more repeatable. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of different bases that are covered here, for any shop or anyone who's wanting to do something and, either make or modify some of their own parts and pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see a lot of that, in the racing industry, all sorts of manufacturing. Our products being used in the educational setting, the automotive industry, aerospace, any place that you have to measure something, there's a good chance that somebody's using an Accurite brand product.
If you already speak the language of a machinist, if you're already capable in doing things and turning the wheels yourself and all of this, how hard is this to pick up and learn and figure out how to use?
It's very simple. And if somebody does, need or require a little bit more education on the product itself, we offer online training classes to support all the products that we offer.
Well, this has just been great to see what all goes on with this. And I know people can find you guys and, find you through your page on the ePartrade website with everything that you do. But it's, just watching your presentation, watching everything you go through, you can see where this would be a huge benefit to racers, to race shops, to parts manufacturers and suppliers. I mean, you sort of cover the gamut of what we feature here on ePartrade as far as being able to really help either a supplier or an end user.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We appreciate the efforts that you guys put into this as well.
Well, thank you, John. And as a matter of fact, we just pushed Accurate's product back on the homepage of ePartrade. So please go to ePartrade.com and you can connect with John's company, with John and everyone within the industry. So thank you very much for being with us, John, today. And we are going to transition to our next session. So John, stay with us a few more seconds. We're basically going to transition to our next panel. We're going to be talking lubricants. And so we're going to bring the people from Hotshot Secrets. This is a company that has been participating with our platform or webinar series for a couple of years now, and they're run by a great team of people. So we are going to run a short little video for about 2 minutes. I'm just getting the signal from our producer. So Brad, stay with us, and then we'll be.
The concept for ePartrade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for ePartrade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to ePartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of e-part trade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
E-part trade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2021. And our wonderful host, Mr. Jeff Hammond, is with us this morning. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning.
Thank you for hosting this great webinar. I think we've got our 3 speakers, and we've got Kyle with us, right? Oh, I hear some noise in the background, right? So Judy, do you want to say a few words about Hot Shots?
Well, it's just exciting to have Hot Shot Lubricants on again with Kyle in his nice studio here. So this should be entertaining. You have a great product range of items, so this is going to be entertaining and educational. So
absolutely, and so we are actually for once a little bit ahead of schedule, and so what we're going to do is let Jeff carry on, and who does a magnificent job at hosting all our webinars, and it's not every day you get a 3-time NASCAR crew chief champion to be hosting your webinar. So thank you for being with us, Jeff, and we're going to let you take over.
Guys, you're in good hands. Have fun.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Francis and Judy. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Doing good.
Good. Glad to hear that. One of the reasons I got kind of excited about having the opportunity to host this particular one is they said something about secrets. Is that the case there, Kyle? I mean, you guys are hot shots, and yet you got a secret to go with it.
Yeah, we got a few secrets around here. Actually, we try to put our secrets out there though, so we're not the greatest magicians, if you will.
No, I think that's wonderful. And again, just what little bit I've been able to get caught up on this deal. Number one, having a lot of diesel products here on my farm and my trucks and my kids and everything like that. We always are trying to hop something up. And so I'm really interested about what I can learn that I can go back and tell them, hey, we can do this to some of this stuff. And we may be able to get these things to run a little bit faster up down the highway, pull a load of hay. But gentlemen, to talk about the history of Hot Shots and the relationship that you 3 have, because I think that is a very intriguing relationship, to say the least.
Absolutely. Or actually, all 3 of us are Ohio-based, so that's really kind of what started us. And today we've got Levon Miller from Fire Punk Diesel and Drew Pumphrey from D&J Precision, and I represent Hot Shot Secret here, and we're a high-performance lubricant company, so we do everything from additives, fuel and oil additives, to full-blown oils, engine, transmission, gear oil, any type of high-performance lubricant we usually have our hands on. So our relationship kind of started with this whole group of us here with really some testing we were doing about 5 years ago. We were not even into motorsports at the time. We were really kind of focused on our trucking side of the business. We came up through the diesel market. We got products for gas and diesel, but we really were known on the diesel side. And we had developed a new technology, which we're going to talk about a little detail today with our nanocarbon technology and our FR3. And we were looking for some testing, and we got put onto this Fire Punk Diesel team, this shop about an hour away from us that turns out is pretty good at what they do. And we brought some of our products down there just to do some third-party dyno testing to check on horsepower gains. And that kind of introduced us to Levon Miller with Fire Punk Diesel. And maybe he can come on and tell us a little bit about Fire Punk and how that started.
Sure. Well, yeah, that was definitely a interesting scenario for us because we have an in-house chassis dyno, and normally when guys call and want to use it, they bring in their equipment, they test it. Well, we'll help make sure we run the dyno correctly and give them the results. But when they showed up for testing, they showed up with product, and they said, we want to pay you to test this product in your vehicles and you tell us the results. So it's definitely a unique strategy. I like that because a lot of times when it comes to oils and additives, everybody automatically goes into a snake oil type of a product that this is just smoke and mirrors. And here I was able to do a fair test myself, and we immediately saw results. And that was a quick way for me to start asking questions about what is this product that I can add a friction reducer to my oil in my 20,000 mile 2016 pickup and pick up horsepower. I mean, we were seeing 12 to 15 horsepower gains in the 500 horsepower range, which was unheard of to just put something in my oil. So that definitely piqued interest because, at the time we're racing with a 2000 horsepower diesel application. And I was like, well, if we see these gains at 500 horsepower, surely there's benefits to run this in a high horsepower application. And that's what piqued our interest to say, what can we tie into Hot Shots to bring them into motorsports?
And that really was the beginning of our interest in motorsports. After working with Levon there, he said, you guys really should start developing some full-blown racing products after we're seeing the gains with just your oil additive. And to bring Drew into this, at the time, Fire Pump was already working with D&J on some of the engines they use. And we had kind of met the limit of the 6.7 Cummins block, and maybe Drew can speak to that and how he's tied into this trio of relationships we got here.
Yeah, I remember having a conversation with Levon before you guys came for testing, and same thing, like, this is snake oil, whatever. There's no way this is going to work. And Levon calls and goes, "You'll never believe that Hot Shot Secret oil additive actually made horsepower. We tested it on multiple trucks and made power." So we were like, wow, there's got to be, advantages to being able to use at least that technology or those products and engines. So we were at that stage. We were a little, I think, ahead of that stage when we actually broke the block and had the failures on the engines at high horsepower. So we ended up tearing up a significant amount of parts. So it wasn't parts from a lubrication standpoint. It was just overloading the components or overloading the block for an extended period of time. So once we got 100 passes or so on what block systems that we had at the point, they would catastrophically fail. So Hot Shots has been very good at keeping us on track, and it's really not had to been a worry on the engine side at all, on the lubrication side. I mean, we've had times when engines have gone down to 20 PSI of oil pressure through the 60 foot and just keep running it. We don't have any issues, not putting any metal in the filter, run it. And I mean, most people wouldn't even think about that. And Hot Shots was definitely there to protect us through that kind of stuff.
When you made me have a curious moment, because I know reading my information, you guys have had some 3,200 horsepower engines on dynos. So when you have a failure with that kind of horsepower, I want to be 2 buildings over before the building. I feel good enough that the parts are not going to catch up with me. So, I mean, it's got to be unnerving, because I know what it feels like around 750 to 900 horsepower when something comes to naught. But in that case right there, it's got to be mind blowing, and it's got to be encouraging. And going back to what Levon pointed out, was that you just poured something in the engine and all of a sudden we got, boom, instant horsepower. Normally we're having to, change rods or heads, or, you know what I'm saying? You got to do more than one thing to make it happen. That to me it sounds like a secret that everybody needs to understand, because man, that is mind blowing. 3,200 horsepower in the engine. And I know you don't do every day that kind of horsepower on every engine that comes in the door. I mean, I know you got a lot of normal stuff, but the result and how you get to there has got to be very similar. The process has got to be similar. And Kyle, can you share a little bit of love about, what makes your product so good? Because when you get to talking to guys who work in machine shops, when you can lubricate something, and Levon can understand that, we can tighten up tolerances. That allows us to do a lot more and build that into reliability as well as horsepower. So where does it begin, and how do we complement the three? How did it complement the three elements that came together: the lubricant, the ability to build something, and at the same time understand the machining part of it that goes all into play?
Great question. Tough answer. It takes a lot of time and energy and partnership with guys like Drew and Levon. You know, what we're doing in diesel drag racing right now is so far past the line of what anybody's done before. So you don't have a lot of resources out there that you can refer to and say, hey, how does this work? You know, we're kind of in just blue ocean out there, figuring it out as we go. And we're fortunate to partner with people like Firepunk and D&J that are willing to go into that darkness with us and get it figured out. To answer your question on how the product really works is, well, one thing I want to address first is a lot of people look at lubricants like they haven't changed in 50 years. And we all know that in this racing industry, everybody's looking for an advantage anywhere they can get it. We see it in hard parts all the time. You know, there's a new turbo out, there's new setup on a new suspension, you know, and so forth. Everyone's looking for the newest, latest. But I think the lubricant side of the industry often gets overlooked. Whereas that's where Hot Shot Secret really has planted itself. We're always trying to push on the cutting edge of lubricant technology. And there are new chemicals coming to market all the time. We stay on top of it. We bring them in the lab. We are constantly testing. Matter of fact, our testing machines run 24/7 here. So we have testing going on all the time. We are not scared to update a product if we find new technology. And we're always kind of looking for the next best thing. Our greatest find in the past few years has really started this new technology is a carbon nanotechnology. And a lot of people have heard of nanotechnology. We use a carbon base, and it's very challenging in the lubricant market. There have been quite a few companies out there that are playing in this space, but one of the first challenges with nanocarbons is keeping it in solution. And that goes for anything. When you're building a really high-end race oil, we're infusing this with, antimony and calcium and a lot of, high-end Group 5 esters to really build a robust package to protect these high-end investments. Well, you can't just go to the chemical store, buy all the best stuff and pour it in a bucket and have a great oil. You really got to get all the ingredients to cooperate with themselves. We know that there's huge gains to be found in nanotechnology, but the hurdle has been getting them to blend and stay in solution. Nanocarbons always want to fall out of solution and sit at the bottom of the bottle or the bottom of the engine. It's not doing any good down there. What we've done is we've patented a technology to keep it in solution. And that's why we've taken this new technology and run with it. I am not a tribologist. We have quite a few tribologists on staff. I'm pretty good at dumbing it down for the average guy is what I try to do. So if I go past you, stop me and ask me a question, no problem at all. But I'll try.
You ain't got to worry about that, because out of the guys that are on the screen with us, I'm the dumbest. Okay, so I'm always going to ask the dumbest question. Okay, so you got no worry here.
Bring it on. Bring it on.
All right.
Well, actually, I think we have a video. I think we can roll the video number 1 here. It's going to talk a little bit about the FR3, and then I'll speak over it once it gets rolling.
Hot Shot Secret FR3 friction reducer is a one-of-a-kind friction reducer and 100% synthetic oil treatment engineered to greatly improve the properties of any conventional or synthetic oil. giving your engine and other systems an increase in performance, protection, and longevity. The high temperatures and pressures inside an engine will cause the oil to break down, leading to deposits, excessive wear, and premature failure. FR3 Friction Reducer combats these issues by improving the host oil's oxidation, thermal, and shear stability properties by using 3 patented lubricants, including a nano lubricant. FR3 Friction Reducer is scientifically proven to reduce engine wear up to 43%, increase horsepower and fuel economy up to 5%, reduce oil operating temperatures, and increase oil film strength. Protect your engine with FR3 Friction Reducer. Hot Shot's Secret. Powered by science.
So I'm going to let this play on a little bit. That's just kind of an overview of this FR3 product that we have. One little video that's coming up here first is going to show one of our testing we did. This is with another carbon nanotechnology on the market. And this is a 6-hour time lapse. And as you can see, our product is on the left side of your screen there. You can actually visually see under a time lapse the nanoparticles fall out of solution there as they drop down very slowly. So this is what we've seen in the nano market to date. And this is why when we've figured out how to keep it in solution, we've taken this technology and run with it. The ability to keep it in solution allows that to run throughout the engine, find all the hot spots. The way that it actually works is through polarity. It is a charged additive, so it can be added to any oil. We have this additive in every single one of our racing oils, our line of adrenaline racing oil. We have there from a 20 weight all the way up to an alcohol 60 weight. And you spoke earlier about how some of these new engines have tighter tolerances. We know that the engines are being built differently than they used to be. Well, with a tight tolerance comes what we call hotspots. So not only is the nanocarbons in this technology attracted to metal because they're polarized, they're also attracted to heat. So the tightest of tolerances inside the engine, where it finds the most heat, is going to attract the nanocarbons. What those nanocarbons do, they're basically very, very, very small, tiny little nanoballs. They're spherical in shape, and they're a nanoparticle would be about, if you could cut a human hair, I think that's the end of our video there. If you could cut a human hair in 40, there's going to be your nanoparticles. So they're very small. You could actually fit one inside a human cell. Well, these travel throughout the oil, find all of the voids in the metal inside of an engine. So whether it's a brand new machine build coming out of Drew's, D&J's engine, new build, you're gonna have machining marks in it. If it's an older engine that's got some passes on it, already has some wear, you're gonna have some wear marks on it. The nanocarbons are gonna find those voids and also where all the tight tolerances are. They will fill those voids to give us a flat film layer, and that's where our nano lubricant goes on top to prevent wear. So at the end of the day, people love to see this horsepower gain, and that's something that's flashy, and people love to see that you can actually gain horsepower with the pour-in oil additive. But truthfully, what we're doing is we're reducing the friction and the wear of the engine, allowing it to make horsepower. We are not inventing horsepower. We are freeing up that engine to produce the horsepower it's made to make. And what you're seeing as a result of the anti-wear, and the production of horsepower is the result of that.
That to me, I find interesting. You don't really create horsepower, but you unlock the horsepower that's there by giving it, I'm just going to use the word freer. It makes it freer. It takes whatever resistance is already there and just basically frees it up, correct?
That is 100% correct. Unlock is a good word. I'm going to start using that. We unlock the horsepower.
Okay. And then the other, yeah, and I'll send you my bill. The other part of it, is I was looking at all the products that were being shown in that first video clip, and the FR3 friction reducer additive, it's not, you've got other oils besides just the stuff that has nanoparticles in it. You can buy something with lesser, would you say, an alternative ingredients, correct?
Sure, absolutely. And when we originally released the FR3, which has been 4 or 5 years now, I believe, when we first did that testing with Levon down at Firepunk, at the time, we didn't even have the racing oil selection we have now. We have a full line of our adrenaline line runs engine oils. We have 3 different types of racing transmission fluids, 3 different weights of gear oil, 5 different weights of engine oil. Every one of our oils that we release, we infuse with our FR3. We feel that strongly about it. Now, we also know people are very oil loyal, as I like to say. So if you like your oil and you're happy with your oil, I suggest you try our FR3 additive on the side. You can add that to any oil. Not only can you add it to any oil, it's also great in power steering pumps. It's great in differentials for your farm equipment. We put it in pretty much anything that's oil-based. We can see gains out of using the nanocarbon technology with.
Okay, Levon, let me ask you a question. You're one of the guys who gets to do the testing with all this new stuff, we keep hearing about on the dyno. But what kind of real world results have you had because of this product?
Well, real world, we see a lot better results when the race engines get torn down after a season of abuse. The wear patterns in the bearings and even in the rings, holding the oil film on the cylinder wall. So there's less wear on the piston skirts. So real world really comes after a whole season of racing. You tear the engine down in comparison to previously, before we ran the FR3 product or the Hot Shots oils, we were seeing a significant reduction. Like, I know they scientifically say there's 43% less wear. I don't mathematically equate that to passes necessarily, but last year on our drag truck that makes over 3,000 horsepower, we went 99 passes. And when we pulled the engine down, you could still see the dial bore gauge marks on the bearings from when the engine was assembled. And that was after, you're getting 3,000 horsepower and 3,500 plus foot-pounds of torque getting run through those bearings, 100 times throughout a season. And that's real world results.
Yeah, I'd say so. I believe, I'm sitting here looking at some of the stuff here. Don't you have a video of this right here as far as, some of results and with your product and everything?
Drew at D&J and Kyle, one of you guys, you took a video when we tore the engine down after the first season. I don't know, is that the video you were talking about?
The one I'm looking for, the video shows the S10 racing and the world records you guys set this year. That's pretty wild. And I'd like to see those, because anytime you can tell me you're making world records, you're abusing something. Okay.
Right. Well,
and when you take something apart and you tell me, oh, it looked like it was brand new. I mean, honestly, Drew, would you believe that, being a machinist like that you don't see, it looks like it just got put together?
No, I really wouldn't believe it if we didn't see it ourselves.
That's my point.
I know a lot of people are going to be like, there's no way Hot Shots is paying these guys to say this and so on. But if anybody knows us, they know that that's not going to happen. I mean, we've really thoroughly been impressed, and it's I don't even know much about oil because I haven't had to learn it. We've had good people in our corner that it's not, if we have a problem, it's a problem because we screwed up or we're just overloading the part. It's not a lubrication issue. And it's been great to have that security. And I know people aren't going to believe, what we're saying, but we pretty much just say, well, get a bottle of FR3 and dump it in. If you've got a dyno at home and it's actually accurate, and it's not just throwing numbers out, it will show you a result. It does every single time. And when you can kind of just free up, it's just like that. You free up the horsepower, you're reducing friction on everything. Everything survives better. I think the biggest thing that we have seen, our Cummins engines aren't typically an engine that we have a whole lot of bearing issues with. They have a lot of bearing surface area, so that's been a pretty easy thing for us. But what we have bought is piston rings and keeping piston rings alive. And most of what that is the oil film that stays on the cylinder wall that keeps everything there surviving. We're starting to deal, and the engine that's making 3,000 horsepower and make 99 passes is making the same brake mean effective pressures as like a top fuel car, and they're tearing them down every 4 seconds. So, I mean, we're really making that much cylinder pressure, and the stuff survives. Some of it's the components, and some of it's the partnership, and a lot of it's the tuning. Also, if that stuff all doesn't go together, it's nothing but a bomb. But everyone has to work together.
Well, that's great to hear. Do we have that video so we can, marvel at the passes?
Yeah, I think Levon can probably speak to this. This is when we set the world record. I don't think we had any audio, but Levon, if you want to kind of walk through that day and what we did this year.
Yeah, this was down at South Georgia Motorsports Park this spring. We were radial tire racing, and that is when you're racing diesels, you're out on your own. So we were changing torque converter stall speeds, trying to make the drive shaft curve look the way we want it to, and we finally got the thing dialed in and working the way we want it to, and we were able to click off that magical 3-second pass, went 3:99.8 at this event. And that's something that somebody, in the diesel world, we have been chasing that number for 3 years, trying to get a diesel powered vehicle of any kind into the threes. But diesel motorsports is advancing quickly. Whereas the gas guys, they're advancing, but they're still ahead of us by a good margin. But what's exciting about the diesel motorsports is we're still breaking new boundaries and making advancements every year to go faster.
Well, I add to that, it's not just advancements. I know in the gas world, we see it by thousandths of a second. This year alone, what was the best coming into the year was in the 420s?
411 at 181.
At the end of the year down in South Georgia, hit 411. Then we came back. We've had some dragsters in the low 4.0s. And but for Fire Pump to pull this off on a door car, to be the first diesel powered vehicle to crack into the threes, it wasn't much. It was 3:99.8, but we'll take it. Yep. So you just don't hear in any other drag racing, leaps of tenths of seconds, per season. It goes to show how much the technology on the diesel side of things have really come into play. And it goes into, like I said earlier, teaming up with guys like Drew and Levon. This engine that Drew built, this Executioner billet engine, is just something else. And we come in and we stay in our lane with the lubrication side of things and try to bring our expertise to the table. And then obviously you've got Fire Pump Diesel with their race team that knows how to get it done when it comes to race day. And that's not it too. There's a bunch of partners on this truck to get to where it's got, and it really does take a village.
Well, I mean, from my perspective, seeing something like that, it's definitely teamwork, and it's all of you guys willing to buy in on unlocking this horsepower, because it's almost like it's mystifying, Kyle, because I'm old school, just like probably these guys are too. Seeing's believing, but if you're smart in this world, you got to understand why too. I mean, you've got to be able to understand, what is making the difference here, so we can better understand what we can do to totally take advantage of it. I mean, what are the areas? I mean, just because we all of a sudden we've tripped over, some lubricating horsepower, is there more? Because, you're chasing a dream and trying to break the threes. And like you said, just barely got in there. Well, now that you're there, you want to stay there. You want to go, you want to do more, it's always, and I'm going to go back to another, I had an opportunity to talk with Don Garlitz earlier this year on one of the seminars that we did. And, he's messing around with electric cars. electric drag cars and things. And what he's pursuing is a totally different source, but it's the same thing. I mean, it's, they're trying to get to where the line has been drawn. And to go over that barrier, it's got to be, I guarantee, gratifying, but you guys ain't gonna throw your hands up and say, well, we're done. Nobody's gonna ever touch that. No, you're gonna figure out some way to raise that bar to, when next pass will be a 39000. You know what I'm saying? And that to me is what inspires me, watching and talking to you guys so far, is that it's almost like you're on a quest together and you're making things happen.
That's well put. And I'll go back to what we started the conversation with when we were just doing some FR3 testing with Levon down there at Firepunk. I never really foresaw where that was going to lead to. And what it did was it validated we had a great product. We had already done enough testing on it. We knew it. We wanted third-party results to give us the proof and the data to make the marketing claims to get the product out there. It was then Firepunk who really pushed on us and said, well, you've got something special here that, we can add to any of the racing oils they were currently using at the time. But then they questioned us and they said, well, if you can do this just with an additive that's a 5% dosage of that oil, and you can make a brand name, high-end racing oil that they're already using that much better to pick horsepower up, well, what was left on the table when they developed that oil? And we said, we don't know, but we're going to find out. And so that gave us the motivation to then go develop the Adrenaline racing oil. After that, the next year, they said, well, this is working great. We need some transmission fluid and gear oil. That was year 2, 3. And so we slowly developed these products. And in developing them, we took them back to the same principles that we do here at Hot Shot Secret. We always will only develop products that we can prove with science are the best available. We don't really make any commodity style products. You're never going to find us making, brake fluid or something like that. If it's a lubrication product that we can make a gain on and actually show scientifically, then we're going to take on that challenge. Now, sometimes does that lead to a dead end? It sure does. We've got a lot of dead prototypes in bottles in our lab that we've swung and missed, but I'm sure Drew's got some designs that he's thrown away on some of the engines he's built. But it takes that dedication to keep pushing if you really want this. And what helps you along that path is teaming up with guys like Drew and Levon, because we're all in it to advance the industry. So when that was put back on us and they said, you guys should really make an engine oil, a racing oil, what was unique about it was we were able to start fresh. We weren't a racing oil company. We weren't even in racing. So we got to take a very outside of the box, unique view at what makes a racing oil. And we got to start with the ground up build of it. So not only does our racing oil have tremendous properties from the carbon nanotechnology, the FR3 that's infused into it, we also designed it differently than any other racing oil out there. To give you a couple specs on it, one would be that we use a pure Group 4 polyalpha olefin, a PAO oil. Not 5%, not 4%, not 9%. It's 100% pure Group 4 oil. That's a whole nother long discussion, but in short, a Group 4 is one grade above a Group 3 synthetic. So when you think about a Group 2 conventional and a Group 3 synthetic, usually people are using Group 4s as like additives and esters or high end. We're actually using that as the base oil. The advantage of using a Group 4 PAO is that this oil cannot shear. So if the Firepunk S10 truck, the world record truck, it runs our 50 weight racing oil. No matter how many passes, no matter what they do to that oil, all the oil analysis we do on the back end, it will always sit at 50 weight. So as we know in the racing world, shearing the oil, having it come out of grade, when your 50 weight drops to a 44, drops to a 42 after a few passes on a hard load, you're no longer protecting your tolerances. It's designed for a certain weight of oil. So when we designed this oil, we were actually using that technology in a whole different application. It was actually made for over-the-road trucking for trucks that go extreme intervals, 100,000, 200,000 mile intervals without changing the oil, which is a whole other conversation another day, using bypass filters and whatnot. But that technology of taking the shear stability of the oil and making it paramount so that it always stays in grade, we just sat there and said, well, why isn't the racing industry using this? It's right there for the taking. Now, it's expensive. I mean, there's no way around that, but it's, if you're tasked with making the best of the best, which is what our lab was tasked with, they said, well, obviously we're going to go with the Pure Group 4. That way, all of our racers know they will always be in grade. Catastrophic engine failure situations, that's going to stay right at a 50 weight or a 40 weight, whatever weight they started with. So that was the base oil started with. Then we brought in our FR3, which was kind of what started this whole thing. We added our nanocarbon technology to it. And then we were looking at the additive package, which most commonly what you see in the racing world, you see high zinc packages. People always hear about how much zinc's in your oil. We use a sulfur-based zinc as opposed to what's commonly known as ZDDP. It's a phosphorus-based zinc that you see in most oils. The sulfur-based zinc, it stinks. So our oil has a unique smell, but that's from the sulfur in it. But it's a great lubricant, which brings the wear down considerably. And then we jack that level up to insane amounts. I think we run about 3,400 parts per million zinc, sulfur-based zinc. So what you don't see in our oil is a lot of phosphorus, which a lot of people usually see a high phosphorus level in the racing oil, but that's because they're using a lesser type of zinc, a ZDDP, a phosphorus-based zinc. In place of that, we keep a calcium package around 2,000 parts per million. And what you'd love to call one of our secrets, but again, we put it out there, so it's not a secret. We blend about 1,000 parts per million of antimony into our racing oils. Antimony is probably the most expensive chemical for oil engineering. It is a great anti-wear. It combines with zinc extremely well, but it is insanely expensive. So I think I know of, we test everything on the market. I think we've seen antimony in a couple of their competitors' brands, but they're in the 5 to 10 parts per million. We're using 1,000 parts per million in every bottle of ours. So to get back to what you were saying, it really was the drive that created this whole push, and that launched us into motorsports when we were unknown. And just in 3 or 4 years now, we started with diesel drag racing. Just kind of, it was close to our family, close to what we knew, and we've now pretty much taken over that whole diesel drag racing industry. Now, one of our Outlaw Diesel Super Series, which is our big diesel drag racing series, we are proud to announce this year there are 7 classes, everything from pro dragsters, pro mods, pro street, all the way up to ET bracket. All 7 class champions this year were running Hot Shot Secret racing oil. So inside our world, that word had got out, so each of these top teams have slowly kind of come over and said, wow, we've been using something for a long time. Either I haven't really seen problems or we're looking around, but what do you guys have going on over here? And that's why it's great to partner with somebody like Drew, who's got this prototype engine that's never, one of a kind engine, and trust us enough to put our new lubricant in there. And then you have a team like Fire Pump that we love because we can give them stuff. They go thrash on it and give us, the test results, and collectively we all gain. And then at the end of the day, we start breaking world records like this, and the whole sport gains. So it's really a win all around. And you have some people like these companies that we're partnered with that really want to take something to the next level and have that drive and ambition to do so.
Okay, well, the thing is, Drew, you've been sitting there with just that little, waiting for the moment to come. We've heard from everybody else as far as the race team's perspective. What about your experience trusting, this prototype technology, this carbon nanotechnology that we're discussing here today? What did it take to convince you? And at the same time, I know you've got a video from your shop of you guys tearing down the engine and what you found, and give us pretty much that's the proof in the pudding. You're the guy that put it together, and when you saw what was left or what you found when you do your autopsy, Were you surprised?
Yeah, Jeff, you can go ahead and roll that video for Drew. He can speak over it.
Yeah, we were surprised. Pleasantly surprised with how well the engine survived after all of that abuse, for sure. And that's the crankshaft there. You can see there's nothing going on there. I wish it was better video quality on the bores on that engine, but they're still crosshatching the bores after that kind of abuse, 99 runs. So that's been our biggest wear item, is the cylinder walls and the piston rings sealing the combustion gases. And that's where I think the lubricant is the biggest advantage. So bearing wise, I mean, we really could virtually see no wear on the bearings, and everyone, I'm sure, doesn't believe that, but virtually no wear on the bearings at all. I think we've got pictures of them. I don't know if they're in this video or not. Yeah, the oil has always done us really, really well. Hot Shots, like I said, they've been a partner with us, and we really haven't had to learn anything about oils. So it's just been able to give them, well, there you can see some of the crosshatch still in the bores a little bit in that shot there. That's a rod bearing on the load side. That's just no coating either. That's just a regular Mahle-Klebite H bearing with virtually no wear. A little bit of dirt and debris through that one, but for the most part, that's a main bearing on the load side. And this is as we tore it down after 99 passes. That's all the load side of the main bearings too in our bed plate setup. Top side of the bearing. You can, the scratches are still the marks from the dial bore gauge from when we put everything together. Kind of look like a little scratch on the coating, basically. You can't even feel it.
Right.
Just shine it up. Piston ring still out of bull nose. That's after Levon's doesn't do what he's supposed to do for EGTs.
Hey, heat makes horsepower.
That's
We
right.
go fast, we turn it up. Ask for forgiveness later.
Yep. You never ask for permission. But that's what makes the team work. So, but yeah, like I said, I mean, we've had years in the past where we had an oil system issue. It wasn't really an issue per se, as we just put the tank in the back of the truck trying to get weight distribution right as a dry sump setup. Well, the G forces would pull on that column of oil that's on the suck side of the oil system all the way from the back of the vehicle, and we would drop oil pressure as soon as the car was under even 1 G. And as we got faster and faster, it got worse and worse. And I remember us being at a race and we were seeing oil pressures through the 60-foot dropping down below 20 pounds. And we just kept watching filters and never ever had an issue. I don't think we ever even pulled that engine apart, did we, Levon?
I don't think so.
I think we just kept running it. So most people would be just going, there's no way, but we really saw no wear. We never really saw no issues. So we never even tore it down to inspect. And I know that's a lot of the oils that's doing that. And I think Kyle he dummied down their PAO oil once for me and described it as different sized balls, basically. Is that how you describe that, Kyle?
Yeah.
Talking about the molecular structure.
Yeah.
See,
So
I can even teach
you dummied that down and said it doesn't shear out of grade. Well, okay, cool. Why doesn't it shear out of grade? We were at a Virginia race. How did that work?
I remember that was during a rain delay.
Yeah.
Drew said, teach me about oil.
Yeah. So why is what was that?
So in short, the reason why we have the ability to make the oil unshearable is because it's a true synthetic oil. What most people, if you go to the average auto parts store and you look at the shelf up there on all of those millions of bottles of oil and all your options, all that oil up there that says synthetic is not a true synthetic. It's actually a group 3, which means it's just a more highly refined base oil. Simply a conventional is just not as refined as much. So we're looking at the carbon chains of the actual base oil itself, the molecular structure of that oil. And when you're looking at a group 2 conventional, you're not far from a barrel of crude. You know, it's just very loosely refined. So the structure of the oil under a microscope is very abstract. You got small particles, big particles. It's very ununiform, if you will. That's just because it hasn't been hydrocracked that much and it hasn't been refined too much. We put that through another process of refining, more hydrocracking, and get that to a more consistent molecular structure. And that's what they call a group 3, what the world calls a synthetic. We even do here on our bottles because people get confused by that. But again, it's just more highly refined. What you'll see in that is that instead of having large size and small size and medium size, you're just kind of down to a small and medium size particle in there. That's less area to break off. And when you break that carbon chain is when you're shearing the oil. So when it's coming out of grade. So if it's a 50 weight racing oil, say it's conventional oil, it's got a very loose carbon chain to it and it can shear out of grade pretty quickly, especially on a racing oil. They can do it in one pass. We've seen oil drop from a 50 weight to a 40 weight in one pass under a 4,000 horsepower load. So you got one pass of protection out of it. And that upgrades to a group 3, and it's a lot more similar carbon chain, so it's a lot stronger and gives you more shear stability, so it will not break as easy. There's not enough loose points on that carbon chain to break and actually come out of grade. So it gives you a longer interval, gives you more passes while you have that protection of staying in grade. But it eventually will break and wear down. Where the Group 4 PAO is just light years difference is it is an actual true synthetic. We actually bring this down to the molecular side. We break the entire carbon chain down to pieces. It's like taking a 1,000-piece puzzle, and instead of like being finished and trying to perfect it, we just dumped it on the table, all the pieces, and then we build the oil from the ground up. Now we've truly synthesized the oil. You have a true synthetic oil. In doing that, when we have tribologists in our lab that have full control over how that oil is built, well, now we can actually replicate that carbon chain so it is like a copying machine. It is 1,000% identical all the way down the chain. That makes it very difficult to break, virtually impossible to break. And that's why a PAO oil can withstand either long miles on like an over-the-road trucker that's going extreme intervals, or those short 1/8 mile and 1/4 mile passes made by 3,000-4,000 horsepower vehicles are putting the same strain on the oil. But if we have that Group 4 true synthetic base oil chain in there that can't be broken, it's going to hold great. And these guys, these race teams, these engine builders, they just don't have to worry about that element at all because the oil is going to stay in grade. Now, here's the challenge too. It's kind of a bad reward for building such a good oil. What's unique about the additive package that we then add, including our carbon nanotechnology, when you have a Group 2, like a conventional oil, because it's so ununiform and the molecular structure is so different along the chain, there's a ton of places where we can go in there, and I kind of speak to it, it's like decorating a Christmas tree. We hang little additives over that carbon chain on that tree of oil. Well, there's a bunch of them on a conventional oil because it's so abstract. You get to a Group 3, there's less of them, less areas to get your additive package to actually get in there and hold. Well, one of the reasons why people don't build a pure Group 4 oil is because it is so consistent, and we're actually building it to be identical chain. It also leaves us like nowhere to plant these additives, and that becomes very challenging. That would be something that I do have to keep a secret in-house of how we do that, because that's also what's unique. I could give any of the lubricant companies in the nation like our recipe and our ingredients. They're all out there, but how we blend it and how we get it to stay in solution and hold the additive package and how the nanotechnology stays in solution is really what the feather in our cap is. And that's why we've been able to take this technology and really advance it in the industry.
Okay, Kyle, we got just a few minutes left. I want to make sure that our audience that has any questions to jump in there real quick. We've already got a comment and a question from Jason. Are the product additives, the O2 and other additives, O2 and other sensor and filter friendly? I mean, you have any issues with anything that, as far as that's concerned? And at the same time, Nick wanted to make sure everybody understood. Hot Shot Secret is amazing.
Thanks, Nick.
So-
Appreciate that. To answer your question, yeah, there's you wouldn't have to worry about any type of O2 sensors when we're speaking about the FR3 additive itself, the carbon nanotechnology. This can be added to any oil, gas, diesel, lawnmower, string trimmer, motorcycle, boat, you name it. Any oil this can be added to, even two-stroke oil. Where you run into issues on application is when we get into, like say, the racing oil. Now, you would not want to put a racing oil in a vehicle that has a emission system on it, just because the zinc package is so high in this that even if you put this in a diesel, it would not be friendly to the DPF, and in a gas car, it would not be friendly to the catalytic converter. It would prematurely clog those components. Great anti-wear engine, but it's difficult on the emission system. So don't put a racing oil in a non-racing car, but if you want the technology, you can use the FR3 in any passenger vehicle.
That has the Blue Diamond is the Black Diamond is the race. I have Blue Diamond oil in my daily driver 2019 truck with an emission system, and I've had that same oil in there for 34,000 miles now with a particulate filter, with a France oil bypass filter to keep the oil clean.
Yeah, Hot Shots has other oils than the adrenaline to cover all those bases for people.
All right, and some closing questions here that I want to try to get to real quick. Levon, for example, you set a world record during the Lights Out race at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Obviously, that's a field that normally is dominated by the gas guys. Do you think that you're on the verge of being able to compete against gas racing equipment?
And we touched on this a little bit earlier, but we're making leaps and bounds improvements. I definitely think that we're actually able to go to some of these events, some of the no prep stuff that we've raced, and compete and win rounds. So yes, we're getting there. We're not there today, but hopefully next year or the year following, we'll be right there running with them.
How about you, Drew? Do you feel the same way that, you know, being a high performance diesel engine builder, that you're closing the gap against your gas competitors?
Yeah, I think if we had the equipment and resources that some of the other race teams have, some of these guys, like if they knew how much money we really had in this compared to a lot of these other race teams, they would be going, you got to be kidding me. And, you know, better chassis. I mean, how old's that S10 chassis? What was that? That was
it was built in 2000 originally. So that's the next step, is getting in a new chassis, but again, more money. So it's teaming up and being patient and waiting for the time to make the next move.
Right.
Well, guys, usually when we see these other folks like Francis and Judy join us, it means time has expired. That's our polite way of saying it's time for us to quit talking and start making room for somebody else to come in. But Kyle, this has been totally fun for me, because you guys have got your act together. I like it when you see people do something that's normally against the grain, and that's what you're doing here, going into a normally gas, you know, nitro burning type world, and you're saying, hey, we can make diesel power, you know, make you guys take notice, and the way you come together as a, I guess you might say, as a team, and you're sharing information, and you're making headway. And I think that's just awesome. World records are what they are. They're made to be broken and set, and you guys are doing it. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great session. Stay with us a few more seconds as we are transitioning to our next session. And our next session is going to be a panel, and we're going to be talking on the future of motorsport with a great host, our friend of us, John Waragnac. And before we bring John on, we are going to run a little video from our sponsors. So stay with us and we will be right back with you.
The concept for e-part trade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for e-part trade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to epartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At e-part trade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of e-part trade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
E-part trade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
What we're going to be talking about today is our water methanol injection system and some of the changes that we've made over time. One of the most exciting parts about some of the changes is the V3 nozzle. The key to this is a swirl generator. Look at how broad that is, and just look at this, look at the inside of this case. It's literally a fog, a cloud. The whole mission here was to do more with less. Less nozzle, less injection, less fuel. Pretty cool stuff.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners, available for your entire car. Build complete race cars, customs, and bikes with ARP. 25% stronger than grade 8 hardware. Race car strength and show car looks at ARP-bolts.com.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for late model muscle. From LS to Coyote to Hemi, ARP locks in power and performance for a winning combination inside and out when failure is not an option.
ARP-bolts.com.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster.
further and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle. Driven with passion. With one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Thank you very much and welcome back to Race Industry 2021. And Judy, we have a special guest with us today.
Yes, we do, Mr. John Warniak, and it's good to have you with us today. You're going to be with us twice today.
Yes, this afternoon at 3 p.m. Pacific time, and then again at 5 p.m. for our happy hour on focus on off-road and off-road EV racing with Dave Cole and Jake Hawksworth. Going to be cool.
Great. So what are we going to be talking about today, John?
Our first panel is going to focus on the future of racing and performance, and particularly the technology and the role that technology has played in the past, and certainly the role that technology is playing in the future. I like to tell people that ePart Trade Race Industry Week is the digital twin of our B2B future. Again, not the e-commerce side, but certainly the network and bringing us together virtually so that the racing, as Paul says, is kind of the next generation, if you will, post-pandemic, the next generation, golden age of motorsports.
Oh, you're right. Thank you very much. And coming from you means a lot to us. I mean, when it comes to technology, you're the guy, in the automotive.
well, I try to be, and hopefully it helps with our audience today. And it's great. I think you mentioned we have, 110 countries this morning?
Yes, yes.
And how many actual viewers online, Judy? Any idea?
I mean, it's because we are basically live here, but we're also streaming so Racer is streaming for us on YouTube and there are different channels. Okay. So really, this section, this live section, is you have to log in and you have to put your information in. So we have this, and which is actually recorded, and it make available next week to the entire industry. And so the beauty of being live like that and online is the live aspect of it is just the beginning, and there's so much information. Just look in the last few hours this morning, there's so much information in there that it's going to be published later on the ePartrade platform, on our YouTube channel, and people that couldn't be with us today will have the ability to also watch those.
Absolutely. And I like to tell folks also that, the conventional trade show, as we used to know it for 50 years, is dead. So, but the point is, long live the trade show, because the new trade shows are becoming much more virtual and physical, mashing together. And that's what ePart Trade Race Industry Week is all about. Arguably, most shows have gone from physical to virtual. ePart Trade Race Industry Week has gone from virtual, and eventually, I imagine some part of it will be physical.
Well, thank you very much, John, for your words of wisdom. And we have your panel on. And what a
excellent! Everybody made it. Good. So everybody's getting ready to get the starting grid ready, and we're going to do a rolling start. Okay, guys?
So, John, you're in charge.
So get your cars. Well, thank you, and thank you, Francisque, and thank you, Judy, and thank you, Paul Fanner, for really putting this show on. This is fantastic. It's a great opportunity. If you look at the A list of speakers, it's basically who's who in motorsports around the world. From Zach Brown, Michael Andretti, you name it, and it's great. And I am actually very honored for the folks that we have on today: Doug Bowles, Stefano DePonte from Dallara, my great mentor and great friend, Dr. Dave Cole, and a new friend, Ricardo Juncos. So we're going to be talking a lot, and so I'm going to jump right into it. And first of all, I want to say good afternoon and good evening to our friends in Europe, and welcome to our session on the future of racing and performance. And we're going to focus on the technology of racing and performance, particularly on what's new, what's now, and what's next. And we're going to go through that with our great lineup of speakers. And again, thank you all for being here. I'm John Warniak. I'll be your moderator today, and we put this session together. And I want to focus on some of the things that motorsports and racing have always been what I call the Gemba, the front line for actual things that are taking place with racing. And it's the front line for basically three things. Racing has basically three key principles. One, solving problems. Two, demonstrating technology on the world stage. And third, inspiring the next generation of STEM and STEAM leaders around the world. And we'll be talking about all that. And more importantly, with the era that we're in, and hot rodders and racers have been a big part of I'll call it the era definition, and define eras for the last 50 to 100 years. We're in a new era here with connected, autonomous, and electrification of vehicles. And that era and attitude will be defined by a lot of the people we'll be talking to today that are online, as well as the next generation. So racing is a big part of our connected, autonomous, and electric future. We'll be talking about that. I'm going to focus on racing and give a quick overview. I'm going to drive through quite a few slides very quickly. And then we want to get to the panelists, and we'll do a short introduction. Each of them will have 2 to 3 minutes to introduce themselves and any key messages that you want to deliver to kind of spark and get the conversation going among yourselves. Because one thing we've learned at sessions like this, particularly virtual, the audience wants to hear from you, the panelists. You guys are at the Gemba, you're at the front line, as I said. They want to know what's on your minds and share your insights with them. So let me share my screen here and bring up, let's see, where are we at here? Let's get these screens up. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. What do we got here? Let me open this up. Okay, let's see. So can you guys see those slides?
Not yet.
How about that? Let's see. Nope. Back up here. And so now that I got that up, let me go back to, I think I gotta go back to share screen. Let's see. Okay, so that should come up.
Yep.
And let's see.
You got it.
Yep.
And from the beginning.
Good job.
Okay, you guys can see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. So again,
I see.
welcome to our session, and I want to focus on a couple things. You see there, you see actually an IndyCar racer, and you're going to see something new we're going to talk about today, as well as the Indy Autonomous Challenge. The car on the right-hand side of the screen, the left side of the screen, looking at it, is basically the Indy Autonomous Challenge car. It was at the Brickyard just last month, and we'll be talking about that. If you think about the systems approach to motorsports, I like to think of the 6 dimensions. We're going to focus mostly on the equipment today, the technology, but it does impact all those other 6 dimensions that you see in that systems model there. Again, I mentioned racing is about 3 things: solving complex problems, particularly extreme edge cases, demonstrating technology, pushing innovation, and pushing proof of concepts out to the world, and certainly inspiring the next generation of leaders. The talent pipeline we'll be talking about today as well. And again, I mentioned the defining the eras and attitudes. Connected autonomous vehicles and electrification are part of our future, racing playing a big role in that. But unfortunately, the complexity is actually outpacing our ability as an industry to manage it. So we have to manage this disruption and complexity. Software and safety performance and digital vehicle architectures are the new horsepower. We're going to talk about that as well. And certainly generative design, additive manufacturing, or 3D printing, if you will, and digital twins make the impossible possible. We'll be talking about how it does all that as well. I mentioned the Indy Autonomous Challenge. History was made, and there's a moment when the impossible passes into history. That was October 23rd at the Brickyard. Doug was there, Stefano was there, Ricardo was there. It was truly history being made with the first autonomous cars to run at the racing capital of the world, Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The team that won the $1 million prize was Germany's Technical University of Munich. It was great to see that. Although it didn't transpire into a on-track car-to-car competition, that's actually going to take place at CES, Consumer Electronics Show, on January 7th. But really cool, it plans, as Michael Andretti said, you always have to have a plan B and a plan C. Well, Paul Mitchell and the great folks at ESN, the sponsors, and Cisco, they had a great plan B, and the race was underway. It happened very well, and the next car-to-car race will be at Las Vegas Motor Speedway on January 7th. So looking forward to that. This seems new to a lot of people. It should not. A lot of the connected autonomous vehicles technology started in racing. That was me back in the 90s with Don Runkle and a few others, and Dave Cole remembers them. We did the first connected automated vehicle demonstration outside La Jolla in San Diego, where we embedded electronic sensors in the freeway, and we had 8 autonomous Buicks. Why Buicks were chosen, I have no idea. But the Buicks were actually hands-free. There's actually a video you can look at online on that. With drivers with their hands up. They are autonomously driven and connected through the freeway for 15 miles. But it was a start, but that was a long time ago, maybe ahead of its time. But a lot of the technology came directly from racing and GM Racing in particular. So that came together and it really did manage that disruptive technology. The other big part we'll talk about today as well is the impact of safety, motorsports and racing on safety. Not only on race cars, like you see Ryan Newman's there in his crash last year, but think about the crashes and the fires. Romain Grosjean, the fire in F1 last year. Think about that. And not to mention Tiger Woods is in the news again today. When he crashed last February, the very first thing the LA County Sheriffs wanted to take a look at was the black box, the event data recorder. And that has saved a lot of lives for accident reconstruction, making race cars for a lot of our race car drivers safer, but certainly the cars we have in our driveways, not to mention the Halo devices, the Hans device, everything that we're seeing with ADAS, the advanced driver assist systems, and all sorts of those things that have been developed through racing and applied to the vehicles we have in our driveways that we're driving, and more importantly, our families and friends are driving as well. So we've got a fantastic speaker grid here today. So the lineup, these are again, what I'll call the frontline industry leaders, experts, and visionaries. We got Doug Bowles, president of Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Thank you, Doug, for being here. Glad to have you. And Ricardo Juncos, president and team principal of Juncos Hollinger Racing. Thank you for being with us, Ricardo. And Stefano DePonte, CEO and general manager of Dallara USA. Stefano, good friend, great to have you with us. And Dave Cole, as I mentioned, chair emeritus of Center for Automotive Research, Auto Harvest as well. And something we'll be talking about as well, that talent pipeline, is building America's tomorrow. And Dave is an expert at that and a lot of things that he's doing at that. So I'm going to turn it over to you first, Doug.
Can you please call in?
And I'll take these slides off. We'll kick off with Doug, and each of the speakers will have, as I said, a 2 to 3 minute introduction to themselves and any key messages that they want to kind of seed the audience and seed the other panelists for the discussion that we'll be having. So I'll turn it over to you, Doug.
Well, thank you, John, and thank you for everybody for joining us today. Pretty excited to be part of this. We had an opportunity to be part of this previously, and I just want to say thank you to everybody at ePart for continuing to keep the motorsports industry connected, even in the challenging last couple of years we've had. This has become something I think we all look forward to, an opportunity to hear from our colleagues and others in our space as we continue to navigate through COVID, but as we continue to move forward through motorsport. And John, I think you touched on it really well, and I can go all the way back to 1909 when the Indianapolis 500 was created. Our sport isn't just entertainment. I mean, that's a lot of what we do, but we really are driving technology. We are on the front end of some of these use cases that are really trying to find what is the next way to move people and move product around the world through the technology that we're learning in racing, whether it is something that directly comes from an NTT IndyCar, through fuel mileage that Honda and Chevy learn, or through something like the Indy Autonomous Challenge that without Ricardo and Stefano, we wouldn't have had an opportunity to do. It's pretty neat to be on the panel with both of them, because when ESN came to us with this crazy idea of having an autonomous challenge race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Dallara and Stefano were the first to step up and say, hey, we've got a great platform that'll work really well for that. And we knew that the most important thing about that for those universities was to make sure that everybody had exactly the same race car, so that it wasn't about tuning a race car. It was really about having a race car that was identical for everybody, and then allowing the universities to compete on the technology that was going to drive those cars autonomously. And we reached out to Ricardo, who has an awful lot of success in the feeder series, as well as running the Indianapolis 500, but certainly in the Indy Lights series, and presented all of those teams with a platform that was equal. And we were pretty excited at Indianapolis to be part of that. When when we had an opportunity to do that, we really thought about 1909, and Carl Fisher built the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to test the new technologies of the day back then, which was the automobile. And so we felt like in a lot of ways, the Indy Autonomous Challenge was really using the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for something that Carl Fisher built it to do, which was test that new technology. So we were pretty proud to be part of it. We're also pretty proud of the fact that Paul Mitchell and the team at ESN are going to continue that program on forward and ultimately get to a point where those cars are going to run side by side. If you think about what our facility has done over the last several years, our focus on innovation has really been around driver safety and facility safety. So the Safer Wall originated here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with the University of Nebraska, and that's obviously become something that you see at tracks around the world. Safety in terms of the way that the safety cell working with the LAR to make sure that our drivers are safe during impacts, and then all the technology that comes off those cars when there's an impact so we can continue to make them safer. So to be able to get back in a new technology that had really nothing to do with our sport and help advance autonomous was something we're pretty proud of, and it was really neat to see those universities compete. Our local university, Purdue University, unfortunately didn't win that, but we were pretty excited for the folks at Munich to take home that $1 million and be part of it. But thanks for having me on. There's a whole bunch of things, John, you touched on really well that are really important to our sport, and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is just proud to be part of this community and helping continue to make sure that the Speedway and racing is more than an entertainment, but we are making a difference in lives for those folks that are in transportation across the board.
Absolutely. And we'll be talking about the mobility future and, again, the role that racing has played and will continue to play. I think some of the listeners, and I'm sure all you guys remember, that there was a program called the DARPA Challenge, the Urban Challenge, which was 15 years ago. And that was basically a science experiment to see what autonomous vehicles could do. That spawned an entire new age, if you will, a new era for automobility that we're all part of today, and certainly the resurrection of Detroit. And we'll be talking about that as well. So very cool stuff. And again, 21, I think, what universities formed 10 teams from 9 countries around the world. And we're going to see a lot more involved in that, certainly the leaders that we talked about. So thank you, Doug. I'm going to switch over to you, Ricardo. So tell us a bit about yourself and some of the key things that we want to talk about today in our panel discussion.
Well, thank you, John, first of all, to have me here. I'm very excited. And this is my first time, but it's really good to be part of this and to share with you guys a little bit of myself as well, how we ended up being also involved in autonomous. Pretty much, I came from Argentina, so I have all this background in motor racing. My dad used to race cars back in the late 60s and early 70s. I was born in 75, actually, after he stopped racing himself, but I continue his path, and it's been a family, let's say, way to live, right? Motor racing. A lot of people know my story. I came here in 2002 from Argentina after race myself, Formula Renault and prototypes. Originally we were 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and it's been almost 20 years now in February next year that I'm here in this country, continuing living a dream, right? I pretty much lost everything in Argentina, so I'm here and we grow as we go. Pretty much everybody knows about Juncos Racing and the story about the road to India, how we started in go-karts and, grow through the ways with the drivers and get to Indy 500 in 2017 and what we're doing actually today as well on motor racing. But I guess Doug covered pretty much everything, and Paul Mitchell coming with also kind of what I thought was a crazy idea to build this Indy Lights race car to become autonomy racing, which was something that I was originally like skeptic to think. I mean, that for me, motor racing is always the sport. The driver, the human being is behind, right? That's why we talk about safety and all this. The reason why, because there is a human being inside the car. And now you're talking about something like it's totally autonomous, working with the technology. So for me, it was obviously a big challenge. I like the challenge in my life in general. Speaking, I always went through a situation that I don't even know how I'm gonna enter to something that I don't know what it is, and we never know the outcome. On October 23rd, actually, when we had the event in Indianapolis with the autonomous event, was a lot of pressure, to be honest, because there is a lot of things that we don't know that are outside the normal racing, which is all this technology, right? But we took it in a racing board, right? So for me, it's a race car that we gotta build equally, like Doug was explaining, to make sure all the race cars are exactly the same, so the universities can compete in a fair way, right? So the the difference should be only the software or whatever they do with this AI technology to develop this logarithm and the car actually eventually drive themselves. So we focus a lot to build the car absolutely equal for all of the universities. And at that point for us is just another race car that we have to build. But then you start interacting with the universities and the students and how they spend hours and hours in front of computers developing this software. And then you start looking the shape of the car. Inside the car actually is full of computers and batteries and cables and sensors and things that I don't know the name of probably 80% of those things. And the only good thing is that we have a driver that doesn't talk. That's actually an advantage compared to the real racing world. But was very excited to see as we move forward with the ESM people and the Clemson University and all the students, what actually ended up being this final event on October 23, where actually we see our cars that we build with our hands running by themselves in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And for us as a team, like again, coming from Argentina at the beginning without knowing what I'm gonna get into, kind of in general speaking in life, and being part of something like this was huge. But I think this is just the beginning. Like you mentioned the 1997 cars, but I think we make a huge step forward now. You mentioned that first time in history, probably something like this. And I think that I would like to think that this can be treated like a extreme situations where you can have a laboratory to develop this technology, right? That eventually can be applied for safety in general, but in racing itself and our life in the cities, when the cities became autonomous in the future, that can be something that you can develop through this type of racing. But the other side is that you have these students to compete. So they compete to the prize, the $1 million prize, and there is no human being in the car. And I think because of that, in the future, they will raise to a level that is going to be so high. And because of that, the technology will be so quick developed, right? I think that's what I like to believe. This is the beginning of something that can be really, really quickly ramped. And then we can use this technology probably to create type of racing in that way. But I don't believe that will obviously replace the sport itself, which is by the human being and the real race car driver. But clearly we can develop some technology by doing the autonomous races, and that you can apply for real racing, Formula One, IndyCar, any class in the planet that can increase the safety for the drivers, maybe more excitement. Who knows what technology is gonna drive us? Clearly, we are in this new world that the technology is advancing so quick that nobody can deny that, right? So I think that's the way we took it. We fell into this, and I love that we did it. I'm very proud of the whole team that we put together, of people to build this car, to get this done. And like you mentioned, now January 7, we're gonna be racing in Las Vegas Motor Speedway. So very excited about that. And we'll see. Like I said, this is the beginning of something that can be huge for the world, right? Generally speaking, and for us to be part of something like this is very exciting.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Ricardo. And let me be perfectly clear. I'll speak for Stefano and Doug and Ricardo here that the Indy Autonomous Challenge is not about taking the driver out of the loop. There'll always be a Takuma Sato, a Scott Dixon at the heart of racing. This is about solving extreme edge cases. I jokingly called the cockpit at the challenge at the Brickyard Colton, because just a few weeks before, Colton was leading the Laguna Seca IndyCar race, and a rabbit ran across the track. And I remember some of the teams I mentioned. I said, "Well, do you have an extreme edge case in your algorithms if a rabbit runs across the track at the speedway?" And they said, "No." So the point is, it's not about taking the driver out of the loop. It's about solving extreme edge cases. And let's just suppose that years from now, there's an AV51 chassis, Stefano, with Juncos Racing, and Ricardo's driver shows that you can do 285 miles an hour laps at the speedway. The data alone from that, without a driver, is invaluable to the drivers and teams of knowing the physical capabilities of that car going around the track at those speeds. So those are the types of things that I think we can, who knows what doors will be open. So thank you, Ricardo. And we'll talk more about that. So up next is Stefano DePonte from Dallara, USA. And again, another part of the Indy Autonomous Challenge, but a whole lot more racing as well. So Stefano, please tell us about yourself and some of the things you want to talk about.
Hi,
today.
John. Good afternoon to everyone, and thanks for having me. Briefly, and a brief introduction. I am a general manager and CEO of Dallara USA, which is the only Dallara outside Italy. I moved to Indianapolis back 20 years ago, basically despite my accent. I'm also a foreigner like Riccardo. Originally, I'm from Monza. So basically Monza is a sister city of Indianapolis, and they both this city, they do have obviously historically a great legacy and tradition of racing. So I'm proud also from this fact. I used to say that I keep hearing when the cars are running at the speedway, I hearing the noise, and the same thing when I'm back with my family in Monza. So basically the same emotions. I've been in racing basically all my life. I'm not capable to do anything else outside racing. Even if my great passion of history, US history now, led me to study history here in Indiana University. I'm pursuing a PhD in history. So this is my hobby besides racing. And you know, from Formula One and other categories I done before in my life, finally I always look at the US, in particular racing in US, as my dream. I never had a chance to come to this country before for this occasion, and then finally Dallara gave me the opportunity back in 2001, and I never hesitate a second. I left the job I was doing, and I did jump on the train, and here I am. Talking about the event we had in October with Autonomous, obviously. I will keep separated to the opinion I got. Obviously, talking about the company I do represent, Dallara, we pay very much attention to technology, innovation, that's serving our designing on the cars and other products we made for safety, performance, and so forth. So basically, for the company, has been a huge opportunity to be part of it in terms of an engineering company like we like to be named, and we like to be known. Besides race cars and automotive consultancy, we also are, as you know, in defense and aerospace technologies. So basically, for us, it's been a great opportunity to know, or at least to start to know, a word that basically was partially unknown to us. Even if we got some consultancy back in Italy, working with the companies and OEM, they're obviously with the electrical vehicle, for instance, the Formula E that we design, as well as some consultancy in Autonomous. But when we had the opportunity, and I remember back in the days when Matt Peak and Paul came to the office and talk about this idea, it took me a while to digest it, honestly. Being a traditional racing car guy, I needed some time to think about it. But then also with the help of Doug, obviously, and Mark Miles, they were also directly involved since the beginning. I built up and I did convince myself that it was a great opportunity for the company to learn something new, to take advantage of this technology and take it to an exasperation performance, something that maybe nobody wanted to do it, because it requires some, I would say, some courage. That becomes my similarity to drivers and to courage. Obviously, drivers in this case, they are university. They were the drivers they took those cars out and ran them at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And in order to do that, because it was the first time ever, they needed some kind of passion, engineering passions, and also some kind of element to dare something new for them. It could be a failure, could be a success. I think it was a successful event. And going back to what Doug was mentioned before, he mentioned Carl Fisher of the Speedway. So that's basically, we linked or we built up a bridge back to history, back in the days, with what the ideology and the purpose that Mr. Fisher wanted to have with the IMS and building up a racetrack like Indianapolis Motor Speedway, starting from the legacy and tradition of racing. And they ended up open up a new door of innovation and technology in October with those cars and those universities that competed in a challenge. Another interesting thing that I was really amazed to be part of it and obviously to watch was the audience. The people that were at the Speedway, the people they were following. I share some numbers with Paul. The event through the social media, the networks. It was unbelievable from the importance of the names, importance of the industries, and the importance of the academic world. And I think this event did like a tools to put this element and this work together in one day. Obviously, a lot of experience and a lot of dedication working the day before to achieve what it was done and what we were able to achieve. But it's not easy to have an event, a sporting event like that, because obviously the sports was a big part of it. That on the same times include the participation at institutional level. Let's remember the state of Indiana played a big role to make this event happen with the governor and his team. The numbers of the industries, the universities, the participants, and obviously the engineering company and the team and the IMS with Doug and Ricardo. So I think that day has made a history. Again, it got nothing to do with the traditional way of racing that we all love and we all. Dallara was born actually this year. Next year we celebrate 50 years in the racing world. So we were proud to do that. Especially racing is part of the Dallara DNA. So, but also as an engineering company, we love challenges, we love innovation, we love technology, we love everything that can produce entertainment as well as enhance safety and encourage another new type of mobility.
Yeah, we want to talk about that. Very good. Well, thank you, Ricardo. And 20 years later, welcome to the US. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Yeah.
Since you've been at Dallara for 20 years. And the next gentleman on our panel is Dr. Dave Cole. And actually, Dave's father, Ed Cole, I never had a chance to meet the man, but he was the father of the small block Chevy. Lots to do with racing. And Dave's got stories of racing, the racing greats coming over in his basement when racing was not acceptable to go racing at General Motors and Chevy back in the day. So please welcome Dave Cole. And Dave, tell us a bit about yourself and what we want to talk about.
Well, great to be with you guys. And John, we go back a long ways when we both had dark hair. So that was the past, but it's a real pleasure to be a part of this. I've always been a big race fan. Of course, when I was a kid, we all kind of raced on the street informally, but I've always been a fan, but never officially engaged in a racing life. And I did teach vehicle dynamics and internal combustion engines in Michigan. My research was on engine technology. And I do remember the small block when it was developed. And in fact, it was fun to drive cars back then when I was a kid. And I had a whole string of Corvettes, and it was sport. but I've been around the block a long time. For example, I was at the first race at Daytona. In fact, it was very interesting. After the race, they had sort of a special event, and the Blue Angels had flown over. And we went to this very nice event, and the Blue Angels walked in, and every woman in the crowd said, "How can I ditch this guy and go with one of those Blue Angels?" I drove the track at Sebring one time, again, many years ago in the last century. And I was at Indianapolis with Maury Rose and a couple of other kids that really appreciated the chance to hear what a real driver did at an amazing course like Indianapolis. But we're in a very interesting period right now. And one of the important things about racing, we kind of talked about it a bit, is that competition drives innovation. And one of the most important things that we can do now is really move technology, innovation forward in a positive way, because we have an extremely unusual period. Whether we think about the virus and electrification, huge talent shortage that is developing, in fact, in manufacturing. If you look at the pipeline of people, we're going to be out about 3 million appropriately educated people short as the boomers retire. And this is a big deal. Materials, the whole issue of electrification, it's a big deal. And of course, one of the most important aspects of what's happening today is the politics and the diversions that we have seen because of politics. And when you look at both electrification and autonomy, the political dimensions of both of these are extremely significant and are going to be a part of the future. And I think probably one of the most important aspects of racing and all of the different forms of racing, whether we're talking about Indy cars or stock cars, is the innovation that is supported by this. As humans, we're naturally competitive. We race on the track personally, we race on the track with cars. And one of the virtues of participation in competition is that we're really improving the world for the other people that are in that world. And this is one of the things that most people don't think about with respect to auto racing, is how much innovation really is derived from that. Because what you do in racing, you're pushing the envelope, you're trying new things, you're exploring things that most people wouldn't even think about, but that's where you develop the winners and the new technology that is so important. And that's a really big deal. And I think that we should never lose sight of the fact that what we're doing as a part of the racing community is we're bringing innovation. And when you look at autonomous technology and electrification, and already we've seen some competition in that area, that's very important. And all of you need to be credited for the important role that you play in terms of competition and the auto sector.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Dave. Yeah, a lot of great stuff to talk about. And I'm going to jump on that electrification. And actually, it's where electrification is, the state of electrification in the auto industry. This is the first time, for example, in Ford's 118-year history, that they're going to be spending more on electric vehicles next year than they have on internal gas combustion engines. So think about that from a tipping point perspective. So Ford in 2023 will be spending more on electric vehicles than internal gas combustion engines. And I'm back, if you go back to Henry Ford's first race 118 years ago on Grosse Pointe here in Michigan on the ice, that is as different. What he did was as different as the Indy Autonomous Challenge. If people, as Henry Ford used to say, basically, if he had asked people what they wanted back then, they would have said a faster horse. They didn't want the internal gas combustion engine vehicle. So with that said, we're going to on the electrification. So this goes out to all of you, and we'll go circle back to you first, Doug. The role that electric, and particularly the bridge to getting their hybrids, and what we're going to see, for example, at the Speedway and in the series. And it's good to know that basically when the day Roger bought the series and the Speedway was the day we introduced the Indy Autonomous Challenge at the SEMA show. Stefano was there. We introduced it to the student luncheon that day, and look how quickly it came together, and look where we are today. So Doug, what role do you see these technologies playing at the Speedway?
Well, I think all these technologies are going to be really important, obviously, for the OEMs and for our own daily vehicles, but certainly for racing as well. I think back to Wilbur Shaw, who was one of our first 3-time winners of the Indianapolis 500 and ultimately brought Tony Hallman to the table to buy the Speedway from Eddie Rickenbacker. And if you've read his autobiography, he talks about how in the early teens, the 19 teens, he fell in love with the automobile and became an automobile salesman. He started out selling battery-powered cars in the teens. And so the battery and electrification have been around for an awful long time. But back then, he realized that by the time he lightened his car up the most he could, the best he could get out of a car was about 50 miles an hour. And he realized if he wanted to go really fast, the internal combustion engine was the way to go. But those were the seeds 100 plus years ago that we're seeing turn into fruits today. And I think it's really important. So the NTT IndyCar Series starting to look at hybrid technology and how they can slowly get that involved in our day-to-day competitions. If you were to call up Roger Penske's office in Detroit today, Penske Automotive has a huge effort around electrification. They have more electric-powered semi-trailers on the road today than just about any other company in the world. They work with other huge brands to try and figure out how that technology works and how it's going to impact us. So this is something that Roger Penske, who understands the automobile and understands the automotive industry, understands is going to be very, very important in the future. So I do think you're going to see that. We do an awful lot of work with OEMs here. So Chevy comes out and they do a thing called Chevy Finding Roads, where they bring vehicles out and they put their dealers and their salespeople in them. Those hybrid vehicles are really important. When Porsche and Ferrari have been here for their events, same thing, an opportunity to be involved in those hybrid vehicles. And as you just touched on, with Ford spending more money on the electrified car than the internal combustion car going forward, I think we're going to see this change very, very quickly. And as the OEMs go, so will the motorsport field go. And we may be not right with them, but I certainly think you will see more and more electrification involved in our sport, not just IndyCar or F1, but in our sport across the board.
Absolutely. And we heard from some of the other speakers yesterday and today on the ePower Trade Racer program video series we're doing, particularly from, talking about Formula E and Extreme E, particularly Michael Andretti. And he made a statement that was very profound, and Michael did. And he said, when he pitches new sponsors or current sponsors about where they're going and the value of Andretti Motorsports to them, he said when he brings up the point of his electrification projects, Formula E and Extreme E, that's when they lean in and want to listen, the non-endemic and the endemic sponsors. So that gets their attention. They want to do what Mark Rushbrook says from Ford, is they want to identify with the brands and the technologies, consumers do, with what they see on the track. So Ricardo, some of those things that, with your new program and the Juncos Hollinger Racing, obviously some of these technologies that you're sharing with Chevrolet in IndyCar, the fans want to identify with those Juncos Hollinger cars.
Yeah, I think it's a natural way, right, to grow. Like Doug was saying, electricity was actually 100 plus years behind us, but clearly there is a huge new way to do things. And I think we all need to understand that and be open to the new technologies, right? And grow and learn and learn from this and use some of the technology as we discover those in the real world, meaning safety, meaning, police cars, ambulance in our normal life, racing cars. But I think also it's a lot of questions or doubts about the real racing versus this electrical racing. Like you mentioned Formula E, which is actually driven by a driver. Originally have 2 cars per driver, which is actually really, really accurate, right? That you try to put the opposite at IMSA, you have like endurance races, 3-4 drivers per car. In the original Formula E was 2 cars per driver because the battery couldn't last longer. I think we need to be open to all this technology and apply, like Doug was saying, because it's happening, will happen, will continue. We're going in that direction. And for us as a team, right, we looking for performance all the time. We're going to be racing in IndyCar, like you said, with Chevrolet next year full time. And IndyCar is so competitive, it's so difficult. So you take this sport side like any other sport, because at the end of the day, motor racing, the way we do it, is a sport. The race car is driven by a human being that needs to be training, fit, and proper nutrition and mental side, all that. But the competition go to so high level that everything counts. So when you can find some technology through computers or software or data that you can apply to gain performance, I mean, why not, right? So year past was carburetors and spark plugs and probably a little bit more mechanical side. And today is electronics and software. But at the end of the day, we're looking for the same thing. So I think the behind the scene, the spirit is the same, right? We still live in this sport side, which is what actually the fans go to the racetrack to see a race, to see someone passing someone else, and only one driver is going to win. So when you take 33 cars on the Indy 500, only one is the winner. No one will remember number two, right? Or never mind the rest. So the difference to become that winner or not, when you finish like, side by side and you want to race by 1,000 of the seconds, how much faster number two driver needs to drive through the 500 miles to be the winner and take all the prize? Almost nothing. So that tells you that the attention to details and all this technology play a big role, that more and more. It's excited. I think it's hard to see how it's going to be this in 20, 50, 30 years from now, right? But clearly it is happening. And for us to be part of this is quite excited, to be honest.
Absolutely. When you think about the technology, and we've talked, pure electrification or electrification of the powertrain, certainly, but electrification has been a big part of racing for years. Push to pass, the curves, kinetic energy recovery systems, things like that. A lot of electronics and software, and a lot of people would agree that software and digital vehicle architectures, as we mentioned earlier, that is the new horsepower. And it's more becoming not so much horsepower wars, but kilowatt wars. The acronym WTF that we all know, and it's not what you think. It's basically watts to freedom, if you will, thanks to GM. How do you take a 4.5-ton vehicle like the EV Hummer and have it go from 0 to 60 in 3.5 seconds? I mean, that's pretty impressive. That's a lot of technology going on there. So Dave, and with some of these technologies that you've seen through the years and racing's impact on them, what do you think will be some of the things we'll see in racing in the next year or two and make their way into production very quickly?
Well, I can tell you that I'm very concerned about the push that we're seeing to electrification. It's being driven more by politics than what I would call systems thinking. Systems thinking says you never look at a detail outside of the context of the bigger picture. And we have been doing that. And ultimately, it's going to be based on the economics of what the average person views this. In fact, if you think of the average American voter, that individual is not thinking about an electric vehicle. And if the economics, whether it's the electricity or the cost of the vehicle, becomes something out of context with what they're interested in, there's going to be a real problem. And we've seen too much politicization of the EV up at this point. And when you begin to look at the details, whether it's charging time, cost, the economics, the materials, the lithium and the other materials, what we're seeing is a dramatic increase in price where those materials come from. Right now, I would say I'm not against electric vehicles, but based on what I am seeing is I don't see them making economic sense for the average American for quite a while. And that could have an enormous political impact at the next election with how aggressively Biden and his people are pushing the daylights out of electrification. But they're only considering part of the equation, not the whole thing. And when that average American voter, if they see the economic impact on their lives as negative from electrification, we're going to see a reversal very quickly in the direction. Again, I'm not against electrification, electric vehicles. I've driven many of them. They're fun to drive, but the economics have to work for the average person. And right now that is not the case.
Yeah. The price of the Hummer, what, 110, 120,000 bucks.
Well, that's kind of a different deal. There's supposed to be 60,000 people that are serious, want to buy it. But you have to realize that the average person is not even thinking about an electric vehicle. The people that buy them are generally the wealthy, the people that have particular focus on, we've got to eliminate greenhouse gases. And they don't think about where that power is generated, or the materials that are involved in the batteries, or all of the other issues that have not been appropriately considered in a public way. And so I think we could see some very interesting activity related to electrification, not moving quite as fast as people have anticipated it.
Yeah, I wonder if, again, with EV racing, and we'll be talking about that at the next session later this evening, particularly EV racing at King of the Hammers, off-road EV racing. Some of the things happening there because IndyCar and off-road racing are probably the two hottest lifestyle sports coming, that are generating that, and certainly the excitement of IndyCar. But Stefano, you've taken your knowledge and new knowledge that you create through racing, and I saw at your shop just back last month that you've applied it to like the seats at SpaceX. So you've taken racing technology into new marketing segments like aerospace.
Yeah, absolutely. This is believe it or not, the world of aerospace, defense, and aviation technology and racing, automotive is all correct. Actually, there are more industries, even at the highest level, they're looking at in the racing world in order to do experiments, in order to test components that they are already tested in racing. Because let's remember, we work under two elements here in traditional racing, that we take everything to the exasperations as far as the materials, as far as the cars components, and after a race, and you can compare a different kind of racing between Formula One, IndyCar, and so forth. I mean, IndyCar, you see the technology adopted when we designed this vehicle, it has to last almost forever. I mean, you don't look at the competitions, you don't look at the as far as the designer manufacturer. I mean, we designed the car robust. We designed a car that must race in any different kind of typology of racetracks. And obviously, most importantly, it must be a safe car. This industry they're looking into the racing because they see us as a testing world. I mean, with all the components that we do, that we're designing, including obviously the electronics, and that's why the transfer of technology between the racing world, the automotive world, with aviation technology and aerospace, it comes under these terms quite easy. And obviously another component that this is more on, I would say, on a logistic aspect more than engineering and a technical side. I mean, you're ready or not, the race starts tomorrow at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, or whatever time. So you must respect the time, you must respect the scheduling, you must respect the way you do delivery stuff. And if you don't, that's, the race, believe it or not, they start without you. So that's another aspect that those industry love and like to work with industry. They do have a DNA in racing and in automotive, just because of the way we deliver stuff.
Absolutely, yeah. I want to quickly touch upon, I mentioned managing the complexity of vehicles today, racing and production vehicles. The average car today has 2,000 microchips, which the industry cannot get anymore, and about 100 million lines of software code, which is much, much more complex than a race car. And so the average race car, an F-150 or F-35 Raptor has about 2 to 5 million lines of code. Boeing 767, 5 to 10 million lines. So only 10% of that software in those vehicles. So in a race car and in racing, you guys all know this, it's, with that complexity becomes potential failures. So how can we use racing to manage this disruption of all these things coming together on today's vehicles and help the OEMs, if you will, by demonstrating that these systems can be well thought out and be reliable, and the consumer can understand them, whether it's safety, raceability, or some of the environmental stuff. Let's go back to you, Doug. What do you think?
Well, I think one of the great things about our sport, really from the very beginning, is the ability to solve those problems and solve them in a very extreme case. And that was part of the reason the Indy Autonomous Challenge was so attractive, is that it wasn't just about creating a vehicle that could go from point A to point B, but it was about creating a vehicle that could go from point A to whatever point it was, whether it was going to be the 100 miles or what it ultimately ended up being, while at the same time being able to deal with obstacles that were in the way and things that were outside of the scope that you didn't know that were going to happen. So I think that's really where racing will continue to come into play. It's going to come into play because you're going to take some of the smartest folks around, some people that are entrepreneurs that didn't fit the mold of one of the big automotive companies, but have the brains to solve those problems and do it through teamwork and in those extreme use cases. And I think that's why our sports continue to thrive, because you have some of the best and brightest in the sport. One of the things I liked about the Indy Autonomous Challenge wasn't so much what happened on the track, but it introduced a bunch of really bright young students who were in graduate school, who came to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the first time often, maybe had never even really heard of anything other than the Indianapolis 500, but didn't even know what it was. But to bring those folks to Indianapolis, to Indiana, to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, I think is great for our sport, because some of those students, I think, will end up in our sport, helping our sport, whether it's in IndyCar or some other form of it, continue to grow, and maybe not in the autonomous way, but certainly in the technology side of things. So I do think the sport will continue to be the test ground and have to deal with a lot of the challenges that the OEMs will deal with. I do want to just circle back on one real quick thing that I think Ricardo mentioned. That, I mean, I'm a promoter. I don't ever want to see racing here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for an Indy 500 without drivers. What makes our racing so special is the driver machine component, man and machine working together. I do think there's a lot of technology that we learned even in October that could ultimately make racing safer and deliver more information to our drivers. But what makes it so spectacular are the men and women who strap those race cars on their backs and run 240 miles an hour with 32 other cars into turn one, trying to win at 500 miles. So the promoter in me says, man, I love the internal combustion sound. I love the internal combustion smell. There's so much of that piece that I think makes the entertainment side. But as the world changes, I think you will see our sport adapt to change alongside of it, and we'll be leading and testing some of those challenges that the industry will face.
Absolutely. We're kind of winding down here, and I want to go back to a statement. It was actually your CEO from Italy, Stefano, from Andrea Prantamoli. And he said, and again, this is what every racer needs to know, in particular our EPAR trade listeners, manufacturers and suppliers out there, that these are opportunities for you to use racing and to develop your products. And I'm not talking about a simple business plan. I'm talking about a technology roadmap that ties your capabilities and competitive advantages to these types of trends that we've been talking about, particularly in the technology trends, because technology makes and moves markets, like it or not. And those markets will move, and you have an opportunity to take advantage of those. If you're not prepared, you're not going to be part of that future. So Andrea made a very profound statement, and he said that basically in racing, you have two choices. You can win, but if you don't win, you can choose to learn. So this is kind of the setup for our last question, if you will. And this is our white flag lap, and Doug knows this well. So think about it, from the audience perspective. And if Carl Fisher was in the audience, or Henry Ford, or Louis Chevrolet, or Steve Jobs for that matter, what's the most important thing that you would want the audience or one of them to take away from our comments and our discussion about the future of performance and racing technology? So we're going to start off with you, Dave. What's the most important thing the audience should take away from our discussion today?
As humans, we're competitive, and competitive drives innovation. Innovation is the key to being better in the future. And I think that's a big deal. I mean, it's a competitive world that we live in. One quick comment on electronics and racing. I'm not sure electronics are going to have quite the impact that they do on the average car. That's a little different story. But racing is critical in terms of driving innovation related to autos and our ability to move from one place to another.
Excellent. Kathy Wood from ARC Investment said that innovation will get us past our current economic issues, and the next 5 to 10 years is going to favor today's innovators. So thank you, Dave. So Stefano, what's the most important thing our audience should take away today?
I'm totally agree with Dave, obviously, and I would like to say that innovation is always. I mean, this is what we've seen here in last October at the Speedway. The innovation has put together basically an entire world from entertainment, from industry, from academic, and from the institutions. So this is what the innovation does. It's not basically work in particularly on specifically to an element or a component of the car that help you to do well or to be more efficient, but it has this particular characteristic that has put, I mean, the entire world together, and the people that are coming from different sectors of our life. So this is what I want to take away from that.
Thank you, Stefano. So Ricardo, what should our audience have learned today?
I think I agree with Dave and Stefano, evolution, but I think the competition side, right? So as a human being in general, the human being just try to learn to do through mistakes, and the only thing you can do when you made a mistake is just learn from it. Otherwise, you're never gonna go forward. And technology today is actually showing a modern way, but what we as a human being we used to do, right? So in my view is that this is a high-end technology industry that we are all in, but at the end of the day, we are looking for the same thing: competition. As a human being, as your own self, you compete by yourself to be better next day. And that's, I think, the way I see it. When I see all these students developing this technology for the autonomous, they compete into each other. So immediately the level goes to a higher level. That is just put together people to develop something without the competition. So the competition automatically increase, right, the level of intensity. But you do that in your own life, I think, as a human being anyway. So I think we can take this and apply a little bit of this for our own life. I know we'll look for better tomorrow, better than today, and that type of thing, and keep the evolution as a human society, right?
Operate at a higher limit, push the limit. So Doug, you're in turn 4. You're coming up to the checkered flag here. So what's the most important thing you want the audience to know?
Well, I think for all of us, the audience included, we all are part of an industry that's been around for 125 years. And for 125 years, we've focused on leading and solving problems. And I think it just really shows the adaptability of our sport and the fact that we have a platform that can continue to solve problems, not just in 1900 or 2000 or in 2021 and 2022, but I think you will see this sport continue to be the testing ground for automotive and transportation technologies for the next century.
Thank you, Doug. Well, thank you all very much. Again, all you folks, and particularly honored to have you all on the panel today. You guys have all demonstrated the art of the possible with your leadership and contributions to the industry through the years. So it's an honor to have you, and thank you very much. And I'll turn it back over to Francisco and Judy. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. What a great panel. Doug, good to see you again. And
see you.
Please stay with us a few more seconds as we're transitioning to our next session. So just a few more seconds. And John, thank you for putting such a great panel together. Next, we are going to talk with Paul Pfanner, who is coming back with us, and we're going to bring John Claggett from Trans Am. So this is going to be 2 sessions back to back with racing series organizers. So we should be getting Paul Pfanner on any second, and then John Claggett is going to be talking about all the great stuff that Trans Am has been doing this year and what they have in the pipe for next season. Mr. Pfanner,
well, that was an amazing panel. Fascinating. Yes, thank you.
Impressive.
The whole day has been stunning. Congratulations, you two. And
but congratulations to you two, Paul. What a great team we are all together in putting this event in place. So I see John right there.
Yep.
And so we are going to let you take over, Paul, for the next. Mr. Claggett, welcome back to the program. Thank you for being with us this week. And we're going to let Paul Pfanner run the interview for the next 25 minutes.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Francisco. And hello, John Claggett.
Good afternoon, and welcome. Thank you so much for putting this together. E-Trade.
Well, it's my privilege to spend some time with you. I want to give full disclosure to our audience. I, Paul Fenner, am a Trans Am fan from day one. The first time I ever saw a road race in person was a Trans Am race. I love the series, and I particularly appreciate you, John Claggett. Aside from being a good friend, you have been a central figure in bringing this sport back to where it needs to be in the public eye. And Trans Am is now gaining stature and gaining momentum with every season, and we're going to talk about that today. So thank you for all you do for the sport. I think that
Thank you. And one of the things that's most interesting when I talk to my competitors is most of them were fans like you and me at one point in their life. And when they were able to put together racing programs, they steered their individual efforts to Trans Am.
Well, I can see why. After watching your races, there's not, just by way of background, if you haven't seen a modern Trans Am race, what you're seeing in so many ways in the Trans Am class itself, not the TA2 class, which has its own allure, but the Trans Am class they really are these effectively unrestricted high horsepower beasts. They're cruise missiles. And watching them accelerate and watching them perform and be driven, they're cars that are being manhandled or woman-handled in some cases very well. And they're spectacular. There's just no doubt that the driver is doing the work when you watch these cars. And, is that underneath the philosophy of what you're doing, John, with the series? Is this driver forward?
For sure, one of the underlying philosophies of it was to create a series that was attainable with today's, racing budgets on a non-factory level.
Yeah.
And so our niche is that niche. And then if you kind of drill down one step from there, purpose-built tube frame silhouette race cars was being underappreciated by the car manufacturers in 2010 and on. And it created that opportunity for us to say, that's going to be our niche. And, I'm paying homage to the Trans Am of 1968 on my backdrop there.
That's actually 69.
Let's not get confused as to what the modern day looks like.
Yeah.
The modern day is contemporary bodied race cars, 200 mile per hour. And as you alluded to, no driver aids, no traction control, and it's mano a mano style racing. No sharing the cockpit, no 200, 300 mile races. It's 100 mile sprint races, man and machine against man and machine, and as well as Amy Ruman and others that have joined us on the female side.
I will add. I refer to as the champ because she is, and she earned that. And I think that that's what's so incredible about this series is that the story of this series is at the heart of the story of American road racing. And that picture you have behind you, I believe, is the 1969 season. I recognize it because that was the year I first went to a Trans Am race. I was at the season finale at Riverside. And what I saw that day was something that's never quite been matched in my expectations since, because the cars looked like real cars. And I see that now when I go to your races. Even though these are tube frame race cars, especially the TA2 cars, they have the visual appeal in a pretty unfiltered way. They look like a Camaro, a Mustang, or a Challenger. They look like the road car. And they're not overly styled or overly stretched. And how important is that to the business model of Trans Am?
Well, very, very important, Paul. I think if you go back and say, what were all the series around in 1960? Were those that came around in the 70s and 80s and 90s? And what's the one series that has survived the test of time?
Right.
And that is the Trans Am series. That is the answer. The Trans Am Series, as the test of time and racing peaks and valleys, the Trans Am is there. And at this point in time, I almost consider where we are in 2022 as a new chapter where a lot of incredibly good things are going to be coming on our way, including a full season TV package for Trans Am and TA2 again in 2022. Details to be announced soon as one of the things that it's going to be really cool for fans.
And I will admit that I have foreknowledge of this package, and I am so excited. Fantastic, John. And I can't wait till the rest of the world knows about this, because this is something that should not be a secret. If you watch a Trans Am race, I think you're a fan forever. And I watched a Trans Am race this May. Came from Indianapolis, left on Carb Day and got to Indianapolis to watch the Trans Am on Saturday. And I watched a spectacular race. It was a wet race, but I literally stood on that hillside and didn't move, watching not only a great race, but just watching in awe of how good the drivers are and how they were dealing with these incredibly tough conditions in these really fast cars. And when you look at this, you've got this platform now that you've worked so hard to build. It's starting to attract some real talent from other forms of racing. Your current champion is a former IMSA champion, Chris Dyson. You had your...
When we took the Trans Am brand and started to build it, it was 2011 under this ownership group. And there was a executive in motorsports that came up to me really early on, and he said, "Can I ask one question, John?" I go, "Sure, go ahead." He goes, "Why did anybody think Trans Am was worth saving?" And I was like taken aback by that, but it also offered me a personal challenge for the next 8, 9 years now at this point. And to that, I think, again, it's the test of time where we put some basics in place. An interesting formula that had been under-prescribed, attainable budgets for teams without factory support, bucket list racetracks that people wanted to go to, and then a novel concept that sometimes get lost, treating our customers or our competitors as customers, and rule stability so that we weren't redoing the rule book and costing competitors more money every year. And I think that's maybe the secrets of our success. And in the case of TA2, we were able to harness that from almost its birth in 2011, putting things in place like a specific list of chassis builders, a specific list of engine builders, so that as it grew successful, the success wasn't going to be part of its demise, meaning the demand for more and more competitors ultimately leads to greed from people who are providing rides to that group. We were able to kind of control all of that. And it was maybe dumb luck that formula emulated the Xfinity Series formula as far as power to weight, where it started to attract NASCAR kids. Ty Dillon was the very first to come and say, "Hey, there's something here in TA2 that's helping me build my racecraft." And now 20-some NASCAR kids later, it seems like we've just got a lot of momentum there. And having those kind of kids attracted the top and up and coming sports car kids. And it has been this kind of confluence of all these, wherever you are planning to go or where you came from, TA2 has become an amazing competition. 52 cars on the grid at COTA for our season finale.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome, John. And I think that for those who are not familiar with Trans Am, and even I thought I was familiar with Trans Am, and then I showed up in this a couple years back at Sebring, and I remember just walking through what seemed like an endless paddock with a lot of race cars, and looking at the depth of the teams and the kind of elevated professionalism, even though you're controlling costs. This is a real professional racing series. It looks front line when you walk through your paddock. And the cars are beautifully presented, well prepared. Drivers I've heard of, either coming up or established talent. What is the class structure? Just explain it to somebody who walks into the paddock for the first time, because I think we have many people who are...
So there are 5 classes of competition. The top 2 are purpose-built tube-frame race cars with silhouette bodies. The Trans Am class is your 850 horsepower monsters that are capable of easily 200 miles per hour, and 18-inch tires and wheels are coming to the series in 2022, courtesy of Pirelli.
Yep.
The tire testing has been completed. It was a home run success.
Right.
So we're going to see lap times improve by 2 or 3 seconds on probably almost any given circuit. They're faster, but they're also a lot more drivable. The 16-inch tire was really designed for other racing series, and it had a little bit of roll as cars were going through corners. Very hard to drive. On the 18-inch platform, it has smoothed that out, and they're just really going to be a great tire for the class. TA2 looks very similar to TA. Mustangs, Camaros, Challengers is the pure focus there. 530 horsepower cars or engines, and 3 chassis builders, so it's very regimented. Cost caps on a lot of pieces and parts. A very affordable Pirelli radial tire, and racing budgets that can come in at $300,000 for the year. I mean, yes, I said $300,000 for the year for a major pro championship that features 30 guys that are capable of moving on in their careers in a very short amount of time. The 3 production classes are called Extreme GT, Super GT, and GT. So it's really just varying degrees of performance, with the XGT being your Audi R8s and things like that, Porsche's 911 Turbo Cups cars. Super GT is a step below that, but still tuner shop prepared. And then GT cars are the least of the performance window, really more of a club, SECA club racing crossover, where not a lot of what I would say tune shop, just low level performance enhancements.
Got it. And then when I'm at a race, I walk in and I see the TA2 race is a standalone event, and the TA race at most events has a combined field, correct?
Yes, that's the format. Both of those being a 100-mile race format, unless there's some sort of time constraints to a race weekend. Most of our race weekends are with a component that they're called Speed Tour.
Yes.
They have a SVRA historic component, which often includes cars like that I have in my backdrop.
Yes.
As Group 10. And most of our weekends are going to have Formula FR, the Formula Regional Championship that's based on F3, and then the F4 Championship that's FIA part of the world system. So you throw that all together, and honestly, if you can't find something there as a race fan that you're attracted to, then you must not like racing, because there's car shows with 500 cars, parades for those cars, open wheel racing, our cutthroat Trans Am racing, and then vintage racing. It's a little bit of everything, and it seems to be for sure something that's growing in interest, because year to year, even with COVID, our attendance numbers just continue to go up and up, to the point where at a place like Watkins Glen, you're almost looking at a full infield and you're scratching your head going, wow, this is amazing. You know, a line of cars all the way down to the village. And Mike Printa once grabbed me. He grew up in Detroit, and he grew up watching Trans Am downtown.
Yeah.
Formula One, and he's been a fan ever since. So you just never know where you're going to find your fan base.
Well, that's a good lead into another question I'm going to have for you here. To come back to that one in a minute, put a marker down. But you know, you just touched on something, is that there's some promotion budget obviously going against this to grow this audience. But you've been doing this with effectively with a fraction of the resources that a NASCAR or an IndyCar or any other top-level professional series has, yet it's happening anyhow. The audience is finding you, and we see it on racer.com. I don't know if you've paid much attention, but the share counts on your stories, and we see the page views, especially when we have quote, drivers that are crossover from other places that have fan base and they're well known. They're elevating the other drivers in your series by being in your series. And just watching the world react to Ernie Francis Jr.'s performance in the SRX series this year was heartwarming, because we've all seen him in Trans Am and know what he has. He's something very special. When you look at all this, you know, what is the goal? You know, because you've devoted your life to the series, bringing it to this point. It's on the cusp of another, you know, big step forward. What do you want to do with this? Where is it going?
Well, I think, you know, my whole thing since 2011 might be considered baby steps that you could afford to take. And every year to increase the budget and throw it right back into the series and continue to build it. So ultimately the goal is to, you know, find a title sponsor that would like to put some serious money into this, that can then be parlayed into significant increases in the prize money to make our competitors, you know, give them the opportunity to build their budgets up. But you know, it's just, I think over a 10-year period, just taking incremental steps, there's probably 100 more steps I'd like to take as the budget allows. And ultimately, today's world of digital platform and finding your fan base is a lot more affordable than it used to be, where you had to do a broad shotgun approach, spending tons of money in the market to attract.
Agreed.
And now you can target it very carefully, and I think it makes a difference.
It sure does. And again, you know, you can just see it in the engagement numbers here. And I think that you've also, your drivers have some sass to them. They generate a little heat on social. I think that's always good. And where I think that, you know, I'm going with this is that, do you see yourself back on a, you know, is one of your goals to be back on a weekend like Detroit Grand Prix now that it's back downtown? Is that, you were there with TA2 not long ago. Is that an ultimate goal of yours?
Clearly, with that goal also comes, you know, how do you do all this stuff? Where, you know, we did break out and go to the Music City Grand Prix in 2021, clearly, in my mind, biased as it is, it was the best show of the weekend, and a firm commitment to bring us back is in place. So we're going back to Music City, an incredible event. Detroit, yes, for sure. Detroit is the home of, automotive industry for the America, and it needs to be the home of Trans Am racing. We're in, I don't want to, take confidentialities, but ultimately when the Grand Prix returns to the streets near downtown, maybe there's going to be an opportunity for Trans Am to go back there. I have an annual conversation with Jim McKellian at Long Beach. So it's just taking the opportunities, seeing how they work against our 25 race package that is the Speed Tour, and then figuring out what makes sense to the competitors. And that's, number one thing is I got to keep the team budgets that they can work with.
Right.
I could have 20 races right now. It's, it's just, where my teams our sweet spot is 11 or 12 races. So that sweet spot can go up if I increase prize money. So that's the formula.
That is the formula, and again, your restraint is admirable. Your discipline in managing this series is admirable. You haven't been talked out of what works, and you've also been willing to experiment in some areas, successfully and sometimes not successfully. But you've learned. Racing is learning, so you're learning. You now have a different relationship with SCCA Pro going forward, and you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I would, the illusion of things that don't work, we learned that in 2021 with the subscription-based live stream.
Yeah.
So we're aborting that and going back to a free live stream. Fans ought to love that opportunity to see
Thank you.
Live stream most all of our events, and that'll integrate to YouTube and all the other platforms around the world that are interested in having Trans Am on their social media platform. So that's coming as well. The SCCA component, my mentor and owner of Trans Am, Tony Perella, has orchestrated a deal for SCCA Pro Racing to now be part of the Perella Motorsports Holdings companies. And it won't really, probably to a common fan, be any different at all. There's some things that will streamline us in internal operations, but I don't see it being something that a race fan's going to notice the difference with that being part of the family. But we have a 25-year relationship with SCCA that's the marketing rights to Trans Am. Formula 4, FR, and SCCA Pro are now all integrated into a multi-decade relationship. So all of this will just continue to grow and prosper, and we're not going anywhere.
Well, that's great, and that's where we met each other, was when you were running the communications end of SCCA Pro Racing when we were both, I think you were 9 years old and I was 10. But
indeed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. So, but one of the things I think that really strikes me about Trans Am, when you're in a paddock, it's pure. The people there are there because they simply want to race without the BS. There's a lot of, I feel chamber music going on when you walk into many paddocks around the world. And I run into a lot of people. They're just there to race. There's not a lot of posing going on. There's people want to strap into these rockets and go race each other, and then they get along for the most part. And
that's the thing that, I thought racing was like that everywhere, but it's not. And Trans Am has had that since it is a family environment.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, obviously it's a cliche that the families are in their individual paddock spots, but we have 50 families that meld together, and it's sometimes, you know, it's heartwarming to see that on the racetrack they're out there to, you know, beat their competitor, but if you get off the racetrack and you're missing a piece and part to make to the next session, there's going to be somebody in the paddock to help you.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, that started with Jack Roush as the factory monster that didn't have to help anybody, but he did. He helped all the independents that needed help, and to the point of even he would take his crew and go help an independent fix their car if it broke. And that's been there for as long as I've been there, and I think that's awesome.
And that's the spirit, I think, of the Trans Am that's kept me, and that was what got me so enthralled with it in the beginning. And I want to thank you on behalf of all us fans of the Trans Am for keeping it going, and also to Tony for his you know, emotional and financial commitment to this series to make it the thing that it deserves to be. And congratulations to all of your 2021 Trans Am champions. They're part of a great story now.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you for, you know, the opportunity to speak about Trans Am today.
Always love talking about Trans Am, John.
Thank you very much, John, for being with us today. Please stay with us a few more seconds as we're going to be transitioning to our next session. And our next session, we are going to bring Greg Gill from the SRO America organization. So, Paul, you know, what another great session. You know, Trans Am is, you said it perfectly. It's a brilliant series, brilliantly run, and with Tony Parella behind it, and you know, it's been a really big influencer in making it stronger and stronger.
It's great to see.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. So I'm getting a signal from our producer, Rick Keneski, who is going to be bringing our next guest. In the meantime, let me say a special thank you to our sponsors, ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Shark, and our sponsored AEM, ARP, and Motul. So this is, you know, thanks to their support that we're here today and can provide you this great event at absolutely no charge. Mr. Gill, welcome back to the program. How are you, Greg?
Great to see you guys again.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your success this year. I was telling Paul earlier, so impressive to see the buzz, to see you know, the people who are talking about it industry-wise, the promotion you've done, really impressive.
Oh, thank you. I mean, we built this platform, and that's the industry that's making it work, you know, and the endorsement we have received is absolutely unbelievable. And last year we tried something and we just couldn't believe how well it went. And then we were facing the situation, how do we do that again? And how can we do it better? And we had a moment of a panic attack, but we just like, it's unbelievable, you know, the lineup of speakers this year, which you're part of, Greg, and thank you very much for your kind words. So without any further, you know, me taking your space, your spot, so Paul, we'll let you take over.
oh, thank you very much, Francisque, and hello, Greg Gill.
Dr. Fanner.
Okay, I think we need to let our audience in on the fact that we're friends. And I think we'll be indicted as co-conspirators at some point. But at the same time, they also need to know that you were the publisher of Racer before I became the publisher of Racer, and long before you became the publisher of Racer, I was the publisher of Racer. So I still have your phone extension. But it's great to see you, Greg, and congratulations to you and the SRO America team for a fabulous season this year.
Thank you. And Paul, the chapters on Racer and the latest issue have just been fantastic as we look at the history and the legacy. And, you know, again, just listening to the prior seminar, the history of Trans Am and SCCA and what's been done there. And that constant in that is what you've built at Racer and have served the industry. And so I think just as we talk about with what's been done with ePartTrade and creating this great platform for everyone, the same thing is true also for Racer Magazine and what it has done in North America and around the world. I was thinking before your phone call of your artful replacement of organizational table placements and helping facilitate getting motorsports groups back together.
Yeah.
You serve in a lot of ways that don't necessarily show up in the editorial pages of Sports Car or of Racer, but you work behind the scenes to make the sport a better place for everybody and all things motorsport, and we really appreciate that.
And Greg, it takes one to know one. You do the same thing. So like I said, we're co-conspirators. And I think we want the sport to be great and healthy. And I will also say that my first trip to a motorsport event coming out of COVID after I'd been vaccinated was to your opening event at Sonoma this year. And it was so exciting to be there. And thank you for welcoming me. And what I saw there was a vibrant series and a lot of energy, great partnership support from Amazon Web Services and from CrowdStrike, but just a paddock full of beautiful race cars, top teams, professionally run, just stunning. And it's a jewel of a series, and it's going through kind of evolution before our eyes, as being part of the SRO global group of Motorsport Holdings. You want to talk to us a little bit about this year and then maybe the journey the company is on and where you're going.
I think this year was really a great, as you can observe across all of the sports car series in North America, they tend to ebb and flow. They come back, they grow, paddocks get good, then people move, either paddocks change or other things will happen. We have been trying to minimize that as an organization and can promote consistency. The hearing the comments made about trying to charge for a live stream. We made that same mistake as well about I think it's closer to 7 years ago. We tried a paid live stream and discovered that's not a good idea. So I think the 2021 year allowed us to do some things like the GT America class and really promoting the sprint format again, which was really the single driver sprint format was the genesis of World Challenge and what everybody knew us for. And that's been a huge success for us. So
thank you. I love that.
Yeah. It was so much fun. And even with all of the, inherent street course issues of Nashville, the drivers couldn't wait to get back. And we're excited about it. So, I think you see that, and we were really, really excited about a growing grid, the technical partnerships, being able to work with both AWS and CrowdStrike in the promotion of the series and the backbone of the security and cloud series. And then I think that the aspect you touched on, I've had people comment before, but is the SRO a franchise? That we see all the same faces from North America, Bob Woodhouse and Peter Cunningham, Greg, you, Jim Huey, is it just you guys bought the SRO franchise? No, that's not the case at all. We really were able to bring Stefan Rattel on first as a minority shareholder and then as a majority shareholder in the business, allowing World Challenge to grow globally. And export that excitement for sports car racing and what they had going on already in really what was arguably the best GT racing on the planet. And so we're proud to be part of that globally, and that's been something that's really been a neat thing that I think in 21 we really came into our own as part of the global SRO family.
Agreed. And it's interesting. Years ago, I think it's 2006, I hosted the SAE conference on kind of global sports car racing at the convention, and I sat with Stefan Rattel at lunch, and we were talking, and one of the things the discussion was, at the end of the day, when whatever happens in the future, the one thing that will probably be true is that it started with people racing cars, I think, that were based on the idea of a road car, and you have cars that are purely based on road car architecture. These are the actual, the foundation of your business is a road car architecture in all your cars. And at the end of the day, that may be the thing 100 years from now that may be still being raced, and everything else may
evolve away like airplane racing. Air racing is not a big deal.
We took a piece from that, Paul. As you know, Stefan likes to comment that the first race he ever attended was one that he organized, and creating in Europe a gumball rally style event, and then quickly realizing that from legality and safety, this belonged on a racetrack. But then, out of that, he took a step back and looked at the GT name, the Grand Tour name, and created that. We did a whole salute to the 80s event this year, brought 40 cars out, created something very special from around the countryside and France. And I think that's going to be the love affair with automobile, the love affair of transportation. We may look at carbon neutral fuel. We may be looking at electrification or hydrogen of it. But Stefan's fond of saying that the last car, driven will be a race car. And I think that's very true. We're excited about that.
Yeah, it'll probably be a GT race car. And by the way, I was offended that I wasn't invited to the 80s thing because I still have my narrow knit tie.
We have a group of people wanting to create the same one. We are doing the salute to the 60s in Rome this next year. So I think you could look very cool.
Thank you very much. But I back to that point though. I think I went to one of your open tests at Thermal Club at the beginning of 2020, I think it was. Yes, and before all of this hit, and just remembered the energy around that and the beauty of the cars too. Just you walk through your paddock and they're just beautiful things.
Thank you.
When you look at your event model. What is your opportunity in the changing face of motorsport for SRO America in this country and with a competitive environment? And I know that you're competitors and friends with many of the people that are on this. You operate racing series, but you also coexist. You have to. What is your opportunity? The unique opportunity for SRO America here.
Well, I think the watchword that we're defined by is, even though we have pro racing and we regularly refer to a pro racing license, it is customer-based racing. It is not predominantly factory-backed racing, and the factories have told us they prefer that. Their business models have had to change in changing times to where they want the customer to come to them, purchase the cars. Perhaps they'll help with providing a pro driver or something along that line. So I think the SRO, the opportunity, the runway for us has been two things. One, customer racing. And I think one of the things that we've seen beyond that is also when you look at the customer racing model, then how does that translate into what is called pro racing today? Yeah. And also the diversity of it. When you look at, we talk a lot about diversity, and I'd like to discuss that a little bit further today, but on particular points, can you recall we kind of closed last year's panel with me calling my fellow people, John Brown, and also John Doonan, to that idea of how can we push greater diversity. We have a diversity in cars. When you're talking about Jim Jordan bringing the touring car group in, Jack Baldwin running GT4, Stacy Langham taking care of our GT3 cars, we really got a great diversity of cars. So when people come to the paddock, they're seeing cars that they can literally be part of the Honda family of brands, or wait a minute, they can be Acura and be GT3.
Yeah, and it's terrific, and you've opened the door to a couple other conversations here we could have. Let's I'm not starting at the bottom, but I'm starting with someone I know and love, which is Jim Jordan, and the Pied Piper of that world. Talk to me a little about that, because this looks like a successful program for you.
Well, first of all, we always have to have hashtag blame you, because, Jim, when he transitioned out of a very successful time at Mazda, he and I had known each other, obviously, while I worked at Racer and within the publishing industry as well. Jim was a well-known person for, building not only the Road to Indy program, but in really being a friend. People like Formula Drift and others owe their whole success, or their certainly starting sponsorship, to Jim Jordan. Jim started pinging people in the industry saying, you need to call Greg Gill. I need to go to work for World Challenge. And in very short order, I got about a dozen phone calls. It was kind of fun because I already had wanted to hire Jim, but it certainly made it easy. It was the first time in my business career where a dozen people from an industry had all called saying, hire this guy. But Jim has done a fantastic job of really speaking to both as a longtime club racer in both SCCA and NASA, he had also understood what professional racing needed to be there and what is the OEM's desire in a motorsports program. And Jim's done a fantastic job of blending those two things together so that we have something that the OEMs know. And one of the first things of business that he did was, here's a 3 to 5 year plan. Yeah. And I think World Challenge in those days was known as having about a 3 to 5 day plan, which would encompass the next weekend, let alone have time about 3 to 5 years. That was really something. And Jim put that together. We worked on it and the industry accepted it, both the racers and the industry people. That helped us grow that and become predictable. And that was something we really needed to do.
Yes, he is deceptively clever, isn't he? And I think that was a good choice, hiring Jim Jordan.
Absolutely.
Because that is a future audience development and content development opportunity all the way up from participants to mechanics to teams to fans. That's a door into your world, which I can tell you is intimidating when you walk through and see the level of cars that are at the top end of your field. That's a welcome sign to everybody. We're one culture. We embrace all of this, not just the cars that can be driven by the people with the private jets. And I think that what I like about you mentioned the diversity. I see when I go to one of your race weekends, I see a pretty great span of racing product on the racetrack. I think and we've talked about this before, and this is not a criticism, it's an observation. It's relatively new to this market space. What World Challenge was, the World Challenge I grew up with and loved, doesn't necessarily exist anymore. That was a time and moment, that this has moved on, just in the same way Trans Am isn't what it was.
Right.
Yeah. What is your story now to the world that is North American audience here? What you are doing, what is it that is the unique position for SRO America? Why should you want to be at one of your events? What is the thing that makes you different than the competitive? I'm not going to name any other series. The competitive. What do you get at your event?
And I think that's a great question. It's obviously really broad, so I'll try to push it down a little bit. Customer racing is the one aspect of it, so that even though you have to have a level of financial success, as you pointed out, although God bless Sally McNulty, who pointed out that she had a full-time job and wrenched on her car, and her partner in life and was not able to help her out there and be with her. So she backed the car off the trailer and got herself onto the track and then thought as she was making her first laps, did I tighten the wheel lug nuts? And so, there were the entry level people
she
that
is a
way
racer.
in TC, and Sally's great. And she's getting further help and growing into another team now for this next year. So we see that evolution in the paddock. So I think it's professional motorsports that has at the top end, a very 7-figure barrier to entry. And at the same time, at the entry level, the pretty close to average American can participate in this. And so I think that's one of the attractions to it. It is also, I think we see a lot of people that are coming out of the single mark series, whether it be Ferrari Challenge, Lamborghini Super Trofeo, fantastic series in their own right. But what do I do next? I've had great success in one of the Porsche Cup series. Now I want to see how I'm doing compared to others. And I think that's really the attraction for the custom race racing, is that next step. Maybe, we talk about this a lot. Well, I really want to go to Le Mans. Fantastic. There is a road, an informal road to Le Mans, but if you want to learn about that, you want to learn about, professional wheel-to-wheel sports car racing, man, SRO America, GT World Challenge, running through TC to GT4. These are going to be the wares that'll take you there. And then, yes, you can run your 8-hour with us, but more than likely, you're going to be going through Daytona, or you'll be joining us in Europe running or in our Asian Le Mans series. You're going to have those opportunities, and that'll take you to Le Mans someday. That's a very small group of people, but it's very clear. Samantha Tan being a good example. She set her sights on that. That's what their racing team's going to do, and that's where they're going. So that's kind of, I think we are a journey for people.
It It is, and it's interesting. It is a common culture ultimately. So global sports car racing is, and people move between series. And there's a different feel in yours paddock than there is in other paddocks. It's just the way it's operating. But I do see it being diverse. When I see a lot of female participants and administrative people running the series and people racing in the series, I certainly see ethnic diversity. There was a Mackay Stevens being a particular focus of my.
So excited about that.
Yeah, so this is of all the drivers we've had come through the Team USA program since 1990. Jeremy Shawn, I sincerely believe he is the singular talent. And this is a person that didn't start racing, I think, until he was 21 years old and won a driving talent contest with Skip Barber. And to see your platform be someplace where he has been able to finally show the world who he is and what he's got is, I think it underscores the potential of what you have here too, to bring new talent to the forefront in this world. Do you have anybody else you want to talk about in that regard?
We've got as you touched on it, we started a few years ago, and I went to our board and just noted that on one hand, I think on a gender basis, we were really pleased with the level globally of female managers that we had. But really, when it came down to it, there were no people of color. And that's something that I'd had it was, basically every year at SEMA or at an F1 event or a press event, Rob Holland and I would sit down and talk, and he would say, well, I was running, in World Challenge in 2008, 2009. I've been overseas. He, ran British Touring Car, ran in Nordschlager, doing just different runs out there. But we looked at each other, and as we got to know each other, I said, Rob, as an African-American driver, I'm one of the few active African-American drivers, and particularly in sports cars globally, what's our problems? Where are we at? What can we do about this? Yeah. And we had a dialogue, I think it's probably 3 or 4 years before we came to the point where, by working with AWS and a push that they were doing, we were able to put a scholarship program together and get Rob and his team in running with us. And I think the thing that they did particularly that was good, that I think all of motorsport needs to look at, I think NHRA has done a fantastic job in this regard, was the fact that it's not just about one group of people, but it's literally saying, are you a woman? Do you have a Latino background? Are you Asian background? Where are you coming from? Are you African American? What do you bring to the table? And that's what he brought with his team. And I was really impressed with that. And that resonated well, because when we got back out into community and started reaching people, a longtime person who literally had my role back in the day was Jason Dukes, who, although I have forgiven him for creating the slogan Sports Car Wars, Jason's become fast friends. And, Jason's acted as an ambassador for us, but Jason did the same thing with me. Hey, Greg, there's places as an African-American man I simply can't go. I can't participate in. And here's a guy who's been part of the NASCAR organization, part of working with NHRA teams, and yet clearly wasn't welcome. And he helped me, he and Rob helped me to see things from a little different perspective. And it allowed me, again, both guys are just pure at heart racers, and this is what they like doing. They recognize the people historically that gets there. So it has to be, and I appreciate Lynn St. James' comments about being proactive, and that's exactly it. And I think the one that really had to come, that came in our mind, was being able to sit down, as I started to say, with our board of directors, saying, racing's a meritocracy. We all get it. You have to succeed. Yeah, but it's also about team. It requires everybody working together, and every one of us in life and business has become more successful because somebody helped me. And that was you, Paul. You came alongside of me in my publishing career and were there for me with a hand up and always willing to listen. We need to do the same thing in motorsports, and we need to reach out to people who would just say, I like to tell the story, and I really appreciate Doug Bowles at Indy for sharing it with me, of recognizing that Speedway's local residents wouldn't necessarily, prior to the efforts now that he and the Penske organization have done, and really reaching out to community. And let's embrace everybody. Robbie Montanola, who's just absolutely awesome, a great part of our team. Robbie took a riff off of our friends at AWS, who are having quite a conference in Vegas right now. Their slogan is all builders welcome. And Robbie flipped that on the head and made it all racers welcome, with the emphasis on race. And I think that's that when we stop looking at things from a gender basis, stop looking at things from a race basis, but just say, welcome to motorsports. Everybody's welcome here. We want you to participate. What can we do to lower any barriers that you've had? And that's generally money. So that's what we have to start with.
Exactly. And I think that people get confused sometimes when they think this is about, quote, proactive. It is misinterpreted as moving someone ahead of you in line. Quote, because, I think what it is you're just proactively making sure the door's open. Yeah. And that the welcome is obvious to people and that there is a path. And I think that what I like about especially road racing culture is it's inherent, I think, in the general culture of road racing is there is a history of multicultural teammates, multicultural driving teams. Cars are built all over the world. The people creating the cars, engineering the cars, they come from all over the world. You see frontline engineers that are female, of our diverse ethnic background. You certainly are now seeing drivers. It's the great sport where everyone can compete at the highest level. And I think that's one of the best opportunities for motorsport altogether. And your form of motorsport is a video game come to life. And to me, I think what I see SRO globally doing with your esports activities is very impressive. Before we run out of time, can you talk about that? Because what I've noticed during pandemic was the audiences for the esports content during pandemic were nearly or equal to the audience during race weekends for actual physical races.
Oh, yeah, huge numbers. And again,
yes, it was.
That was something that, God bless Robbie. He pivoted in, I think, 6 weeks. We went from being shut down on track at St. Pete to having our first esports race up. And again, that was his background. And so he brought it up. Obviously, we're part of the ACC game, and it's licensed for the SRO. So we had a platform already ready to go. And it has been something that, again, some people don't realize because it has been primarily in Europe. But in our European Championship, you must have a designated driver, and it can't be a ringer. It has to be one of your regular drivers, has to then compete in the game on the weekend. And we do that with our Fanatec arena, and it really creates a real fun environment for people. And you now saw when we were at both Barcelona and the 24 Hours of Spa that the Fanatec racers, the sim racers, were able to get within a 1/10 of their regular on-track time. Wow. And then that commits to their actual championship. And so the teams initially, after the first season, were a little uncomfortable with it. Then they got really behind it. And you'll see the same thing adopted in America before long. We'll have these independent championships, of which Robbie's been managing. But you'll see more U.S. tracks that'll be part of the game.
Good.
You'll see GT4 being part of the game,
I love
and
GT4.
Some really cool things coming.
Yeah. Okay, you're hitting my buttons right now. I love those things, and I also have to say the look and feel and the creative and everything being generated by your team is of a high standard, and really we admire it. And everything that you're doing and just presenting this series is a good example of how to do this. And I was critical when the format changed. I was openly critical to you because I'm your friend. I want to tell you
right.
that. I'm past that. I think that you have navigated this well, and we have a few minutes left. I want to talk about the kind of global event that occurs that's tied to the mothership, which is the event that happened in Indianapolis here with some other challenges, but still an epic event. Can you tell me a little bit about that, and so that our audience, if they may not be familiar with it?
We really appreciate that. The Intercontinental GT Challenge is the highest ranking part of our organization, in addition to the motorsports games and some other things that we do with the FIA. Yeah. The IGTC was created as a kind of a reverse approach. Rather than flying equipment around the world, allow teams and drivers to work with manufacturers in the country. So Africa, Europe, Asia, North America all have their own championship. We have an 8-hour event at Indianapolis, and it was a 5-year goal to get to Indy and work with them, and been a real pleasure. We'll be back there again next year, working on some unique angles on that particular race. And as you said, not without its challenges this last year. We went from a caution-free Laguna setting lap records for 8 hours to 11 cautions in 8 hours this last time, and was very difficult. But it was also part of putting a larger group of cars out, and we'll go just to GT3 this next year on that. But already excited about it. It is part of the championship in North America for our regular GT World Challenge America customers, and then we'll also bring in probably a dozen to 20 teams internationally too. So that brings a really nice flavor. I think you'll see some international type of displays, etc., building on that 8-hour event.
Yeah, it's if you haven't experienced one of these events, it's mind-blowing and it's eye-opening. I remember just being, it was breathtaking, and just the sheer beauty of it was what got me, and you feel like you're touching something greater in the world when you're around it. And overall the organization has done a great job of bringing that here. And I think from one of the things that I admire about you, Greg, you actually care about the sport as a whole. You don't look at this as just the insular world of what you work on.
Right.
And your legacy in firing up the enthusiasm of a lot of people about all things powered by motors and going fast is long. When you look at your legacy here, what do you want it to be?
I think you want to leave everything better than you found it. You and I always joke about how we grew up on the opposite end of political spectrums, and we're still probably there in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But we also share some real common things that our parents instilled in us. And that's what, the one that comes to my mind, Paul, is that you always leave a place better than you found it.
Yeah.
Whether you're staying in someone's home, you're managing their Life's Blood magazine for them, whatever it might do, or you've been blessed with the opportunity to work on something as exciting as World Challenge, you leave it a little better than when you found it, and hopefully a lot better. And that's my goal.
And as your friend and having been on this journey with you, I remember the night that you found out that you would be leading this organization, and it was a very emotional night for both of us because I care deeply about the success and survival of the organization. And I want to thank you I had high expectations, but thank you for exceeding them and preserving and developing this business to the point it is now. Thank you so much, Greg, for being with us today.
It's an honor to be part of this. And frankly, shout outs to Judy, because let's be honest, we all actually work for Judy.
We do.
Nothing would happen without Judy.
Yeah, we know that.
We're not calling her out age-wise or anything, but I've known her almost as long as I've known you, Paul. So.
Yeah, but you're proud to know Judy as opposed to me.
There's that.
By the way, if anybody's wondering, I'm an anarchist. That's the other end of the political spectrum that he was referring to.
That's very sweet. I help where I can.
You do more than help. You make things happen, Judy.
Well, you absolutely do. Well, thank you very much, Greg, to be with us today. Please stay with us a few more seconds as we're going to be transitioning to our next session. And Paul, again, great job as always. Thank you for hosting those sessions today. I think you're not hosting anymore this afternoon. I think we'll have you back hosting tomorrow morning, correct?
That's right, and I just want to thank both of you for allowing to have my friends on today.
Come on!
That was awesome. These are two sessions I was really looking forward to because I haven't had a chance to spend much time with these two guys this year. So, and what they're doing is
stories.
But what they're doing for our sport and what they personally have done, this is everybody in motorsport. Needs to understand that there are people among us that literally lift the world in making these sanctioning bodies kind of happen and pour their hearts and souls, and we just talked to two of them, and it's a privilege to know both of them. So thank you both for having me on today.
Oh, absolutely, and they were both terrific, and we had them before in the program, so thank you as well. And so stay with us a few more seconds, Paul, as we're transitioning to our next session. So part of being live is sometimes you have to deal with live situation, and unfortunately, SCAT has had a situation where they can't be live with us for the next session. However, the good news is we have pre-recorded a session with them on cranks, rods, and their relationship to short block assemblies. And it's presented by Tom Lieb, the president of SCAT Enterprises, and by Jack McInnes, the marketing director of World Products. So on to you for the next session.
We have Jack McInnes from World Products as well. And Tom, this is going to be a fascinating hour. I know it is, and really appreciate you guys coming back here for another Race Industry Now episode. First, let's just start talking about what our topic, what our subject matter is going to be, and a little bit about SCAT Enterprises for people who don't know.
Well, the topic today is, the basis of an engine is the short block, and of course the short block compiles the block itself, and then you've got the crank and the rods and the pistons. And of course, the interrelation with all that is what supports the black magic that the engine builders do with the cylinder heads and camshaft, valve train, injection, carburetors, exhaust system, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But without the support of the block and the crank assembly, the rest of it, horsepower, means nothing because it isn't going to last. So with that, years and years ago, I started the business when I was in college in 1962, and here we are today, almost 60 years later, and we've become, a prime player in the crank, rod, and rotating assembly business. SCAT has developed over the years to the point where we can make crankshafts out of castings, out of forgings, and out of billet. And our capacity is from roughly 10 inches long to 43 inches long. A 43-inch crankshaft would be, almost 10 inches in diameter, and that would be a 619 John Deere tractor crank that you see on, at the various events as far as tractor pull, and, the 5,000 horsepower or 6,000, whatever it is. And so we go from one extreme to the other. And of course, the crank business has to be aware of the block business because the crank has to fit into the architecture of that block. And so the block people and the crank people have to be on the same page and talk to each other as the innovations come up. We have to support the block, and the block has to support us, and then both of us support the horsepower that the engine builders do. So with that, we can get started and talk about the various components and how they interact.
Yeah, well, and speaking of the block, Jack McInnes from World Products is joining us here as well. So tell us a little bit about what you guys do, and then obviously we're talking about a relationship with the rotating assembly and the blocks and all of those other good things.
Yeah, well, World Products has been manufacturing cast iron engine blocks for 25 odd years now. And it, like Tom said, the block is really, you can have the best crank and rods in the world, but if the block isn't capable of supporting it in a stable fashion and keeping it in place and supplying proper lubrication, those other parts aren't going to survive either. So we've designed blocks that we pour all ours in a Schedule 40 iron, which is roughly twice the strength of the ultimate tensile strength of an OE style block. And then they have added material in critical places to provide extra support. 4-bolt splayed caps that anchor into the strongest part of the block in the pan rails, and then a priority main oiling system, which provides oil instead of the typical OE setup, which was designed to be easy to machine, and it would supply oil to the cam and lifters and then to the mains. We supply oil to the mains and then feed the top end, which always has enough oil anyway. So it's a symbiotic thing, like the cranks and rods and the block have to work together, as Tom said, or the whole thing will fail. So that's our mission, is to provide blocks that will support those critical rotating parts and all the other components and survive in high horsepower, high stress applications.
All right, thank you for that, Jack. As always, I do want to remind anyone viewing, if you have a question for either Tom or for Jack, you can just type it down below into the chat, and we will get to as many of your questions as we can and get those answered as thoroughly as we can. So we are here for you, so please feel free to let us know everything that you've got going on. Well, Tom, let's talk about cranks and blocks and, different main sizes, common sizes, a Chevy 350, 283, 400 sizes. Ford's got a 302, a 351 Cleveland, 351 Windsor. Give us some advantages and disadvantages of all that.
Well, and it goes back to reliability and strength. If you go into the NASCAR area, of course, those classes are governed by a cubic inch limit. And of course, the engine builders have come up with various combinations. And one of the things that they're very concerned about is friction. So the diameter of the main is a critical item, along with the size of the rod bearing. And of course, the block has to be machined to accept all that. The biggest thing with any of this is understanding the strength of the block versus the strength of the crankshaft. And like Jack said, their blocks are cast out of absolute premium material. Well, the changing in the main size, if we go smaller, it reduces friction. Number one. Number two, of course, that adds material in the block, which makes the block that much more stable. But the flip-flop is that depending on what the stroke is, the overlap between the main and the throw is going to change. And the strength of the crankshaft is in two places. It's in the actual material and the heat treating itself and how the crank is machined and processed. That's one thing. And the other thing is the strength of the crankshaft. The only material that matters is the top of the main bearing, the radius at the top of the main bearing in relationship to the throw, to the bottom of the radius of the throw in the same plane. That little section on all four of the crank throws in a V8 crank, that's the only material that counts. The rest of it pretty much goes along for the ride. So when you add and subtract on the main bearing sizes, that strength of the crankshaft, as the longer stroke is used, if you go to a 410, sprint car engine as an example, you don't dare run a 283 main size or in a 4 to 302 bearing size, because the overlap goes away, and therefore the crank, as far as the strength of the crank, goes away in the process. So the block folks having the different main sizes available, of course, has to be combined with the actual engine build itself. And then the crank guys like us, we have to make the crank. And of course, our mission, along with the block folks, is to make the strongest and best part possible. And of course, through our experiences, this will give the information to the customer, and we can discuss it and make sure that everything is where it needs to be. But it's about strength and it's about friction. And the friction, if you're trying to get that last 5 horsepower, then friction becomes an issue. But when you get into the average street double purpose engine that might be in a street rod or a muscle car or something, that extra little bit of horsepower is not as valuable as keeping the engine together and making the whole assembly reliable. So that's basically, our mission is to juggle all of these different factors and to make the best possible part for the customer to meet his expectations.
I'm curious, Tom, as people are trying to find horsepower and do different things, obviously friction is a huge factor in this, but people are trying to save weight and do all kinds of different things. When you're talking about the compromise involved, there's reliability, but maybe if you could shed some weight or you could do some things here or there, you might end up potentially sacrificing some of that. Where is the most stress put on these parts? Is it in an engine that is constantly running at a high RPM? Is it one that's going back and forth, say a lap after lap thing on an oval track or a road course, or, say with a drag racing application, one that just literally just goes out there and hits the power, straight from the get-go and maintains it for a short time? Where is the most stress caused?
Well, the most stress is caused through rapid acceleration and deacceleration. So in a drag race application, the hardest thing that they put on the crankshaft is the burnout, because you launch it and off it goes, and then all of a sudden you put the brakes on. So you've got extreme acceleration and there's no shutdown area. So the whole thing stops. In a dirt track type car, whether it be a IMCA modified or a World of Outlaw sprint car, the biggest problem with that is that, you know, on the dirt, the good drivers know that the fastest way around the racetrack is up on the cushion. And, you know, you head for the fence and you hope that you're only 6 inches off, because one way or the other, it could be a problem. And of course, what ends up happening again is that rapid acceleration and then the rapid deacceleration. In NASCAR, you know, many times you've watched a race and you see somebody go down, especially like at Talladega or someplace like that, you know, a real high speed joint with, you know, a big, you know, camber on the corners and stuff. Car goes into the corner, he's all alone, and all of a sudden he goes into a spin. Well, what happens is the driver takes his foot off the gas, and of course the chassis unloads, and then he goes for a ride. Well, that abrupt, again, acceleration and deacceleration is jerking on the crankshaft, and the back of the crank is held into place as far as rotation by the drivetrain and the tires on the racetrack. The front of the crankshaft, you know, it's got all that momentum going, and there's nothing controlling it. So the crankshaft being a zigzag as you go through a main bearing up into the throw and back down to a main bearing and so forth, the front of the crank wants to keep going, and the back end of the crank says, we're stopping. And of course, that's when you get this twist, and that wiggles the material back and forth. And eventually, two things are going to happen if it gets out of hand. One of them is it'll jerk the main webs out of the block, or the crank will snap. And so it's that rapid acceleration and deacceleration, and all types of racing have it. And it's controlled a lot of different ways, but that's where the damage is done.
You know, Jack, when it comes to the block side of things, what are some things that we need to know in what Tom was just talking about?
Well, material, of course, plays a big role. Adding extra material in those areas that have to support all those stresses on the crankshaft. The fasteners that hold the main caps in place, and the register of the main caps. We use a dual register, which is a stepped register on the end of the caps, and then ring dowels on the fasteners, so that everything is held securely in place, and there is as much strength as you can possibly put into those main webs, and supported by the pan rails and even the decks, you know, all that material to try to keep things stable so that the crank doesn't have a chance to move in a way you don't want it to.
I like that. Oiling. And Tom or Jack, I don't know who is the best to actually take the question, but what does priority oiling on blocks and direct shot oiling on cranks mean?
Well, priority main oiling in a block means that the oil passages have been routed differently from the OE stuff. When they designed these engines originally, most of it was designed to be inexpensive to manufacture. And so the way that they would drill the oil passages would oil the camshaft and the lifters, and then from there it would send oil to the main bearings. And in an understressed passenger car engine, that worked. But when you get into racing applications, there's a lot of built-in leakage, I guess you could say, in that top end stuff, and it can cause starvation to the main bearings. So what we do is drill the passages in such a way that the oil goes to the main bearings first, and then feeds the cam and lifters and the top of the engine, so that you always have reliable lubrication to those main bearings, because that's what's really critical. The direct shot oiling is a similar concept, and Tom can speak to that better, I think.
Well, keep in mind that most engine failures is because of lack of lubrication. And the lubrication, of course, starts with the block and then gets to the crank. And the old saying, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And so when we talk straight shot oiling, if you go back into the various factory crankshafts that have been made over the years, there's various schemes as far as getting the oil from the mains to the rods. And of course, the end of the line as far as oil is concerned is the connecting rod. And of course, the connecting rod is where the most abuse happens, but it's at the end of the oiling system. So one of the things that we certainly appreciate from World is actually there's two things from the block standpoint, because it helps us as a crank manufacturer. The first thing is the way that they've anchored their main caps to the block with the studs and the hollow dowel pins and things. The other thing that they've done is their priority oiling. Now with that, what we've done is we've taken it from there, and we have basically it's a straight line from the main bearing up to the connecting rod. And when you look at some of the factory crankshafts over the years, they have cross drilling where they have a oil hole that runs straight through the journal, and they intersect someplace in the middle with the oil hole that goes to the rod. Well, what happens is with a system like that, there's two things that go wrong with that. One is that as you pick up RPM, centrifugal force takes over. And of course, the oil, when you stop and think about it, 7,000 or 8,000 RPM, it's I guess the only way to say it, it's unreasonable to think that oil all of a sudden is going to make a left-hand turn and go up to the rod from the main. Well, it doesn't do that. But we have some energy that we can take advantage of, which is centrifugal force. So if we feed the oil in right off the surface of the main bearing, we put a scoop on it so that it's actually directing the oil into that hole. And from there, it overcomes centrifugal force on the center line and then gets up into the rod. The problem is that system fails when you get above about 9,500. And there's two failures that happen. One is that the oil pressure is not sufficient to overcome centrifugal force. And the other one is that if you increase the oil pressure, what ends up happening is to overcome that, what ends up happening is the leakage then that happens because you're feeding too much volume, then that takes over and presents a problem. So what we do is if the engine's going to run a much higher RPM, first thing we'll do is decrease the size of the oil hole. Now that's directly opposite of what normally people would think. If you need more oil, make the hole bigger. But the thing is that you're talking about pressure and volume, and you're also talking about leakage. Now, the other thing that goes on with the cross drilling, and of course, World has taken care of this. We know that on a basic engine block, that at RPM, the main bearing cap holding the crankshaft, the main bearing cap will distort anywhere from 3 to 4 thousandths. So what happens is if the main bearing is cross drilled, you basically pressurize oil into the main bearing cap, which goes down into the pan instead of to the rod. And eventually, obviously, you're going to lose the rod bearing. So that's why main bearings, if you look at it, they have a groove in the top and they don't have a groove on the cap side. Now, to get more oil, a lot of engine builders and some of the bearing suppliers have taken and put a semi groove in the cap. In other words, they extend the groove around a little bit to get more oil in there. That works, but it only works if you've got a block like a World block that has a stable main bearing cap. If you've got a block that doesn't, then you've just made the problem that much worse. One of the things, the way we discovered all this, actually the straight shot oil system, the engineers that originally designed the 265 Chevy back in 1955, 54, when it first came out, they actually pioneered the straight shot oil system. And all of us crank guys, we all thought that we had a better idea. And so we experimented with a lot of different things, and only to the extent that we realized that we weren't as smart as those guys, that we should just follow what they did, because what they did was absolutely right. And so we still hang on to that today, and it works. And in a combination with the block and ourselves, why we can pretty much give the engine builder, you know, the reliability that he's looking for.
That's interesting. We have a question from the chat, and this involves the block. Are there any advantages to using ductile iron instead of gray iron for the block? Are there disadvantages of ductile iron? And we'll start there. There's a second part of the question that involves the crank as well. So Jack, do you want to take that first part?
Yeah, we use ductile iron for caps, but blocks are generally always some variety of gray iron. Now, there's a lot of leeway in what that means. You know, there are different alloys that have different strength characteristics, but the gray iron has the combination of tensile strength and elasticity that you need more, where the ductile is probably less elastic and works better for a cap, but the blocks are generally always a variety of gray, and that can be from the OE stuff, which is like a class 20. A lot of aftermarket stuff, we'll use a class 30, we use a class 40. You get beyond that, and again, it becomes more brittle than it's practical for the application. So generally, it's some variety of gray iron.
But when you start talking about class 20, 30, 40, what are the differences there? Is that just a strength rating, or what is that?
Yeah, it really is. Those are, I don't think it's a SAE classification, and it refers to the tensile strength primarily, but also the elastic modulus, and but it's a factor of the amount of nickel and other metals that are alloyed into the iron.
Okay. And then the other part of the question, and Tom, I'll throw this over to you, is for the crank. It says some production cranks are made from cast iron. Is this gray iron or ductile iron? Which cast iron is better for making a crankshaft?
All right, well, let me back up a bit. That's a good question. But I think as far as metal is concerned, not only with blocks, but with crankshafts, one of the things that we need to talk about, and I'll answer the question, but is the structure of the material as far as grain structure. And this is in crankshafts as well as the material that's used on blocks. A regular gray iron or a modification of gray iron, the actual structure of the grain is larger on a gray iron than it is on a ductile iron. And what the grain is the metal holding hands with each other. In other words, if you go out into the street and you look at asphalt and you see the stones in the asphalt, and this is maybe a hokey explanation, but it'll give you a barnyard idea of what's going on. The gray iron would have the consistency of asphalt, and the ductile iron would have the consistency of cement, which has just the small sand grain. And the ductile iron, and Jack mentioned the nickel and the chrome. Nickel and chrome is what makes a steel, whether it's cast or a forging or a billet. That's where the strength comes from. The actual ability for a material to be heat treated up to a structure that is necessary for whatever the use is put to. Nickel and chrome is that element that makes that happen. Now, the problem with that is nickel and chrome don't like each other. So when you go to heat treat, what happens is they have a tendency to separate. But that's the difference with ductile. The process with ductile is that they, through their heat treating processes and some other elements like vanadium that they add to the steel, that's what makes everybody hold hands. That's what creates the grain structure, and the refinement of the grain structure is what gives you the strength. Now in a crankshaft, when it comes to a casting, you have the same thing. I mean, the gray iron or a derivative thereof has a broader grain structure than the other. And of course, the strength is based on holding hands. And if you have a smaller grain structure and more of it and more compact, then that crank is going to be stronger. Now, when you get into a forging or a billet, you know, the most common question is asked, you know, which is stronger, a billet or a forging? Well, in steel, first off, a forging or a piece of billet actually started life as a casting, and then it's rolled. It goes through a process of more compaction, and it develops the grain. And the grain would be like looking at a piece of oak as an example. Oak has that long grain, and it's all connected from one end to the other. Well, you can imagine a crankshaft from the nose to the tail having that grain. In other words, it's holding hands from one end to the other, versus a cast crank that doesn't have that type of structure, that has a grainy structure. And of course, that's why the tensile strength and the, more importantly, the fatigue life of the material is less with the casting, because it isn't holding hands. And so when it gets to, you know, a billet is always stronger, because with the forging, and I don't have anything in front of me to demonstrate it, but if you take the grain, and if you take a regular small block Chevy crankshaft as an example, the throw is approximately, well, it's 1/900 wide, so call it 2 inches. And so that grain on the billet, because the billet is forged into place, in other words, that throw originally was where the main bearing was, and it was pushed up into place. So what happens is that grain was 1/900 wide, and now all of a sudden you ask it to turn left. And if it's a 4-inch crank, it's going to go up 2 inches. It's going to turn right, go across 2 inches, turn right again, go down 2 inches, turn left and go into the main. So you've taken this 1/900 grain and you've stretched it 3 times what it should have been. And it's kind of like a rubber band. You take a rubber band that's laying on the desk and it's there and it's all in one piece, and then you pick it up and you start to pull it. Well, what happens? It necks down, and then eventually it snaps. So with the billet crank, the cross section that we talked about, the top of the main to the bottom of the throw as far as the radius, that grain runs through there. So it's not interrupted. Where on a forging, that grain that goes through there has now been severed or stretched or pulled, and therefore it's not as strong. So as you go through the different materials, from gray iron to ductile to a forging to a billet, it's all about the grain and how the grain was developed and how it was heat treated, which means that it went into a furnace. It was heated up, and then it was quenched, normally in glycol at about 1,050 degrees, and that shocks everything into place. And that's what gives you the strength of the crankshaft. And then the grain that remains is machined. And so you either machine it out of there or you leave it in there, and the strength, of course, develops from there. So you go from, again, gray iron to ductile to a forging to a billet, which is the strongest of them all.
Wow, that's a fascinating explanation. I love the examples as well. You know, some great way to illustrate all of that. All right, I know we talked a little bit about cross drilling, and if this is something that you already did cover, you know, forgive me, but how does cross drilling affect the crank and the block?
Well, the cross drilling, as we talked about, it's about the use of it and the thought that oil will actually change, direction. And of course, it'll do that if it doesn't have any forces on it. But as you pick up RPM, it's not going to do that. Centrifugal force takes over. Oil is a mass. It takes time to move from point A to point B. And of course, when you're talking about milliseconds in the engine, as the crank is rotating, as you're going 7,000, 8,000, 8,500 RPM, the oil is committed, and it's going to go wherever the centrifugal force throws it. And of course, where you want it is at the rod bearing, but with the it's going to take the path of least resistance, and the cross drilling is going to take and pressurize the cap, which is going to leak into the pan. If you cross drill the throw, the problem with that is, and if you notice on a crankshaft, the entry of the oil into the rod bearing itself will be between 25 and 30 degrees before top dead center. And what's happening with that is we're introducing the oil into the bearing before it gets to top dead center, which is peak cylinder pressure when it lights off. And so we want that oil to be there. In days gone by, if you look at crankshafts that were first started to be oiled with pressure in the 1920s, they drilled the oil hole on top of the throw. Well, with modern engines, those engines had 4.5 to 1 compression. You know, today's engines, you know, you put a turbo or some other artificial, you know, air into the engine where it's running 2 or 3 atmospheres and so forth. Well, if it's at the top of the throw, that cylinder pressure comes down on top of the oil hole, and what happens? It blocks the oil off. So we found that 25 to 30 degrees before top dead center gives the oil pressure and an opportunity to lay that film of oil between the bearing and the crankshaft. If you cross drill it, again, what ends up happening is, first off, the cross drill, you're introducing the oil at 45 degrees before top dead center, which is too far away. The other thing is that when it rotates to peak cylinder pressure, you've got the bearing on top of the oil pressure entrance because you've got it cross drilled, and of course it shuts the oil off. So not a good idea. We used to make a lot of money, you know, that with stock cranks back in the 60s. You know, the first thing we did was cross drill it. We thought that was cool. We made $20 and the customer was happy. And then we found out that actually what happened, this was a project with Ford back in the early 80s when they went back into NASCAR. Ford was notorious for cross-drilled crankshafts. And if you go to the old original crankshafts, that's something they just automatically did. But when Ford got back into NASCAR in the early 80s, and the engines, you know, they first started out at 7,000 RPM, and then the whiz kids in the dyno room came up with more power. And as the RPM went up and the power went up, they started having a problem sumping in the pan. The normal circulation of a dry sump engine is anywhere from 13 to 15 gallons a minute amount of oil that's circulated in the engine. And of course, the dry sump has to pick that oil up and get it back to the tank and then start all over again. Well, what happened was, as things started, you know, going up the scale as far as RPM, the guys at Yates, they ended up with 20 and 25 gallons a minute. And of course, the dry sumps wouldn't pick it up. And of course, the engines filled up with oil, and that became a problem. And so we finally figured out that, in fact, they had put transducers on the main caps to figure out that the main caps were distorting and they had leakage there. And then the idea of the entry of the oil into the crank, as far as the rod is concerned, that became an issue. We drilled the cranks to quote 1955 Chevy standards. Problem went away, went back to 13 gallons a minute. So, you know, that's the history of it. And of course, all hot rodding is based on trial and error. I mean, we're not all whiz kids and we don't have these $30 million computers. It failed. We got to figure out how to fix it. And, you know, the guys at World Products with their blocks and us on the other end with the crankshafts, this has been our life. And so what we're passing on to the customers is, quote, our life experience.
Well, it's a beauty and an art in all of that and figuring it out as well. I do want to remind you, if you have a question for either Tom or Jack, you can type it into the chat and we'll be more than happy to ask that. I know people have more curious questions than either what I have that's been prepared in front of me or what I have just on my own. So feel free to jump onto the chat and ask any questions you have. Next one up, what has World done with their blocks and Scat done with their cranks and rods for clearancing on longer stroke crankshafts?
On the block end of it, we generally have cast in most of the clearance that's required so that the engine builder, his machining is minimal and he may have to dress things a bit depending on what rotating assembly he's using. But most of that we've cast in and then dressed with our machining so that, you know, for example, our Ford small block, the Windsor style block, we cast in clearance for a 4,250 stroke, which is about the maximum that you're going to stuff into that block. Depending on the deck height of the block, which block it is, you know, we put in clearance for whatever the greatest realistic crankshaft that you'd be able to fit into that block with that deck height for your stack up. So the intent being to just make life easier for the engine builder to complete that assembly.
Tom, you want to jump in on that as well, as far as the cranks and rods for clearancing on longer stroke crankshafts?
Sure. And this is where the partnership between the block and the crank comes in. The longer strokes obviously cause internal clearance problems. And of course, with the blocks, you know, there are raised cams that get the camshaft out of the way of the connecting rod as it rotates. That's one thing. But the real problem for us is as the stroke goes up, we have to cut the backside of the counterweight. We call it cam cutting of the counterweight. And we have to do that because as the rod comes down on top of the crankshaft, as the piston comes down on top of the crankshaft, on top of the counterweight at bottom dead center, as the stroke increases, that pulls the piston towards the center line, which means we have to remove material there. So depending on the deck height of the block, that'll allow us to run a longer connecting rod. And if we run a longer connecting rod, then we don't have to cut the crank back. When we cut the counterweight, that's when we end up with not enough counterweight. And the only way we can get it back is to put Mallory in it. And of course, that's something that costs money. Mallory is expensive. Mallory is basically tungsten. It weighs twice what steel does. So if we need weight to balance the crank, that piece of tungsten, we drill a hole, push the Mallory in. And of course, the first thing we have to do is replace the steel that we took out by drilling the hole, and then add the weight advantage of the tungsten, which is double. So if we take out 100 grams, a typical 1-inch piece of Mallory, the width of a counterweight it adds 100 grams to the counterweight. So that's one thing that we have to do. And if the block decks are increased, or depending on the Ford deck is of course taller than what a Chevy deck is, so we have more options there to run a longer connecting rod, which is a great help. And so the counterweight, from the balancing standpoint, we adjust that to the deck, and the guys that build the blocks, of course, have to build the blocks with a taller deck. The other thing is that on the connecting rods, the bolt is what gets into the camshaft. And so on the connecting rods, we use different length bolts, and we cut the connecting rod back to clear the cam where we can. And then, of course, that isn't always 100% fixed. So the next thing that happens is they run a smaller base circle on the camshaft, and that helps also. So the combination of the casting in the block, the length of the rod, and the camshafts, all of that stuff has to be coordinated. And that's where the partnership basically between the block guys, the crank guys, and the rest of the people that are involved, the piston people putting the wrist pins in the right place and things. All of these things have to be well thought out before a customer or an engine builder starts buying parts, because if he doesn't buy parts that are coordinated like that, he's going to get the engine all together, or he thinks he has it all together and the piston comes out the top, or he can't rotate it around 100%. So there's, the problem. Of course, that's too late at that point. So these are all important things to know before we get started.
Yeah, for sure. Another question from the chat here in regard to Tom's statement on grain flow on forging. At what point does a cast crank get close to a forged crank strength? Is it possible to use better iron and be almost equal to a forging?
As far as a casting being equal to the forging, that'll never happen. And it's because of grain structure. And what that what that actually is the fatigue factor. So an example where you take a piece of tin and you wiggle it back and forth and a crack starts, and then eventually it comes apart, that's fatigue. In other words, the crank wiggles in the block. The crank is hanging onto the connecting rod, and you've got reciprocating motion. In other words, the piston moving up and down and converting it into rotating motion. And of course, with the stroke, that leverage of the throw being out there is what takes the crank and moves it around. And it wiggles back and forth. And again, it's back to the radius on the top of the main to the radius on the bottom of the throw, that cross section. And depending on the stroke, that cross section is what prevents that from happening. With a cast crank, because it doesn't have grain that holds it together like a forging does, the grain is I'll call it sand, which is, I guess, an insult to the iron, but basically that's what it is in relationship to the longitudinal grain. So the forging and the casting will always be, the forging is always stronger, and it's because of the fatigue and it's also the impact, because on a forging, if you get into detonation and you really hammer it, it'll bend. With a casting, it'll stay strong, and then all of a sudden it'll just snap. And again, it's about the grain holding it together. So casting will never be as strong as a forging.
Fascinating. All right, here's another one. Pros and cons of one-piece versus two-piece rear seals on blocks and cranks.
Well, one of the things that the folks in Detroit did was to try to minimize the leakage in the back with a two-piece rear seal. And also the diameter of a two-piece seal is small in comparison to a one-piece, which actually locates on the outside diameter of the flange of the flywheel. The advantage of the rear seal being one piece is you can install it and fix a leak without taking the engine, the oil pan off and all of that, if you happen to have a leak. But the other side of that is that the one piece rear seal, as RPM goes up, the surface speed on the seal itself increases. And because of the diameter, you can get into an area where that diameter exceeds the surface speed of the crank turning. Because of that diameter exceeds the capability of the seal to hold back the oil pressure leaking out. So that's why you'll find most race engines with a two-piece rear seal. Detroit did it to stop the oil leaks, but it wasn't a huge problem. But for them, a problem. I mean, if you have to take a car apart to fix it costs some money. It's easier to manufacture, and in the end, it's cheaper and easier to assemble. But from a race standpoint, the smaller diameter two-piece rear seal ensures that rear seal isn't going to leak on you as the RPM goes up.
Jack, did you want to expand on that? Do you have anything to comment on that?
No, he covered that pretty well. I think the two-piece seal, you may have to drop the pan, but the one-piece seal, usually you have to take the transmission out. So it's a either or in terms of difficulty, depending on if the engine's in the car or not. But either can work for their intended purpose.
All right. Well, thank you for that. All right. What are the advantages or disadvantage of a center thrust bearing, LS and Ford, versus a rear thrust bearing like SP Chevy?
Well, the crank wrap up, in other words, you start at the front and you start picking up horsepower. In other words, if you got a 400 horsepower engine, you got 100 horsepower, and then you got 200, and then 300, and then 400. If it's 1,000 horsepower engine, the multiplication is still the same. The problem with the big block Chevy and the small block Chevy having a rear thrust bearing is that the crank wrap up through the length of the block all ends up at the rear main. On the Fords, the Oldsmobiles, Pontiacs, Buicks, Chrysler, and now the LS, the center thrust cuts that wrap in half. And so from the crank standpoint, it helps the strength of the crankshaft because The thrust bearing, you've got two surfaces that hold the crank in place and prevent it from moving. You've got the vertical of the thrust surface itself, and then you've got the horizontal of the main bearing. And so if you cut it in half, then that means the wrap on the crank is going to be in half. And it's interesting that Chevrolet held on to that rear thrust, which is basically, as far as I can remember, the only engine that did, other than the Ford Flathead, but they stopped that in 1953. So, but and all the other engines use the center thrust. So with the redesign of the Chevy engine, putting the thrust in the center was a good move, and kind of fell into into place. We lost the.
Interesting. All right. When it comes to, obviously engine builders, a lot of skilled people out there building engines. And, if I'm buying an engine, usually I'm going to trust my engine builder. But what are some questions I might want to ask, say, ahead of time? I'm not, especially if it comes to, I'm watching this and we're talking about, crankshafts and rods, and we're talking about blocks and all of that. What are some things that I may want to ask ahead of time, based on, or tell them ahead of time, based on my application or whatever I'm wanting to get out of it?
Yeah.
Well, the real intended use of the engine is a very important starting point. If it's going to be an all-out race engine or a street strip engine, mostly street, mostly strip, a circle track, those are all going to determine what many of the parts are and how they're implemented. And the power levels and the stresses are going to determine how much money you really should be spending for the components. What level you need to be at. So that's a real primary thing, I think. And then what your budget is, where you can be realistically in terms of where you need to be or should be. And then you get real specific, Tom.
Tom, I mean, obviously, if people are coming to SCAT and looking for what you have to offer, what are some questions they need to have?
Well, and I 100% agree with Jack. The first thing we have to do is determine and define the customer's expectations. The second thing is to figure out his budget and whether his budget will fit into it. Now, one of the things that we've done at SCAT is that we're probably one of the only suppliers that actually offer every niche of the market. In other words, we have cast cranks, we have a corresponding connecting rod that would match a cast crank. We've gone to all the piston manufacturers and determined which was the best piston for a budget engine. And we put all that together so that a customer doesn't buy an expensive H-beam connecting rod to put on a cast crank, because it's a waste of money. The cast crank will never perform what the H-beam rod will perform at. So it's a waste of time and money. So the expectation and the budget is the first thing. As far as and that's from our point of view. In other words, when our salespeople, our technical people are talking to a customer, is to find out what that expectation is and then guide them to the proper parts. If a customer is out just shopping for parts, I think one of the biggest things that is important is for the customer to be aware of who the name manufacturers are. And if you're buying an engine from XYZ company and they tell the customer that it's not a world block, or it's a block, or it's a crankshaft. If they're buying an engine and spending their money, they should be aware of who the people are that are the leaders in the industry, that have spent the time and the energy and the effort to produce a part that would have integrity. And when it's no name, you have no idea where it came from. And in today's world, it's easy enough to a part is a part is a part. And if it looks like one, it should be one. Well, that isn't necessarily the case, but you can rely on the manufacturers that are out there that are the mainstay of the industry and the engine builders. And it's interesting when you look at the advertisements in the magazines and on the internet and so forth, there are Jack's customers at World and our customers that are proud to advertise that they're using a World block and scat crank and rods and things. And they take advantage of our expertise and the efforts that we put in all of these years to produce and to design and develop these various parts. And we're passing it on to them. And the no-name guys, that when they copy things, they always miss the fine point. And they get 90%, but that extra 10% is when you get the dustpan and the broom when you've had a mishap. So it's knowledge is key, and it's from a manufacturer standpoint, we try to make the people as much aware of why we do things, why we did things. It's like we explained cross drilling as an example. There's a reason why we've done things, and Jack has explained about the priority oiling and why they did that, and that comes with experience. And guys that just copy parts, they haven't banged their thumbs and experimented and worked these things out. And I think the name brand people are where they've got to be.
Yeah. Spend wisely or spend a lot. That's it. You don't want to spend twice. Here's Jack. This is one for you. It says, I'm going to build a better than 400 horsepower 302 Ford. World has many different blocks. Is there any reason why one would be better than the others? I'm looking at the 4.125 bore.
Well, you're talking a 302 block, so that's an 8.2 deck. You get a couple of bore options and a couple of main cap options with that. If you're going 400 plus, I assume you're nearer to 400 than you are to 600 or 700. So the block with the nodular ductile caps and the ARP bolts, as opposed to studs, would be perfectly suited to their purposes in that case, I think.
Okay, thank you for that. I know we're getting a little close on time, so I want to make sure that we've got everything covered that you guys want to. Tom, is there anything that maybe we missed here? Is there anything that you want to let the folks who are tuned in right now know about?
Well, we've covered a lot, with the bottom end, and I think the one thing that besides getting the parts and having them compatible with each other, the final thing would be balancing and the difference between external and internal balance. And this gets into the block side of it. Originally, when you look at the 400 Chevy and the 454 Chevy, 302 Fords, these are all external engines, external balance, meaning that the crankshaft does not have enough space on the inside of the block. The architecture of the block is such that the crank guys, namely us, we can't put enough counterweight onto the crankshaft. So what happens is they put a counterweight in the dampener and they put a counterweight on the flywheel to make up for it. And this is just the way the stock engine is built. And of course, we take and on the block side, with World giving us more clearance on the inside, we can put more counterweight on the inside. And then by taking the components, making them as light as possible, using longer connecting rods so that we can maintain the counterweight diameter. And in some cases, we have to use a couple pieces of Mallory. But the balancing of it, this is where the block and the crank compatibility comes in. And the ideal situation is to sit internally so that you have your main bearings are supporting on each side of the throw, which is where you're balancing your counterweight is. And by the main bearings supporting it, the wiggle in the crankshaft, you don't have on the nose of the crankshaft, you don't have that balancer out there with this weight off center taking and literally just yanking on the crank like that. And what happens is folks go with the external balance, and they don't realize that there's a thing called crack the whip, which means the faster you go, the more that weight multiplies. And as that multiplies, that means that wiggle goes from here to here. And that we talked about the fatigue life of the crankshaft. Well, the fatigue life of the crankshaft with the crankshaft wiggling automatically transfers into the block because the block is hanging on to it. So that takes and makes everything, it could go real ugly real quick. And so that's one of the things to take in mind and keep in mind is that internal is.
So thank you very much again for staying with us. We're back live for Race Industry Week 2021. As we said earlier before the session started, we got a last minute call, and instead of putting a feeder, we thought that SCAT is such a big player in the industry that we wanted to offer any help we could possibly offer. And we had this great webinar that Brad Gilly has been hosted for them, and so SCAT really wanted to be live with us, and unfortunately the last minute had an issue. And so Brad, welcome back, and thank you for being with us this afternoon. We are back live for Race Industry Week 2021. A big thank you, Judy, to our sponsors, right?
Oh yes, all of them. And I just want to mention Steel Racing Products, Andy Wagner. I met him right before I left PRI, and he makes cooling systems from brakes to the driver. And he has just really broadened his product line that he has placed on this platform. And I'm just really impressed with all his creativity and all he's manufactured lately.
Yeah, and he will be our next guest, and so
right.
Yeah,
and standing by, Andy and Pedro.
Well, yeah, thank you, and great company, great team. We had them on a few times, and so again, wanted to say a special thank you for ATS Racing, Penske Racing Shocks for being our presenting sponsors, for AEM, ARP, and Motul to be our sponsors, and to all the pro account suppliers on the ePowerTrade platform that make it possible for us to deliver this week at absolutely no charge for the industry. And as Judy mentioned earlier, we're so thankful to all the buyers and all the industry people out there that are going on ePowerTrade every day, engaging, exchanging, and it's been really fun to see the activity, especially this week, which is absolutely crazy. And so Brad, any feedback from your morning sessions?
Honestly, this morning and really all day has just been incredible. I mean, to think about some of the guests that we had this morning and then some of the products that we've been able to feature today, just some of the ones that I was involved with. I mean, Total Sim is just incredible to see what they're able to do with what their products are. And, you talk about other products like Accurite and everything else. It's just been a lot of fun, everything that we've seen today. But starting it out with people like Zach Brown and with the MIA and all of that, it was just great.
I was emailing back and forth after Ross Brown's session with Chris Medlin, who did the interview with Ross. And so Ross Brown won 21 FIA World Championship. Okay. And I started to count. That's Schumacher 7, Hamilton 7, Prost 4, and Senna 3. So those 4 drivers all together is 21 World Championship. And Zach and Ross basically won 21 championship. And like, how often do you have the opportunity to listen to someone of that caliber? And then, the next session with Pat Simons, and I mean, what a great session. Zach was unbelievable. Zach Brown, the energy, the enthusiasm, the passion. I mean, the guy is something else, and so, but we have more coming. I mean, we have a full afternoon left. We're going to be talking to Steel Racing, then we're going to be talking to Motul, our sponsor, and then after that, we're going to be talking off-road racing, and we will back in the morning with IndyCar, and I see Andy and LP with us.
Yeah, Brad, you're going to enjoy this one.
Oh yeah, these are some of my favorites here.
Yes, those guys are absolutely awesome. So, Brad, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for being live with us. And Brad Gilly, you are in charge.
All right, that sounds wonderful. Thank you very much, Francis. Thank you very much, Judy. And looking forward to this, especially when I saw my name next to Steel Racing Products, because this might be the third one that we've been able to do together. I think we did one last year, and then mid-year and all of that. And Andy and LP, it's so much fun talking to you guys, not just about the innovation that you have over there at Steel Racing Products, the amount of different places and spaces where it can be used, but just the enthusiasm that you guys have for what you do. How are y'all this afternoon?
Very good, very good. Staying busy, staying cool.
Yeah, we're doing great. We were glad that you be part of us. It's already like a family now. You know, I would like to thank you for being so enthusiastic with us. We'd also like always to have you as a moderator. It's like talking to a friend. And of course, from Impart Trade for putting out this event that is so great for the whole industry.
Well, thank you very much. And by the way, I did like your staying cool reference, Andy. That
yeah.
Very fitting, whether intended or not. The title for what we're talking about today, Product Developments and Unique Applied Technologies with Brushless Systems. And to formally introduce both of you, Andy Wagner, the president of Steel Racing Products, and Pedro Perez, LP, the product manager. And last time we had a quick opportunity to take a tour through the shop and to look at some of the brushless fans and different things that you guys were putting on UTVs and all of that. I know we talk about NASCAR technologies with brake fans and, just various fans. I'm not even sure where you guys fit in with the new car or how any of that stuff works in that or whatever other series is going on. So catch us up, if you will. I think it's been about maybe 5 or 6 months.
Yeah. So just lots of always new applications we're finding out and seeing. Just from an industry perspective, we constantly get new inquiries with different types of race teams. Like, for example, we've been working with a hypercar race team that we developed a custom air conditioning system for that was nothing like what we usually provide, but these are just things that trickle down the line from other customers and maybe some other ancillary parts that people see from our brake fans and our brushless radiator fans too. So we see a lot of special industries kind of coming more into play as we grow the, I think the educational part of brushless motors and what they do and how performant they can be for a system. It brings industrial applications. It brings things outside of automotive that we are always surprised to see come in. But those are some of the interesting things that we've seen, even some on the defense side of the commercial industry we've seen as well this year.
It's been great. we now are in car watches. We got it's just go. We don't know where we're going, but of course, every challenge that we get is just a new opportunity to excel and go further on.
The great thing in talking to you guys, and by the way, if anyone has a question too, feel free to type it down into the chat and we'll ask it. There's a couple of topics that we're definitely going to make sure we hit on, but I always get the impression that, and again, over the past couple of times that we've talked, you have this great product, with a very low amp draw, and you talk about the way you've designed the blades and the aerodynamics and the way everything works, that anyone can call you guys. And the question is more of, okay, what do you need? What are you trying to do? And we're going to come up with something for that, as opposed to, oh, well, here's what we have on the shelf. I mean, the amount of solutions that y'all come up with is staggering for all kinds of different industries, including all forms of motorsports.
Yeah, it really is amazing to think a simple fan has so much capability when you're so used to it being an on-off system, and that's all it does. But in today's technology realm, with computer systems getting hotter, with engines producing more horsepower and creating more heat, whatever the application may be, the heat problem is only going to exponentially grow as we just age with technology. And fans, moving air, is such a simple, way of kind of solving a lot of different solutions. So we're fortunate enough to have designed the architecture of our fans to not only be mechanically very performant and reliable, but also the technology behind it, the microcontroller that we designed, the software programming that we do inside of it, and then the endless integrations that we can integrate with any system. It's just a matter of, like you said, what do you need?
Yeah, I like that. Well, let's talk about kind of where we are. You've got the brushless range of products, brake blowers, radiator fans, helmet pumpers, AC systems. What have you seen as the most popular this past season, and why do you think it's been that way?
Yeah, I want to say there's a two parts to that. There's the brushless radiator fans from all the selective sizes that we offer. We've seen a lot of demand on that just from on the European side, where distributors are wanting to carry this in terms of selling it as a higher performant upgrade than like a Spall or can't remember the other competitor's name, but they see us as somebody that is kind of bringing in a change agent to the industry and offering a fresh kind of new perspective to their customers over there. So that's been a really cool, great thing to scale into. The other part is our brake fans. They, every year there's always something really neat and really just different of how that's applied. We can't say too much about where and who we're working with on certain projects, but we might have some fans going into space. There's just some really interesting things that have just accelerated with with modern technology and other innovative companies that build high-powered rockets, or they build high-powered race cars. It's like it's so crazy how much they share, but it's fascinating to see how so many different industries see our fan and say, this is nothing like we've seen before, and can we do this with it? So it's a pleasant surprise, and we're always kind of keeping on the leading edge of not only being able to deliver and scale our product, but also stay on top of the curve of technology, so we're not going to be outdated or run into, as you've heard with the automotive industry, the chip shortage. That's affected everybody, supply chains all around the world. But for us, we're able to kind of work around systems like that because we are the designers in-house.
Made in the USA, it's not shortage.
Yeah, so yeah,
oops, sorry.
I like that.
Yeah, we're definitely proud and like to stand tall behind that. Is we keep our brains all here, and we keep our team lean and grow it outwards as big as possible.
That is one of the great things, though. In all seriousness, you talk about made in the USA. A lot of the people that we talk to who are manufacturing and designing and building products, we're talking to them literally in their shop where the products are made, and the same holds true with you guys over at Steel. Let's talk about this. And LP, let me throw this your way then. As Andy's holding up the fan, people can look at it and go, okay, it's a fan, it blows air. But we know that what you guys offer and what you guys have designed is so much more than just that.
Well, the thing is, like I have one in here, all broken in pieces how they get formed. Like this is our main housing for it, or finger shredding blades. A complete housing which will go inside here, though. The good thing about it is like this has so many applications, not just only for brake cooling. We can, anything that fits 4-inch diameter or a reducer that we have to put into it will comply with anything that we need. Also, as we create the brains of the fan. We can tell the fan what we want it to do, either ramp up or hit or different amperage rates or lower them for different applications. So those have allow us to not fall back on like, hey, it's like all technology, because it's just whatever you need, I can go into it and make it happen. This is the best part of like, I'm not have a built up product that came in from me from elsewhere. It's something that I'm manufacturing, building, assembling myself, which I can do whatever I want to it and then give it out to a customer or supply what the actual customer needs.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So Andy, you were talking about maybe some things going up into space. Give us some examples of where fans are being used in other applications from your current customers.
Yeah. So in that sort of environment, things need to be, when you go into an environment like space, there needs to be a different spec of components that are radiation hardened. So that is the rad hard part of having to build a fan system around that requirement. Is a challenge that we're always have to kind of face, and then go see put in an application that is very different. It is intended for longevity to run out in that environment, but those are interesting other applications where it's these are components that cool basically like supercomputers that are doing a lot of different processes on a big rocket. So there's a lot of heat that's generating from that needs to be just expelled. So and there is an unlimited amount of space. So the fact that we have a small package fan system that can perform the way it does, that's what brings that appeal to it from not only a mechanical side, but just with the integration with their system as well.
I just want to add something to what Andy's been saying. Like one of the greatest thing and the easiest thing for us at least was when the challenge was given to us and all the radiation, all the statics and everything, we were like, oh, 90% of this, we got it done. Because in order for us to do or patented soft start technology, we have to remove all type of static that the fans are creating. So when the challenge was put, it's like, okay, no problem. I got all the static already removed from it. So all I have to do is make sure that it's up to par, which it was. So make it a little bit easier for us to excel on that area, which gave us a leading edge. Well, we cannot say who it is, but
there's only a handful.
Yeah, when we normally say bye to the fans when they go out for races, but now we're going to be saying like, oh, bye.
Yeah, little accolades like that are great little internal celebrations. I think from our side is we don't really go out there and voice and talk about a lot of the different industries we work with, but we're very proud of the people that we do work with and associate ourselves with. So lots of little things like that have grown.
That is really cool. It is. Now, the last time we talked, again, you were giving us a tour of UTV and showing us all the different applications and the different things. Where are you guys with that? Have you advanced anything else? And then I'll probably follow up with, maybe just kind of going over some different forms of motorsports in different places where you guys are, maybe some things you've found.
Well, actually, one thing that is different from the other three times that we've been is like we are actually today at where the magic is created. We actually are at our shop. Like we were first at one of our customers and good partners at Crown Concepts with the hypercars and their like luxury cars. Then we went to Geyser Performance, where all they do is UTVs. I don't know if you're able to see some on the background there. That's our shop being work, and all we have is off-road vehicles out there, which is where we mostly test our products at. Not we're still involved with all sorts of racing industries, but our testing due to the harshest conditions and how much strain the fence can go through on the off-road. Plus, we just only get out of our shop and head out to the desert, which is next to the shop. So it makes it easier for us to go test between, not going on a street and try to race up. We don't want to get ticketed for that.
No, that makes sense. You definitely don't want to get ticketed. Give us an overview. I know we've talked about different forms of motorsports and from off-road to stock car racing to a lot of different applications, but where are people using your fans?
Yeah, they're using them, starting to use them more. So if I back up where we started from with the race teams direct, now people are starting to take their OEM fans and just swap them out with our fans because now they see that it's accessible or it's another option that is capable of being better than what they have. And a common part is on UTVs is the intercooler, and LP is going to grab one. And the intercooler on this Can-Am, the OEM fan on it is, this is our fan on it, is very it's not good. So when they upgrade to ours and we make our shroud in House 2 to bolt on direct fit, it eliminates the need for having to run just overpowered systems in it. This is another version of it. So we've catered to some parts of the UTV industry of making custom shrouds for the Can-Am intercoolers so that our fans are direct swaps. And that's kind of what we've seen a lot of demand in. And we kind of respond to the market and how people adopt to it and how easy it is for them to just buy it and then drop it in. So little things like that we start to grow, and of course radiator fans. Those are swaps as well that we do, but it really applies to other vehicles, hot rods and whatnot. But UTVs, I would say, are the hot ticket item, and just everybody wants.
Well, another thing about the UTVs is that there's a lot of they're really expensive machines that have poor engineering on them. So they're lacking a lot of parts. So for example, on our Gen 4, we partnered with another company, which is called Razorback, which is make infrared temperature for the drive belts that they use. So these drive belts, on all the horsepower that people put into it, makes them overheat and then explode. So we took their technology, packed it into our fan for the infrared sensor to talk to our fan, and now we're cooling the belts with our fans. So our fan will ramp up and will go down depending on the needs. One of the worst problems with UTV itself is the fact that there's no power. They have a stator, and the power that they have is real limited, almost to the point that is enough power just to run the car, and people are throwing all sorts of accessories to them. So that's been one of our biggest customer, because on NASCAR, well, we got a fan, and they put their radiator fans, they put our Gen 4s to cool the brakes, and that's about it. Off-road is a whole different animal, because they just destroy the fans, going through ruts and dirt and mud and long and extenuating drives on them, and that's helped us a lot. Also, there's a lot of people have off-road vehicles, and then they have their own race cars. So they get into us through the off-road, and they get their products, and once they see how they work, how much difference they made on their car, now they want that to their actual cars, either street cars or their race cars.
Well, and that would make sense, especially if it works. All right, how about the future? What does that hold for Stihl when it comes to improving or innovating some new products with brushless fans?
I would say it's just the continuous integrations of other technologies. And just to expand a little bit more on what LP was mentioning about the belt temperature sensor that we integrate with, that is reading an infrared temperature reading of a belt, of a rubber belt that's just getting hot. And our fan is programmed to speed up and slow it down based on the input of how hot that belt is to manage it at a certain temperature. So we programmed our fan to, say, run the belt at 175. If it goes to 190, the fan will speed up automatically and only speed up until it brings it back down to 175 or so. And then it goes back down to an idle speed. So it saves power. And it's all automated. So those little features like that, where it takes the user part of having to look at a gauge. You don't want to drive by looking at gauges. You want to drive with your eyes looking forward. And I think traditionally that's how people have done it in the past without the modern use of technology. So I think as we continue to grow our product line, these integrations with other devices and other sensors and how they work in parallel with each other to help manage a system to cool it better. That's the future, I think, of what we have to look forward to.
Another thing that out towards the future, one thing that we started at the shop was we call it the road program, which is Racing Operations Development Division. And now, as I said before, we want to solve problems that is on the industry before they arise. So with this road program, what we're doing is we're doing race support. We're going actually to the races. We're setting up to the cruise pits. We're helping them out. We're looking what the actual problem that they're having, and trying to solve it at the moment. We go in with a lot of parts. We fix it right there. And the future for us is even easier because I'm not trying to make a product to solve a problem that is happening or might happen. I am actually seeing hands-on what's going on, and I see what do I need to improve my product with, and what do I have to create to make our products even better. So having that direct contact with the racers I believe is going to be what is going to propel us to the future even more, because we're not just sitting and just recreating the same product. We're just developing our product to whatever fits other people's needs.
Yeah, I'm curious because we've talked before about the low draw that these really have, and people who are trying to make horsepower are always cautious about anything that might rob, even if it's just a little bit. And Andy, as you're talking about that, how you're talking about cooling the belt, I hear in my world, in NASCAR all the time, they're always talking about switching your brake fans off or turning them on or whatever. Now, I don't know how often some of that has to do with aerodynamics or some of the other things they're trying to work on, but if there are systems that are being cooled, how much is that an assist when you start talking about, hey, the fan only needs to spin this fast as opposed to just being on or off? How much of a true advantage could that be?
Well, I'm going to take the advantage. Like I have shown you the products before, but we have never been on the shop, and now we're at the shop, and I have a voltmeter with me, so we can show you not just only what we say in theory, but the actual practical theory on them as they work. And I have one here, like this is one of our newest helmet pumpers. I showed you on when we were at Geyser, and it has like the 1 outlet, 2 outlet, 4 outlet.
Yeah.
You just couple to the back. So I'm gonna need to lower it up so you can see the voltmeter on it. Hopefully I don't rip my hand this time.
It's tracking there.
I was going to say the camera tracking is awesome until it doesn't go right where you want to put it.
Right. Yeah. I'm like almost flat right now.
So I don't know if you're able to see. Well, actually, if I go like this, The camera will track.
Oh, that'll help. Yeah.
So as you see right now, these are 14.2 volts. I'm gonna start up the system, and you can see there's 0 amp draw at the moment. That'll be a full blast. And that's how we can control the fans from going and ramp up. As you can see, there's how much amp draw is pulling at. That right there was 500 CFM, actual 500 CFM. So
wow.
That's an example of.
And I'll expand a little bit more on what you mentioned too about the advantage of how race teams are using the fans as well, and how important that is. In NASCAR, it's extremely important, but it's also extremely illegal to say we do anything like that in NASCAR's regulation. But it is absolutely, as you know, important to manage your power so that you have as much horsepower to your engine, no matter what, and whether that is automated or on your windshield wiper button that's actually your air that's a matter of how creative the NASCAR teams are. And I think especially with the next gen car, which is interesting, there's a lot of feedback about it, and I think we just kind of need to see how the evolution goes with this new season. I'm sure you've had a lot of insight with you being in close to the industry, and I probably heard some feedback from some of the drivers that have raced it. Some of those teams didn't have the vehicle until last month, or and so how can they expect to develop and race something that's so brand new? That there's a lot. So we're kind of thrown in the mix of it. There's gray areas that are I guess open to be exploited, but there's also a lot of other very important major components to the development of that vehicle before we start to see that we can start to take advantage of these gains. So we're going at the pace of the NASCAR teams at that point.
Yeah, that does make sense though, and especially considering how much more track time they're using here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, more so than what was planned. But it is a new product in development, the whole race car, obviously, and gosh, I don't know what kind of solution you guys could come up with. I'm sure probably numerous ones to exhaust some of the heat out of the car, because that's been one of their bigger issues that they've been dealing with. And I know they've made pretty big inroads on that, but again, you guys come up with solutions. It just seems like every time someone has something, y'all have a way to figure it out.
Yeah, I will say it will probably likely be a migration from how the brake fans are how they were heavily used in the last generation vehicles. And now it's going to migrate to the bigger fan systems, like the radiator fan that we offer, that can move some serious volume and can do some cool trickery.
I see. I love the way y'all think when it comes to that too, and I'm sure a lot of the people who you deal with enjoy that as well. Let's talk about 2021. We mentioned you make your products there, but not everyone is sourcing their materials or able to from the United States. I don't know if that was one of your challenges this year, or some of the other ones that you did have to overcome in your business.
Yeah, I would say we had run into some of the semiconductor just backlogs, because there's only raw materials that come from different countries that you got to wait for even a US based semiconductor manufacturer to wait for them to produce. There's backlogs like that we had to work around, but they weren't impossible. Another big one is our magnets that we source for our motors. We use really good Japanese high temperature magnets that are really, really robust and reliable. And that, rare earth material is only, found in a certain area. So some of those things, they just, you can't help but get choked at some little part of the supply chain, but it wasn't impossible to overcome. It's great because customers, the whole world is affected by our understanding. It's not just us. So I think there's a lot of leniency in kind of our customers and people understanding, hey, it's going to take a little while. And it's almost become a normal thing, unfortunately, with, the COVID stuff and everything getting caught back up. But, we're capable of adapting, and our base product line, we have plenty on inventory here, and then plenty that are on the way too. So I think we've set ourselves up through in 2021 to have a really good kind of flow into 22 without running into too many disruptions. As we're hearing there's a new variant out there and all this stuff. It was kind of expected, so we definitely spent and invested a lot more into that part.
I think one of the things that hurt us the most during the 2021 was not just only our product availability, was when another partner wanted our product and were held back because some part of the manufacturing was not done. They couldn't get the stuff shipped in time, and that held up a lot of projects that we had to be unveiled early in the year, postpone them for later on in the year. And it's everybody was afraid too. So this is not a product that you definitely need it, but you don't need it at the same time. So there was not much racing going on. A lot of the races were going out. A lot of the spectators were not there, which is the common term. What wins on Monday sells on Tuesday. What wins on Sunday sells on Monday. They don't see it. They were not able to see it there. So that held us a little bit back. Again, as Sandy said, we're a slim company. So, we can manage it like, the sales are not going to be this great right now, but we don't have to kick nobody out of the curb. We can still manage it where everybody, meets their own needs.
That's good. That's great. Let's talk about some of the technology as well. Brushless fans and the soft start capability embedded into the system. So tell us about that. All right. Andy just got really excited. That was pretty good.
No, the thing is that we had a delivery service coming in, and we had a sign that, hey, don't come in, that we're recording right now, just meet us at the back.
Oh, that's funny.
And we're like making signs to them like, yeah, go to the back, go to the back.
Sorry about that. That's unfortunate. That's live.
Yeah.
That's great. Hey, business never stops, right?
Oh, yeah. And signs aren't red either, but that's all right.
Oh.
Put a little sign on the door. But anyways, yeah. Sorry for that distraction.
Oh, no, that's okay. I thought you got really excited to hop up and grab something to talk about the soft start capability of the fans.
No. I already have it there ready for it.
Awesome.
Yeah, so what we love about our soft start is remember, as I always have said, every 24 amps is 1 horsepower loss. When you get a fan that you're going to start up and you're going to spike up to 80 amps, of course, you're losing, might be a split second, millisecond, but that's a lot of time without horsepower. And I guess we'll try to fight this again and see the camera tracking. All right, here we go. So let me explain this, by the way. This side right here will be our voltage, and the other side will be the amp draw that is utilizing. So once I power this, you see how it's now that's our first speed. Now you can see how that will start going back again up as the fan ramps to its second speed. And right now we're at 14.2 volts, only utilizing 5.6. Let me turn this on. That was 14.8 volts at 5.6 amps on a fan that is not on itself. It's a fan that is going through a core, which when normally they show you a fan and how the fan works and whatnot. It's a fan that is just holding up by itself. It doesn't have no sort of restriction, has no source of back pressure. And there you see, if I were to take it out of there, instead of seeing 5.6 amp draw, you might be seeing like 4 amp draw on it. And as you saw, it started at 0.3 amps of startup, and it just ramped gradually up, and it stabilized itself at one point, and after that point, it ramps back up again to a secondary speed to make it even more efficient. Now, that is just on an on and off system. If we were having it on a PWM, you can actually control if that first speed goes to a certain temperature and then the second speed go to a certain temperature, or if one is on and the other one is off. There's a lot of stuff that you can do with that technology and how it starts and whatnot.
That's really impressive, especially like just watching it. You know, like you said, there was no spike. No, it just kind of, you know.
Yeah, it's what I was telling you. It's not the same thing that I explained the theory and okay, whatever, to when you actually see it working and money talks and that one doesn't run.
Yeah, no, this is good. See, I love the show and tell that we have with you guys. Question from the chat. And if you have a question, feel free to type it into the chat and we'll get to as many as we can. But Jeremy Beck wants to know, could you expand on the difference between brushless and brushed fans?
Sure.
I even show it even more.
Brush fans have been around for a very long time, and brush fans basically they're designed to fail like in a very predictable manner of duty cycle hours, and that's because the brushes on them, as the stator's turning, it's wearing the brushes down on a brushed motor. With a brushless motor, it's motor windings around the core magnet that is in a three-phase system. So it's electrifying it through current to spin the motor magnets around, just like a brush motor would. But the difference is it doesn't wear as much as brushed. So the biggest highlight I can give is a typical brush motor will last 5,000 hours of duty cycle, something that you find in an OEM radiator fan in your vehicle. A brushless fan like ours will have a 50,000 hour duty cycle comparatively. On top of having the performance benefits of the low amp draw CFM, just it doesn't need to be as big to hold a bunch of brush and windings in it. Brushless system is much more compact.
So basically, the brushless fan is likely going to outlast whatever type of motorsport application we're putting it into.
Oh yeah, for sure. And they're designed to run in harsh environments. You can you can put submerge them underwater and they'll run. It's not temperament like brush systems are, and they've been around so long and they're everywhere. I don't think they'll go away, and there's, I think, still very many applications for a brush motor. I think brushless systems, when it comes down to when you're looking at trying to dot the I's and cross the T's, looking at that part of your cooling system is that much more important to consider upgrading to, or just having as a standard moving forward as an OEM.
Are there power limitations? And when I say that, like, can a brushless fan work harder, blow harder than a brushed, or is that not a factor?
Yes.
Yes.
One special detail about a brush fan is you have an electric charge happening right now. A lot of you, when you're working a drill and you're working in a lot, also smoke comes out of it. That's a brush fan. As the heat starts to build up, and this is a lot of heat with these fans going through a core and whatnot, the fan starts creating its own heat. As the heat raises up, that performance of the fan decreases down, because now the contacts are getting opened up. So notice only that a brush fan will start losing its power as a brushless. Once it starts, it builds heat, but it doesn't expand it where the efficiency of the fan and the amount of airflow through the fan starts decreasing down. As a matter of fact, I have a brush fan from our competitors with me. You might be able to see Carnage live because they don't come with self-start technology. Once I hit that power, it's just gonna ramp up. So, and you can actually see the bolting, how the bolts will spike up as soon as one of these fans get on. So, and I will need you to start that up so I can hold that up too.
Oh yeah. Let's see what we can do here. And yeah, this is probably one of the biggest wow factors, I think, in a show and tell, is especially on a bigger.
And by the way, this fan is the same size fan as we have mounted on the intercooler.
All right, here we go.
So,
I don't know if that's visible, but do that again.
So the fan was blocking it just a little bit, but it looked like it jumped up into the 50s or 60s or something. Yeah, now it's clear.
So, yeah, once the power system powers up, it has to lose all the power. Our power supply has to lose all the power. So once it goes in, it will react as a regular car. Might want to hit it again.
Yeah, here we go. So what you're seeing here is that's about a 9-inch small fan that's being run. And what you saw the difference in between those two is that our fan that's on the intercooler is 10 inches. That small fan spiked up to about 13.5 amps on start, which if you have a lot of those little fans in your car, that adds up when you flip on power. It not only will trip fuses, it could damage other ancillary components that are in line with your harness. With what you saw in ours, it never got beyond 5 amps. So it's just not only safer for electrically, but it's reliable, where it's not gonna do what that does and potentially harm your system.
And now another thing that I want to add to this is, you see how I have to hold the fan with 2 hands and to dear life hold to it, because once it starts, it just rips out of it. If you're talking in an application where you're going off-road or you're going through a lot of terrain, and that every time the fan starts, there's a jolt, it will actually damage the part. It's nothing that is like, oh, wow, I broke my car while my fan was starting. But it's something that in the long run will create more damage. Also, you saw that it ramp up and just stay there, like no power whatsoever afterwards, just so you get a comparison. You hear it going. Now we're gonna put my fan on, and you can see the fan going on, and you see how much airflow is also putting, not just only less amps, but double the amount of airflow that is put in it. So let's do our show and tell. Next time we'll have a cameraman with us.
Right. I will say too, it's exponential with as you go higher in sizes with fan sizes. So let's see if that really doesn't want. I don't know where it's
looking for me, looking for my car. So you see again.
So I want to say when we do 16-inch swaps of radiator fans, those are pretty violent on start.
I can imagine.
Those have about they go upwards between 65 and 70 amps on start.
Wow.
This is a swap.
Yeah.
That we did. This is a 12.
Yeah, it's a 12-inch. But you know, these things when we run them and test them, they need to be like secured mounted. Like when they the bigger fan size they go, because it'll you know rip it off your wrist. So it's a little terrifying. Just you know, in another application other than a metal blade, you got you know a big OEM fan that could potentially do some damage to your wrist on start. But yeah, that's a big core difference is when you're running these things and you see that, wow, that's spiking 65 amps. Like I don't even have that much on my alternator. Like, you know, when people realize that, it's like, yeah, it's like you're degrading a lot of other parts of your system just, and it opens up their eyes. It's like mind blowing.
Yeah. What's not getting power during that spike?
Right. And it does that too, where it's actually hurting other parts of your electrical system, and trying to trace it, and not everybody's an electrical person, becomes next to impossible. So I think the more this becomes common knowledge, the better it is where people can identify troubleshooting on their own. So we like to show people things like that.
Yeah, no, that's a great. I do want to ask because I know this is an important thing for people to know too, but how the product adapt to other systems. Say a customer needs to integrate your fans into their PDM in order to manage power. How does that work?
Yeah, so there's a multitude of systems out there that we can integrate to. PWM is kind of a common language that whether it's our frequency or whether it's the customer's frequency that we need to match with, it can go either way, where we can tailor our pulse width frequency to our 0 to 100% speed to whatever the customer's PDM module is. It could be a Holley, it could be a Motec, it could be an AIM, AAM, AEM too. There's kind of endless systems we can work with, and CAN bus as well. CAN bus is a very, very popular, reliable, like everyone does that in high performance. That's just another communication line that we can integrate our fan system to, just understanding what they're using. So oftentimes you see that not many companies offer any sort of integrations like that with their peripherals, but we certainly can adapt to a lot of those, you know, those off-the-shelf PDMs like that.
So when I showed the first fan that I showed the helmet pumper, and you saw me playing with the dial, that would what PWM will do, but automatically. Instead of the human factor having to be there going up and down, the system will do it to a determined value. So instead like either temperature, either voltage, it will ramp up or lower down depending on what the PWM is telling them to do. But the easiest way to explain is just having a dial, but automatically with the car.
I got you. You gonna fire that big one up?
Okay, let's do it.
Oh, yeah, put it in.
Yeah. Here's the
I'm all
thing.
excited.
You saw how I had to hold the other one on. And now this is how I have to hold this one.
All right.
This has our motor in it, so it's not going to be crazy violent. If this was an OEM fan, I'd say we probably need to buckle up.
Yeah.
But this is going to be a nice start.
I don't have one here to go like.
All right, that's funny.
Yeah, I wish we had an example of what an OEM one would be like, but that would definitely probably shoot back in LP's face if he did that.
But even looking at it, because at least in the shot, you could actually see through where the fan was and see what it was drawing. Watching something that big ramp up in the same way that something, 6-7 inches smaller was doing as well. That's a pretty good testimonial, pretty good demonstration of exactly how it works on whatever size. Yes. And that's something we're proud to also offer is we can upgrade and update any small OEM fan with our motor. So let's say somebody has limited shroud space, or they don't want to change out their whole system to put our fan in. We can literally take a small motor out and put our motor in and integrate it with their fan. So what you get from that is all the benefits of a brushless system, and our motor spins their blade better.
Yeah.
So it actually makes it more performant.
So an example of what Andy is saying, this is a shroud out of a car.
Mm-hmm.
And in order for you to put a fan in here, you will have to recreate this whole shroud and get it made so you can have a good fan, a good motor blowing into your car and cooling it off. Meanwhile, I don't have to change the whole structure that you already have. I just only take your motor off, put our motor in, attach the same blade that you have. In this case, the blade has to be the same one that it came with, just to the form that the fan has or the shroud has. So it couldn't change the fan blade on it. But now you have one of our fans making your car run cooler, run more efficient, without you having to spend thousands of dollars making new shrouds or whatnot. Many of the race cars, they have such a intricate shroud system already on them, and many our fans doesn't fit on them. But by leaving their own housing and just changing the motor, and in many cases also the blades, makes a huge improvement to the cooling system without needing to re-engineer the car that was already or costing more to change parts that are already made.
Wow. Gentlemen, it's always fun chatting with you guys, especially when we get to see a bunch of new things like this. And I know we could do this a whole lot more, and I hope we get to in the near future as well. So thank you so much. Wonderful demonstration and just a wonderful education as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Andy and LP, please stay with us a few more seconds as we are going to be transitioning to our next session. In our next session, we're going to be talking lubricants with Motul. So stay with us, and we're going to run a short video about our sponsors, and we will be right back with a session on lubricants with Motul. Again, thank you for being with us right now. The video is going to be launched in a few seconds. Here we go.
The concept for e-part trade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for e-part trade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to epartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePart Trade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePart Trade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePart Trade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2021. We are live from the ePortrait studio in Los Angeles, and it is 4 o'clock in the afternoon here. And it must be a little bit later for you, Mr. Hammond. It's about 7 p.m. for you, right? Oh, Jeff, you are on mute. There you are. Okay.
It's my dinner time, man. You know, I'm missing a meal because of this.
Well, you are going to have a feast. You're going to have a feast because we're bringing Motul on, and that is an awesome racing company. And so we are delighted. I mean, this is we had them on a few times, and I think this is the first time for you hosting them, Jeff.
And Jeff, they're one of our sponsors of the week.
Oh yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah.
I saw them up on the board early on, and really excited about the fact they came on board and are willing to contribute in more ways than one as far as Industry Week is concerned.
Hello, Very good, excellent. But I think Joey and Norton are here, and we're going to be talking racing and lubrication and a lot of cool stuff. So on to you, Jeff, and we'll see you guys in about 50 minutes.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Hey guys, how we doing today?
Doing fine. How about you?
I'm doing good. I can't tell because I can't see the name tags or anything like that. So who's Jerry, who's Joey, and who's Nolan?
So I'm Joey Cabrera, the technical director at Motul.
I'm Nolan Browning, marketing manager for Motul USA in Canada.
Well, I'm very pleased to meet both of you and excited about the fact that, you know, we're kind of closing out the day here. And hopefully you're having a wonderful day. I know we've been busy here at ePortrait trying to get everybody took care of since this morning. And like, I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, you're doing a little research on your company, but I would like to turn it over to you guys and to kind of kick this thing off. And where do we start? Because I know where we're trying to get to, and that's a lot of up-to-date new product that you're bringing out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll start again, just for people that don't know Motul, we've been around for over 165 years now, since 1865. So 1853, sorry. So been around since
1853.
We could probably fight with some other companies on who's the original oil or lubricant company in the world, but we're amongst the earliest ones. And, you know, we've worked now, this is our 50th anniversary of our Motul 300V line. So you can kind of see it here. That's what we're known for, as a motorsports or racing company. So this is our ester-based oil that's used in racing from Le Mans to Daytona and all over the world. So the history of our brand, the reason for the 300V name is up to that point in 1971, we had 300 victories, major victories around the world. And so they decided the 300V would stand for those victories, and let's make a dedicated motorsports line or product. So celebrating the 50th anniversary, we came out with a new version of it here. So you'll see the difference in the, you know, people know us for our kind of our nice metal cans that we're famous for, and that's going to be transitioning to this new, more carbon textured looking product. So we're excited to launch this new product. We like to say it's, you know, there's nothing wrong with the current product, but there's certain technologies and improvements with anything in motorsports. So Joey's going to probably go into more.
Yeah, we're always innovating. We never stopped innovating and staying in front of the competition. Worldwide, 300V is known not just in motorsport, but also in power sports. A lot of research and development goes behind it. So it's very important to always stay there. New engines change, new technology change. So does lubricants. They're changing all the time. So I'm glad to say that 300V is a very unique product, very performance, competition, top tier product that is known around the world. And
and I want to jump in there real quick and say, what I was able to learn based off of reading was the fact that the 300V was representative of, because you guys had a high quality, high temperature oil, and at that time it was really in a league all its own. Am I correct in what I read there? Because we all know that that's one of the biggest things that we all fight when it comes to any kind of potential problem with a vehicle, whether it's a competitive vehicle or even the car. You can't stand high oil temperatures because that's the first thing that'll take the bearings and the rings right out of one.
Yeah, I think to jump in there too, when it first started too, the ester technology that we use today was used in aerospace and some of these these industries outside of automotive, because they couldn't take the heat. They had drastic temperature changes. You'd be sitting on tarmac in 100-degree weather and have a high heat in the engine, and then it's sitting for long times on the runway, and then it takes off and it goes to sub-zero temperatures right away. So they were already started utilizing that technology, and we applied a lot of those same kind of concepts to motorsports that was having similar kind of heats to a less drastic extreme. So
absolutely, and that's why we came out with products like this, because we know how hot an engine can get. When you run an engine for 24 hours in a race like the 24 hours of Le Mans, you better have the best protection because of that type of temperatures that he's talking about. So yeah, different types of esters, because there's also so many. We're not going to talk about them now because we'll go on all day. But yeah, we use some of the best technology out there is today available to us. And this is the concept. This is what we come up with.
And we say ester too. I do want to touch on that. I think some people kind of go, what is that? It is a lot of them, they come from different sources. It used to come from animal fats, and it used to come from, coconut oil, some of these organic materials. And that's a lot of the people say, oh, what did you make improvements on? We could dive more into that. But a lot of these are getting, less mineral oil, less crude products. Everyone's trying to go green. So there's still some of that with performance in mind. So we went, I think it's 25% less carbon footprint when we make this product. And a lot of it's blending some of those esters that do come from these organic materials that are, people always ask us, and you kind of crack open and they go, your oil smells so sweet. And a lot of it is the ester materials. It's not coming from crude oil. It's coming from these sweet, natural kind of lubricants.
So your esters are mostly made from vegetables, minerals, and animal fatty acids. So, that's some of the esters that we use. Refrigeration's been using esters for years for better flow under very freezing conditions. Aviation, like he mentioned too, fluctuation of temperatures from sitting in the tarmac being minus 36 up in the air. So you need a very strong product to take that type of abuse for sure.
And we use to jump to, so a lot of these things, we partnered with at Rolex 24 2 years ago in 2019, BMW Motorsports team, we signed that deal. And I like to say on the marketing side, we never put our sticker on a car or bike without the oil actually going into the product. That's one stand we make globally. If you see Motul branding on a product, it's because we're using them as a technical partner to test our products, to give us feedback, to take oil samples. So we went and used kind of an unmarked formula at the time, which is now this product, at the Rolex 24 in the BMW Team RLL cars. They're running the 0-30 weight to kind of see how's it holding up, how's the shear strength, is it still remaining that that 30 viscosity after 24 hours at Rolex and Daytona. So we got samples from them, took it back, sent it back to France. Joey looked at some of it too. So we all got these feedback from these teams like BMW to develop this new product that sees, you could talk about it, Joey, like increase in horsepower, increase in
horsepower. Protection is a big deal because you're racing for longevity, 24 hours, 10-hour, 12-hour endurance races. You're looking for that longevity and that strength on that film of oil that is not going to give out. And give you that coefficient too, because the way this product is designed to give you that horsepower. But at the end of the day, you still want to make sure that you have a viscosity, that you have something there to protect that engine. And with research and development that we do in not just motorsports and power sports, that's where we get that information. Some of that stuff makes it, of course, into our products that we use for the street every day, stuff that has approvals, and recommendations too. So it's very important that our research and development keeps going and going, because that's why we stay in front of the competition.
Well, one of the things I'm sure that some people are going to be wondering about and may even ask here, and again, I encourage all of our folks that are watching and tuned in here this evening to send us some questions. I mean, these guys that's what they're here for. So if there's anything that you would like to know about this particular product, because again, as he pointed out, it's been around for a long time. It's been through a lot of ups and downs, but it's a very successful brand. And, it still is today. It's in over 80 countries around the world. This is not just something you find in France. It's not something you just find here in the United States. So, I mean, it's, international, and it works. I mean, that's the thing is it definitely works. I think one of the questions would be, as we move forward, how about the 300V being, is it fully synthetic compared to some of your other products where only semi-synthetic? I mean, give us a little bit more insight or education on your philosophy when it comes to fully synthetic versus semi.
Yeah, and that's a very good question, because, when you say 100% synthetic, here in the United States, you say full. In Europe, they say 100%, right? If you have a cup of water that's a full or 100% full, it's full. But there's more to that than just what I just explained. There's more of a combination of the formulation, how it has to be mixed with different additives. So sometimes you have to use different groups of oils, a group 3 or a group 2, to mix with those additives, okay? I always use the analogy, if you have chocolate powder and you go home and you want to use it to make a drink, what do you use? What's the carrier? It's the milk. That's the carrier. You're not going to mix it with orange juice because it's not going to mix well. You're not going to mix it with water because it's not going to mix well. So you have to have the right combination, the right ratios to make that product work the way you want it to work or design.
That's kind of, I always say, we look at different esters, and we used to say, oh, it was a double ester blend when we talking about our 300V product, or it's a ester this and that. And I think we found out, it's almost like a curated sample of esters. There's certain esters from different sources that are good for certain things. One for, we talk about horsepower. People don't believe horsepower, but we've had dyno testing from the Porsche team and our fast team that just won the GTD championship, and the Porsche engineers saw an increase in horsepower. It's 3%, something small, but it's because we kind of select these specific ester materials that go into the blend and know, hey, these are going to give that slick, less drag on the motor to give that horsepower increase. And then we'll use this other ester because this has really got high shear stability. So this is going to kind of protect. And then some of those cleaning agents, right? And he says, sometimes, you will put some of these group 3 materials in here because they hold the cleaning products, the additives, detergents, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
and of course it has detergents, because we get that question asked all the time. He goes, does this have a detergent? Of course, engines get dirty, especially when they're racing for 24 hours. So you need something to pull that dirt and hold on to it until they take out the oil out of the vehicle, right? So yeah, definitely.
And I'll say too, similar to I guess race tires, right? They don't have it was a DOT.
Yeah, DOT.
These don't have any sort of approvals for warranty. So a lot of people say, oh, can you use it in your street car? And I said, hey, yeah, if it's a performance car, you've already you've thrown the warranty out the window on your performance street car. You could feel free to use these. They're going to give you added performance, but we don't have any sort of approvals or markings on here. What that allows us to do is some of those products that we have for synthetic service, which are 8100 products, some of these ones you see back here, they have to have specific additives for catalytic converters, for emissions, to being able to last. Some of these manufacturers, BMW, Porsche, require 12,000 mile plus oil change intervals. So those have different kind of blends based on like what they need in terms of specific additives from the manufacturers. These are purely made for performance. So we don't have to make as many kind of concessions on how that blend is handled, because their main use is strictly performance.
So Winnoda's trying to say that this is a true racing product, okay? It has no approvals, no ACA, no API. It doesn't have to. It's like he said, a racing tire that is for the track that has no DOT standards. It just doesn't have it. So same thing here. This is what it was formulated for the highest level of competition, to where you have a product like this, which is more of a street product. It still has a level of performance, of course it does, but it has all the approvals. So we have to meet that criteria of these manufacturers to get those approvals. So it's a little different, long drain interval, not too long of a long drain interval, because it's a racing product. This is going to go up against fuel dilution, wear, heat, you name it, it's going to get beat up. To where this has to last you, if the manufacturer says, hey, that approval that you got for BMW has to last you 12,000 miles, it does. Rule of thumb, You go to a lot of these service shops, they'll tell you to change it at 5, 7, 6 is the average, where I see a lot more of the independent shops saying, come every 6,000 miles. But if you go to the dealer, they'll tell you, no, you bring it every 10,000 miles. So yeah, this product has to live up to that too, if it has that approval.
So all that's to say, I get also, both these are synthetic products in the term that we use in the US, but each has different level of products, right? So this has more high quality group 5 esters, pure synthetic materials, whereas this has to deal with a lot more of the manufacturing requirements, additives. So it's kind of not watered down because it's still a great product for the street, but again, different uses, right? Different uses, different price brackets. The customers that are going out and racing have slightly higher
and like we always say, it's got to meet its certain standards. Street oil has to meet certain standards to have these approvals.
Yeah.
And guys, real quick, when you're talking about the separation between a high performance versus a racing style, let's just say hypothetically, you're getting ready to run the 24 hours of Le Mans or Daytona, but yet you've also got a World Rally car and they're asking recommendations. I mean, would you give them a different type of oil when you see a circumstance where they're really in the throttle a lot more, whereas maybe with a World Rally, they're banging on gears and downshifting and doing a lot more, maybe to abuse to this engine in a different manner?
Oh,
do you have that kind of product that you can kind of tailor make or advise them you could this would work better in this application versus this?
Yes, absolutely. You have engine builders, right, that build their engines a certain way. They may ask for a certain viscosity. Again, depending on the competition, we have a 300V range that covers everything from a 0.8 to a 2060. So we cover every base. So depending on what the technician says to us, then we can recommend what he would need, because we got to take fuel dilution also into manner that we have a product that's strong enough, because especially like you said, rally cars, you see a lot of that in rally cars, not just your prototypes and endurance cars.
And we kind of broke things down. So what Joey's talking about too, the main difference, right, is we're getting as from our current line to our new line is we added more viscosities. There's more and more performance cars that are wanting to run a thinner viscosity. I mean, just to tell some people that you have race vehicles running a 0.8, like Joey just mentioned, or a 0.16.
Right.
How thin that product is, they want the most power, right? They want the least amount of drag. So we have a line, which is this orange band here, which is the power. So that's the lighter viscosities on the lighter side. We added a total of 6 more viscosities across the whole range. And we kind of separated them into power. That's your lower viscosity, the guys that want the sprint races, the ultimate power. Then we kind of have the middle of the segment, the middle weights, which is called competition. So that's generally like, hey, you're racing, your kind of mid-level endurance cars. Then we have Le Mans, which we're the only ones that are allowed now as a partner of the 24 Hours of Le Mans to have a couple of our viscosities that are literally branded as the 24-hour Le Mans kind of line. And those are your thicker 2060, 1550, 1060. So they're the thicker viscosities that a lot of these guys will run, because if you're running for 24 hours, like you said, you have fuel dilution. You want more kind of longevity. So we kind of break it down exactly how you said. The guy who wants to go out and he's doing a rally, it's a sprint race. We have the power line, the thinner viscosities, because he wants that protection. He's only going to run it for 45 minutes. So we were just at Rallycross with Subaru Motorsports. They're going to run for that race is maybe 12 minutes or less. They want the most power they can out the gate. They don't need the longevity as much.
And that's really
cool. Guys, you feel like you want some questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you ready for some questions from our viewers? One of the comments was, with the updates to the 300V line, are there and will there be similar updates to your street sport line?
Yes. I'll talk a little bit about that because I can't talk too much about it. But yes, there's going to be a new line coming out called Power. And that's as much as I can say. But yes, we will add more viscosities. I know right now we have the 550, we have the 540, and that's it. But yes, they are looking into giving it more viscosities and a new name and a new look. Absolutely.
Yeah. And
all right, we have another question also, and it says this individual, I'm working for an engineering consultant, but is about to start a project on optimizing the bottom end lubrication for a NASCAR Cup car engine. We will be looking at current scavenged pumps, bearing sizes, jets, pressure relief valves to find performance. Do you recommend looking at any particular areas to investigate? And my experience would be, all of them. I mean, there's always going to be a part of the engine that maybe is not being paid attention to or can be sweetened. I'd like to say you can sweeten that performance, and you never know what it is until you really get into it, from the bearings to the
Yes.
rods themselves, all this stuff.
No, you're absolutely right. Yes, I say yes to that too. And he can even get a hold of us and we can recommend certain things that he can test to see the advantages with this product, especially those esters, like you said. Maybe he's not getting correct lubrication in certain points where they needs that. It's very detrimental to the engine if it doesn't. Esters do that. They're polar by nature, so they get attracted to the ferrous metals also, not just by protecting them, but being there, that film strength, being there for those types of components that sometimes don't get the right lubrication. I know in racing engines, they cover all the bases, I'm sure. But just like anything, it's research and development, right? They're going to see how much horsepower this product can gain, how much protection under stress conditions when they put it in the dyno. I mean, they cover every base. And this is the kind of product that you would want to test with engines like that.
When I think to that end too, I think a lot of them, as they can we've had some teams that they go out and rebuild the motor and they completely re-blueprint it. And they can change the tolerances too, because I think a lot of times if you're using a lesser quality oil, they tend to go, oh, we got to go thicker. You're wanting horsepower. They re-engineer the rest of the engine to go more horsepower and all this stuff. Then they go thicker on the oil because they think they got to hold up, and that's the only way you're going to have enough longevity, which is the wrong answer. We can work with teams. We can go a little bit thinner, work with them on the tolerances of the motor.
Yes.
So you could run some of these newer 530s, 520s, and even some of these big block motors.
Yeah.
Again, depending on how much you want to go through and re-blueprint it, and then get added power within the rules of the series. We can work with them. I think a lot of people just overlook that. They just put in whatever oil and they go, it works, for us for years, for 20 years, let's use the same thick stuff and keep going thicker. And they're really creating more friction, more drag, and
More heat.
more
Engine has
heat
to
on
work harder to pump that oil up. But the other thing is we do have oils called qualifying oils, but doesn't necessarily mean that if you have an engine that's using a 1550 or something that you're going to go down to a 08. No, everything takes a step. And that's what we're here for, to answer those questions. When it comes to that, somebody calls and says, hey, I got this engine that I'm looking for a lighter oil, blah, blah, blah. He gives us some of the schematics, and then we can, again, let them know, hey, this would probably work best for that engine.
One other observation that's been made, and maybe you wanted to address it or not, they said, Jason was saying it looks like they'll be available in different sizes from before, and I guess they're referring to the 300 container you have being a 5-liter container versus the old 2-liter 10.
Yes.
So
yes, exactly. We realize more and more teams, as cool as these look for the guy, and that's the other part of this. So there's two parts of this. The same thing we give to the BMW Motorsports team for Rolex. You can go out and buy at any, a specialty shop or Amazon or any of those websites. But we found, the guys at home love these 2 liters because they're nice, but the teams go, man, if you can give me something bigger, I have, especially we're getting more and more domestic folks, moving away from, we're still a, European company and have a lot of stronghold in those makes, but we're getting a lot of, Corvette owners, things like that. And they go, hey man, I need a whole case of this stuff just to fill my motor. Can you guys make it in a 5-liter or something larger? So yeah, we'll have 5 liters for certain race teams. We can now special order like 20 liters and some kegs and drums. So that's something we never had in the past, but more and more teams are, they don't want to pour out of the cans all the time. So yes, we'll have a full lineup starting with 2 and 5 liters primarily, and then special order in larger quantities.
Yeah, and just to let you know too, we added actually 5 new viscosities to the 300V. Did you believe it? 0.8. 0W8, 0W16, 0W30, 550, and 1060. But when we order those lightweights, just imagine, we wouldn't be talking like that 10 years ago, But now, yeah, they're using 0.8s and 0.16s.
Now, real quick to the one individual I was talking about, Angel, that asked about the NASCAR testing and the stuff they've got coming up. They said, thank you very much for your information, gentlemen. This is fantastic. So if you get a call from Angel, you'll know who it is, Joey or Nolan. That way, at least they were paying attention here today, and they're taking notes as we go along. And the thing is, you talk about the oil weights and how that kind of comes into play. And I think we'd be remiss because I grew up in an age of straight 50, and we thought we were really doing something. We backed it off to 40 weight, and then all of a sudden, we're working on, how many RPMs you were turning in that engine. That's how much oil pressure you felt like you needed to keep it lubricated. So, all you 6,000 RPM, 60 pounds of pressure. You get up to 8,000, you need 80 pounds of pressure. And then we started learning, you're pumping too much oil through there and you're actually stealing horsepower away from the engine with a combination of heavy weight and that much pressure. I mean, the gamut has been run to where now all of a sudden you can take and drop this thing here down to, 50 pounds, 55 pounds, real easy, run a lightweight oil and not steal horsepower, but ensure durability and reliability because of that.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I think and that's kind of the, people ask like, well, what's the, the 5 and the 30, and there's actually polymers, and we've had polymers, you can kind of play with it. It's one of those things is, as it heats up, it gets thicker, right? And that's basically how it works. And so we found more ways to kind of, they started up, and these, again, you still let the engine heat up, and most series do, right? So most series will have it heat up and go to these thicker weights. But again, some of these things, most of the teams, the BMW and the Porsche that they use is 0-40. They want that quick lubrication at startup, get out there, warm it up, and then keep that 40. And it's all about, it's as we get to the digital age and they're doing the blueprints, they can, hey, all these channels in the engine, it can maintain high oil pressure with this thin oil and still make sure it reaches all the critical.
Yeah, especially when you're racing against endurance races, you want to see that consistency in your viscosity, that it doesn't drop too much, but still be there at the end of the race. That's something that they look at. Just imagine they have to look at the horsepower, they have to look at the protection over a period of a 24-hour race. All those things are taken into mind when the 300V is made. And I know we don't have the time today, but we even have graphs, things that we've done on dynos and simulated a 24-hour race where it shows you all those components, all those graphs of the engine doing what it would do on a track like a Le Mans track, and seeing that this product at the end of 24 hours, how that product is still there to protect.
And that's the difference too with the old technology. You would have this mineral products and they go, oh, it's a 50 straight weight. And then you look, after you run it for one race and you probably test it with modern technology, you go, well, it's closer to a 30 weight or less, after a race. And that's kind of the difference with some of these esters is the shear stability. You could test it after 24 hours and the viscosity level or what it's rated at, it has not gone down considerably. It's still enough to protect it at the start of the race. It's still a 50, classified as 50 for the whole race. It's not going to just sit there and just get torn apart.
Yeah,
so
start dropping down in viscosity, then you get into trouble, So like he was saying,
speaking of that trouble, and again, we touched on this earlier in our conversation about, what your oil line brand was kind of like known for was being able to handle high temperatures. What is an ideal temperature that for your stuff to perform and either go through its transitional stuff, as far as being 40 weight or anything like that? Do you have anything that you've, when you're testing or you through y'all's experience that says, look, if you're going to get out here and run 24 hours of Le Mans, you need to be able to maintain 180 degrees. If you go out and do World Rally, we can see a spike because of mud and whatever else gets in there. We can take 300 degrees and not jeopardize, the durability.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this oil has been designed to take those types of heat. And I know what you're trying to say, that we could come up with a certain temperature that we've seen out in the race cars. I know when I was at the Long Beach Grand Prix, we had a guy that got a piece of paper or debris stuck in his radiators, and the thing was up close to about 290, and the car came in, they pulled the stuff out, right? And the car came back in for another fault after, and they took the engine apart and says, hey man, that product did its job. He goes, well, why is that? He goes, I know we heated it up beyond what we should have, but it came in for another different issue. And when we took the engine apart anyways, because we had to, we couldn't believe that everything was together. Everything still looked very good to put that engine back and go for another race. It shocked me too, because that's what this product is. Like we say, excuse my language, when the shit hits the fan, we have the protection. And I've seen this on power sports. I've seen this with a lot of racing cars where they come in and something happened where a pebble hit the radiator and the fluid leaked out. And they said, okay, my dummy light goes on. I got to go in. That's it. The engine is done. They take it apart and they've seen, wow, this product really helped when it got to that point. That's the insurance of this product for sure.
Yeah, and I said normal running temperatures, right? Just, some guys like, oh, I like to run it hot or a bigger thermostat. I get it in the mid 200s or whatever. We've also had, so we kind of, around that range is going to be fine to get up to running temperature. But we've had guys, like I said, call us and say, hey, I'm running Pikes Peak altitude. The way I'm setting up the motor, it's like consistently nearing 300 degrees. It's going to be fine. And we say, our answer is always a joke, but we say the car will be on fire before the oil will give out.
That's what we always say.
Exactly. So
I always have this from Dave Woolman. He says, you know what? When it gets to 300, you're just scratching the 300 degree. You're really tapping into it. So yes, definitely it can take heat very well. And if I'm not mistaken, I was told many years ago, because I asked that question to some of our chemists, they have tested 300V in a lab, in a control environment, of course, to see where they can break it. And if I'm not mistaken, if I can still remember, it was like 346 Fahrenheit that the oil.
56.
356? 356?
1550.
Okay, that it took it before it said, okay, that's enough. So yeah, it can get very hot and still perform.
I mean, that's always a comfort, especially for those of us who are sitting basically on top of the pit boxes and the guy screaming the oil temperature is going up. And it's like, what are you going to do about it? Well, we need to make it to the next pit stop if at all possible. And as long as it doesn't climb above, and now we know where your magic number is. And again, nobody is going to do that on a long run, sustained, I should say. We're not trying to run 24 hours at 350 degrees, but you'd like to know that if a piece of debris or something gets up there, you got a little bit of a cushion and not having to worry about instant failure. I guess that's what we're getting to.
Yeah, and you'd be amazed on some of these cars that do race endurance, depending, like you said, where they're racing, like Malaysia, where very humid, very hot, where those temperatures are up that close, it's very consistent. But being that, of course, the technology of the engine, the metal energy, everything that they have today, the type of technology, engines could take so much. Look at a Formula One engine, right? So this product also does that. It's up to that level of performance when it comes to those type of temperatures.
And I would say too, the esters by nature are polar, so they cling to ferrous metals, which is another benefit of these products. In addition to all the things we talked about, is we talked about cold starts. You have people that, I run this in my classic cars. Is it okay for that? And we say, yeah, as long as you're kind of maintaining and changing it every 6 months or 3,000 miles. But the good part is during cold starts, there's still a film of the ester material that kind of clings to the metal. So you get that startup and there's no metal on metal contact. We've also had teams, Joey's had teams where the oil pan or something rips out and he goes for a half a lap or a lap with draining oil over the track. And they get in, they go, I thought the motor would surely give. And they go, no, there was just enough lubrication still inside that motor, even with it empty, to kind of keep the main, materials still, it's kind of a good insurance plan a lot of times. Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's the strength of the 300V. Those are the kind of testimonials that we see on the track. Not often, but when we do see them, we're surprised. And it's a good thing to just keep recording all those information that we get, because that data sometimes goes back to France to let them know, look, this catastrophic thing happened, but look at the engine parts, they were still all intact and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
I got to ask this, Nolan, because it just seems like something that you would have been up for, knowing your marketing experience and everything. Is that one of the reasons why all those changes are being made in that 300V can and everything? Because it's the 50th year. I mean, is it time to take advantage of the history of this product?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, we look this current ester core version came out in 2011. So I think we kind of knew the 50th anniversary was coming up, and we kind of had our chemists kind of, and that's a good thing. It's like we look at the chemists and we go, hey, what has changed? What are we seeing in the market? What are the teams telling us? You said it yourself, more than 80 countries, we have feedback. We have feedbacks from teams in Malaysia to here. We have Dakar coming up in January, where we have a racing lab on site. So we have all this feedback. So we kind of came to the lab and said, hey, it's been, 10 years since we've reformulated it. Let's get in the lab. It's our 50th anniversary. Yeah, that's one reason. So on the marketing side and the branding, it's great to kind of revitalize it. But it's also the lab guys have all this information they've kind of been holding on to from experience, saying, and Jody can talk about that. We have, there's new LSPI concerns with certain motors.
And there's new emission systems, knowing that this product is making it more onto the street. Okay. And we do see it in guys that want to, modify car for the street. He takes it to track periodically, not all the time, but the car has a twin turbo or supercharger, or they just beefed up the engine. So they go to a product that they know they can rely on. But we have to take into consideration too, that smaller engines now with the superchargers, with the twin turbos, have been causing some issues, right? And one of those issues is low speed pre-ignition. So this product had to be designed too with that in mind, because of the type of displacement engines that have those issues. That had to be taken into mind. The other thing is too, this product also works in diesels. So they have their diesel particulate filter, but guess what? Now Porsche with their 911s and some of their SUVs have also come out with a particulate filter called a GPF, gasoline particulate filter. So that means that this product also has to take that into consideration, because you don't want to pollute those emission systems. They're very expensive to replace. And we don't want to be in fault because they use this product on a car. It's a street car. Yes, it's not a long drain interval product. And that's why we advise to change it every 3,000 miles, even if you drive it on the street. But we take all those things into consideration to make sure that if this product does make it into a street application with emissions, that it doesn't void the system by ruining it, and making sure that the LSPI too is taken care of.
And even in biofuels, that's stuff that's more and more race vehicles in the last 10, 20 years have been using that. And so this was compatible on a certain level with biofuels, but we see different people using different fuels, different ratios, things like that. And so we went back and the chemists kind of made sure that this, didn't affect it at all. They had more and more test samples to kind of go through and reformulate this in the way they probably would have done it back then with more research. So I always say, this is still a great product and it'll be on shelves for a little while, but this product as it's coming, again, it's just taking all those things that our chemists have seen in the last decade. And yes, it was convenient that the 50th anniversary is coming up, but we kind of did that formula in mind, knowing it had been about a decade since the last reformulation, that let's make all the improvements for the 50th year to make it a product that's built for the future and has our current technology.
Absolutely. And also just to let you know, because we get this question asked, how really works with other fuels. Yeah, so it's compatible to alcohol-based fuels, ethanol, up to E85. So yes, it had to be reformulated, taking that into mind too, that we got these other type of fuels coming out now. And so, yeah, they did a very good job with this new generation 300V. And I'm sure that right now they're probably designing a new 300V for the next, I don't know, maybe 5 years. We don't know, right? It's always changing, like I said.
One thing that we haven't touched on, and I was thinking about this today when I was reading about your company, and all of a sudden a little light went on in my head. I had been down in one of the local motorcycle shops last couple of weeks and picking up my grandson a crash helmet. And I remember seeing at this particular deal, they specialize in Yamahas and Hondas. And I seen your product up there on the wall. I mean, they specialize for 4-stroke engines. And also, if I remember correctly, your 4T Gold is like, that's where I got the idea of the semi-synthetic. But when you do the rest of the homework, I saw that, what's the best motorcycle oil recommended, especially, I guess, in Europe, was Mobil. I mean, it was your product at the top of the list, and right in there, with one of the top, out of the top 5, you had 3 of them in the top 5.
Yeah. And it's funny you say that, because here in the United States, Mr. Dave Woolman is actually that made that happen. He attacked the power sports side, with all the products that we have, from a 100% synthetic product all the way down to a mineral product, and did very well in the power sport. That gave actually Motul the name, and of course our famous brake fluid. But automotive, of course, it's a big chunk of our business. It's a big chunk of our bread and butter, if you want to call that. And but that started it all. The power sports side did.
And that comes because Dave Woolman, our former president, he likes to work with the Yoshimura team in the 80s, and that's how Motul came about in the U.S. Is coming back on the power sports side, and we learned a lot. A lot of there's a 300V for the power sports side that's completely different packaging. You may see on the shelves. It's a famous green color. It's dyed green, so people always call it the alien blood and all these different names. But those motors, right? They have to deal with even more than it's automotive, right? They deal with, some of them have shared gearboxes, things like that.
Well, they take care of more of the components, right? You got a wet clutch, you got a gearbox, and everything that goes into that crankcase, right? So that oil has to be very robust, because it's got to take other considerations because of that wet clutch and gearbox. So just imagine how robust that product has to be designed when it comes to a motorcycle engine.
So a lot of those esters and the high quality of the motorcycle oils kind of came to the automotive space. I would say it's kind of like, hey, it's good enough to kind of withstand all this. Let's use that similar technology and something that just have to focus on the motor, cooling, performing in the motor, not having to deal with a gearbox and all that. So yeah, we have everything from, we have snowmobiles, we have side-by-sides. We're going out to the Mint 400 tomorrow to be with our trophy trucks, side-by-sides, dirt bikes. So we have basically, if it has a motor in it, we have something for it. So.
Well, but you saying that, excuse me, let's talk a little bit about the other lubricants that we haven't touched on, more of the industrial type stuff. I mean, the gear oils and the brake fluids. I mean, it's not like your one-dimensional high performance, street car. You guys, go have a broad base that touches a lot of needs in a lot of different industries. So enlighten us on that. And, at the same time, while we're going through this, I mean, do you have any other new products maybe you're planning in the near future? I mean,
Yeah.
the 50th year, it's time to roll out the red carpet.
Yeah, we have some new products that we add to our competition line. Because remember, our line is pretty broad, right? We have a service line that I like to call the service line because that's what it is. And then you have your competition line. Well, within the competition line, we have a new high torque DCTF. We have a service one, and we'll have here shortly a competition one too for the DCTF types of transmissions out there. Also, we're adding a new brake fluid called the RBF 700. Again, it's a product that we made because we know that new components of brake systems, new materials are used, carbon brakes, carbon discs get a lot hotter. So we, again, have to make a product that can withstand those types of heat.
And to that DCTF, that's again, following the new technology in racing. We work with some of our Super GT, the Nissan Nismo team that run the GTRs, and those have dual clutch transmissions in Japan. And that's where a lot of the development happened, where they go, hey, let's do an even higher ester-based DCTF fluid that can withstand the power we're using in racing. And then even some of the, the C8 Corvette. We work with Amelia Hartford, who had the record for a while for the fastest Corvette. She's one of the first persons in the US to test that high torque DCTF with up to 1,000 foot-pounds of torque in her C8. So we have data and samples that we sent back to France from her running in the Corvette. So working with even outside of racing, just other partners to kind of get that data and kind of adapt to the market.
Absolutely.
And come out with the newer cars have a newer transmission, newer gearbox. We got to make sure that we have a high performance product that also works with that application.
Yeah, so we have every committed products for racing, from our gear oils, very, a service gear oil and so on. So we covered all the bases, even like I said, in power sports, especially with the two-stroke stuff that we have too. We have we'll call the 802T, that's the brother of the 300V, but in two-stroke. So we have to make sure that we cover everything and we do it right. It's not because I just work for Motul, but I know that the products I've used and the testimonials I always get, I've seen it work very well in all the sectors of power sports and motorsports.
And there's
Hey, real quick, Joey, we touched on the heat and the I guess the new brake fluid you have out there, but Jeremy was asking here, can you talk a little bit more about that brake fluid, and what it does better than maybe somebody else's product does?
Yeah, well, I know.
Is it a higher boiling temperature? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yeah, higher boiling point because, like I said, of the new components out there for sure, where it's needed, right? But I've always stressed this out to everybody because this is what Dave had taught me. The brake fluid's not going to do the whole job. We make these brake fluids because of those necessities. But I always like to advise everybody, make sure that if you have a car that has more horsepower that you upgrade it. Professional teams know that. But the do-it-yourself or the guys that goes out to the track there, they always make sure that if you go up in horsepower, you also look at the brake system, all right? Be compatible to that. The brake fluid's going to help you because, yes, at those boiling points, you want a product that can take the heat. You want a product that could recover quickly when it gets to that point. That's very important. When you let off that pedal and you go down that straightaway, you want to make sure that that's not spongy or you have a pedal because you want to stop that car. These products do that very, very well when it comes to that. So do we have an RBF 600, a 660, and a 700? We cover it all. Again, when we get calls from consumers, we advise them what's the best product they can use. Some will come and say, oh, well, I know now you have the new 660. I want to use it. Okay, well, okay, but it costs us this much. Okay, what kind of racing do you do? What kind of driving do you do? And so on, right? Then I advise them, you don't have to go that further up. You have any problems with the 600? No problems whatsoever. Stick to that. So we're very fair here, not because we want to push something that's more expensive or this and that. We got to make sure that the customer gets the right product for the right needs.
Yeah, okay, so we got one of our folks asking us, what is the DOT rating on that fluid? And I know that's kind of like an old standard. So, what would you consider that DOT rating on that?
Well, just remember that brake fluids, it's backward compatible to DOT4, excuse me. I know what you're trying to say. Okay, but just remember that Department of Transportation puts out these ratings or these boiling points and wet points, the Department of Transportation. Right. But when it comes up to these high performance, they go way above those standards. I always get that question asked. It says, well, are you in the standards? Wait a minute here. It's just like our non-DOT tire, right? It has a different level of component and material for the track. Also, our brake fluids, though they're DOT4 compatible, right? we got to make sure those things go way higher than the standards. And I always let them know, and they understand once I talk to them in layman's term how it works. They go, hey, I never knew that. I go, oh yeah, that's the way it works.
Thank you for that. I mean, again, working in the high performance industry, you understand that. But, you know, sometimes people, they just, you know, they relate to it from, you know, early days. I mean, the high performance stuff that's out there available on the shelf today has exceeded those numbers, I think, the overall standard by quite a bit. And I appreciate you kind of explaining that so that the people who had questions, you know, got them answered. Thank you.
Yeah, when you go like from a dot 446 boiling point to a 670 RBF 600, there's a big difference there, and there's a reason for that, you know.
Yeah, and that's what we say. You know, we always joke that I always have all these guys that upgrade several hundred horsepower in their car and they never touch the brakes. It's the upside upgrading the brake fluid, which is great. You know, our brake fluid will help you out a little bit, but if you upgrade the brake system, you know, you can then figure out what level you need. So the RBS 700, yes, we're coming out with it because we did have teams like, you know, FAF Motorsports, BMW Motorsports that are racing Rolex 24 hours, and they go, hey, I want the pedal to feel this way. Hey, we're using some new components like so the carbon ceramic, stuff like that. So we're seeing a little bit higher temperatures. Yeah, let's go ahead and give them something, again, that step up. But it's the average guy who has a good brake system on his car. We've had plenty of people that run our RBS 600 still, and they go, yeah, never boiled it. I change it often, no issues. And I go, yeah, it's great. Use that. Try 660. We're just trying to give different options for folks that you know that have different based on their system and based on the racing they're doing, whether it's a time attack or long rally, things like that.
Drag race, right?
Yeah,
quarter mile, yeah. And just to let you know, I think you mentioned the other things that we're doing. Yeah, we are getting more into the heavy duty industrial oils and stuff like that. So we've hired the right people for that too, because we're expanding just like we are in Europe. We're expanding here in the US. So yeah, we're getting the right type of team to tackle that market too. But it's exciting because we keep growing and growing. But then again, it's a company that still has true racing products and everything else that goes with it.
And to that end, I think, you know, we have a Gibson Motor partnership, and it's a 360 partnership. So they use our industrial fluids, which we're now getting in the US, to machine the blocks for the motors in the Gibsons. And then they fill it with 300V, and then they recommend or require 300V of the teams like an LMP2 and IMSA. So they use our fluids to machine the parts, and then they use them inside the parts. So we're trying to work on those partnerships in the US so that teams that race with our 300V also use our metalworking fluids when they machine the parts through a Haas machine or so on. So
does this product line, will it include, excuse me, like a heavy duty grease, like a wheel bearing grease or, you know, something like that?
Yeah,
lubricating
definitely.
ball joints, whatever.
Yeah, definitely. When as we're getting into that market, you're talking heavy duty, correct?
Yeah.
If as more we get into that market, we penetrate that market, we have to have the right products for it too. So we do make stuff like that in Europe, and we'll see how, as a market, we get more deeper into the necessity of the products that we need to bring to match that market.
So, gentlemen, when you say use that in Europe, do you have? Is it primarily everything still made in France and then shipped over here, or do you have a basically a distributor and a place where you make the product here in the United States?
Yeah, so I would say, I mean, there's still a lot of our product. I think 300V, I think as a company, just as a mantra, I think it'll always be blended in France. I think that's just kind of the Halo product. They want that to be blended in France. There are some stuff that as we do more, again, he's talking about the service size product that we get more and more of. So they go to dealerships, the 8100. More and more of that now is being blended in the US
to meet the demands, because as demands, as we grow, we need to meet those demands, and we're kind of overflowing already in Europe. So yes, we're going to start making some of this product, and we already started making some of the product here in the US.
And there's some stuff too as well. We have a dedicated twin line of products for the Harley Davidson's Indian V twins. So that was, again, a very local need, and we work with France to kind of take some blends to make it here locally. And again, then you can put the made in the USA and stuff like that on it for that market. So we have a really great twin product for the Harley Davidson that's also made here. So we have certain products when it has a need that we make here, but a large majority is still blended in France or in Europe and then brought over here.
Yes.
Okay, I've got to ask the question because we discussed it last night on the show that I did here on the Par Trade. How's the supply chain going as far as from France back over to here? Has everything been able to make it into the U.S. like it needs to be, or we have to kind of like this get you got to get aggressive to get it?
Yeah, that's a very good question because everything's been affected. We know that, right? You see containers here in Long Beach sitting out there like sitting ducks. They're just sitting there waiting to get unloaded, right? But there's more to that, right? You have raw materials too that have taken a big hit. So it's like a chain reaction to everything. So we may have the can, but we may not have the raw material or enough of it. So there's so many things that come to play. Shipping is one of them, as you can see. Raw materials is the other one. And even plastic, even caps can be a problem. So all I'm trying to say is, yeah, it's affected everybody in every shape and form. So we're trying very hard to keep that supply chain going. And so far, there's some good things and some other things that were like, hey, making the sign of a cross. Oh, please, get it here.
Yeah, and to that end, so the 300V, the original, it launched at 24 Hours of Le Mans this year in the summer, and so the plan initially, I think, for the world was to have it at the end of this year. It's probably Q1 next year. We have some of the product that you can see here, obviously. This is one of probably 25 cans in the United States. But we're working through it. So some of this stuff is being delayed. And to his end, the caps, our traditional red cap, we have gray caps coming. So we try to be resourceful in France. We have some of these products shipping with different, labeling or different caps. But we're making our way through it. So some of the product launches are delayed, but current inventory has been okay. So.
Well, guys, once again, as I have said all day long, when I see these two folks come back on, they're sitting there telling us, boys, your playtime's over with. You got to come inside and do your homework. And so really appreciate your time, Joey. And know it's been great getting a chance to, get educated on your product. Congratulations on the celebrating your 50th anniversary, even though you've been around longer than that. Yeah. And good luck with the rest of your this season and going into 2022.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you having us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joey. Thank you very much, Nolan. Please with us a few more seconds while we're going to be transitioning to our last session of the day. A big thank you to Motul for being one of the sponsors of this event, which, without their support and without the support of our sponsors and pro account suppliers, we could not provide you that full week of content with incredible speakers free of charge. So thank you very much. So again, Joey and Nolan, stay with us. We're going to be transitioning to our next session. Jeff, thank you very much for being with us today.
My pleasure.
And I think you're off for the day now, which is late for you. And you're going to be back with us tomorrow. We have a big day again tomorrow, and some really good interviews with one of your dear friend, Doug Yates. So that's going to be a good one.
I'm really looking forward to that young man coming on. I mean, I've watched him grow up in the sport, and he's achieved a lot of great things, and definitely made his father proud, Robert Yates. So looking forward to that tomorrow morning. So if you weren't making plans to get up with the chickens out on the West Coast, you need to. You're gonna miss a really great interview and a lot of super information.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you very much. Stay with us. We're going to run a little video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you for our last session of the day. We're going to be talking off-road with our good friend, John Warniak. So on to the sponsors now as a special thank you.
The concept for ePart Trade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for ePart Trade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to epartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePartrade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
What we're going to be talking about today is our water methanol injection system and some of the changes that we've made over time. One of the most exciting parts about some of the changes is the V3 nozzle. The key to this is a swirl generator. Look at how broad that is, and just look at this, look at the inside of this case. It's literally a fog, a cloud. The whole mission here was to do more with less. Less nozzle, less injection, less fuel. Pretty cool stuff.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners, available for your entire car. Build complete race cars, customs, and bikes with ARP. 25% stronger than grade 8 hardware. Race car strength and show car looks at arp-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for late model muscle. From LS to Coyote to Hemi, ARP locks in power and performance for a winning combination inside and out when failure is not an option. arp-bolts.com.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Now and Race Industry Week 2021. It's the end of the day. We have been live since 6:45 a.m. This morning in California, and it is 4:58 p.m. here in the ePartrade studio in Los Angeles. And we are back with our good friend, John Warniak. How are you doing, John, tonight?
Good. Yeah, it was a great day. A lot of great stuff, starting out with Zach's round, and it's just continuing on. I think we had the session we had this afternoon with Doug Bowles and Stefano DePonte and Dave Cole and Ricardo Juncos. Pretty cool about what's coming, what's now, what's next, and things that are happening, particularly with IndyCar racing and the Indy Autonomous Challenge. Big stuff.
You know, John, the word I've been getting sent to me all day via text, emails, educational. Today and yesterday just has been educational.
Educational, yeah. And as I've said before, you guys created the first digital twin of the B2B racing industry. You are it. You are on that cutting edge. So relish in that. You guys created this.
We're just taking advantage of the technologies that's available out there. I mean, really, when we started the Portrait platform 3.5 years ago, that was really to bring the industry into the 21st century. Nobody thought we would have a pandemic. So when the pandemic, we extended that with a series of webinars, and the webinars were doing so well that we did the Race Industry Week, and Race Industry Week was incredibly successful last year. So we said, well, let's make this an annual event. And when you see the endorsement we have received this year, I mean, that shows you how powerful this thing is. And it's
absolutely.
I mean, this is not designed to replace in person. You always have in-person events that just like prices because you have that face interaction, but it offers new opportunities. And when you look at the panel of speakers this week, there's absolutely no way you can put these people at the same place for a full week, even for a full day. You just can't. We
had a great panel last year, and I'm wondering how we're going to better it.
Well, it's because you are part of the industry, as Paul Fanner would say. It's all about the people. The technology that I've been involved with for all my life is there to be used by the communities. So if the technology isn't used, it's worthless. So again, as you mentioned, the technology is how you kind of created ePartrade in the series here. I think it's what we talked about before. The ePartrade manufacturers and suppliers need more than a business plan. They need a technology roadmap to take advantage of all these great things that are happening as the industry transforms so quickly. The most disruptive forces in our lifetimes are basically the cell phone, the computer, and now what's happening with connected, autonomous, and electrified vehicles. And racing, as we've said before, that's the front line. That's the Gemba for all of this.
Right. So we have Jake and Dave here.
I see Dave there. Dave must be in his shop, and Jake's got an awfully cool shop. He always has cool backgrounds and
Dave, thank you for and welcome back to the program. We had you on the panel last year, and then when John said he was bringing you back on, it was wonderful. So, John, you're in charge, and you guys are on for wrap today. So we'll see you in about 50 minutes. Thank you.
So we get to do the white flag lap for Tuesday afternoon here, Tuesday evening here in Michigan. Really cool. And this is a fun session. Two of my favorite friends, fairly older friend, Dave Cole from King of the Hammers, Ultra 4 Racing. Maybe a year and a half we've known each other, Dave?
Yeah, about that. Yes, sir.
Jake, just met Jake thanks to a good friend of both of ours, Z-Man, Tom Zielinski is his real name, but he's been Z-Man ever since he and I raced moto together. A long time ago, when two strokes would never be replaced by four strokes. So that time has come and gone. But long before Jake was born, but a lot of fun stuff. So welcome, Dave. Welcome, Jake. And what we're going to do is I want to give each of you a couple minutes to introduce yourselves and your background and kind of quickly go through the key topics that we want to cover today. And then we're going to get the discussion going among you. I know, Jake, you've got some great slides to show some of the things you're doing. And for those of you that aren't quite familiar with some of the stuff happening in automotive, there's a young guy about Jake's age named Kyle Vogt who started Cruise. And then he ended up selling, before he sold Cruise to General Motors, he invented Twitch. And he sold that to Amazon. So when he was 28 years old, he made his first billion with a B. So he got out of MIT. And then he did it again when he sold that to General Motors, Cruise to General Motors. And Jake reminds me a lot of Kyle. He's got that ambition and the racing passion to get to that next level of what we'll be talking about in EV off-road racing. We'll cover some of the traditional off-road stuff for sure, the lifestyles and some of the vehicles, but where Dave is taking King of the Hammers and Ultra 4 racing, and where Jake is taking trophy trucks, or what our good friend Cal Wells calls the land missile, That's what we're really going to talk about today, and some of the cool stuff these two guys are doing. So let's turn it over to you first, Jake, and some of the things that you're doing, since you got a few slides.
Okay. Yeah, happy to share that. Let me just share my screen here quickly.
While Jake's doing that, I've been accused of having little bottles of enthusiasm that Dave wants to sell at King of the Hammer. So we'll have some of those. Right, Dave? You're being a little over enthusiastic, but I love it. I love this stuff.
Yeah.
Nice. Got your slides up. Nice.
You can see that? Okay.
Yep.
So just, I guess kind of what I thought might be helpful is just a quick introduction to HiPath and a little bit about what we do and why we do it. And I know both John, you and Dave now are pretty familiar with us and what we're trying to accomplish. And we have a lot of cool things going together. So I can't wait to get into it. This is kind of the heart of it. For us as a company, we're 100% focused on an electric vehicle drive system as a complete working product. Standardizing, simplifying, and condensing, all the different components and technologies and software down into a working drive system. And that's comprehensive in many different ways. It includes things like we'll get into training and the safety side and education and that kind of thing. But from a product perspective, it's not only the battery systems that we design and manufacture in house, but it's the motor integration, power electronics, and software as well. And what we really distilled it down to is these two questions of, what is the power and what is the range? And that's how we kind of base all of our drive systems on. And we're building them in many different power and range options and supplying some really great industries with it and seeing what we can do. So, kind of getting into our mission, this is kind of a bold and maybe overreaching statement to say that we're, democratizing this new type of technology in propulsion. But when it comes to electric, because we're not doing it alone, but what we are doing that we believe is truly democratizing electric is taking the advanced technology and making it available to everybody who wants it. I mean, that's our goal. When a guy that's building a motorcycle garage and decides he wants his hand fabricated motorcycle to be electric, and he can go out and buy an off the shelf working electric drive system, propulsion unit that's fully functional, and he can just build into a motorcycle. That's democratized, and that doesn't exist in the world right now. And we'll get into that with motorsport and racing, because that's a huge area for innovation and growth for us, and it's led me to the relationship that I now have with both of you guys, and something that we're very passionate about. Kind of like core to our DNA as a company, we're just taking all these different elements together, which is the power and range question. We're doing the integration of all the different components. We are doing manufacturing, but we don't manufacture every part, just like a Ford truck or a GM vehicle or any of the other automakers. It's an integration system. So we're putting all the pieces together, including software with it to manage the system and give people access to the software side. And then we do it in an on-demand way, which means that these are standardized off-the-shelf products that are not 2, 3, 4 year development cycles. They're already developed, and they can be shipped in a matter of months and sometimes weeks. So, core to us as a company, we will always have a focus on racing. And the reason is because we believe in what motorsport and racing is for the world. It inspires, brings people together, pushes the innovation and the technology. It tests, it develops relationships between companies and people. And I think that's just the coolest part. And to see electric come into that now and all the interest to be there, we're so excited. So we have a cool partnership, with Geyser. John, you talked about the trophy truck. And essentially, this is a huge undertaking for us as a company, and we are a fairly new company, but we're ambitious, and we're being bold, really, really bold. So this is something that we've been working on, and guys, Rick and Jeff Geyser are both good friends, and the time is now. So we can get more into this, but doing a complete turnkey drive system allows builders like Geyser to take electric products to market and sell it to other race teams to support some of these new race classes. One of the coolest things, because I think it's so core to us, and represents the relationship side, is the fact that Dave is the first one as a sanctioning body with King of the Hammers and Ultra 4 to say, let's do this together. And that's what we've needed. We've needed the partnership, and doing it with a racing organization that wants to not only have electric integrated into their racing, but to do it in a fully professional, committed way, a safe way, with a product that is comprehensive and fully engineered, fully integrated, and provide the right training to the racers and everybody else who's involved in the racing organization. That's hard to do without the relationship and the interest and the passion of what Dave Cole brings. And we're just really, really grateful, and we feel honored to have been selected as a partner in this, and we're giving it our all. We believe in the future, and we want to be in it for the long haul. So we could talk more about this, but essentially something that's turnkey is a great representation of what a spec class needs in racing, and to focus on the integration and designing into the vehicle. And that's what we can kind of bring to the table. So, and this is kind of just just high level of, there's so many features to this that are needed to make it a working system. And some of these are more consumer-based features, but for us, we look at the drive system as a holistic, like I said, a product, and we kind of look at it from every angle. And so there's many different features that we put into these drive systems that make it easy for creatives, innovators, builders, fabricators to take it and do really amazing things with it. And so, when we talk about how the world is changing, Hypercraft isn't changing the world. The builders, the innovators, the creatives, they're the ones that are changing the world. And because they're doing it at the vehicle level, they've just needed the tools. They've just needed access to the technology. And that's our big thing, is that, we're working with really great suppliers in the industry, tier one automotive, very, premium suppliers, so that the technology gets into the hands of these innovators and creatives. So we're a really great team, and we're ambitious and excited, and lots of cool things to come. So that's Hypercraft.
Excellent. Great overview, Jake. Great overview. And excuse me, I wanted you to go first because how this fits into what Dave has created with King of the Hammers. And throughout this week, we've been talking Race Industry Week with ePartrade and Racer and Paul Fanner. Just about every series you can think of: Formula E, Extreme E, IndyCar, Trans Am, IMSA, you name it, it's all there, NASCAR. But Dave represents what I call kind of that next generation grassroots, taking racing to the next level by bringing it, and you use the word democratizing. So Dave, my words, you're democratizing racing, at least in the off-road world, and King of the Hammers being arguably the toughest off-road race in the world. You're bringing technology in a kit form. We'll talk about that. E-Crate package, a la, Ford Illuminator, GM E-Crate, and now with Jake and the package that he's creating at Hypercraft. You've created a platform and a mecca for people to come to demonstrate that innovation. You've used the term before in the past that this is Bonneville 64 all over again. And that is really appropriate from what we're seeing and doing. And again, back to your point about democratization of the technology, Jake. With some of the OEMs, it's more of I'm going to call it brand communism or technology communism. Take mine or don't take it, and that's all you get. But the democratization says, no, you, the builders, and you mentioned this, Jake, and Dave knows as well, the builders do the creation. And that's what we want to see. So the more OEM packages we see, the more democratized this technology be? And hopefully, as we talked at our earlier session this afternoon, we'll see racing be that catalyst to consumers of what EVs are capable of doing, particularly performance. So I want to turn it back to you, Dave, and tell us how this fits into King of the Hammers, the classes, and how you ended up creating this. And this came together within months since we had Detroit Ford Fest, and we'll talk about that as well when you met Jake as well as myself.
Yeah, the reality is, excuse me, John, over a year ago now, we started talking as a board of directors that you actually helped me form. We've been very, very fortunate to have some extraordinary high horsepower type people on that board of directors. And the more we talked about it, I just kept coming back to the concept that for us to be able to actually get ahead of the game in EV racing, we needed to get the exactly like Jake and you have been talking about, getting the technology into the hands of the people that build cars. I think Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers is probably the top of the food chain when it comes to the guy or woman building their own car in their garage still and going out and racing it at a high level professionally. And that happens. And I would think that probably at least 80% of the cars that are being raced at Ultra 4 were built significantly by the person who's driving them. And it's a big deal. EV is just a new technology. I mean, it's just another way to make the tires spin. But for us to really embrace it and see where we can go with it, specifically in rock crawling. I mean, that's another great part about our sport, is a little different. The vehicle dynamics are dramatically different than a standard, race around an asphalt track as fast as you can. The vehicle dynamics going into rock crawling, specifically with the technology or the performance that EV can give us, will completely change the way we do the sport. It's going to be amazing. But the whole point is, I picked 10 teams, and we went to Jake. Jake put together a package nominally around a $50,000 crate motor, effectively, that's throttle pedal to the output of the motor. And Jake will ensure that along with the battery packs, the inverters, and all the other parts that go to it, that's the spec part of our spec class. We hand that to 10 of our racers on our dime. With partners we have, AEM, Dana have already stepped up, Hypercraft as well, to help us make it happen. But we give this technology to the race teams. They go make the cars, and whatever car they make, I've told them it can't be smaller than a 35-inch tire, and I'm going to make them drive over rocks. And that's all they know. So they're going to go build the best car they can with the spec EV platform. And I think people are going to learn an awful lot about rolling resistance and kilowatt hours and all the stuffs that have been really exciting for me to learn about. But as a gearhead, I just want to see the technology in action, and we're there. I mean, we're going to start racing next year. These kits are going to be delivered before the end of the year this year. We're announcing in 30 minutes. We're putting on social media who the 10 teams are. They're going to be receiving these crate motors, and it's happening, man. John, a year of our lives trying to get this board of directors to happen. We're racing. So
yeah, and that's great. I'm glad you mentioned that, because racing is never linear. You're not saying we're going to have this. It's kind of you're creating on the fly. From drive-by-wire to fly-by-wire, back and forth. We're doing all kinds of great things. And 2 months from now, King of the Hammers, I think we're thinking Wednesday, February 2nd, and Thursday the 3rd, to have 2 leadership type executive panels with race builders, drivers, inventors, and creators like Jake, and really talk about that like we did at Detroit Ford Fest, to literally bring the industry together around these technologies and to spread that word so it goes viral with these technologies. There's so much we need to talk about. One of the challenges, switching from internal gas combustion engine to an EV power plant. It's like GM and Ford are no longer kind of going through horsepower wars. They're going through kilowatt wars. And you look at the Hummer, great example, EV Hummer. Al Oppenheiser and his team at GM, they took a 4.5-ton vehicle, and I think you drove it when you were here last, Dave. 4.5 tons, equivalent of 1,000 horsepower and 10,000 pounds torque. Literally from 0 to 60 in 3 seconds or so. I mean, that's a work of art and technology. That's pretty darn cool. So taking that type of technology and putting it into the Hammers is phenomenal. And you mentioned the rock crawling, Dave. What percentage is the rock crawling of the entire course at Hammers?
Hammers, mileage-wise, it's very small percentage, but at time-wise, it's a very high percentage. So it's only about 20 miles of a 150-mile course, but it's about 6 hours of an 8-hour race.
See that's telling right there, because you take Formula E and Extreme E, all great venues for racing, no doubt about it. Different classes, different formulas for equivalency there, but the rock portion of the Hammers and Run What You Brung and the different spec classes that you guys created and the unlimited classes, that's what's going to attract and really feed a lot of the other off-road racing series like Baja and Score that Jim Ryan talked about yesterday on this program. So, and a lot of other things like that happening. So with that said, I want to kind of get into some of the conversion types of technologies that the vehicle builders will have. People like Eric Miller, he's got arguably one of the best rolling chassis out there and winners of the Hammers before. So if he wanted to convert his chassis and his frames to a rolling chassis that already has one of the best to an EV platform, where would he start? Would he contact you, Jake, and you, Dave, and say, this is where we are? Or maybe he's in one of the 10 teams you're going to announce 30 minutes from now.
You're on mute, Dave.
They can contact me about racing EV spec, and they can contact Jake about all the amazing technology he can offer. I have a feeling this is just going to people are going to jump directly from, hey, this is cool technology, to we want more than 260 horsepower, which is what we're going to be right around that. Right, Jake? Correct me if I'm wrong. What are the specs on the motor? I know it's the Dana Simo motor.
Yeah, 400 volt system. So we're going to give them a boost option up to about 320. So, but 260 was kind of the continuous power output of it, and so yeah, that's what it is.
That'll be fun.
Yeah. So when someone wants to do the conversion and get started now, I realize that they're already got their builds underway, but is it a fairly easy conversion, or is it very systems integration, systems engineering intense?
Can I take this one, Dave?
Go.
So I was a product designer fabricator for 15 years. And I can tell you that these are the problems that, like taking a working EV drive system that's fully engineered, all the pieces are there, and it's done, and integrating it into a vehicle. These are the things that as product designers or design engineers or, fabricators, we want to solve, right? What we don't want to solve is who in the world makes a VCU that works with this motor or this motor inverter, or integrates into this charging system or this BMS. And if there's hardware, is there software? And if there's no software, how do I program the software? And who do I find to do it? Those are not the problems that are good to be solving right now. So we're solving those. That way, the question is it integrate? I think it's yes and no, but it's solvable. Like integrating into the vehicle, figuring out how to take a working EV drive system that has a form factor and a space claim that is designed to fit within a UTV or the vehicle that it was intended for. That's solvable. We can solve that, and it's going to be a fun challenge. And I'm excited to see what all the builders and the fabricators come up with, because they're probably all going to be different variations. It's different ways to solve the same problem. But what they don't have to do is worry about, is the thermal management for the high voltage batteries sized properly? Is the BMS, designed the right way with the charging system integration, talking to the VCU to make sure that there's no thermal events? Those are the things that we don't want, or did we use the right size high voltage cable in the system so that there's, there's no issues and all of that stuff, all of the safety circuits and everything that need to be there so that the drivers and even the people, around the vehicle stay safe. So the integration, I think, then becomes much simpler.
Yeah, and I think Dave's platform for that integration, the less rules, the better, but the more open innovation, right, Dave?
Correct. Yes. We have in our unlimited class of racing, we have no performance rules at all except for tire balls. The ability to, basically have run flat technology. And that's the other part to this thing. Besides just the spec EV class, we've already put up $1 million purse if you can win King of the Hammers in a full EV car. win $1 million. I think we're still a ways away from that happening. I mean, when we've gotten to the point of looking at the fuel mapping of what a championship winning car looks like at Ultra 4, I mean, you're looking at an 800 horsepower-ish car, all-wheel drive, under 4,000 pounds, under 4,500 pounds. It's pretty daunting to get there with the current technology we have now, but it's not going to be in 5 years. So it's pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, I think people like Mouse McCoy, our friend Mouse, and with builders and drivers like Eric Miller, I mean, I can see him going for that $1 million prize, and it might be shorter than 5 years with people like Mouse behind it, because he's like you guys. He truly believes in the art of the impossible, making it possible with the stuff he's doing with the military and stuff like that now. And that's kind of a good segue. Both of you met Dr. Dave Gorsuch. He was on the panel with you at Detroit 4Fest. And Dave is a good friend. He's the head of Ground Vehicle Systems Command at the Army Futures Command here in Michigan. So anything that's got wheels or treads on it in the Army, and now with a lot of the multiple commands, the Air Force and Marines as well, Dave is the guy that's in charge of it. And he wants to take off-road technology that Jake's working on, that you're providing a platform for the development and creativity for, Dave, and bring it to the warfighters. And a lot of that is the rolling chassis and things like that. That is immediate. That's, we talked earlier about what's now, what's new, and what's next. What's now is what Dave needs. He wants to have the rolling chassis stuff, the Fox Shocks, Fox Factory. People like Mike Dennison and Michael McSweeney and Tom Fletcher, what they're developing, they need to get integrated with you, Jake, and you, Dave, and have, I'm going to call it smart suspension. And not what I'll call today's smart suspension, but racing the hammers, if you will, digitally, the digital twin of the race from last year, taking that data and racing that before the race in January and February coming up. And doing that, so in this case, so the shocks can actually anticipate what it might see and then reacting to what it knows, and then in real time reacting to what's happening with that shock and that suspension. That's Star Trek kind of stuff, but that's where these companies are going. And I know that's where a lot of folks like the iBox and the Fox Factories of the world, that's where they're going to head to.
Yep. See, I've seen it in action personally in trophy trucks. It's pretty amazing technology.
It is. And the other really cool thing about the hammers, I think, is, so we're talking about, your traditional automotive OEMs. You got your TRDs from Toyota, and certainly GM and Ford and the Bronco, and we'll talk about that. But you've also captured with Ultra 4 racing, you've captured the Polaris and the Honda Talon and all the others, the side-by-sides, which is huge. I mean, if you wanted to buy a side-by-side now, I'll bet you there's a 6-month waiting list. Just like, a nice motocross or a dirt bike, because of the pandemic, but also because people are discovering the off-road lifestyle is huge and it's fun. It's much more family-oriented to get out and do that. So you've got Overland Expo and things like what Z-Man has created, Tom Zielinski, with Detroit 4Fest. You saw how many people came out to 4Fest and wanted to drive the vehicles, particularly the Bronco and the Jeep that were major parts of 4Fest. We're going to see these technologies built into those vehicles. And matter of fact, Jeep had the 4xe there. But I want to switch, a little bit to the passion both of you guys have for racing. And you mentioned that, Jake, your Hypercraft Racing will be a different part of the company, right? Focused just on racing, not the commercial side of it. And then using that as probably prototype development.
Yeah, prototype development. But, using it as a platform to do more than just develop technology, to help with things like, helping shift consumer perception. This, you kind of mentioned something earlier, and this is what Dave's all about, is grassroots. Like we never have true, genuine adoption of new technology, new concepts until, the grassroots and the cultural revolution happens, And so I think, it's really about, Hypercraft as a company saying, this is something that's core to our DNA, and that we always want to be involved in and support, because we know that this is where we inspire the next generation. This is where we, help educate and answer questions, improve technology. It's not just technology innovation. It's also where we test it. And we don't test it in a silo. We don't test it behind closed doors or, in the back, the back development rooms of of corporate companies. We test it out there, in front of the world, and we bring our best. And I really like that part of it. It's like you can't hide. When you go to the King of the Hammers, you bring your best, and there's nothing, there's like, it's a level playing field. Everybody just brings their best, and you come away and you've learned, you've been tested, and I love that part of it. So yeah, for Hydrocraft, the way that we kind of protect the racing side of our company and our dedication to racing is to create a company structure around it that says this is always going to be core to what we do. And there's always going to be, resources and energy and passion dedicated to doing this and making sure that, the motorsport industry has access, because it's part of that whole concept of democratizing, right?
Absolutely, and access to the resources. And again, what you're doing with David Gorsuch wants to do is make those resources available. And again, if military technology can actually advance some of the commercialization that both of you guys are helping lead, that's fantastic. I think that's great. Keeping our war fighters, out of harm, and as our good friend RJ Ricky Johnson would say, you either want to get away from the bad guys really fast, or you want to get the good guys into the fight really fast. And you mentioned, Jake, that there's nowhere to hide out at the Hammers, right? Dave always said you're in the middle of nowhere, and with RJ doing the announcing, he'll call you out, right? He'll say, "Hey, look what's happening right over there to the Hypercraft Racer, the trophy truck right now." And but it's calling out, but it's that racing community that brings it together. And I think you see that great passion for the industry, but you also see a great, fantastic camaraderie. And good friend of mine, Roger DeCoster, KTM now world motocross champion. He always says, and these are great words for any racer, I think for all of us as well, that to win, you have to do basically things one level higher, take it to the next level, and take something to the next level of competition. And you need to do both of those together. And that's really what Roger has lived by. And you look at what he's done. I mean, there's a reason why they call him the man in motocross, because he's done that everywhere he's gone, and in his own life philosophy as well. So Dave, with King of the Hammers again, let's go back to that with some of the classes that are forming up now, because you're coming off of Baja. There's some cool things happening. I mentioned the panels that we'll have out at the Hammers, and some of the other integration, because you've got two-wheel bikes out there as well. You've got motorsports coming out. So, John Hines and the KTM team, I think, are planning on coming out and have been out there before. So we're going to see 2- and 4-wheel coming together in a big way at the Hammers.
We actually, John, you're a little bit behind on that one. We actually split King of the Motos off into its own event. So it's not going to be during King of the Hammers. It's just, It's too much during the week where with music and everything else that's there. It just needs to be 2 different events. So we've already made that decision and made that announcement. So.
Wow, well, that's good. That's a good thing to happen then. Absolutely.
Yeah, no,
And you got to split it up.
Desert racing and rock crawling and rock racing and short course racing and everything all happening, plus some good music thrown in on top of it. It's going to be fun.
That's great. And you mentioned the music, and again, with KTM and the great stuff that John Hines has helped, they just broke ground on a $50 million expansion there in Temecula and Murrieta. I mean, That's pretty good. I mean, for what John and his team have created for KTM North America, and the teams that Roger has, Gas with Troy Lee now, Husqvarna, and the KTM brand. That's fantastic. And to get that out there to the fans, I can see that happening with some of this democratized technology, offering an ABC type approach to the different brands that you can have with different expense levels of the technology in racing. So really cool. And again, with the OEMs being there, I'm hoping that, people like Dave Parasak and Esteban Jennings Plaza comes out, and Jihad Cadiz from Ford, and the GM folks and Jeep folks as well, because they need to help get this market out there. The other Dave Cole, Quite Your Physical and Digital Twin, was on our panel earlier today, Dave. And he's, Dave is, I'm going to say, one of the top 3 to 5 guys in the world. And when it comes to where the auto industry is going, has been for 40 years. Extremely intelligent, smart, always been one of the top guys in the industry, the go-to people for so many companies. He's really not a big fan of EVs yet from a consumer perspective. And he's driven every one there is with his background from everything that he's done at Center for Automotive Research and other boards that he's on. But he wants to kind of get the consumers to pull it in, as opposed to being pushed by, in this case, the current administration with all the incentives and things like that. That's where I think you two guys come in in a very big way. You're going to create the consumer awareness of what EVs are capable of, particularly in the performance. And you mentioned the safety. We're going to drill down a bit on that, Jake, because you cannot have a thermal event. You've got to de-energize the vehicle. Let's say, someone, at the Hammers, vehicle rolls over and the vehicle is still energized with, high voltage going through it. And a track worker wants to extricate the driver or the navigator out of the vehicle. You got to make sure that that thing is de-energized, and that those types of safety things, that's all new. And people need to learn that and understand what the voltages are doing running through the vehicle. And all that is part of the safety of the motorsports, not just the driver, but the vehicle. And as you said, the ecosystem that goes with that.
Yeah. And those are all solvable things. We just have to be purposeful. We have to say, and whether or not we like it right now, but we've had 120-year-old, propulsion technology and internal combustion. And there have been a lot of learning lessons along that way. And there's been a lot of tragedies and heartbreaking losses. And where we're at with electric right now is, buying ourselves in a way where we can look ahead and we can say, these are the things that we have to make sure never happen. How do we use technology? How do we be purposeful to do that? And, there's some really cool new technologies in batteries that are coming that are just making it more safe. But there's simple things like a fireman wire and proper training of safety teams and, having a good interlock circuit, safety circuit that, that is like, hey, let's check to see if the vehicle is energized. Let's clip the fireman wire that triggers the interlock circuit and the contactors pop. There's no more high voltage. We can split the internal voltages of the pack in half so that we lower the voltage, so it's safer. And all of these things, it's like for something bad to happen, it's not just one small mistake. It's a series of mistakes that have to occur and things that you have to ignore. So, we're putting a lot of effort into that. And I know, John, this from the other motorsport things that you're involved in. But we've learned a lot. We have a lot of information relative to electric to base this off of, and we can do it in a very safe way. And so, we're working. One of our battery suppliers, we buy direct from these factories, but in the 10 years that they've been manufacturing and supplying in the consumer products that use their batteries, they have never had a thermal event. Good. In 10 years. And, we're going to continue that record, and that's what's going into, these kits. And so we're doing it in a very safe way. And I just kind of want to go back real quick because you talked about consumer perception of electric and how, Kirk at AEM, has talked about this a lot. It's the carrot and the stick. And we've had a lot of the stick, and we kind of want the carrot. Seeing an all electric vehicle win overall at King of the Hammers, that is a message that people will watch, and that'll say something totally different about where electric is at. And I think that all of the energy is building right now because we all know it's possible. And, cool things are happening.
Absolutely. I've got a great question online, and probably for you, Dave. Does the 50K include the high voltage battery, and does it support D2C charge, direct D2C to DC charging?
Actually, both Jake and I answered that. The 50,000 is our price that we're shooting for. I think we're going to get it. I don't think it's going to be nominally very close to it. And then Jake offered some more technical solution or technical answer to that as well. So yeah, that's an all-in cost. Throttle pedal, including batteries out to the output of the motor. You figure out how to build the car. You can build anything you want.
That's great. Yeah, I want to make sure people are. If you don't realize that some of this is going on with the chat online as well, and we've talked earlier at some of our sessions as well that basically companies go racing for three reasons: one, to solve complex problems and particularly extreme edge cases, in this case for EV racing; second, to demonstrate the technology and do that on a world stage, as Jake said; and third, to inspire the next generation of leaders and engineers, and certainly what we will call STEM and STEAM leaders. Science, technology, engineering, art, and math. That next generation is really jumping all over this. We talked about the Indy Autonomous Challenge a couple hours ago. That next generation of engineers, chip heads and motor heads coming together to do 157 miles an hour at the Racing Capital World Speedway last month was phenomenal. That was $1 million prize, won by Technical University of Munich out of Germany. They'll be racing at CES on January 7th at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway for another round of some great stuff happening. But again, it's not about taking the driver out of the loop. It's about solving extreme edge case technical problems. In this case, demonstrating to the public what an autonomous vehicle can and cannot do. Those vehicles eventually will be converted to EV. So I think we're going to see EV and autonomous come together in racing in a big way. I'm going to say, go out on a limb here, I'm going to say within the next 6 to 12 months. And that's going to be a big time. And this is actually a momentous year, if you will. This is the first time in history of 118 years of Ford Motor Company that Ford is investing more in electric vehicles than internal gas combustion engines. So think about that. And Ford is actually the leader in EVs right now. They're actually outselling and really doing extremely well and beating GM in many cases with some of those EVs. And that's great competition to have, because you need that Coke Pepsi, you need that competition, if you will, because the fastest ways to accelerate technology are either war or competition. And we've got both going on. So I think that's a great opportunity for all of us and the military to support our war fighters and to support racing, to increase that consumer awareness, what EVs are capable of doing. So,
yeah. John, if I can just jump in on one of the that you mentioned, something that as we talk more about motorsport and racing, the sheer performance of electric from an acceleration and a power perspective has gone so far past what internal combustion is in such a short period of time that it's kind of like this question is like, what is performance going to be? We have vehicles now, production vehicles, electric, that go 0 to 60 in less than 1.6 seconds. And I think when you talk about the autonomous and the advanced computing and full integration in the rest of the vehicle, suspension and vehicle dynamics and all these different things, it doesn't take away from the driving experience. I think it provides an opportunity to enhance it. And we have a client that is using a hypercraft drive system in racing application where they're combining the autonomous element of driver training, so that the calls a lap and shows the braking, acceleration, and all of that. Oh, nice! I'm missing mine. So,
Oh, I got a Troy Lee glass, but no beer in it. So.
Told me it was happy hour, man.
I wish I was there with you, Dave. This would be more exciting and fun if I was right there.
Well, I've got to tell you, and Francisca, Judy, and Paul said this is the happy hour. So, Francisca, Judy, and Paul, hope you guys got a beer or a beverage with you as well. So
I just drinking coffee. So, but yeah, it's how do we train drivers in a new way? In the autonomous side helps with training. The software side helps with ramping up and unlocking access to the power as the driver's experience increases and doing that in a safe way. So just so many exciting things. I mean, this is the, this is the fun side of what electric brings. And the more we talk about this and the more we educate and the more we get it out there and people see it happening and working, the more there's going to be demand for this.
Absolutely. Now, one of the questions online was understanding the comment I made about consumer pull, if you will, for EVs. Right now, the U.S. market is about 2% are electric vehicles. So the people that want to be those the early adopters, they already have an EV. So take the Mach-E Mustang, great example of people that have those are waiting for a Mach-E or an EV. But you've got so many offerings. 100 EVs will be offered in the next few years. So it's coming, but we're only at 2%. So that's my point about consumer pool. To get to a larger market percentage, that's when the consumers start understanding what the EVs are capable of and not capable. But we're a long way from that tipping point, at least 5 to 8, maybe 10 years because of the infrastructure to have 50% EVs with consumers. So the good thing about that is we're going to see both internal gas combustion engines, hybrids, and full-on BEVs, battery electric vehicles, over the next 10, 15, 20 years easily. So that's great opportunities for everybody involved in motorsports. Hydrogen is actually going to make a pretty big entry as well because it'll bring the sound to the motors. I know Michael Andretti talked about this yesterday. But I'll mention this again too, because Michael had a very profound point when he pitches his teams to and his team value, and arguably some of the IndyCar value franchise, if we ever get to that point, like F1. His potential sponsors and current sponsors are very interested in his EV portfolio with Formula E and with Extreme E. And that's when they kind of lean in and listen and get very excited about where he's helping take the sport and the industry together. So I think we're going to see great folks and leaders like Michael and you guys take that and that social awareness of impacting climate change and others to bring that tipping point in even closer than, you know, some of the things that some of the market analysts are saying, till we get to that tipping point of much more percentage market share of EVs.
Yeah, one thing that I will say that I think is incredibly healthy is that electric provides some competition when it comes to propulsion. You know, we even at Hypercraft, you know, for us, we're very passionate about electric, but we're very passionate about advanced propulsion technology, not just electric, right? So, you know, bringing electric is pushing internal combustion, and like you said, is pushing new technologies like hydrogen and you know, other forms. So, you know, it's good to have this competition. It's never been gas or electric, or hydrogen or electric, or hydrogen or gas. It's always been gas and hydrogen and electric, you know? And so I think that it's such a great way to bring these new technologies to racing and say, hey, we're not even competing as builders and fabricators and racers and all of that, but we're also competing with new technologies in propulsion. And that makes it exciting. I don't think there's ever been a time where the future of motorsport has more of an exciting element. There's just so much change happening.
It is, and it's attracting new people like yourself, and what Dave's doing.
I got a question I actually don't know the answer to, and I'm not trying to blow our own horn, but are we the only ones that you'll be able to race an EV car against a gas car straight up that you're familiar with? Because everything else is pretty much class racing. There's EV races against EV, and there's gas races against gas, diesel race against diesel. We're unlimited. So a hybrid will race against an EV car, or race against a gas car, race against a diesel car.
Right. You're leading the way, Dave, because you represent the consumer segment, if you will, and it is straight up race. And, you know, and think of it from a consumer perspective. Do I buy the EV? Do I buy the advanced internal gas combustion engine? So yes, they are. It's a head-to-head competition for your wallet. And again, that's what Dr. Dave Cole would say. It's consumers voting with their wallet is the technology that's going to win out.
I absolutely love what Extreme E is doing and what Formula E is doing, and the you know, the efforts that they're making to advance the technology and blaze a path. You know, it's been needed and all of that. But to Dave's point, you know, it's just a, you know, it's a, you know, motorsport racing is all about, you know, proving it, you know, in extreme environments, or, you know, extreme paces, or, you know, whatever, you know, everything it is, it's the best of the best. So, you know, why wouldn't we pit electric against gas in that sense? Absolutely. And, you know, and the thing is, we might fall short, you know, and we talk about this with the trophy truck program, building an unlimited class truck and going to race it. You know, it's about, you know, the best effort. It's about, you know, going and figuring out where we're weak, where our problems are, you know, what we need to improve on. But we can't be afraid to go out there and fail either. So, you know, we're building a truck that will be the fastest, most powerful race truck in history. You know, from that perspective, I mean, there is no 1,600 horse, 7,500 pound torque, you know, race truck that has advanced power control. I mean, we have the ability to change the power bias from front to rear of the truck. We have the ability to torque vector, regenerative braking, you know, all of these, you know, advanced traction control systems. The driver has more control over the way that the power is distributed to the ground, and utilized than any other vehicle in off-road truck racing, or off-road racing of any type that we know of. So I mean, maybe there's something I don't know of, kind of like Dave, what you were saying. Maybe there's some things we don't know, but for for what we do know, and we still might come up short, you know, and that's okay, because it's it's all about the progression.
Absolutely, the progression, absolutely. And one of the questions online was that is the hydrogen power there just to generate electricity for electric motors? No, the hydrogen is actually the fuel. So it's got the sound and everything. And Formula One is considering some hydrogen power type venues as well. So that might be something that actually goes forward as well. And that, as you said, Jake, the different power plants, that's good for everyone.
Yeah,
it's
and
still
there
got
is
a carbon footprint, but not as big of one.
Yeah, there is hydrogen electric. Out there in some of the commercial, Class A trucking and companies that are pushing into hydrogen for that, they are using hydrogen to generate electricity and store in batteries. So there is that technology where we're actually using electric motors to power the vehicle, but the energy comes from hydrogen. But I think to your point, John, relative to racing, that's more of a direct hydrogen fuel source application.
Exactly. Yeah. And we talked about the system integration you talked about, Jake. When Neil Young, very smart guy, as well as a pretty damn good musician, came to the SEMA show in 2010. Shit, that was 11 years ago, with his LinkVolt, the first one. Pretty impressive what he did. He pretty much built it with a few friends, and fantastic job. And he took it home from the SEMA show that year, and it burned down his barn, and because of the charging system that he had. Well, he came back 3 years later with, I'll call it the son of LinkVolt, and thanks to some of the folks at AVL and some of the other companies he got involved with, and he couldn't have been more proud of what he was doing. As you said, Jake, we're not going to get it right all the time the first time. And Neil's a great example of that, but that staying power and that and that perseverity, if you will, that people like Neil Young had. He wanted to change the world. He literally showed within his video the original. He picked a '59 Lincoln to electrify it and hybridize it because he wanted to demonstrate that you could take one of the largest and heaviest vehicles and convert it to, in this case, a hybrid power plant, and he did. And he's got over 50,000 miles on that now that he and Daryl Hannah are running back around, and particularly the LA freeways on right now, I'm sure. So cool stuff. So one quick story I want you to tell, Dave, before we get to our final question. When you were at Detroit Four Fest, and our good friend Henry Payne loaned you his Black Diamond Bronco that he had from Jim Farley, so the story goes. And we got in, I was able to ride in the back with you and Henry, and you took it up Bronco Hill for the first time, but it took several tries, right?
Yeah, I'm not as good as Eric Miller or Mouse McCoy and these guys. So, yeah, it took me a little bit. And when you told me after like the second time I flogged on it, oh yeah, this is the president of Ford's personal vehicle. That's when we really beat on it. But it was amazing. Love the vehicle. Love it.
Oh yeah. Well, the Cherry Card, I remember you were trying a lot of different traction control. There was some Bronco expert at the top of the hill, a self-proclaimed Bronco expert, saying, "No, do it manual. Take it out. Take all electronics out and do it manual." Right?
You're right. We got it down to like 4 low, 3rd gear, and we made it. But
yeah, and I think if the listeners from ePartracer.com want to tune in, I think you've got those posted at hammers.com, right? So
we do, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Take a look. Okay, this is the white flag lap. This is how we're running out of time here. As soon as I see Judy and Francisco and Paul come up, that means we're done. So you guys have done this before with me. What I always like to ask, if someone like Henry Ford or Louis Chevrolet were in the audience today and listening in, what's the most important thing that you would want them and our audience today to take away from our conversation? So we're going to start with you, Dave. What does the audience need to know about?
Jake. No, start with Jake. Put Jake on the spot first.
Okay. But with that caveat, though, you can't say, yeah, I agree with Jake.
No, I won't.
So, okay, so Jake, what's the most important thing our audience needs to know from your perspective and insights, what we talked about today, EV racing?
I think it's, it's such a tough one because, obviously there's lots of things, but you mentioned Henry Ford, and I think it is that, in a lot of ways, we're continuing the work that he started. It's progression, and overcoming the challenges isn't easy. And there's all kinds of pressures that we face in the motorsport industry. And this is, from different directions, government, within racing series and, limitations in access to technology and all that stuff. But ultimately democratizing it, making it available to everybody, is so important, because that's really when we see the world change. And we just have a really small part in this, but I think that's a very important part too to play. So I think that's the thing is, we don't want to limit ourselves, because of pressures and the politics around electric. I think we need to remove all of that and look at it for its merits and its benefits, and where are we headed with the technology, and what can we do, who can we give it to, give it access to, and I think that's what we learned from the past. And when that happens, the world is better for it. So that's what we're all working towards is the next generation of making the world better for them, bringing them into it, and that's really crucial. So I guess that's kind of the most important thing for me to convey.
That's really good, and you're being very humble. And I'll go to there's a recent commercial I've seen with Matt Damon on about crypto.com saying fortune favors the bold, and you use that point that you are bold. So you're humble and bold. That's a great combination to have as a winner and a leader. So thank you, Jake. So Dave, what's the most important thing?
Don't stop talking about doing something and do something.
Get it done. Get it done. Go do it. Yeah, that's been a big part. I mean, and thanks to your leadership with the board, we've gone down a lot of different directions, but we're ending up with a show to put on, if you will, and technology demonstration, solving problems, and inspiring the next generation, all happening at the Hammers in a matter of 2 months. That's pretty darn cool. That's gonna be cool. So I see Francisque and I see Judy on, so we're gonna wrap it up for today. So thank you, Jake. Thank you, Dave. I'm looking forward, and we got to talk later about some of the logistics for the Hammers, etc. But it's going to be a great event. Fantastic.
Dave and Jake, stay with us one more second as we are wrapping up everything from our production team. Again, thank you very much for being with us today. What a great session and what a great day. We talked a lot of. We started talking about engineering with Ross Brown, and now we ended the day with you guys talking about all the cool new things that are coming out. So, John, thank you very much for your contribution today. I think we'll see you on Friday morning for a little welcome session. So again, yes, John, as we are wrapping up everything here from a production standpoint, we will be back tomorrow morning at 6:45 a.m. Pacific. And it's going to be first with Mark Miles, the president of Penske Corporation, who basically runs IndyCar, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and all the Penske's entertainment activities. We're going to be talking to Doug Yates. We'll also talk to Zyco, DSPS, Fleet Damper, Total Seal, Rottler. We'll bring SCCA, we'll bring the SVRA with us. Then we're going to have a fun session with Mario Andretti and Linda Vaughn at 1 p.m. Pacific here. Then we'll talk safety with SFI in the afternoon, Race Gas, Speedflow, Davis Craig, and we'll finish the day with a special remembering two icons from our industry, John Kilroy and Robin Miller. So again, thank you very much for being with us today. It's almost 6 o'clock Pacific, our time, so much later on the East Coast and other places in the world. So we'll be back live tomorrow morning. Thank you very much and have a great night.
See you in the morning.